In the Tianluo Empire, within the confines of a remote and humble chamber in the imperial palace, a youth lay quietly upon a modest bed. The young man appeared haggard and pallid, his tall frame suggesting a long-standing illness. His breath was faint, and had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, one might easily mistake him for a lifeless being. His name was Reno, the very crown prince of the Tianluo Empire. It is difficult to fathom how a prince of such an empire could find himself in such dire straits. What calamities had befallen him? At that moment, Rena's expression shifted to one of tension, contorted in a grimace of rage and despair, as though he were ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Ah! Suddenly, Rena's eyes widened, and he sat up abruptly, only to clutch his head in agony. He let out a heart-wrenching, low growl. Unbeknownst to him, the relentless torment proved unbearable, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. After what felt like half an hour, he opened his eyes once more, yet he bore an aura of profound transformation. "So, I'm not dead," Reno murmured, shock etched across his features, as the memories of his previous life surged forth like a tidal wave within his mind. It turned out that Reno was a soul reborn. In his former life, he had been one of the rare top-tier warriors of the spirit martial continent, yet he had fallen victim to an assault by a mysterious force, ultimately resulting in his self-destruction. Little did he anticipate that he would be granted a second chance at life. Crimson Spirit. Reno clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of fury and a chilling coldness. The Crimson Spirit, the enigmatic organization responsible for his demise, possessed an immense power that no one in his era had truly comprehended. "Since I have been granted a second chance at life, Crimson Spirit, I shall ensure that you pay for your blood debts." Reno seethed with indignation in his heart. After a considerable time, he finally managed to quell his fury and began to contemplate how to navigate his current existence. The martial soul is the most crucial spiritual entity for a warrior to enhance their cultivation and strength. It resides within them, an innate endowment present from birth. Essentially, every individual possesses one upon entering the world. Once one reaches the awakening realm, their martial soul is unveiled. Martial souls are extraordinarily diverse, encompassing a myriad of forms, such as beast martial souls like dragons and serpents, weapon martial souls like swords and blades, as well as tool martial souls like hoes and sickles, among others. Without the favor of the emperor and empress, Rena's status plummeted drastically. He became the subject of scorn from all, and the concubines of the imperial harem looked upon him with covetous eyes, scheming to usurp his position as crown prince and hoping for the other princes to take his place. In an instant, Reno felt as if he had transformed into a rat scurrying through the streets, with everyone seeking to bully him, while the emperor remained indifferent to his plight. Thus, Reno's life began to descend into tragedy. He resided in a dilapidated dwelling, and the food he consumed was even inferior to that of palace eunuchs and maidens, with only a small attendant by his side. "Damn it! How could I be so foolish in this lifetime to fall for such a ruse?" Reno exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Upon further investigation, it became evident that Reno had been deceived by the sixth prince, Lei Nuo, who lured him to his residence to orchestrate a scandal, portraying the crown prince as having improprieties with his sister-in-law, while the sixth prince seized the opportunity to mercilessly assault Crown Prince Reno. "Curse you, sixth brother! If you dare to harm me in such a manner, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Reno seethed with indignation. Chapter 2. Pulsing veins. It is often said that excessive anger is detrimental to one's health. In a moment of fury, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries. Unable to suppress a grimace as he inhaled sharply, feeling a chill run through him. With great effort, he stifled his rising anger and closed his eyes to introspect. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Good heavens, this is utterly abysmal. The damage to his meridians and the depletion of his vital energy rendered any attempts at cultivation futile. At that moment, a wave of frustration surged within him, and he loathed the sixth prince even more. The sixth prince's heart-shattering palm was exceptionally insidious, resulting in the obstruction of his meridians and a significant depletion of his essence. Suddenly, as he continued to introspect, he discovered an inconspicuous particle nestled in the most unremarkable corner of his dantian. What could this be? Upon closer examination, he observed that the grayish particle bore strange runes, seemingly suppressing something within. Why is this object present in my body? Puzzled, he pondered, and then decided to channel his energy into it, experimenting to see if he could break the runes. As he infused the particle with his robust mental energy, it began to tremble violently. In an explosive moment, the particle shattered, emanating a radiant glow that faintly revealed a serpentine apparition. Could this be my martial soul? He felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had been plagued by the dilemma of how to cultivate without a martial soul, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon this particle, unlocking the very essence of his martial spirit. Yet, a lingering question gnawed at him. Why had his martial soul manifested as a particle, especially one adorned with runes that clearly indicated a sealing purpose? Had someone maliciously conspired against him, intentionally sealing his martial soul? However, as for sealing the martial soul, Raynor firmly believes that no one within this diminutive empire of Tianlu is capable of such a feat. The form of this martial soul bears a striking resemblance to the initial manifestation of my previous life's flame dragon martial soul, suggesting that it has indeed been reborn alongside me. It is a reincarnation, not merely a vessel for the soul. The martial soul accompanies its master in rebirth, a phenomenon that has existed since ancient times. I never anticipated that the flame dragon martial soul from my former life would also be reborn with me. Raynor mused with a sense of poignant reflection. The martial soul is inscribed with runic markings, indicating that a formidable force is required to shatter its seal. Raynor devised a plan in his heart. No matter the circumstances, he must first recuperate from his internal injuries. Raynor settled into a meditative posture to cultivate the dragon flame technique. Beneath the blazing sun, he remained quietly ensconced in his chamber, practicing diligently. His upper body was bare, and his skin gleamed a fiery red, akin to heated iron, as beads of sweat, akin to pearls, emerged and coalesced into rivulets cascading down his form. The dragon flame technique is a cultivation method that embodies the essence of utmost strength and solar energy, emphasizing the utilization of the elemental fire of the universe to break through one's limitations and enhance one's cultivation. Raynor's meridians were obstructed, requiring a potent surge of true energy to clear the pathways. The true energy generated by the dragon flame technique is infused with masculine vigor, compelling all malice to retreat, and it can undoubtedly unblock the meridians in one fell swoop. At this moment, within Raynor's body, a stream of fiery red energy flowed like a razor-sharp sword, traversing his meridians incessantly. Upon encountering the obstructions, it unleashed its might with devastating force, clearing the blockages almost instantaneously. Once cleared, the spiritual energy absorbed through the pores flowed gently along the meridians, with portions being absorbed by various cells, thus invigorating them and augmenting their strength. However, the process of unblocking the meridians is far from the simplicity one might envision. Each time he endeavors to clear the obstructions within his channels, Raynor feels as though a blade is incessantly twisting within his wounds, akin to silver needles penetrating the crevices of his nails, causing unbearable agony. Yet, Raynor's countenance remains tranquil, his brows scarcely furrowing as he sits there, seemingly untouched by the torment that envelopes him. As a reincarnated soul, he is acutely aware of the immense pain that accompanies the unblocking of meridians. However, having weathered countless storms in his previous life, this modicum of suffering is but a trifling matter. Chapter 3. Zhouhe time meandered slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. During this interlude, Raynor successfully pierced through all the impediments within his meridians, allowing his vital energy and essence to flow unimpeded. A sigh escaped his lips as a wisp of murky gas gradually wafted from his mouth, while his skin bore no signs of redness. Instead, it was coated with numerous dark, viscous substances. In truth, these were the impurities residing within his body. As he unblocked his meridians, he simultaneously expelled the long-accumulated impurities from within. These impurities are innate, inherent to every individual, and serve as significant obstacles to a martial artist's cultivation, particularly for those just embarking on their journey. A martial artist must eliminate these impurities to hasten their cultivation and fortify their physique, harmonizing with the cosmos. Naturally, the expulsion of impurities is not an instantaneous process. Typically, a portion is released with each advancement in realm. However, with the aid of potent techniques, rare treasures of heaven and earth, or the support of formidable allies, this process can be expedited. Reno slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a piercing brilliance shot forth from his gaze, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. The impurities had finally been expelled, yet his martial spirit remained sealed, necessitating the aid of spiritual herbs for its growth. This thought caused Reno to furrow his brow. The current state of his martial spirit, confined and unusable, severely limited the benefits he could reap. To remedy this predicament, he must acquire spiritual herbs. However, his lowly status rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the impoverished, and the palace officials were relentless in their harassment, making the procurement of such herbs nearly impossible. In truth, one could also awaken their martial spirit through rigorous training. Yet such an approach was an imprudent expenditure of time for someone like Reno, who yearned for strength. He was resolute in his need to obtain those herbs. As he contemplated his situation, the door creaked open, and a gaunt figure approached, clad in blue garments and adorned with a black hat. It was immediately evident that this individual was a eunuch. Reno lifted his gaze to meet his, and a wave of fond memories washed over him, stirring a warmth in his heart. This eunuch was Zhou, who had been by Reno's side since childhood, loyal and steadfast. Zhou had remained by Reno's side even during his darkest hours, when many urged him to distance himself. Together, they had weathered life's storms. "Ah, Your Highness, you," Zhou exclaimed, his face a portrait of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He never anticipated that the severely injured Reno, who was on the brink of death, would unexpectedly appear before him, composed and spirited. How astonishing! Chapter 4. Fury. Reno paused momentarily, then quickly turned towards the source of the voice. Upon realizing that the cries belonged to Zhou, he felt a sense of helplessness. "What on earth are you crying?" In truth, he could discern that Zhou's tears were born of overwhelming joy. This realization stirred a deep emotional response within him. "Why are you weeping? Am I not standing here alive and well?" Reno shook his head in resignation. "Your Highness, you cannot fathom the anguish I felt when I saw you so gravely injured, on the verge of death. My heart ached terribly. Fortunately, the heavens have shown mercy, allowing you to survive this peril." Zhou wept as he spoke. Reno was even more moved, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Surely, the fortune of the crown prince is great. How could he perish so easily? Enough of this. Quickly wipe your tears. A man should not indulge in such displays of emotion. "Yes, Your Highness." Zhou promptly used his sleeve to dry his tears. Reno nodded in satisfaction, but as his gaze wandered, he noticed a small stain of blood on Zhou's chest. The speck of blood was so minuscule, akin to that of an ant, that it would be nearly imperceptible without close inspection. A frown creased his brow. His instincts told him that something was amiss. He intended to inquire further, but before he could, Zhou began to cough. At that moment, Zhou's face flushed red, and he coughed incessantly. A look of pain etched across his features. "Zhou." Reno's expression shifted dramatically. With his wealth of experience, he immediately discerned that Zhou had sustained injuries. He swiftly grasped Zhou's right wrist, a surge of spiritual energy akin to a serpent mystically penetrating his body, flowing through the meridians. Soon, his countenance darkened like turbulent waters, his eyes radiating an icy, piercing glare. Through his examination, he discerned that Zhou had been struck forcefully, with damage inflicted upon his internal organs, leaving his vitality severely depleted. In a sudden, unexpected move, Reno tore open Zhou's chest garment, revealing a black handprint on his chest, from which dark energy emanated. The Black Fiend Palm. A tempest of murderous intent enveloped Reno, despite the sweltering heat outside. The room felt as frigid as ice. The prince. Zhou was utterly astounded. Having accompanied the prince for many years, he believed he knew him well. Yet he had never witnessed such a terrifying and oppressive aura of killing intent emanating from him. That aura sent shivers down his spine. instilling a profound sense of dread. It was truly horrifying. Fabricate, fabricate. Zhou, do you take me for a fool? Renaud slammed his palm onto the table to his right, and in an instant, the entire table splintered into pieces. His anger surged intensely. Yet this fury was not directed at Zhou, but rather at the ninth prince, Lei Hong. Zhou was not merely a servant to him. He regarded him as family, as a brother. To others, this may seem a jest, for a noble of royal lineage, possessing a prestigious status, would never treat a servant as an equal. Yet, Renaud defied such conventions. Whether before or after the awakening of memories, his stance remained unwavering. Should the world dare to harm my brother, I shall sever their tendons and claim their heads. He could not swallow this indignation. Zhou trembled internally. It was the first time he witnessed the crown prince in such a furious state. However, he could not reveal the truth, for doing so would only burden the crown prince with unnecessary troubles and perhaps even bring him humiliation. No, no, no. Let the servant bear it all. He hastily explained, Your Highness, I would not dare. Every word I utter is the truth. Still lying. Rainer's eyes widened with fury. In the grand imperial palace, where masters abound, how could an assassin have infiltrated? Fine, let us assume an assassin did enter. Surely they would be a formidable opponent. If they had struck, it would have been enough to take your life, yet they spared you. Did they intend for you to relay information? When did the crown prince become so astute? Zhou felt a chill of dread. At that moment, Rainer thundered, Zhou, at this juncture, still refusing to speak the truth. Who is it that injured you? I. Zhou hesitated, caught between words. Speak. Rainer's formidable presence surged forth, instilling fear in both gods and ghosts, causing Zhou to shudder violently. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he could only confess, voice trembling with a mix of anger and despair. Your Highness, you are absolutely correct. It was indeed the ninth prince who caused my injury. Old Nine. Rainer clenched his fists, his fury boiling within him. Chapter 5. An uninvited guest subsequently. The sixth and ninth princes inexplicably arrived at the imperial kitchen. Upon learning the circumstances, they presented the servant with a proposition. If he complied, not only would he receive a chicken, but also a gu yuan dan. What was the condition? Zhou, filled with indignation, received a slap from him. Furious, Renaud seethed with rage, declaring that those vile characters, the sixth and ninth princes, had gone too far, and he would not let them escape unscathed. Your Highness, please do not act impulsively. You are no match for them, Zhou urged, his face paling as he knelt in council. He understood the prince's temperament all too well. He recalled a previous incident when he had mentioned being wronged, prompting the prince to confront the offenders, only to return with injuries. Rise, Renaud said quickly, assisting him. Rest assured, I am not so foolish as to strike a hard stone with an egg. I will not act rashly without sufficient strength. Hearing this, Zhou felt a weight lift from his heart and replied with relief, Your Highness, it is truly reassuring that you think this way. Renaud smiled. By the way, Zhou said, grinning as he retrieved a gray pill from his robe, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. This is the returning essence pill. Renaud looked slightly surprised. Your Highness possesses keen insight. This item was indeed acquired from the sixth prince. Zhou urged, You must take it immediately. It will greatly aid your recovery. There is also a chicken outside. I shall slaughter it shortly to replenish your strength. Renaud shook his head, gazing at the returning essence pill, reflecting on his past. When he was celebrated and revered, he had treated such pills like mere candies. Now, acquiring even one felt as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Never mind. You should take it. My injuries have nearly healed. Despite his words, he secretly recognized that he still needed the returning essence pill. The efficacy of this elixir lies in its ability to replenish and restore one's vital energy. However, at this moment, Rainer's energy is severely depleted, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Yet, Zhou has sacrificed so much for him, and given that the former is already gravely injured, he is in dire need of the essence restoration pill. No, Your Highness. It is you who requires it, Zhou said, filled with trepidation. Enough of your prattle. Take it now. Raynor's tone was resolute. At that moment, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, interrupted. What a charming master and servant duo. Your bond is truly remarkable. Old 6. The voice was all too familiar, and Raynor could recognize him solely by the sound. His gaze turned icy, yet he quickly regained his composure, turning to see none other than the 6th prince, Lei Zhang, resplendent in a purple and gold dragon robe, exuding an air of grandeur. Beside him stood the slightly rotund 9th prince, Lei Heng, clad in a blue dragon robe. Behind them trailed several armed guards, their presence imposing and arrogant. What brings you here? Raynor inquired coolly. We are here, of course, to deliver some splendid news. Lei Heng replied with a sinister grin. The 6th prince, visibly taken aback, remarked, Raynor, what sort of spiritual essence have you consumed to recover so swiftly? He was acutely aware of Raynor's injuries. To him, it seemed impossible that Raynor, who should have been gravely incapacitated, now stood before him in perfect health. Enough with the suspense. Speak plainly, or be gone. Raynor responded with irritation. How dare you speak to His Highness in such a manner? A burly man clad in armor glared fiercely, exclaiming, Who do you think you are? Raynor regarded him with a cold stare and retorted, Regardless of my current predicament, I am still the crown prince, not someone of your insignificant rank as a mere 4th-rank guard to be dismissed. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an unexpected twinge of fear. He is but a worthless fool. Why should I fear him? He scoffed inwardly, just as his thoughts raced. The 9th prince erupted into laughter, a sound laced with disdain and arrogant pride. The laughter quickly subsided, revealing a glint of malice in the 9th prince's eyes as he sneered, Crown Prince. Do you truly think a worthless wretch like you can claim the title of Crown Prince? What do you mean by that? Raynor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Humph. The 6th prince, Lei Zhang, let out a cold snort, and in a flash of yellow light from his right hand, a decree appeared. Crown Prince Raynor, accept the decree. A wave of unease surged through Raynor's heart. Chapter 6. Deposition. The imperial decree represented the emperor's will. To refuse it would be an act of rebellion. Thus, despite his deep reluctance, Raynor had no choice but to kneel and accept the decree. There was no alternative. His current strength was far too inadequate. Raynor knelt. Zhou followed suit. Upon witnessing this, Lei Zhang wore a faint smirk and then proclaimed loudly, By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today, Crown Prince Raynor has neglected proper etiquette, undermined morals, and has dared to flirt with the wife of his royal brother. This is a grave humiliation to the imperial family. He should be executed to serve as an example. However, as he is of my bloodline, I cannot bear to do so. Therefore, I hereby strip him of his title as Crown Prince, demoting him to a commoner, to reside at Tianlu Mountain Villa. And he shall not set foot in the palace for life unless summoned by the emperor. What? Raynor's complexion changed dramatically. Zhou was filled with fervor as he stood up, pointing at them and declaring, This imperial edict is a forgery. It is utterly false. The emperor would never issue such a cruel decree. Who do you think you are to show such disrespect to the 6th prince and the 9th prince? At that moment, the burly man unleashed his inner energy, manifesting a blazing fire line. The instant the fire line appeared, the temperature in the room surged dramatically. The flame lion martial soul. Reno's pupils constricted. It was evident that this fire lion was the man's innate martial soul. A wielder of a martial soul must possess a cultivation level at least in the spirit awakening realm, far surpassing the chi refinement realm. Both Reno and Zhou were merely at the chi burst realm, and in their injured state, they could barely contend even at that level. Yet, this man had directly activated his martial soul. This indicated that he was humiliating both of them, specifically targeting Reno, who had fallen into such dire straits precisely because he was unable to awaken his martial soul. It was highly likely that this was orchestrated by the 6th and 9th princes. Reno's mind was as clear as glass. Just then, the burly man struck with both hands, and the roaring flame lion hovered in the air before him, lunging ferociously towards Zhou. Be careful, Reno exclaimed, his face pale as the fiery glow illuminated both of them in a crimson hue. In an instant, realizing the imminent danger, Reno shouted be careful, and swiftly dashed forward. Positioning himself in front of Zhou, he thrust out his palms, releasing a surge of energy that formed a protective barrier of light. The inferno lion finally approached, letting out a roar before pouncing fiercely. Despite the barrier of light, Lei Nuo could still feel the searing heat akin to molten lava. Bang! The inferno lion brutally shattered the light barrier, a wave of fiery force crashing into Lei Nuo. Splutter! Blood spewed from Lei Nuo's mouth, his garments reduced to ashes, and he was sent flying, his chest charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Your Highness! Upon witnessing this, Zhou He's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted loudly, channeling his energy into his legs and leaping to catch Lei Nuo in his arms. Cough, cough. Once on the ground, Lei Nuo continued to cough, his expression one of agony. Your Highness, I am deeply sorry, Zhou He lamented, overwhelmed with guilt. Oh, who would have thought their bond was so profound? The sixth prince, Lei Jun, chuckled mockingly. Han Shi, how could you inflict such grave injuries upon His Highness? Regardless, he is still my elder brother. Furthermore, why did you resort to using your martial soul? Are you not aware that His Highness lacks a martial soul? Han Shi grinned. Indeed, sixth prince, I acknowledge my mistake. However, my earlier intention was merely to teach this unruly servant a lesson. As a result, 2 soldiers effortlessly apprehended him. Strike him, Han Shi commanded, stepping before Zhou He and delivering a resounding slap. Zhou He dared not evade, fully aware that evasion would only invite harsher punishment upon himself. The sharp and resonant sounds echoed continuously as Zhou He suffered, his skin lacerated and his face swelling gradually, teeth shattering. Despite being a prince in 2 lifetimes, Lei Nuo's eyes were now filled with rage and anguish. Chapter 7. Insufferable oppression within the room. The sound of slaps never ceased. At this moment, Lei Nuo gazed upon the barely breathing Zhou He, who was in utter despair, and his heart ached with profound sorrow and anger. Stop! Lei Nuo exerted himself to free himself from the grasp of the 2 soldiers, but he was far too weak. Their hands held him like iron clamps, rendering his struggles futile. Who would have thought that the once spirited Prince Lei Nuo would now be reduced to a state akin to that of a beggar? Alas, what a pitiable sight! The 9th prince, Lei Hung, feigned sympathy, yet in truth, he reveled in his triumph with scornful remarks. Han Shi, this wretched servant seems to be in distress. Perhaps you should send him on his way. Lei Jun, you shameless scoundrel. Upon hearing Lei Jun's intention to execute Zhou He, Lei Luo's heart raced with anxiety, prompting him to unleash a furious tirade. Lei Nuo, ever since that hunting expedition where you stole the limelight, and during our duel when you broke 3 of my ribs, I vowed to make you suffer. Since you regard this servant as family, I shall ensure you experience the agony of losing a loved one. By the way, Lei Jun grinned as he produced a pitch-black ring, adorned with peculiar runes that exuded an ancient aura. This is the Titan ring. Upon seeing the object, Lei Nuo's heart trembled with trepidation. This ring belonged to her mother. Yet how did it come to be in Lei Jun's possession? Where did you obtain this ring? Lei Nuo inquired, glaring at Lei Jun. Heh, of course, I acquired it from your deceased mother, Lei Jun replied with a smirk. That is impossible. Before her burial, I distinctly saw her wearing this ring. You could not have obtained it. The royal mausoleum is guarded by formidable warriors. While Lei Jun's strength and the power behind him are indeed substantial, they are insufficient to breach the defenses of such skilled guardians. Furthermore, within the mausoleum, there exist powerful and intricate formations, making it inconceivable for Lei Jun to have accessed the ring there. Could it be? Suddenly, Lei Nuo had an epiphany. Lei Jun had been observing him intently. Thus he noted the dawning realization on Lei Nuo's face. However, he remained unperturbed and chuckled lightly. It seems you are not as foolish as I thought. Indeed, before your mother passed, my own mother secretly contacted the eunuch in charge of her burial and discreetly retrieved this giant spirit ring. Return it to me. Return it to you? Lei Jun burst into a loud, derisive laugh. Do you truly believe that is possible? This giant spirit ring conceals profound secrets. If I can unravel them, I shall undoubtedly gain immense power. Moreover, your mother, that wretched woman, often oppressed my mother and the other princes due to her own formidable strength. Though she is deceased, you still live. There is no way I would allow this to remain in the hands of her descendants. I shall ensure she cannot rest in peace. You shall not insult my mother. Lei Nuo's eyes burned with fury. Oh, my apologies, but the more you resist, the more I feel compelled to curse your wretched mother. Remember, both you and your mother are despicable beings. Haraha. The sixth prince, Lei Jun, laughed maniacally. How infuriating. Cursed fate. In his previous life, Reno was an orphan, devoid of parental love, yet this life was starkly different. He had experienced both paternal and maternal affection, particularly the profound love of a mother. His mother, a Huang, had always showered him with care, rendering her an unparalleled figure in his heart, beyond reproach. Thus, upon hearing Lei Jun's contemptuous remarks about his mother, he was consumed by a wave of indignation. At that moment, enveloped in fury, Reno remained oblivious to the rapid surge of his blood, with each muscle and cell swelling with vibrant energy. Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards the sixth prince, Lei Jun. The audacious fool. Lei Jun's countenance flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a derisive smirk. In the next instant, his right hand struck out, bizarrely seizing the intruder by the throat. A loyal dog, fervently protective. With a slight exertion, Zhou He's face turned crimson, on the brink of asphyxiation. I cannot permit you to torment the crown prince, Zhou He managed to utter with great difficulty. That is not for you to decide. Lei Jun replied with a cold laugh, and in the next moment, he flung Zhou He aside. With a violent cough of blood, Zhou He was hurled through the air. Thud. Ultimately, he landed at Reno's feet. Zhou He. Reno, filled with rage, glared furiously. Boom. An overwhelming aura of malevolence began to coalesce around him, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld it. Your Highness, there is something amiss with this fool, Han Shi remarked, observing the unusual demeanor of Reno. The sixth prince was also taken aback by the ominous aura emanating from Reno. In the 8th chapter, Bloodline Mutation, it was revealed that the blood coursing through his veins had transformed from a vivid crimson to a deep azure, bubbling like boiling water. Within this peculiar blood flowed an ancient essence, coalescing into a formidable power. This force surged through his body like a tempest, swiftly permeating every inch of him. His heart pounded violently, a sensation of exhilarating fervor enveloping him. At this moment, a visible wave of energy, reminiscent of rippling water, radiated from Reno, while simultaneously, an intense heat akin to the blazing sun emanated from him, compelling those present to harness their true energy to fend off the oppressive warmth. What immense power, he thought, as Reno felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, expanding to a limit that demanded release. Could this power stem from my bloodline? Is it possible that I possess bloodline power? Astonishment filled his mind. Bloodline power was a trait reserved for mighty ancient races or those who had cultivated themselves to an extraordinary level, thus undergoing a metamorphosis of their bloodline. Such formidable might could also be inherited from ancestors of unparalleled strength. Although Reno had achieved the realm of immortality in his previous life, his bloodline had yet to undergo a significant transformation, lacking such explosive potential. Moreover, if this bloodline power were to originate from his former existence, he would surely possess a deeper understanding of it rather than being entirely oblivious at this moment. Merely a useless individual. Cease your futile pretenses. The 9th prince possesses a fiery temperament and is enamored with martial arts, preferring to resolve conflicts through sheer force. He harbors little faith in the notion that a worthless person could wield substantial power, hence he resolves to strike. Intending to vanquish the opponent before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he launches a powerful punch towards the obscured figure of Reno amidst the swirling mist. Lightning crackles around his fist, emanating a tempestuous aura of raw energy. In response, Reno instinctively retaliates with a punch of his own. As his fists collide within the fog, a resounding thud echoes through the air. Reno is immediately sent hurtling back by the force of the impact. Old 9, Lei Jun exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly thrusting his right palm forward, unleashing a beam of earthy golden light that intercepted the flying Reno. Sixth brother, this fellow is peculiar. Reno's heart raced with disbelief. Despite being at the 8th level of the spirit opening realm, far surpassing Lei Nuo in strength. His earlier attack had been unleashed with full force, yet resulted in his own injury rather than defeating the opponent. Raijin nodded gravely, contemplating. It seems that the eldest possesses undisclosed secrets. Now that he is no longer the crown prince, reduced to a commoner, as long as I do not kill him, no one shall raise an objection. Why not seize this opportunity to investigate further? According to the intelligence provided by his backing forces, the Empress has a mysterious past and formidable connections, even causing the Emperor to regard her with trepidation. She possesses numerous treasures and martial arts, with the giant spirit ring serving as the finest testament. Although he has yet to unravel the mysteries of the giant spirit ring, it has greatly aided him in his cultivation, accelerating his training and enhancing his comprehension of martial arts. In the pursuit of obtaining it, her mother undoubtedly exerted tremendous effort, revealing its extraordinary nature. As her sole son, Lei Nuo was likely to inherit a treasured legacy. Should this indeed be the case, acquiring such artifacts would surely secure the imperial throne for him in the future. Lei Nuo paused momentarily, astonished by the strength he had unexpectedly discovered within himself. A surge of transcendent confidence erupted within him. Chapter 9. Unbearable Impact. Old 9. Summon your martial soul and give it a try. Very well. With a flicker of thought, Lei Hung manifested a silvery white scorpion above his head. This silver scorpion, with its jet-black eyes and body crackling with dense lightning, caused the very essence of the world to stir upon its emergence. This was the 6th-tier martial soul, Thunder Scorpion, a remarkably unique entity, embodying both the venom of a scorpion and the ferocity of lightning. Typically, poisonous entities would be obliterated by electricity. However, it ingeniously combined both elements. This was also the reason Lei Hung could wield the sinister martial art known as Toxic Palm. Die. Lei Hung bellowed in fury, directing the Thunder Scorpion to launch an attack on Lei Nuo. The dense mist surrounding Lei Nuo began to churn violently, expanding to a radius of 7 feet, rendering his true form invisible to outsiders. Do not think that just because you are a mere scorpion today, I won't reduce you to nothing. Even if you were a dragon. With the lessons of the past etched in his mind, Lei Nuo brimmed with confidence. Armed with that enigmatic power, he was certain that Lei Hung was no match for him. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. At last, the Thunder Scorpion approached Lei Nuo, and without hesitation, it lunged forward, plunging into the dense fog. In the next instant, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lei Nuo's lips. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a punch once more. This strike was even more formidable than the last. His fist collided with the center of the Thunder Scorpion's brow, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupted instantaneously. The ferocious Thunder Scorpion could not withstand the onslaught. It let out a mournful wail before shattering into fragments. In the aftermath, Lei Hung spat blood, as if struck by an extraordinary force, and was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a pillar within the chamber. His complexion turned pale, and his breath became erratic. He screamed in terror, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." Old Ninth. The sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. As they gazed at Lei Nuo amidst the swirling fog, their eyes were filled with apprehension and dread. What on earth transpired? Lei Jin demanded. He destroyed my martial soul. Lei Hung replied, seething with rage. What? A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. An eerie silence enveloped the room, broken only by the tumultuous sounds of the fog swirling around Lei Nuo, accompanied by the whispering winds. At that moment, the hearts of those present surged like a tempest, as none could fathom that the 9th Prince Thunder Scorpion martial soul would be so effortlessly obliterated by Lei Nuo. It was crucial to note that Lei Nuo's cultivation level fell significantly short of Lei Hung's. Moreover, a martial soul is the very foundation of a warrior's training. Every practitioner forges their martial soul through rigorous cultivation, rendering it incredibly resilient. It is nearly impossible to eradicate it unless one's strength vastly surpasses that of its master. Truly, he was exceedingly powerful. 6th brother, kill him for me, kill him. Rage and venom filled Lei Hung's eyes as he shouted at Lei Nuo. The Lei Scorpion martial spirit was intricately linked to his psyche. Thus, its destruction inflicted a grievous wound upon his soul. Unlike physical injuries, the restoration of a damaged soul is a formidable challenge. Generally, in the Nuo Empire, even the finest elixirs for soul healing require a month for the injured to recuperate. This implies that Lei Hong would be rendered incapacitated for at least that duration. Furthermore, the destruction of his martial spirit necessitates the gathering of numerous rare and precious materials to reform it, which is evidently a considerable financial burden. With both injury and the loss of his martial spirit, coupled with the exorbitant costs required for recovery, how could Lei Hong not be enraged? The sixth prince, Lei Zhen, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dense mist. Though Lei Nuo was obscured from view, an instinctive dread told him of the formidable presence that Lei Nuo embodied. Yet, he did not retreat. He chose to observe the unfolding events with quiet anticipation. Sixth brother, why are you dawdling? Hurry and help me kill him. Lei Hong, witnessing Lei Zhen's indifference, felt a surge of fury, his tone becoming increasingly abrasive and irritable. Silence. Lei Zhen, growing impatient, retorted sharply. I do not require your instruction on what to do. Lei Hong was left speechless, his anger boiling beneath the surface, yet he dared not voice it. The sixth prince, in terms of both strength and lineage, surpassed him significantly, considering that even a crown prince had fallen victim to his machinations. The consequences of offending him were all too apparent. Chapter 10. Bloodline Talent. What a spectacle of dogs biting dogs, Lei Nuo's mocking voice echoed. At that moment, the mist dissipated, revealing Lei Nuo's figure. Still as disheveled and feeble as ever, he resembled a terminally ill scholar, yet his face bore an expression of defiance. You worthless wretch, your bones may be tough, but I shall see just how long you can maintain such bravado. Worthless? That title now suits you perfectly, Lei Nuo scoffed. Suddenly, his tone turned icy. Old Lu, you and old Jiao have harmed my brother. Today, we shall settle both new and old grievances. At that moment, a thick fog enveloped him once more, swirling violently, causing the furniture within the room to shatter spontaneously. Wretch, since you seek death, I shall oblige you. Lei Zhen's fury was uncontainable. In a bid to exact a severe punishment on Lei Nuo, he summoned his martial soul without hesitation. A thunderous roar erupted, as a formidable earth-toned tiger materialized above Lei Zhen's head. The tiger's eyes glimmered with shades of blue and green, its fangs gleaming like swords, radiating a chilling aura. This was the 9th rank of the Xian level, the Earth Gang Tiger Martial Soul. This martial soul primarily augments one's defensive capabilities, yet its lethality cannot be underestimated. With both defense and offense, the benefits bestowed by the Earth Gang Tiger Martial Soul are indeed formidable. Fiery Tiger Roar. The Earth Gang Tiger unleashed a roar that resonated like a tangible sound wave, piercingly sharp, capable of penetrating flesh and striking at the very soul. Unlike Lei Hong, Lei Zhen had already reached the soul transformation realm, rendering him far superior. 10 Lei Hongs would be no match for him. Those words specifically detailed the functions of the healing technique and its application. This is truly a bloodline talent. I possess a bloodline talent. Lei Nuo was taken aback, astonished. Bloodline talent is a uniquely alternative form of martial inheritance, one that cannot be documented or inscribed. It can only be cultivated by those possessing a specific bloodline. The exact number of bloodline talents remains elusive, yet undoubtedly, each is formidable in its own right. They manifest as the strength of the bloodline bearer increases. Generally speaking, such martial arts are derived from races beyond the continent. To prevent the leakage of their powerful techniques, these races perpetuate their legacy through bloodline inheritance. In his past life as a top-tier powerhouse of the spirit martial continent, he was privy to many secrets unknown to others. From his understanding, there exist numerous realms akin to the spirit martial continent, some larger, some smaller, teeming in abundance. Thus, the outside world is home to many extraordinary practitioners. Raynor suspected that his bloodline was exceptional, yet he never anticipated that it would be one possessed by warriors from beyond the continent. In that moment, he realized that his mother was not of this land at all. Nevertheless, this revelation was a tremendous boon. offering him the potential to strengthen himself and venture further along the path of martial arts. He suppressed the excitement swelling within him. Mother. At this instant, he felt an inexplicable intuition that his mother, Awang, had not perished. I must uncover the truth regarding the mysterious circumstances of her demise. He had harbored suspicions for a long time. However, lacking power and connections during his decline, he was utterly incapable of investigation. Yet now, the situation had transformed. With this extraordinary bloodline, as long as he grew stronger, he could unlock even more powerful bloodline talents. Naturally, his strength would amplify correspondingly. The art of healing could bestow immense restorative capabilities. Raynor was overwhelmed with a blend of joy and excitement. This healing technique is indeed a remarkable asset. Imagine, during a battle against others, simultaneously recovering from one's injuries. What a tremendous advantage that would confer. Given the formidable strength of my bloodline power, why not attempt to awaken my martial soul? A thought sparked in Raynor's mind. Immediately, he summoned his bloodline energy and directed it toward the martial soul residing within his dantian, surging forth with fervor. Concurrently, he activated the healing technique to mend his own wounds. At that moment, a misty, purple-golden aura coalesced into the form of a long sword, striking fiercely against the ethereal representation of his martial soul. The moment the luminous blade made contact, it poured its essence into the soul, and Raynor felt a violent tremor emanating from it, a force of indescribable magnitude erupting forth. Success! Raynor's eyes gleamed with excitement. A thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry reverberated through the air. Following that, the ethereal figure solidified, revealing its true form. What is this? Raynor stared in disbelief. Chapter 11. The Terrifying Martial Soul. Before him stood a vividly lifelike, yet undeniably imposing purple-golden dragon claw, a stark departure from his expectations. In his previous life, his martial soul had manifested as a complete fire dragon. Yet now, he beheld merely a purple-golden claw and foreleg. Furthermore, the coloration was amiss. The fire dragon had been a brilliant crimson. Could it be that the martial soul had undergone a mutation? Raynor scrutinized the purple-golden claw, sensing within it a potent strength and an ancient aura. It seems my bloodline power is limited, allowing only a portion of the martial soul to awaken. With only a single dragon claw, this martial spirit was entirely foreign to him. In his previous life, he had traversed the world for many years, amassing a wealth of experience and having heard numerous extraordinary tales. If this dragon claw martial spirit truly existed, he would undoubtedly have known of it. Yet, its absence suggested that what he witnessed at this moment might merely be a fragment of its true form. The thought sent a shiver down Reno's spine. The power of his bloodline was formidable, yet it could only manifest partially. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of strength required for its complete revelation. Naturally, this also implied that the might bestowed by the martial spirit was equally terrifying. There was no time to dwell on such matters. He resolved to confront the immediate challenge first. Without hesitation, Reno prepared to unleash this peculiar martial spirit. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar erupted from within him, followed by the emergence of a purple-golden dragon claw that pierced through the air. It shot forth from the dense mist with a swiftness that was almost blinding, descending upon the sixth prince, Lei Nuo, like a mountain collapsing. Strangely enough, once the purple-golden claw appeared, the sound waves generated by the fierce tiger's roar were rendered ineffective. How could this be? Lei Nuo could hardly believe it. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the purple-golden claw forced him into immediate action, compelling him to defend himself. The earth trembled in response. The earth tiger roared once more, its voice like thunder, and the ground erupted as soil surged upward like a curtain of beads. Subsequently, the earth tiger coiled its body, forming a radiant shield-like barrier at a visibly accelerated pace. This luminous shield appeared almost tangible, crystalline, and translucent. Thud! The golden dragon claw struck against the earthy-hued light shield, which, despite its seemingly formidable nature, shattered instantly upon impact. With a resounding thud, like Lei Heng, the destruction of the shield sent Lei Nuo reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. The golden dragon claw pressed forward relentlessly, instilling terror in Han Chi and his companions, who screamed and fled in panic. However, the sheer size of the claw, comparable to a door, coupled with its swift movement, ensnared them before they could mount a counterattack or even utter a cry. In a brutal grip, the claw crushed them, blood spraying forth, rendering the scene horrifying in its intensity. With a thunderous roar, Lei Hung witnessed this harrowing spectacle, his heart gripped by fear, and he fled in a desperate bid for survival, his courage evaporating in an instant. Suddenly, the golden dragon claw disintegrated into a flurry of radiant fragments, gradually vanishing into the ether. Simultaneously, the dense mist enveloping Reno dissipated, revealing his figure. His hair was disheveled, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath shallow, resembling a man on the brink of death. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that had his physical strength been up to par, he would have ensured his adversary could not leave this place alive. With a resigned sigh, he hurriedly administered a returning essence pill to Zhou He, recognizing the grave extent of his injuries. Without the pill, his demise was all but certain. After administering the medicine, Reno, depleted of strength, finally collapsed onto the ground. The room once again descended into silence. Chapter 12. The art of healing. Reno opened his eyes to find himself lying on a bed. Tilting his head to glance around the room, he observed that everything was meticulously arranged and dust-free, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Zhou He was untroubled. Ever since his fall from grace, no one had tended to his quarters except Zhou He. A sharp pain shot through him as he shifted, causing him to involuntarily gasp in distress. The thought of his bloodline talent stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He promptly settled into a meditative position and invoked the healing technique. To his astonishment, as the healing spell took effect, he noticed his blood transforming back into a deep violet hue. Moreover, tiny green particles began to emanate from his blood, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, converging towards his wound. Upon contact with the injury, they adhered to it, their green luminescence intensifying before swiftly penetrating the flesh. Rapidly, the wound began to mend, healing at an astonishing rate. The potency of this healing technique was nothing short of extraordinary. He was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries. Without at least half a month's time, recovery would be implausible. Yet, with the aid of this technique, he could nearly restore himself in mere days. It was evident that, when facing an opponent of comparable strength, the advantage conferred by the healing technique could prove invaluable, perhaps even life-saving. He continued to employ the healing art, while simultaneously channeling energy to draw upon the spiritual essence of the universe to replenish his stamina and vital energy. To his utter astonishment, he discovered that the rate at which he was absorbing this spiritual energy was 3 times that of his usual capacity. My heavens! What kind of bloodline have I acquired to possess such extraordinary capabilities? A profound sense of shock and exhilaration flooded through Reynolds. It is evident that this matter pertains to one's own lineage, for the only changes occurring within him are related to his martial spirit and bloodline. Had the martial spirit possessed such an effect, he would have sensed it upon its activation. Thus, it must be the bloodline. The emergence of the innate healing technique associated with his bloodline further solidified his belief in his mother's extraordinary heritage. Suppressing the tumult within, he continued to cultivate and practice the healing technique. As time elapsed, Raynor soon discovered that when his physical energy and vital essence were replenished, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy gradually returned to its usual pace. Raynor's healing efforts persisted until dusk, when the sun began to set, casting a more enchanting glow upon the splendid palace. He felt an overwhelming hunger, akin to that of one who had not eaten for an extended period. At that moment, Zhou He knocked and entered. Upon realizing Raynor had awakened, a look of joy immediately illuminated his face. "Your Highness, you are awake. How wonderful!" Zhou He exclaimed. "Are you all right now?" Raynor inquired. "I am fine, but what about you? You have been in a coma for 3 days and nights. Had you not still been breathing, I would have truly feared the worst." "I was unconscious for such an extended time," Raynor remarked. "Zhou He, I am well, but I find myself exceedingly hungry." Is there any food available? The kitchen staff has yet to arrive, Zhou replied, glancing at the sky. However, it seems nearly time. I shall go to the kitchen myself. Rainer could hardly contain himself. The hunger was unbearable. Your Highness, you mustn't. Zhou's expression changed dramatically as he immediately interposed himself. You know that the head of the imperial kitchen, Lei Nuo, is affiliated with the 8th prince. It is utterly impossible for him to provide you with food. If things go awry, it may even jeopardize the crown prince. Jeopardize me? Rainer's eyes sparkled with cold disdain. How could he possibly be worthy of such a concern? At this moment, he was no longer the same as before, endowed with a noble lineage. Gifted with a martial soul, and enriched by a wealth of combat experience from a past life, his growth surpassed that of any prince or princess. While Lei Nuo possessed a modicum of strength, Rainer was confident that eliminating him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Your Highness, do not act impulsively. That fellow has awakened the flying crane martial soul and reached the 3rd tier of the awakening realm. The 3rd tier? Rainer scoffed. Even at the 5th tier, I could still crush his throat. He sidestepped Zhou and strode forward with purpose. At this moment, his confidence surged, and the resentment he had harbored for so long erupted in a torrent. How could a crown prince, a peerless powerhouse, be deprived of sustenance? The indignation boiled within him. These despicable eunuchs shall witness the might of Rainer today. Rainer approached the imperial kitchen with a sense of familiarity. His speed was remarkable, though each stride appeared unhurried. He covered 2 meters with each step. When did the crown prince become so formidable? Zhou followed closely behind, unable to keep pace, astonished by the transformation. He felt an innate joy at Rainer's newfound strength. Chapter 13. Dominance. Upon reaching the entrance of the imperial kitchen, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted into Rainer's nostrils, igniting an insatiable hunger within him. The allure of the meal intensified. At the door stood 2 armored guards, tasked with safeguarding the kitchen. They all recognized Rainer, and thus couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. How could this worthless prince possibly be here? However, they did not dwell on it for long. Rather, a thrill coursed through them at the prospect of bullying a prince, an opportunity not easily afforded. They exchanged glances, a smirk playing on their lips, and approached him. The 2 intercepted Rainer, and one of them, with a sinister grin, remarked, Prince, oh, I forgot you have been deposed. What brings you here? This place is certainly not meant for you. The other joined in the mockery. You would do well to step aside, or the consequences shall be dire. Rainer's voice was devoid of warmth. At his words, their smiles faltered, replaced by a chilling glare. The crown prince speaks with such arrogance. It seems he has made some progress in his cultivation. We have come to spar a few moves, one of them retorted coldly. You are a fool to think you are worthy. Rainer scoffed. What did you say? They were incensed by his disdainful words. Even a clay figure would have some fire left, let alone a human. Rainer's arrogance ignited their fury. Attack. The 2 closed in on him, one in front and the other behind, launching their assault. Rainer's gaze turned frigid as he channeled his vital energy, causing his body temperature to rise dramatically. In an instant, one of his adversaries threw a punch. Rainer, having already discerned the trajectory of the attack, deftly evaded by leaning aside, and with a forceful strike of his own, he unleashed a blow powered by his condensed vital energy. The impact sent the assailant reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as he was hurled backward, crashing through the door of the imperial kitchen. Witnessing this, the other was consumed by fury and lunged at Rainer with a drawn sword. Rainer remained unflinching, transforming his right fist into an open palm, and with a speed that seemed to defy belief, he grasped the long sword with a swift motion. Instantly, he had captured the blade. The individual, witnessing Rainer's astonishing feat of seizing his sword, was engulfed in profound shock and fear. He never anticipated that Rainer possessed such formidable prowess. Straining with all his might, he attempted to withdraw the sword, yet Rainer's grip was akin to a vice, unyielding and relentless, rendering his efforts futile. To wield a sword against Rainer was nothing short of an affront to the weapon itself. Rainer executed a powerful kick, sending the assailant hurtling through the air, the sword slipping from his grasp. Seizing the hilt of the sword, Reno infused it with his vital energy, causing the blade to glow a fiery red, emanating a terrifying aura. With a swift motion, he unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that raced along the ground, cleaving a soldier who was about to land into two, blood spraying in every direction. A nearby soldier, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, let out a terrified scream and fled in panic. However, as he took flight, Reno hurled the sword from his hand, embedding it into the man's throat, extinguishing his life entirely. In his final moments, the soldier's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly astonished that Reno surpassed his wildest expectations of strength. Just then, Johi arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the two soldiers lifeless before Reno, he stood in stunned silence, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. He had never imagined that the prince, who had only just awakened today, could possess such extraordinary capabilities. It is important to note that both soldiers are practitioners at the 7th level of the Fury Realm. Although Reno has reached the 9th level of the Fury Realm, his spirit has waned following the Queen's demise. Severely injured by several princes, he has been unable to recover his essence, leaving him vulnerable to defeat even by the most basic practitioners of the 1st level of the Fury Realm. However, to everyone's astonishment, he effortlessly overcame and slayed both adversaries. What on earth transpired with the prince? Chapter 14. Hai Rui. The commotion outside inevitably stirred those within the imperial kitchen. Upon witnessing Reno dispatch the two soldiers, fear gripped them all. Their cultivation was modest, at most reaching the 9th level of the Fury Realm, as the palace's elite warriors had attained the state of fasting, consuming only heavenly materials and miraculous elixirs. Consequently, the chefs in the imperial kitchen were not required to prepare meals for them, but rather for those palace denizens whose abilities had not yet reached the fasting stage. For these individuals, ordinary food sufficed, although it far surpassed the fare of common households. Naturally, if a chef were too skilled, it would be a waste of talent, and few would be inclined to such positions. Ignoring the terrified gazes of those around him, Reno hurriedly entered a room, ravenously consuming whatever he could find. He devoured his meal with an insatiable appetite, astonishing others as he consumed nearly the equivalent of 10 people's portions within a mere 10 minutes, and still appeared unsatisfied. After half an hour, Reno finally felt satiated and turned to Johi, saying, "Johi, please fetch the spatial rings of those two servants." Johi nodded and dashed outside, removing the spatial ring from both individuals and handing it to Reno. The spatial ring, a remarkable artifact endowed with a certain degree of space, can be utilized for storage, with some of the more formidable ones capable of containing living beings. His mental energy emanated from the center of his mind, transforming into a translucent spiral that effortlessly shattered the soul imprint within the ring, replacing it with his own. With a whoosh, Reno utilized the spatial ring to gather all consumables from the vicinity before departing with him. Within a brothel in Tianluo City, a man was engaged in a passionate encounter with a woman, their bare bodies entwined. Haha, the 8th Prince Yunchang is indeed formidable. He has truly brought me a treasure, remarked one. I say, little Yun, do you wish to court death by disrupting my enjoyment? Retorted Hai Rui. My lord, had it not been for an urgent matter, I would never dare disturb your pleasure, little Yun quickly explained. Well then, speak swiftly, Hai Rui replied with impatience. It is this. The first Prince Reno has slain the guards of the royal kitchen. Hai Rui, being a subordinate of the 8th prince, remembered how the crown prince had previously offended him. This time, he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Johi wore a look of concern. Aware that the palace was a web of intricate power dynamics, where a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction, he feared not for his own life, but rather for the crown prince's safety. Has he not sought trouble with me before? Reno scoffed. Rest assured, my audacity in this matter means I fear no repercussions. Should they be foolish enough to provoke me, I shall impart upon them an unforgettable lesson. Upon hearing these words, Johi found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he could perceive the prince's compelling aura of self-assurance and the conviction that he was destined for greatness. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of belief in him. Reflecting on recent events, he recognized that the prince had undergone a profound transformation, a complete metamorphosis. Chapter 15. Breakthrough of Realms. After closing the door, Reno settled into meditation. As he commenced the practice of the dragon flame technique, he made a remarkable discovery. He sensed an unusual surge in his vital energy. Although the increase was modest, it did not escape his keen awareness. Could it be a result of the food he had consumed? A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to introspect. Soon, through meticulous observation, he indeed discovered that the food within his stomach was gradually being converted into vital energy. A portion of it surged into the mud pill palace in his mind, while another part traversed through every corner of his body, eventually merging with his flesh and blood, thereby fortifying him progressively. As moments ticked by, though the quantity of food was considerable, its digestion occurred swiftly. At this juncture, the food had been entirely decomposed, with most of it transformed into vital energy. It appeared that my sudden onset of hunger must be connected to the healing arts, Reno mused. For the first time, he felt an intense hunger, accompanied by an insatiable appetite. From what he understood, those who possessed a great need for sustenance were often individuals of formidable physical strength. They prioritized the cultivation of their bodies, striving to transcend the limits of their physical forms, aspiring to attain sanctity through their corporeal vessels. The path of physical cultivation was arduous, yet each breakthrough promised to yield immense power. Due to their exhaustive exertion during each training session, which severely strains their physical bodies, it becomes essential for them to replenish with food or elixirs rich in vital energy. Reno, whether in his previous life or prior to the awakening of his memories, was never a cultivator of the body. Yet, he finds himself experiencing an unprecedented craving for sustenance, coupled with an astonishing appetite. This can only be attributed to one explanation: bloodline. He has now come to realize that he indeed possesses a unique bloodline. The bloodline is fundamentally intertwined with the physical form. The stronger the bloodline, the more robust the body. In other words, nourishing the body is also a means of fortifying the bloodline. Moreover, the art of healing is a gift derived from the bloodline. He had just employed this healing technique, yet felt an overwhelming hunger, clearly indicating a significant connection between the two. As he continued to comprehend the healing art, he soon confirmed that utilizing it depletes both physical stamina and vital energy. As time swiftly passed, Reno's blood surged like boiling water. His entire being flushed crimson and drenched in perspiration, while a faint purplish-blue aura emanated from him. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the world erupted violently, converging towards Reno in a swirling tempest. The accumulation of this energy intensified, forming a spiraling vortex. In that moment, Reno resembled an insatiable abyss, every part of him acting as a black hole, relentlessly drawing in the energy from the tempest. His energy sea, akin to a vast ocean amidst a stormy night, roiled with ferocious waves that surged tumultuously. The spiritual energy flowed into his body, transforming into true energy, which was then infused into the energy sea. As the true energy continued to swell, the capacity of the energy sea reached its zenith, threatening to overflow with this newfound vitality. In truth, this is the process through which a martial artist breaks through their boundaries. The Chi Sea serves as the dwelling place for the true energy acquired through martial arts techniques or rare natural treasures. Although the Chi Sea appears to be no larger than 2 palms, its capacity gradually expands with the martial artist's ascension and cultivation. Crack. After half an hour, the sound akin to an egg cracking resonated from the Chi Sea. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from Reno, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. Whoosh. Reno's eyes suddenly radiated a piercing brilliance akin to that of a sword. Haha, I have finally broken through, Reno exclaimed joyfully within. Remarkably, he had not anticipated that by consuming an abundance of food and utilizing healing techniques, he not only healed his injuries, but also transcended to the opening spirit realm. Initially, he believed that due to his frail condition, achieving this through personal cultivation would take at least 10 days. However, with the aid of healing techniques, he accomplished it in just 1 day. The mere thought of this left Reno profoundly astonished by the efficacy of healing arts. Now that he had reached the opening spirit realm, The demand for spiritual herbs became increasingly critical. He required funds, for without money, acquiring these precious herbs would prove challenging. Spiritual herbs are essential for nurturing one's martial soul, enhancing cultivation, and healing injuries. He must devise a means to procure some money. Currently, he saw only two viable options. The first was to sell his martial arts skills, while the second involved hunting magical beasts in the mountains. However, both methods presented complications. He was no longer a prince, lacking the privilege to freely enter and exit the royal palace. Furthermore, he was without the emperor's bestowed token. Within the palace walls, he regarded the surroundings with indifference. Yet at present, he found himself outmatched by the local experts. Thus, a strategy to exit was imperative. Currently, being expelled from the palace was not an immediate concern. He could afford to wait until the imperial edict was in hand, allowing for his departure. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching swiftly. Chapter 16. Seeking justice. Lei Nuo opened the door and happened upon Zhou He, who had rushed to the steps. "What is it?" Lei Nuo inquired. "It's bad, Your Highness." Zhou He's expression was fraught with urgency. "Hairui has come looking for you. What should we do? Has he finally arrived?" A faint, cold smile graced Lei Nuo's lips. He possessed a certain understanding of Hairui. Prior to his breakthrough, he had deemed it rather troublesome to confront Hairui. For the disparity in power between the violent Qi realm and the opening spirit realm was considerable. He could only rely on his extensive combat experience from his past life and the myriad esoteric martial arts to compensate. Such an approach, however, would be quite taxing. Yet now, the situation was different. Lei Nuo had ascended to the opening spirit realm. Though they both belonged to the same realm, Lei Nuo's memories from his previous life endowed him with combat prowess that far surpassed that of Hairui. In a confrontation, the latter would merely be subjected to the ground beneath him. "Your Highness," Zhou He gazed at Lei Nuo in astonishment. The prince's demeanor betrayed no fear. Rather, it exuded a sense of disdain. He could not fathom the source of the prince's confidence. Lei Nuo patted his shoulder and replied with an air of ease, "Do not worry. Today, I shall teach these ungrateful lackeys a lesson. Let us proceed." As Hairui entered with 3 eunuchs, his gaze fell upon Lei Nuo, icy and filled with malice. The imperial kitchen is under his management, and ever since Renaud caused a ruckus there, many have relished in his misfortune. Renaud, the one who had slain him. Was this not a blatant affront to his dignity? Were it any other prince, he might have swallowed his pride, but this particular crown prince was a mere puppet. Lacking any substantial backing, such an insult was intolerable. "Crown Prince, how dare you cause a disturbance on my territory yesterday? Are you seeking your own demise?" Hairui exclaimed, his voice brimming with authority. "Your territory?" Renaud scoffed. "Under heaven, all land belongs to the sovereign, and all territories are under the dominion of the royal family of Tianlu. When did this become your domain? Hairui, you possess a remarkable audacity to utter such grandiose claims. Do you aspire to incite rebellion?" Upon hearing this, Hairui's countenance abruptly shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he inwardly cursed his own indiscretion. Such words constituted grave disrespect, punishable by severe penalties. However, he remained unperturbed. Firstly, Renaud was utterly ineffectual and had fallen from grace. Secondly, he had the support of the 8th prince, one of the few among the royal offspring favored by the emperor. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am unwaveringly loyal to the royal family of Tianlu. How could I possibly rebel?" Hairui retorted immediately. "It is you who has slain the guard of the imperial kitchen. According to the law, you ought to receive 50 lashes. By the law, a mere servant daring to transgress against his superior should face execution." Renaud smirked. "Hairui, even if I have lost favor, I am still a prince. Your blatant disrespect towards me constitutes an act of treason, and thus, you deserve death." By the end of his words, Renaud's tone had grown icy and piercing. Upon hearing this, Hairui burst into laughter. "Renaud, the only reason I address you as prince is out of respect. Do you still believe you are the formidable crown prince of a decade ago? You must comprehend that now you are merely a useless individual who cannot awaken a martial soul. As long as I do not kill you, I can do as I please. Do you think anyone would come to your aid? Your true nature is finally revealed." Renaud scoffed. Hairui, Infuriated, retorted, "Dare you insult me?" Renaud sneered, "Not only shall I insult you, but today I shall ensure you are utterly rendered useless." As soon as the words left his lips, Renaud's body surged forward, heedless of his own peril. Hai Rui continued to smirk, filled with disdain. In his eyes, it was ludicrous for someone at the violent Qi realm to challenge another at the spirit awakening realm. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. A clear underestimation of his abilities. Renaud's audacity to confront him was a path to his own demise. At the same time, a sense of delight filled Hai Rui's heart. Renaud's offensive move played directly into his hands. Thus, should he leave Renaud severely injured, it would be easy to claim that the Crown Prince had attacked him first, and he had merely acted in self-defense. Given Renaud's current predicament, no one would rise to defend him. In the end, he would be left in silence, unable to voice his grievances. With a surge of true energy, a hazy blue aura enveloped Hai Rui's form. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike. Observing this, Renaud chuckled coldly, recognizing Hai Rui's arrogance in utilizing only 50% of his strength. However, this would only lead to greater repercussions for him. With a flash, Renaud's right fist crackled with electricity. The moment their fists collided, a thunderous explosion echoed. Hai Rui was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were rendered speechless, unable to fathom how the seemingly frail and destitute individual had transformed into such a formidable force. To their astonishment, the third-level spiritual realm expert, Hai Rui, found himself utterly outmatched in a single blow. The Crown Prince, Zhou He, was awash with a mix of delight and disbelief. At that moment, Hai Rui crashed heavily to the ground, only to be swiftly assisted by three others. "Get away," he bellowed in fury, shaking off their support. "You ignorant fools, do you think you can stand against me?" Renaud scoffed derisively. "You little wretch, that was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. Do not let it go to your head. Soon, you shall witness my true prowess." Infuriated, Hai Rui summoned a massive sword, adorned with 9 iron rings at its hilt. Infusing it with his vital energy, the 9-ringed sword radiated a striking azure hue, unleashing a wave of energy that caused the ground to tremble and crack. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the air, sending a torrent of energy hurtling toward Renaud. "Humph," Renaud retorted with a cold smile. He conjured a longsword, channeling his own vital energy to unleash a counterattack. The two blades of energy collided with a resounding clash, and in an instant, Renaud's sword energy sliced through Hai Rui's attack, continuing its relentless pursuit. "What?" Hai Rui's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Renaud had grown this powerful. In that moment, he comprehended that Renaud was no longer the same adversary he once faced. Yet, the fierce momentum emanating from Renaud's sword left him feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Hastily, he erected a defensive barrier. However, the sword energy was merciless, shattering his defenses and sending Hai Rui hurtling through the air. This spectacle left the surrounding crowd in utter shock. Take advantage of his weakness and seize the opportunity. Renaud would not grant him the opportunity to retaliate. In a flash, Renaud's figure vanished, his speed astonishing and terrifying. The sudden turn of events left Hai Rui utterly astounded. In the next moment, Renaud reappeared behind him. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword upward from under Hai Rui's ribs, the blade sharp beyond measure, instantly severing his right arm. As his arm fell away, blood gushed forth, and Hai Rui emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet, Renaud followed up with a powerful kick to Hai Rui's groin. Crack! The very essence of his manhood, which had only just begun to recover, was shattered once more. Hai Rui's face turned a deep shade of purple, and the force of the kick sent him sprawling. Hai Rui, half-turned, gazed at Renaud in sheer terror. He had not anticipated such formidable strength, nor the mercilessness of his assault. Renaud coolly remarked, "I promise to render you a useless being." He then cast a dispassionate glance at the remaining 3, stating, "If you do not leave now, I assure you, you will regret it for the rest of your lives." The others, upon hearing this, were nearly paralyzed with fear and hastily fled. "Renaud, for treating me this way, The eighth prince will surely not let you off easily. Hai Rui gritted through the pain, his voice filled with indignation. Let him come. The defeated foe from 3 years ago shall never catch up to my pace. Renault retorted with confidence. Such bravado, Hai Rui scoffed. You ought to reflect on your own worth, at this point. The eighth prince could extinguish your life as easily as squashing an ant. Unfazed, Renault replied, I know not what you speak of. But I am certain that taking your life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Hai Rui's expression changed dramatically. I am the chief steward of the imperial kitchen. You cannot kill me. Lei Nuo scoffed, a mere eunuch? I could easily dispose of you. Do you truly believe the emperor would punish his own flesh and blood for the death of a servant? Hai Rui's face paled once more. Lei Nuo's words rang true. The emperor would not enact severe punishment for the demise of a eunuch. What do you intend to do? Lei Nuo replied with a smile. Today, fortune favors you. I am in a good mood. Leave the spatial ring, and you may depart. Hai Rui felt a surge of indignation. That spatial ring was his entire fortune, and relinquishing it would leave him destitute. Yet, he had no choice but to comply, unless he wished to forfeit his life. Chapter 18. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Here. Hai Rui tossed the spatial ring to Lei Nuo. Begone. Gritting his teeth, Hai Rui warned, you will regret crossing me. He bore the pain and gradually faded from Lei Nuo's sight. Your Highness, I never imagined your prowess was so formidable that even Hai Rui was no match for you. Zhou marveled. Lei Nuo smiled. I was merely fortunate. He then turned and departed. Zhou remained in place, watching the prince's retreating figure, feeling an air of mystery envelop him. He did not believe Lei Nuo's words, yet understood that the latter was unwilling to elaborate, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Alone in his chamber, Lei Nuo eagerly opened Hai Rui's spatial ring and rummaged through its contents. This is it. Lei Nuo's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the golden waist token in his hand, filled with joy. It turned out that this token served as a pass for leaving the palace. Upon hearing that Hai Rui was seeking trouble with him, Renault resolutely decided to seize the waist token from him. He understood that as the chief steward of the imperial kitchen, Hai Rui was required to venture outside the palace daily to procure supplies. Thus he must possess a waist token for exiting the palace. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a considerable number of elixirs within Hai Rui's spatial ring. For Renault, who was in dire need of spiritual herbs, this was undoubtedly fortuitous news. Truly, heaven assists the prepared, he thought with glee. In high spirits, Renault promptly extracted the elixirs and consumed them, intent on utilizing their potency to transcend his cultivation level. While many might find it challenging to achieve consecutive breakthroughs, for Renault, it was a task of relative ease. After all, he was a reincarnated soul, and his current cultivation was akin to retracing the steps of his past life, resulting in a significantly accelerated pace. As Renault activated the dragon flame technique, his entire being was suddenly enveloped in violet-blue flames, the intensity of which was terrifyingly high. Yet, the furnishings within the room remained unscathed. The previously calmed energy sea-roiled once more, as if an ethereal dragon were swimming within. The aura surrounding Renault continually intensified as time elapsed. With a crack, the energy sea underwent another transformation, its volume expanding. Renault broke through to the spiritual awakening realm, achieving the second layer. He did not pause, but continued his practice. After 2 hours, with another crack, he broke through again, reaching the third layer. He yearned for further advancement. However, the elixirs were insufficient, forcing him to halt. Nevertheless, achieving 3 minor realms in a single day filled him with considerable satisfaction. In a different chamber, Hai Rui sat upon the bed, blood pooling between his legs. His countenance was dark, filled with an intense fury. Cursed be it, the 8th prince is actually in secluded cultivation. Today, he intended to seek the 8th prince's assistance. Yet he did not anticipate that the latter would be engrossed in his training. You little wretch, consider yourself fortunate this time. You shall live a few more days. But once the 8th prince emerges, it will be your end. He spoke with malevolence. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? My lord. I have brought the woman you requested, came a thin voice from outside. Upon hearing the mention of a woman, Hai Rui felt a surge of anger. He had just regained his vitality, and not long after, he had suffered a grievous setback. His hatred for Reno boiled within him. "You bastard, get lost at once." The eunuch outside was taken aback and hurriedly retreated with the black bag, cursing inwardly, "You will pay for this. I shall make you regret it." The following day, at the crack of dawn, Reno received an imperial decree ordering him to leave the palace. This was precisely what he desired. Though the palace was vast and filled with people, it lacked any warmth. He departed with Zhou, making their way to Tianlu Villa, spanning several acres. The villa was spacious and set in a picturesque environment, with no other residences within a 5-mile radius, accompanied by a dozen servants. After a brief interaction with the servants, Reno took his leave. He wandered through Tianluo City, eventually coming to a halt at Lingbao Pavilion. He found a secluded corner, donned in new attire, concealed his face with a mask, and cloaked himself in black. Upon entering the establishment, he was immediately enveloped by a lively atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, a server approached him. "Sir, may I inquire what you require?" Reno's voice became hoarse and gruff, resembling that of an elderly man. "I wish to speak with your manager." The server looked at him in astonishment. What is the true identity of this individual? Upon entering, he immediately requested to see the esteemed manager. However, recognizing the adage that the customer is king, he felt compelled to withhold any further commentary, responding with a polite smile, "Please wait a moment, sir. I shall fetch the manager." Renown nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 19. The sale of the shadowless sword. The noblewoman turned, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty before Renown. Her skin was as pale as snow, complemented by a delicately shaped oval face, with elegantly arched brows. A small beauty mark graced the corner of her mouth, yet it did little to diminish her allure. "Is it the gentleman who wishes to see me?" Shenruxue inquired with a charming smile. Renown nodded once more. "May I inquire your surname, sir, and the purpose of your visit?" "I am Lei Hao, here at Lingbao Pavilion to discuss business," Renown replied with a smile. "Discuss business?" Shenruxue chuckled lightly. "Please, take a seat, Mr. Lei. Servants, bring tea." The two took their seats across from each other. No sooner had they settled than two maidens presented them with fragrant tea. "May I ask what kind of business you wish to engage in?" Renown preferred to avoid unnecessary delays. He produced a piece of paper, stating, "This is a medium-level shadowless sword from the spirit realm, and I intend to auction it." "Medium level?" Shenruxue was taken aback. In martial arts, there are 5 tiers: divine, sacred, earth, spirit, and profound. The Tianluo Empire, being a modest nation, finds martial arts above the medium spirit level to be quite rare. Thus, upon witnessing Renown present such a skill for auction, she was momentarily startled. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise, for she was aware that such occurrences were not entirely uncommon. In her eyes, those who sought to sell such martial arts typically obtained them through nefarious means or from secretive, desolate caves. Regardless of the reason, she remained indifferent, though taken aback. Her expression betrayed none of her surprise as she smiled and said, "I require our appraiser for authentication. I understand the rules. Everything shall proceed according to your regulations." Reno had not heard any words, yet he keenly discerned a fleeting look of astonishment in Shenruxue's eyes, which greatly reassured him. It appeared that the Lingbao Pavilion still had individuals capable of discerning value. The shadowless sword was, in fact, a superior martial art of the earth rank. However, he had no intention of auctioning it. A spirit-level martial art was already exceedingly rare in the Tianluo Empire, and the emergence of an earth-level martial art would undoubtedly cause a considerable stir. Reno wished to avoid drawing excessive attention, as it would complicate his endeavors. At present, he only presented a simplified version of the technique, yet its potency was not to be underestimated. If Shenruxue were to realize that what she held was merely a simplified rendition of the shadowless sword, she would likely be taken aback. For the ability to simplify martial arts, especially those of earth rank, required at least the prowess of the Starry River realm. Shenruxue smiled at Reno and remarked, "Our appraiser has given an exceptionally high evaluation. We tentatively assess it at 700,000 gold coins." 700,000, Reno nodded, finding the price reasonable. "Mr. Reno, since you are here, Why not explore if there is anything that catches your fancy? You certainly know how to conduct business, Reno replied with a smile. Then I shall take a look. Zhang Yun, Shinrushua called. A slender man approached, the same attendant who had initially greeted Reno. Please escort this gentleman to the pavilion for a thorough inspection. Shinrushua instructed with great care, ensuring everything was attended to. Indeed, she affirmed. Turning to Mr. Lei, she continued, the auction commences in the evening. Thus the funds for the auction will have to wait until then. That's acceptable. You currently have 700,000 gold coins at your disposal. Understood. With that, Lei followed Zhang Yun out. Chapter 20. The bloodbath at Tianlu Villa. Lei accompanied Zhang Yun as they meandered through Lingbao Pavilion, ultimately spending 300,000 on an array of elixirs brimming with potent energy. He also procured a long sword known as the Demon Fire Sword, embedded with fire runes. Although he participated in the auction, nothing caught his eye. At this moment, as the auction concluded, Lei met Shinrushua once more. Your martial art. The Shadowless Sword fetched 1,200,000 gold coins at auction. After deducting a 5,000 coin service fee, and considering your purchases, you now possess 850,000. All on this gold card. Shinrushua produced a gold card, which Lei accepted. This card also served as a VIP card, offering a 20% discount along with various benefits. Lei nodded appreciatively. Excellent. It seems I shall have to frequent your establishment for my purchases henceforth. Shinrushua smiled warmly. You are always welcome. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Lei said, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. Shinrushua returned the gesture and instructed, someone, see Mr. Lei off. Yes. Lei followed the attendant as he departed. After his exit, a venerable elder with a white beard appeared behind Shinrushua. Uncle Lu, what is your opinion of this individual? Profoundly inscrutable, the elder replied, stroking his beard with a grave expression. Is he truly that formidable? Uncle Lu nodded, noting that you may have overlooked the fact that the ink on the parchment inscribed with martial arts principles had yet to dry. This indicates that the martial arts had only recently been penned. What? A look of shock spread across Shinrushua's fair and delicate visage. You must understand that the transcription of martial arts is a formidable task. Those above the spirit rank embody profound meanings and mysteries. To inscribe such knowledge requires considerable mastery, at least to the Nirvana realm. Nirvana realm. The astonishment on Shinrushua's face deepened. Such a formidable individual would be among the elite in the entire Tianlu Empire and its neighboring realms, possessing immeasurable strength. Could it be that this person is a master of the Nirvana realm? Shinrushua couldn't help but inquire. It is highly probable, Uncle Lu replied. Yet, one aspect remains perplexing. If he were indeed a master of the Nirvana realm, why would he auction martial arts? Logically, those of that caliber would be devoid of financial concerns. Uncertain. Should we investigate his background? Absolutely not. Uncle Lu regarded her with seriousness. We must refrain from probing into his past. Should we provoke him, it could spell catastrophic consequences for our Lingbao Pavilion. Rushua understood. As night fell, Rainer hastened towards Tianlu Mountain Manor. Upon his arrival, he was met with a suffocating stench of blood permeating the air. This alarming scent alerted him to the gravity of the situation at the manor. He rushed inside, only to find a gruesome scene of corpses strewn about, rivers of blood flowing. Zhou He. Rainer's heart raced with urgency. He searched desperately for Zhou He and ultimately found him beneath the old willow tree. In case of unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to leave this place swiftly. After all, Zhou He requires time to recuperate. Reinu, accompanying Zhou He, chose not to lodge at an inn in the city, but instead found refuge in a dilapidated temple. Logically, one would assume that Zhou He, being injured, would seek a place to heal. Thus, it is highly likely that adversaries might be dispatched to the inn or apothecary to conduct surveillance. The two settled down, and Reinu placed his palms on Zhou He's back, channeling his vital energy to aid in his recovery. He then produced food and devoured it ravenously. As the sustenance entered his body, it quickly transformed, infusing his organs with abundant vital essence, revitalizing him instantly. At that moment, he ceased his meditative practice and pondered the events of the night. Who seeks to take my life? He had numerous enemies. Yet 3 individuals stood out as the most probable candidates for the massacre at Tianlu Villa. Chapter 21. The Murderer. Concerns before long. Dawn broke. Zhou He, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, awoke at that moment. "Young man, you have finally regained consciousness," Lei Nuo remarked with a smile. "My lord," Zhou He exclaimed with joy, "it is truly wonderful that you are safe and sound." Lei Nuo patted his shoulder and inquired, "Who was responsible for this?" Zhou He clenched his teeth and replied, "It was the 9th prince." Lei Nuo's murderous intent surged. "How did you manage to escape such a perilous situation?" Zhou He explained, "I employed the tortoise absorption technique to feign death, thus evading disaster. However, these individuals are exceedingly ruthless. To ensure my demise, they inflicted several wounds upon me. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had previously taught me the hard body technique, allowing me to survive, albeit barely. I originally intended to seek you out. However, my injuries were too severe, rendering me unable to walk. In my helplessness, I could only hide among the treetops, where I eventually succumbed to unconsciousness." Rainer nodded, acknowledging, "You have done remarkably well. Yet I did not anticipate old Gio's treachery. He has committed such heinous acts. This debt shall not go unpaid. How do you feel now?" Zhou He concentrated, channeling his internal energy, and replied, "My lord, I have improved significantly. It is truly astonishing how swiftly I have recovered from such grave injuries." Rainer responded, "Naturally. I have aided you in this. Here, take these 3 fire essence pills. They will restore your injuries and enhance your cultivation." He produced 3 fiery red pills. Fire essence pills. Zhou He's pupils constricted in astonishment. These pills would cost no less than 5,000 gold coins in the marketplace, and their circumstances were dire. They could scarcely afford even a mere 10 coins. Yet, Rainer casually presented 3 remarkably valuable pills, which was utterly perplexing. When did the prince acquire such means to heal such serious wounds? Unbeknownst to him, Rainer's healing abilities possessed extraordinary efficacy in treating injuries. In that moment, he realized he could no longer see through Rainer. "My lord, from where did you obtain these pills?" Rainer smiled. "That is of no concern to you." He then retrieved a verdant pill, stating, "This is the cloud-long fruit. It will help you regain your masculine vigor." Zhou He was even more astonished. The cloud-long fruit was valued at approximately 20,000, an exorbitant price. The prince had somehow procured it. However, what filled his heart more was a profound sense of gratitude. The cloud-long fruit is a sacred relic fervently coveted by eunuchs, for it holds the promise of restoring them to their former masculinity. This object bears little significance for the average individual, and it remains a mystery how Lei Nuo came into possession of it. Nonetheless, his intentions are self-serving. As a servant, one cannot help but feel moved by the treatment he receives from his master. "Take it," he said. "Since you are by my side, I shall naturally assist you." The young master, Zhou He, was overwhelmed with emotion and wept. "First, tend to your wounds. Later, we shall venture into the city." Zhou He nodded and swallowed the 3 elixirs, then began his cultivation nearby. It was imperative that he swiftly enhance his strength. Lei Nuo, too, sensed the urgency of the situation. The 9th prince had ruthlessly slaughtered the Tianlu Villa, and upon discovering Lei Nuo's absence, he would undoubtedly unleash a relentless pursuit. During his time in the palace, Lei Nuo had injured the 6th and 9th princes using his bloodline power and martial spirit. This would surely instill in them a belief that he was a formidable adversary, prompting them to send even more powerful foes after him. The bloodline power, which had been unintentionally awakened during his previous battles with the 6th and 9th princes, had eluded him since. He had endeavored to summon it again, for if he could harness that force, few would stand against him, even among the warriors of the soul transformation realm. Yet, despite his relentless attempts, the bloodline remained dormant, and he gradually came to the realization that he was not yet worthy of awakening such power. Its previous manifestation had likely been a mere coincidence. At this moment, he produced 5 spirit fire pills and swallowed them in one go. The pills dissolved instantly, releasing a refreshing stream of energy that coursed through his meridians. Simultaneously, he activated the dragon flame technique, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge towards him. Not long after, A tumultuous surge of energy erupted within him once again. A powerful sensation coursed through his being. Before long, a crack resounded as he transcended his previous boundaries, entering the fourth tier of the awakening realm. Young master? Zhou He, who was also meditating nearby, was stirred by the overwhelming aura radiating from Reno. Unable to resist the urge to open his eyes and gaze in his direction. The fourth tier of the awakening realm. Zhou He was profoundly astonished. As Reno was in the midst of his breakthrough, his aura could not be concealed, making it easily detectable. The young master has reached the awakening realm, which means he has awakened his martial spirit. Zhou He exclaimed with immense joy. With the dawn's first light, Reno took Zhou He into the bustling marketplace of the city. However, their appearances had undergone a remarkable transformation. Reno, with his delicate features and pale complexion, bore the semblance of one in frail health. In contrast, Zhou He appeared as a robust figure with a thick beard, exuding the essence of a seasoned warrior. At this moment, they had assumed new identities. Reno was now known as Yun Ting, while Zhou He was referred to as Zhou Chuan. Presently, they resided in an inn within the city. Inside their room, Zhou He marveled. Young master, you are truly extraordinary. In just a single day, you have amassed such wealth. Reno had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of gold and elixirs. He smiled. The young master possesses remarkable abilities. Following you is undoubtedly a wise choice. Reno's gaze turned frosty. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, he replied. Yet, Zhou He felt compelled to caution. The sixth prince commands a host of formidable experts and is backed by the Lin family. Without absolute certainty, one must not venture recklessly. Reno patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I am fully aware of that. Remember, the previous worthless prince is no more. The current me is a nightmare to my enemies. Entangled with me, Zhou He comprehended. After Zhou He departed, Reno furrowed his brows, standing by the window, observing the throngs of pedestrians bustling along the street. The Lin family posed a significant dilemma. Renowned within the imperial capital, the Lin family was the maternal kin of the sixth prince's mother. Steeped in profound heritage and surrounded by formidable individuals, Reno was convinced that the Lin family's eyes and ears were omnipresent throughout the city. Any whisper of movement within its confines would not evade their watchful gaze. Additionally, the sixth prince surely had adept protectors by his side, rendering the task of assassinating him a formidable challenge. However, Reno's true concern lay not in the prince's safety, but rather in devising a means to escape unscathed after eliminating Lei Zhun. After all, Lei Zhun was a prince. His demise would undoubtedly spark a tremendous uproar. The royal faction, along with the Lin family, would relentlessly pursue him. Should he mishandle the situation, given his current predicament, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. For now, he would await news from Zhou He, for enhancing his strength was of paramount importance. Reno had no choice but to bide his time, hoping for a fleeting opportunity that could allow him to strike down Lei Zhun. Chapter 22. The Xianbing Bao and the Ice Soul Arrow. He practiced diligently for the better part of the day, consuming numerous elixirs, his true energy accumulating increasingly. Grant me a breakthrough. Boom. A surge of overwhelming force erupted from within him, akin to a river breaching its dam, a mountain torrent unleashed. A piercing brilliance flashed in his eyes, cutting through the void, captivating and awe-inspiring. He had ascended to the 5th level of the spirit opening realm. Reno felt little joy within. To him, the outcome was anticipated. However, he had not foreseen that his reliance on elixirs to break through to the 6th tier would ultimately prove futile. The reason for his lack of success lay in the fact that both his bloodline and martial spirit had absorbed a portion of the elixir's potency. Reflecting on this, he came to understand that the effects of the spirit blood powder and spirit fire pill no longer sufficed for his needs. It became evident that while the initial consumption of elixirs yielded the most significant results, subsequent doses diminished in efficacy. From yesterday to today, Reno had consumed 20 spirit pills, and although he had indeed made some progress in his cultivation, the effects were negligible. Thus, he required stronger and superior elixirs. With a silver mask adorning his face and clad in a dark cloak, he departed from the inn, heading towards the Lingbao Pavilion. A quarter of an hour later, Reno encountered Shinrushiwei once more. "Ah, esteemed sir, we meet again," Shinrushiwei greeted with a warm smile, still adorned in her crimson palace attire, exuding the allure and charm characteristic of a mature woman. Following the reminder from Uncle Lu during their last encounter, she treated Reno with even greater courtesy. "Indeed, I rarely visit without purpose," he replied with a chuckle. "Oh, is it business that brings you here today?" Shinrushiwei inquired. Reno responded with a grin. "I am not here to sell today. Rather, I seek to purchase." A pang of disappointment flickered in Shinrushiwei's heart. The last time Reno had presented the shadowless sword, it had brought about substantial profit, and she had hoped for more such opportunities in the future. Yet, being a shrewd businesswoman, she masked her disappointment, ensuring it did not betray her countenance before her guest. "What might the esteemed sir desire?" she inquired. "I require a bow and arrow," he stated. "Archery?" Shinrushiwei was momentarily taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Rainer would purchase a bow and arrow. In her experience, very few individuals sought such items. Indeed, the bow and arrow martial souls were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging in every 10,000, resulting in their limited use among martial artists. Was he perhaps a wielder of the bow and arrow martial soul? Such thoughts crossed her mind. What does the gentleman intend to do with it? What purpose could it serve? It hardly seems like a question for a businessman, she mused. Rainer chuckled coldly. "Forgive my curiosity, esteemed sir, but you may not be aware that at our spirit treasure pavilion, bows and arrows generally remain idle, as buyers are few and far between." Shinrushiwei replied with humility. Rainer nodded, understanding the situation. "Well, today you are fortunate. Someone has come to purchase your bows and arrows." Shinrushiwei smiled, her beauty radiant. "Then I must express my gratitude to you, esteemed sir. Please, allow me to show you." "Very well," Rainer responded, following Shinrushiwei to the weapons repository. The armory spanned approximately 100 square meters, housing an array of exquisite weaponry. Shinrushiwei led Rainer to a selection of bows and arrows. "These are all the bows and arrows we possess. Please, esteemed sir, see if any of them catch your fancy." Rainer nodded, his hands gliding over the bows. As he touched them, his spiritual energy seeped into the weapons, revealing that none bore significant runes, and even the few that did were of a low grade. Disappointment began to wash over him. Suddenly, Rainer's eyes widened in surprise, fixated on a bow of icy blue hue. He approached it, grasping the bow in his hands, and in an instant, his face registered profound astonishment. Originally, that seemingly light bow and arrow possessed an astonishing weight akin to 1,000 pounds. What a remarkable bow it was! As he channeled his mental energy into it, he discovered the presence of 7th-level runes within the bow. The inhabitants of the continent engage in various unique professions, such as blacksmiths and alchemists. Among them, rune masters hold a particularly distinct status, closely intertwined with blacksmiths, for it is the runes that enhance the weaponry's might. Similarly, formation masters can amplify the power of arrays through the infusion of runes. Runes are categorized into sacred, imperial, royal, kingly, spiritual, and mysterious grades, each further divided into 10 sublevels. To Rainer's astonishment, this bow contains such advanced runes. It is worth noting that in the heavenly Luo Empire, weapons bearing runes exceeding the 5th level of the mysterious grade are exceedingly rare. Rainer was overjoyed. He had initially hoped to find a bow with 5th-level runes, yet he unexpectedly encountered one of an even higher caliber. Furthermore, he discerned that this rune bow possessed 2 attributes, one of ice and the other of strength. The old gentleman truly possesses discerning eyes. This is the Xianbing bow, crafted by the 4th-level rune master, Master Lai, and it wields tremendous power, Shinrushiwei remarked with a smile. Xianbing bow, indeed a fitting name. "Very well. I shall take this one. How much does it cost?" Rainer inquired eagerly. After applying the discount from the gold card, the price amounted to 730,000 gold coins. "Very well," Rainer responded, producing the gold card. Shinrushiwei instructed a maid to retrieve the card. In an instant, she produced 5 ice blue arrows from a concealed box, emanating a chilling aura. "Esteemed gentlemen, these are 5 ice soul arrows, which paired with the Xianbing bow will unleash formidable power." Raynor examined one of the arrows, sensing immense strength contained within, yet sealed by the runes. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Subsequently, he departed from Lingbao Pavilion, having spent 60,000 gold coins to acquire 2 fire crystal cores, which were rich in fiery energy. He yearned to purchase more, yet his finances were depleted. The sudden loss of his gold coins left him with a headache. It seemed imperative for him to venture to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This mountainous expanse was replete with rare treasures and numerous magical beasts. His purpose in journeying there was twofold: to hunt magical beasts for profit and to procure sustenance. Ever since the awakening of his bloodline, he required copious amounts of food to replenish his energy after employing healing spells. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, the demand for vital energy only intensified. Ordinary food yielded insufficient energy. Thus, he sought to stockpile provisions made from magical beasts, whose flesh naturally contained a greater concentration of vital essence. The stronger the beast, the more potent the energy within its flesh. Hence, he desired to amass food crafted from these creatures, while it was possible to purchase such items in the market. The crux of the matter was that he was genuinely impoverished at present. Additionally, his intention to acquire the Xianbing Bao was primarily for the assassination of the 6th prince. Thus, he needed to become intimately familiar with this weapon to avoid any mishaps at a critical moment. One day, he ventured alone into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The vastness of the mountains was awe-inspiring, shrouded in swirling mist and teeming with spiritual energy. At that moment, he roamed through the mountains, saliva dripping from his teeth, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the oblivious creatures around him. He unsheathed the Xianbing Bao and a metal arrow, channeling his inner energy to activate the runes contained within. The Xianbing Bao emanated a chilling azure glow, as if the very air around it had been frozen. As the bow was drawn, a swift whoosh resonated, and the arrow transformed into a streak of electric light, piercing the void with an icy current, striking the abdomen of the black cloud tiger. The force of the arrow was immense, sending its 500-pound body hurtling away, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. After a lamenting cry of pain, it breathed its last. The power of the arrows, enhanced by 2 runes, was indeed formidable. However, this was not the true might of the Xianbing Bao, for the arrow just employed was forged from ordinary Xian iron. It was evident that had it been an Ice Soul arrow, its potency would have escalated to an entirely different echelon. In truth, he had no choice. There were only 5 Ice Soul arrows in total, and it was clear that using them to hunt beasts that posed no threat to him would be imprudent. He approached the fallen black cloud tiger, utilizing his sword to dissect its body, placing the remains into his spatial ring. Chapter 23. Awakening a new talent before long. Evening descended. Reno established a cave beside a waterfall, where flickering flames illuminated the interior. The relentless rush of the waterfall created a continuous symphony of sound. As Reno feasted upon the flesh of the beast, he simultaneously employed healing techniques to extract its essence. Today, I have slain 10 beasts, acquiring 3 secondary beast cores, 5 primary cores, and 2 tertiary cores. This should suffice for my breakthrough. Beast cores serve as the reservoirs of energy within the bodies of these creatures. Without them, a warrior would be akin to a mere brute, devoid of true energy. Furthermore, the more potent the beast, the greater the strength contained within its core. Indeed, many individuals are drawn to the mountains to hunt ferocious beasts, with the primary objective of extracting the cores from these creatures, harnessing their intrinsic power, and subsequently refining and consuming it to elevate their own cultivation levels. The beasts are categorized into 12 tiers, corresponding to the ranks of human warriors. However, the minor stages are not simply numbered from 1 to 10. Rather, they are classified as early, mid, late, and perfection stages. If one were to assess Raynor's cultivation according to the beast tiers, he would be classified as a mid-tier level 3. After satiating his hunger, Raynor produced 10 beast cores, each the size of a chicken egg and resplendent in various hues. He arranged them in a circular formation and seated himself cross-legged within the circle. Engaging the dragon flame technique, Vibrant streams of energy began to emanate from the cores, ascending towards the heavens. As Raynor opened the pores of his body, a powerful suction force erupted, drawing all the colorful energy orbs into his being. Upon absorbing the energy, Raynor felt a tumultuous force surging within him. He understood that this chaotic energy was a result of his failure to refine and purify the energy orbs. The nature of these beasts is inherently savage and brutal. Thus, the energy within the cores often manifests in a volatile state. Human warriors must refine this energy before they can safely absorb it. Otherwise, they risk deviating from their path, potentially succumbing to madness. After half an hour, Raynor completed the absorption of the core's energy, feeling his true chi ripple with vigor, saturating him with immense power. His true chi had approximately increased by 50%. With the remaining fire crystal to refine, he could break through to the 6th level of the spirit opening realm. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Raynor's eyes, it must be said. His rate of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Within less than half a month, he had advanced through a major realm and 5 minor realms. Observing the current trend, it is evident that, should he be endowed with sufficient resources for cultivation, his realm would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. He produced a fiery red crystal, known as the fire crystal, and closed his eyes, immersing himself in the absorption of its energy. Approximately an hour later, as anticipated, Reno indeed broke through to the 6th heaven. It was remarkably costly. Reno gazed at the beast cores and fire crystals, now reduced to white powder on the ground, and couldn't help but shake his head in reflection. This breakthrough had nearly depleted his resources for cultivation. To achieve rapid advancement, he must procure some rare and precious materials. In truth, as warriors progress further, their reliance on cultivation materials intensifies. For those at elevated realms, the required resources are nothing short of immense. Continuing on his path, he encountered a tiger eagle that swooped down from the heights. Reno immediately rolled aside to evade its descent. The tiger eagle, with wings spanning the size of a door, flapped in midair, unleashing a torrent of wind. It made no aggressive moves, merely observing Reno and emitting a call that seemed to mock him. Reno smirked, thinking, "Do you believe that being aloft renders you invincible?" He knocked an arrow and released it with a swift draw. The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning toward the tiger eagle. Sensing imminent danger, the creature opened its beak and emitted a peculiar sound, followed by a swirling white energy vortex barreling toward Reno. However, the power imbued within the arrow was formidable enough to pierce through the vortex, emerging from beneath its chin. With a mournful cry, the tiger eagle met its demise, plummeting from the sky. Reno, quick-witted and swift, captured it in his spatial ring just before it hit the ground. High above the ground, the tiger's sculpture teetered precariously, its fall destined to result in a shattering demise, a sight he fervently wished to avoid. As time passed, Raynor diligently pursued the hunt for demonic beasts, reaping considerable rewards by day's end. Night had fallen, enveloping the world in silence, while the luminous moon cast a delicate veil of silver across the expanse of the myriad mountains, rendering the landscape ethereal. Seated cross-legged, Raynor sought to fortify his realm. Yet, suddenly, the sound of footsteps pierced the stillness, alerting him to an approaching presence. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of vigilance and tension. He extinguished the fire and emerged from his cave, concealing himself amidst the treetops as he surveyed his surroundings. What was that? Soon, he beheld a woman garbed in white, stumbling weakly, her body marred by numerous wounds, her pallid complexion betraying her frailty. She was undeniably gravely injured. A sense of foreboding swelled within Raynor as he regarded her. This woman, possessing formidable prowess, was at least a master of the 9th realm of soul transformation. He felt an acute wariness, though she appeared weak. Such beings could unleash devastating power when cornered. Having no quarrel with her, he deemed it prudent to avoid provocation. With a soft thud, the woman collapsed. Curiosity piqued. Raynor descended from the treetop and approached her side. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. Upon examining her wounds, he discerned that some were inflicted by sharp claws, while others bore the marks of energy-infused strikes. This revelation solidified his understanding. She had encountered a powerful demonic beast, resulting in her dire state. Her injuries were severe, and without prompt assistance, she risked fading into oblivion. It seemed fortune favored her for having crossed paths with him. Reynolds smiled gently, cradling her in his arms as he stepped into the cave and rekindled the fire. With both hands, he struck the back of the woman in white, invoking his healing arts. Gradually, he observed fine particles of blood emerging from his veins, coursing through his arm and transferring into her body. Suddenly, Reynolds perceived the internal condition of the woman. Those minuscule particles surged towards her wounds, which began to mend slowly. Time flowed swiftly, and after about an hour, Reynolds sensed something amiss. He realized his blood had become as boiling as water, and more remarkably, his originally violet-blue blood had begun to exhibit a purplish-red hue. Its velocity increased exponentially compared to before. This revelation left him astounded. He had previously healed Zhou He, yet the speed of recovery then was incomparable to the present. His curiosity heightened. He scrutinized the changes within himself. Moments later, a brief void enveloped Reynolds' mind. In an instant, ancient script materialized in his consciousness. Holy Heart. Startled, he recognized that this Holy Heart was a new bloodline talent, a realization that caught him completely off guard. It appeared his bloodline had indeed mutated, awakening a new ability. Elated, he continued to delve deeper into the text. Upon absorbing all the information, he was utterly astonished. The martial art of Holy Heart possessed a formidable function. It could heal wounds and enhance one's cultivation. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of the recipient of the treatment, the greater the benefits attained. This is utterly astounding, he exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. While others must exert immense effort and ingenuity to transcend their realms and enhance their strength, Reno merely needs to assist others in healing their wounds to achieve the same. Furthermore, he would be met with gratitude. This truly feels like a serendipitous windfall. At this moment, Reno's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He also realized that this Holy Heart talent is, in essence, an enhanced version of healing arts, with even greater efficacy. He gazed at the woman before him and remarked, "I never anticipated that my moment of compassion would save your life and inadvertently awaken a new bloodline talent. In light of this, I shall assist you in healing your injuries." As he channeled the Holy Heart technique, he indeed discovered that his cultivation was gradually strengthening. While the injuries of the woman in white were nearly mended, and her vitality began to recover. Chapter 24. Do not force my hand, boom. At that moment, a fiery red phoenix mark suddenly materialized on the woman's forehead. Following a majestic cry, a formidable surge of power erupted within her. Her garments were torn asunder, leaving her completely exposed before Reno. The entire sequence unfolded with shocking swiftness. Reno, entirely absorbed in the changes within himself, was caught off guard and was violently propelled backward by the force. With a gasp, he coughed up blood, his body hurtling through the air to crash against the rock face. He cast a shocked glance at the woman in white before succumbing to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, the woman, too, began to spit blood and fainted. Before long, dawn broke. The woman in white was the first to awaken. Initially disoriented, she surveyed her surroundings, perplexed as to why she found herself in such a place. Soon, however, a chilling sensation enveloped her body, prompting her to look down. To her horror, a piercing scream erupted within the cave, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The sound resonated like an earthquake, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Reno could scarcely fathom that upon regaining consciousness, he was being pursued with lethal intent. What incensed him most was the realization that his assailant was none other than the very person he had rescued. Furthermore, she had the audacity to label him a lecher. How absurd. After centuries of chastity, if I were indeed a lecher, I would have succumbed long ago. Reno seethed internally, a tempest of resentment brewing within him. The woman in white, her demeanor as frosty as ice, brandished a deep blue longsword, lunging towards Reno. Startled yet composed, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing the sword's tip to pierce the fabric of his chest. At that moment, just as the blade breached his clothing, He seized her wrist with a swift motion, twisting it forcefully. The sword clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Reno delivered a swift kick, prompting the woman to react in shock, her right palm striking out in defense. The impact reverberated through the air, sending her staggering back several steps, while Reno remained steadfast and unmoving. As the woman steadied herself, she contemplated another assault, but Reno raised his hand, speaking with deliberation. "Hold on. I have something to say. You, a lecher, face imminent death, and you still wish to speak?" The woman's voice dripped with disdain, her tone as cold as ice. "Humph. Do you truly believe you can kill me in your current state?" Reno thought to himself, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. He possessed a wealth of experience and an extraordinary insight, instantly discerning that although his opponent's injuries had healed, their vital energy had yet to fully recover, leaving their energy reservoir depleted. Furthermore, their essence had not completely revitalized. Thus, if a true confrontation were to ensue, he might not prevail. After all, even a withered camel surpasses a horse in size, and the opponent was undoubtedly a formidable being on the brink of rebirth. However, should the need arise to flee, he was confident that the other would be unable to pursue him effectively. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, lest he provoke this woman further into a frenzy of vengeance against him. With a tone of resignation, Raynor said, "My dear lady, let us engage in reason. I saved your life, yet you wish to take mine? You inquire about my actions. What have I done? I merely tended to your wounds." Tanguetong. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gritted her teeth, and retorted, "You dared to remove my clothing, to behold my form, and subjected me to such indignities. This is an injustice." Raynor chuckled in disbelief. "I assure you, I did not look. When I was healing you yesterday, an overwhelming force erupted from within you, sending me sprawling and rendering me unconscious. Where would I have found the time to gaze?" As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. He had spoken too hastily. Such a statement seemed to imply a desire to see, akin to proclaiming one's guilt. Tang Yuedong's eyes blazed with fury. Raynor offered an awkward smile. "It was a slip of the tongue, I assure you. Yet, I truly did not gaze." "You dare to argue?" She scoffed. "Regardless of whether you looked or not, today shall be your last." With a mere thought, the sword that lay on the ground soared into the air, aimed directly at Raynor, an embodiment of swordsmanship. A flicker of unusual color passed through Raynor's eyes. Sword manipulation. The art of wielding a sword through mental prowess for the purposes of attack or evasion required not only exceptional talent in the sword arts, but also profound comprehension and a sufficiently robust mental capacity. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed commendable skills in the cultivation of mental strength. There was no time for further contemplation, for the flying sword was already thrusting towards him. Infusing his right palm with true energy, it ignited like a blazing inferno. With a powerful strike, he deflected the sword, sending it careening away. In that instant, Raynor swiftly drew the Xianbing bow and knocked an ice soul arrow. As he pulled the string taut, both the bow and arrow emitted a radiant azure glow. A formidable aura of profound ice surged forth, its power rippling outward like water, enveloping the surroundings. In a commanding tone, he warned, "Should you make another reckless move, do not blame me for showing no mercy. I shall take your life." With a sharp crack, the flying sword halted midair, merely 3 meters from Raynor. Damn it! Tang Wudong seethed with fury, yet she found herself compelled to endure. The overwhelming aura emanating from the Xianbing bow and ice soul arrow was far too potent. Had she been at her peak, she would have felt no fear. However, in her current weakened state, a single hit could very well prove fatal. What confounded her most was the instinctive realization that, upon meeting Raynor's cold, piercing gaze, she would be utterly unable to withstand the arrows he released. She dared not gamble on it. Raynor exhaled in relief, inwardly cursing, "This obstinate woman insists on being strong-headed. If only she had surrendered sooner." With a shake of his head and a sigh, he retracted his bow and arrow. Yet, witnessing this, Tang Yuedong's anger only intensified. She, too, was the esteemed senior sister of the Heavenly Earth sect, a formidable warrior approaching the Nirvana realm. Yet now she found herself threatened by a mere rogue of the awakening realm. How utterly contemptible. Reno sensed her unwillingness to accept this reality but chose to disregard it. He bore no grievances himself. If it were not for my injuries and the depletion of my vital energy, I could have reduced you to ashes in an instant. Tang Yuedong sheathed her longsword, filled with resentment. Reno remarked coldly, had I not intervened, you would be lifeless by now. You. Tang Yuedong's chest heaved with indignation, making her all the more captivating. Think carefully, Reno continued without hesitation. If I were indeed a rogue, do you think it would merely involve disrobing you? Take a good look at yourself and ponder whether you are still a maiden. His words struck her like a thunderclap, instantly bringing her to a state of clarity. She quickly examined her most intimate areas and discovered them to be entirely unscathed. Could it be that he truly did not act upon his intentions? She began to realize that she may have misjudged the situation. For, as he had asserted, if he were a rogue, he would certainly not have limited himself to mere disrobing without further actions. At that moment, she could not help but feel a sense of relief, grateful that Reno had not crossed any lines. Upon noticing her expression soften, Reno understood she had come to terms with the reality of the situation. Consider it a mistake in saving the wrong person. Farewell, or rather, good riddance. It seemed that indeed, this was the case. Tang Yuedong's anger flared once more. What could I do? Your clothes suddenly burst open, and I had no choice but to witness it. Reno stated matter-of-factly. Tang Yuedong cast a disdainful glance at him. You have gazed upon my form, and under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly seek your demise. However, in light of your prior assistance, I shall overlook this transgression. Yet, you must assist me in a matter of considerable significance, one that shall also benefit you immensely. It presents a fortuitous opportunity for you. Oh, Reynolds' interest was piqued. Chapter 25, Collaboration. With his extensive experience, Reynolds discerned the implications of Tang Yuedong's words immediately. She required his aid. Nevertheless, he was intrigued to learn what a peak warrior of the soul transformation realm could possibly need from a mere practitioner of the awakening realm. Pray, enlighten me, he said, a smile playing upon his lips. Tang Yuedong replied, to speak candidly, the injuries I bear were inflicted by the amethyst fire-winged lion. The amethyst fire-winged lion king? Reynolds was taken aback, then quickly composed himself. The amethyst fire-winged lion was indeed a formidable beast, born as a third-level demon, with adults typically reaching no less than fifth level, equivalent to the nirvana realm. As the sovereign of its kind, its power must be extraordinarily formidable. Although Tang Yuedong was nearing the nirvana realm, she remained significantly inferior to a genuine practitioner of that level, making her inability to contend with it entirely reasonable. Dear sister, Reynolds remarked, the amethyst fire-winged lion king is at least a powerhouse of the nirvana realm. Even combined, we would scarcely stand a chance against it. Are you suggesting I confront it? That would be tantamount to courting death. He shot her a disapproving look. You are aware of the amethyst fire-winged lion? Tang Yuedong expressed her surprise. Fear not. Our intention is not to engage it in battle, but rather to ensnare it. What do you seek to obtain from it? Reynolds probed incisively. As the saying goes, no profit, no early rise. Tang Yuedong is evidently a woman of keen intellect, and it is inconceivable that she would provoke the amethyst fire-winged lion without substantial reason. Undoubtedly, she seeks something of great importance from it. This matter is exceedingly crucial to her. After all, she sustained severe injuries last night, and had it not been for him, she could very well have faced death. Even she, in her naivety, must recognize that encountering him again would yield no different outcome, perhaps even a worse one. Yet, she still feels compelled to proceed. This alone is sufficient to underscore the significance of that item. Tang Yuedong appraised him from head to toe, her perception of him shifting as she noted his meticulousness, solidifying her choice to seek his assistance. You are indeed astute, she acknowledged, not shying away from her intentions. I need to obtain a soul fruit from the amethyst fire-winged lion. Reno furrowed his brow. The soul fruit is specifically for those whose souls are gravely injured. Is it possible that your friend or family member's soul has sustained severe damage? This is not a concern for you, she retorted. If you assist me, I can offer you 5 celestial fire meteorites. Tang Yuedong fixed her gaze upon him, inwardly trembling at the prospect of his refusal. Her kin were relying on this soul fruit for salvation, and time was of the essence. Otherwise, she would not have sought Reino's aid at all. You certainly are willing to part with a significant treasure, Reino remarked with a smile, though internally he too was astonished and swayed. The celestial fire meteorites, rich in fiery energy, are indeed valuable yet rare commodities, and here she was, offering 5 in one breath. Having faced numerous brushes with death, she had gained a fortuitous opportunity. In truth, there was another reason underlying his agreement. He simply did not wish to entangle himself with others in matters of cause and effect. Indeed, he had observed Tang Yuetong's figure, thus creating a bond of consequence. Therefore, he sought to comprehend this intricate concept of causality. As a seasoned individual, Reino was acutely aware that once a connection of cause and effect was established, it could significantly influence one's cultivation. Hence, he felt it prudent to grasp this notion early on. If he assisted her in this matter, he would no longer owe her anything, Reino mused. Little did he know that from that very moment, an eternal bond of consequence would be forged between him and that woman. A sense of relief washed over her, and she suddenly found Reino far less disagreeable, her spirits lifting considerably. She then produced 2 fiery red meteorites, each the size of a chicken egg. At present, I possess only these 2 heavenly fire meteorites. The remainder will be delivered to you once the task is complete. You truly excel in business. Very well, I shall take these for now. The rest, have someone send to the Lingao Pavilion. The Lingao Pavilion? Tang Yuedong was momentarily taken aback. Are you affiliated with that place? Not at all. Just ensure the items are delivered there. All right then. Reino settled himself down abruptly, suddenly beset by a gnawing hunger. He realized that this was undoubtedly a result of employing the Sacred Heart and healing techniques on Tang Yuetong, which had severely drained his vital energy. He retrieved the raw meat he had prepared earlier, kindled a fire, and began to grill it. As he cooked, he remarked, "Your vitality has yet to fully recover. I fear the purple crystal fire-winged lion's attack may be too much for you to withstand. I advise you to wait a while longer." Tang Yuetong also sat down, observing his youthful visage, yet she sensed an air of maturity and gravity about him that was hard to decipher. "Who exactly are you?" She could not help but ask. Reino turned and smiled at her. "And who might you be?" Declining to respond, Tang Yuetong found herself at a loss for words. Since they were collaborating, there should at least be a name exchanged. "I am Yin Ting, and you?" Tang Yuetong. Reino nodded, yet his mind was devoid of any information about this individual, suspecting she might be using an alias. Similarly, Tang Yuetong harbored doubts. In truth, Tang Yuetong was her real name, while Yin Ting was merely a fade. The two fell into a silence. Reino was wholly engrossed in the barbecue, while Tang Yuetong sat cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling her energy to heal. The cave was enveloped in an unusual stillness. After half an hour, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, compelling even the meditative Tang Yuetong to open her eyes. Upon witnessing the golden brown, fragrant cooked meat atop the fire, her appetite stirred. Reino recognized that she had ceased her meditation, so he cut a piece of meat with his knife and offered it to her, stating, "Eating this will expedite your recovery." Tang Yuetong, unable to resist, graciously accepted and began to eat. Reino smiled and joined her, though he devoured his portion with reckless abandon, showing no concern for decorum. Soon, Tang Yuetong was astonished by the sheer quantity Reino consumed. It was far beyond what even a body-refining warrior at the soul transformation realm could manage. Glutton, she labeled him. While eating, Reino remained attentive to the changes within his body. He discovered that the speed at which the Sacred Heart technique processed the food was thrice that of usual. Thus, do not be deceived by his consumption. In reality, the vast majority of what he ingests transforms into vital essence, with only a scant portion required by his stomach. He spent a full half-hour indulging in his meal before feeling satiated. Chapter 26. Astonishment. Finished? Tang Yuetong opened her eyes. "Indeed, you are quite the glutton," she remarked. "I cannot fathom how a stomach of yours can accommodate such a copious amount." She cast a disdainful glance at him, but Reynolds paid her no mind. "By the way, I have something to inquire, he stated. Speak, Reynolds replied nonchalantly. Was it truly you who saved me yesterday? Tang Yuetong fixed her gaze upon him, her voice laced with curiosity. Reynolds regarded her with a look of incredulity. In this cave, it is just you and me. Apart from you, who else could have rescued you? You, Tang Yuetong stammered, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief. It was the first time in her life she had been treated in such a manner. In the past, who had ever shown her such disrespect? Yet, almost immediately, she found it amusing. What you say, I already know. What perplexes me is how, with your cultivation, you could possibly heal such grievous wounds. Her skepticism was not unwarranted. For injuries of her nature to mend swiftly, one would require either exceedingly rare and precious materials or assistance from a practitioner of at least the Nirvana realm. Both conditions were not easily met and necessitated a profoundly influential background. Yet, Reynolds, in her estimation, appeared to lack the qualifications to fulfill either criterion. Renaud had anticipated her inquiry and had already devised a response. It is due to the nature of my cultivation technique, which is rather unique and allows for rapid recovery from injuries. However, it comes with a drawback. It leaves one quite feeble and reliant on sustenance for replenishment. She was astonished to learn of such a technique, though she remained somewhat skeptical. The world is vast and filled with wonders beyond our comprehension. Now you understand how challenging it was for me to save you, yet you still call for violence. Truly ungrateful, Renaud remarked, his tone laced with irritation. Regardless, I am a woman, and in such circumstances, it is difficult not to overthink things, Tang Yuetong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let it be, Renaud conceded. By the way, do you have a plan to deal with the amethyst firewing lion? The soul jade fruit is located in its cave. I will lure it out, and you can take the opportunity to steal it from me. Is it really that simple? She inquired. Yes, but initially, I will need your bow and arrows to provoke it, drawing its attention away from me, he explained. All right, but I must forewarn you, should you harbor any ill intentions. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Renaud's tone was particularly stern. Tang Yuetong was taken aback by his commanding presence. She pouted, rest assured. Harming you serves no purpose for me. If not for my time constraints, I wouldn't even bother to glance your way. That would be for the best. Renaud replied with a grin. By the way, how long until you fully recover? 2 hours, she answered. Then I shall use these 2 hours to break through to another realm, he declared. After acquiring 2 pieces of the celestial fire meteorite, Renaud's confidence surged. He was convinced that with the energy derived from their fire attribute, he could achieve yet another breakthrough in his realm. 2 hours? Surely, you jest. Her cultivation level surpassed Renaud's significantly, allowing her to discern immediately that the vital energy within Renaud's core was still far from complete, leaving him with a considerable distance to cover for a breakthrough. Indeed, the energy from the 2 meteorites could bridge that gap. However, the prospect of accomplishing such a feat within a mere 2 hours seemed exceedingly far-fetched. She had previously absorbed energy from a celestial fire meteorite herself. At that time, she was already at the 7th level of the soul transformation realm, gradually mastering mid-tier earth-grade martial arts. Yet, it took her over an hour to absorb just one. And Renaud, being merely a novice in the spirit awakening realm, had an even greater limitation on his capacity to endure energy. Besides, his cultivation technique was at best comparable to her own, being earth-grade martial arts. If she required over an hour, how could he possibly succeed? Thus, in Tang Yuetong's eyes, the notion of absorbing the energy from 2 celestial fire meteorites and achieving a breakthrough within 2 hours was utterly implausible. Generally speaking, this was indeed the case. Yet, she could not have anticipated that Renaud practiced the Dragon Flame technique, a superior-grade divine martial art, which allowed him to absorb various energies with remarkable swiftness. From Renaud's perspective, consuming the energy from these 2 celestial fire meteorites would not require 2 hours at all. As a powerful figure from a previous life, he possessed a clear and precise understanding of power and the timing of breakthroughs. Was it a jest? The truth would soon reveal itself. A confident smile played upon Renaud's lips. Immediately, he settled into a meditative posture, each hand gripping a fragment of a celestial fire meteorite. Observing the unwavering confidence radiating from Reno, Tang Yuetong found herself engulfed in uncertainty, her faith wavering. Could it be that he possessed a sacred-level martial technique? She quickly dismissed this thought. Such techniques were exceedingly rare, and within her own sect, the Heavenly Earth sect, the pinnacle of martial arts merely reached the high tier of earthly rank. How could such a diminutive realm as the Tianlu Empire possibly harbor such formidable techniques? Yet, Reno did not appear to be feigning. Momentarily, she could not fathom the rationale behind it all. Very well, she resolved to wait and see, settling down to cultivate her own energy. The cave once again fell into a profound silence. At that moment, the meteorites in Reno's hands transformed into two blazing orbs of flame, radiating intense heat. A layer of shimmering, sand-like fire enveloped his form, making him resemble a furnace, exuding powerful light and warmth. Given the cave's proximity to a waterfall, the atmosphere within was thick with moisture. As Reno emitted his radiant heat, the humidity in the air evaporated, coalescing into mist. The cave became enveloped in a dense shroud of vapor. As time passed, the intensity of the heat radiating from Reno grew increasingly potent until the mist was entirely evaporated, restoring the cave to its original state, albeit now remarkably arid. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Reno's being, and one could distinctly perceive the undulating waves of flames, reminiscent of rippling water, radiating in all directions. The astonishing fluctuations of flame jolted Tang Yuetong from her reverie, and upon witnessing the extraordinary transformation in Reno, her expression shifted, revealing her astonishment. He truly accomplished it. She was taken aback. With her keen insight, she immediately discerned that Reno had successfully broken through the barrier, advancing to the 7th level of the spirit awakening realm. Only a slight consolidation stood in his way. She could hardly believe that he had truly accomplished this feat. How had he managed such a thing? Her gaze fell upon the two celestial fire meteorites in his hand, now reduced to a fine white powder, indicating that he had completely absorbed the energy contained within them. Could it be that the cultivation technique he practiced was indeed of the sacred tier? Her heart trembled once more. Chapter 27. The Amethyst Fire-Winged Lion. The transformation of the celestial fire meteorites into powder signified that all their energy had been absorbed by Rainer. Achieving such a feat in such a brief span of time could only imply that his cultivation method was of a level beyond the sacred tier. Tang Yuetong was profoundly astonished. She never anticipated that Rainer would possess such an exceedingly rare technique. One must understand, a sacred tier cultivation method is the aspiration of countless individuals. What an incredibly fortunate fellow he was, Tang Yuetong mused, to acquire a sacred tier cultivation method. There are two possible scenarios. One is through fortuitous circumstances, and the other through the inheritance of a family or sect. In her eyes, Rainer clearly belonged to the latter category, and it seemed he had only recently obtained it. For if it were the former, how could he still be only at the spirit awakening realm? He should at least be at the nirvana realm by now. Should I seize it from him? After all, he is merely a spirit awakening martial artist. A sinister thought crept into her mind. The allure of sacred tier martial arts was simply too great. Even a powerful being at the galaxy realm would be driven to madness for it, now that her own strength had nearly returned. Eliminating Rainer would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. The malevolent thoughts within her grew increasingly potent, and she was on the verge of acting upon them. At that moment, a sudden chill surged through her being, piercing her very soul, and instantly, her mind became clear. The sinister thoughts dissipated in an instant. It was a curious sensation. In that fleeting moment, a voice within her heart seemed to persistently admonish her against taking action. In truth, it was fortuitous that this occurred. At this juncture, Reno had not fully immersed his consciousness in his cultivation. A small portion remained vigilant, observing Tang Yuetong. Otherwise, his pace of breakthrough would have been swifter. Thus, he noted every movement she made, yet he harbored no fear of her striking out. In fact, his overt display of cultivation and the deliberate revelation of his techniques were intended as a test of Tang Yuetong's character. In the realm of cultivation, human nature is often treacherous. Were Tang Yuetong a covetous individual, he would never consider collaborating with her. A greedy partner would lack sincerity. and could very well plot against him behind the scenes. Should Tang Yuedong choose to attack, he would not hesitate to eliminate her personally, for he would not create adversaries or invite trouble upon himself. He had long been cautious, while preparing food over the fire. He had secretly inscribed a curse known as the Yin Yang seal. This malevolent seal was designed to kill unseen, ensnaring its victim in a realm of ice and fire, subjecting them to excruciating torment until death. However, the Yin Yang seal was not easily inscribed, due to his currently low cultivation level. The process had drained a significant portion of his mental energy, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, he had previously purchased some elixirs for restoring soul power at Lingda Pavilion, which had led to a marked improvement. Now, having experienced a breakthrough, his mental strength had surged significantly, allowing him to regain much of his former vitality, though he had yet to fully recover. Thus, Tang Yuedong refrained from taking action, which inadvertently spared her own life, while also earning the greater trust of Lei Nuo, paving the way for collaboration. Consider yourself fortunate. The Yin Yang curse seal shall be lifted once our objective is achieved, Lei Nuo reassured, setting aside his previous misgivings as he devoted himself to solidifying his realm. After half an hour, Lei Nuo completed his consolidation of power, and the two proceeded towards the territory of the Amethyst Firewing Lion. The Amethyst Firewing Lion King, a formidable fifth-tier beast, resided within the inner regions of the Wanyao mountain range. Previously, he had lingered at the periphery, where the beasts were comparatively weaker. Thus, as they approached the outskirts, he exercised utmost caution. "Are we close?" Lei Nuo inquired. "Just ahead," Tang Yuedong replied, her expression grave. After traveling another 10 miles, they finally beheld a massive cave. They concealed themselves behind a large boulder. Yin Ting, this creature is exceedingly wary and will not easily stray from its territory. As you know, fifth-tier beasts have developed intelligence and can articulate human speech. If I were to approach again, it would undoubtedly become suspicious. Should it remain within the cave, our situation would become dire. Therefore, it is imperative that you use your bow to lure it out while I entangle it. That will present your opportunity. The intelligence of fifth-tier beasts is remarkably high. Tang Yuedong had previously been defeated by this very creature. Now, merely a day later, she sought to challenge it once more. Fully aware that the Amethyst Firewing Lion would harbor doubts, suspecting a trap. Thus, they could only rely on Lei Nuo. Lei Nuo, with insufficient prowess, dared to provoke the formidable Amethyst Firewing Lion, whose strength dwarfed his own. The beast might entertain doubts, yet for the sake of its dignity, it would undoubtedly pursue Lei Nuo relentlessly. Acknowledging this, Lei Nuo nodded in understanding. He advanced several hundred meters and stood before the cave, calling out boldly, "Beast, why do you not emerge?" Simultaneously, he loosed an arrow into the cavern. With a resounding thud, the arrow, embedded with Lei Nuo's spiritual mark, awaited his command. At his mental urging, the arrow detonated violently, unleashing a surge of power that caused the cave to tremble fiercely. A thunderous roar followed, reverberating with an air of authority. "Which fool dares to wreak havoc in my domain?" A fierce beast surged from the cave, halting midair. As it flapped its enormous wings, a tempest was unleashed, sending debris swirling. This creature, resembling a lion with crimson eyes, boasted wings the size of 2-meter doors, its entire form enveloped in a fierce purple flame. This was the Amethyst Firewing Lion. "You insignificant ant, how audacious you are to disrupt my territory while merely at the spirit opening stage. You truly seek your demise." The Amethyst Firewing Lion's crimson gaze glinted with a menacing light, and it unleashed a furious roar. Waves of sound, almost tangible, emanated from its maw, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. It expelled a torrent of purple fire directly towards Lei Nuo, causing the temperature of the surroundings to soar abruptly. In response, Lei Nuo felt a weight in his heart, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He retreated swiftly, drawing forth his Xianbing bow and Eye Soul arrows. With a swiftness that defies perception, the bow is drawn taut. A resounding boom reverberates as vital energy surges into the frosted bow and ice spirit arrow, instantly igniting the myriad runes inscribed upon them, causing their power to skyrocket. A chilling aura sweeps forth, enveloping the surroundings. generating a substantial amount of water vapor as the frigid energy collides with the heat of the environment. Such is the remarkable prowess of the bow and arrow. The amethyst fire-winged lion, possessing keen sight, immediately discerns that this icy atmosphere emanates from the weapon wielded by Reno. Yet, despite the formidable nature of the bow and arrow, the user resembles an insignificant insect. The lion, though taken aback, remains unperturbed. In the presence of overwhelming strength, all display is rendered futile. With a swift whoosh, the ice spirit arrow darts forth like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the fiery serpent. An astonishing scene unfolds as the flames are pierced by the arrow and simultaneously frozen in place. Chapter 28. The calculations of man cannot compete with destiny. The purple flames, momentarily suspended in midair, are abruptly extinguished and crash to the ground, shattering into fragments. What? The amethyst fire-winged lion is momentarily astonished, clearly caught off guard by the arrow's power exceeding its expectations. Nevertheless, despite its surprise, it does not regard the ice spirit arrow as a significant threat. With a swift motion, it seizes the lightning-fast arrow in its claw. With such meager strength, you dare to provoke me? You shall pay a steep price for this. The amethyst fire-winged lion scoffs. Under Reno's watchful gaze, it crushes the ice spirit arrow with a fierce grip. However, it fails to anticipate that, in addition to its formidable penetrating force, the arrow harbors the power of two potent runes within. Bang! The ice soul arrow erupted in a brilliant explosion, unleashing a formidable force that sent the amethyst fire-winged lion soaring through the air. A spark ignited in Reno's eyes as he swiftly turned to flee. He was acutely aware that his adversary had only sustained minor injuries, yet this was sufficient to incite its wrath. His immediate objective was to lure it towards Tang Yuetong. Damn those humans! Seethed the amethyst fire-winged lion, its fury ablaze. It realized it had been outmaneuvered by the diminutive warrior before it. Scanning the surroundings, it quickly spotted Reno, who had already distanced himself considerably. An icy glimmer flashed in its eyes. To allow you to escape from beneath my gaze today would tarnish my pride in this world. Without hesitation, it pursued him. With murderous intent radiating from its being, the flames enveloping it blazed even more fiercely. The disparity in their powers rendered Reno's speed increasingly negligible, as the gap between them closed rapidly. Hurry and assist me, Reno called out urgently upon seeing Tang Yuetong perched atop a branch ahead. She heard his plea, yet inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing his plight. However, she understood that securing the soul fruit depended on Reno. She could not allow him to perish. Drawing a radiant blue longsword, she infused it with her vital energy, causing it to emit a brilliant azure glow. The air thickened with an aura of impending doom as she shot forth like a cannonball towards Reno. With a swift motion, she unleashed a cleaving strike when she was less than 10 meters away from him. The blue sword light cascaded down towards the amethyst fire-winged lion. This is not good. The ferocity of Tang Yuetong's assault was beyond what Reno could possibly fathom, compelling him to take it seriously. Instantly, he summoned his demonic power, merging his expansive wings before him as a shield. Concurrently, the violet flames enveloping his form blazed with intensified ferocity. With a resounding thud, the sword light struck his defense, only to be rebuffed and sent crashing into the surrounding woods, where it erupted explosively, obliterating a vast swath of trees. At that moment, she had already reached Reno's side. It's you. The amethyst fire-winged lion recognized Tang Yuetong. Indeed, it's me. Who would have thought I would return to seek you out? She retorted with a cold laugh. I truly did not anticipate this, nor did I foresee your reckless desire for death. Last time, I allowed you to escape, but today, you and this little wretch shall not elude my grasp again. You are both destined to perish. The amethyst fire-winged lion exuded an aura of lethal intent. Upon finishing its words, it unleashed a barrage of fiery energy projectiles towards Tang Yuetong and Reno. The explosive projectiles, imbued with immense power, could easily obliterate even a cultivator at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm upon impact. Both Reno and Tang Yuetong deftly evaded the onslaught. Suddenly, Tang Yuetong signaled to Reno with a subtle glance, and he understood her intent. as the fiery projectiles came hurtling towards them. He feigned being struck and collapsed to the ground. You actually killed him. Tang Yuedong's expression was a tempest of sorrow and rage, making any observer believe she shared an exceptionally profound bond with Reno. Damn it, this woman's acting is truly remarkable. Reno lay in feigned death, yet inside, he was deeply impressed by Tang Yuedong's performance. Just an insignificant insect. Its demise is inconsequential. Rest assured, you shall soon join him. The amethyst fire-winged lion sneered cruelly. Evidently convinced of Reno's death. Curse beast, prepare to meet your end. Tang Yuedong charged forward in fury, engaging the amethyst fire-winged lion in battle, deliberately luring it away to another location. Meanwhile, Reno leapt from the ground, racing toward the cave inhabited by the amethyst fire-winged lion. He enveloped himself in a protective barrier of true energy, stepping into the cave. Inside, it was dark and damp, yet spacious, with a width of at least 15 meters. However, Reno's formidable cultivation allowed his vision to remain unaffected. A swift glance revealed a gray lotus floating in a pool, at the center of which lay a fist-sized, translucent fruit, resembling a gem, the soul spirit fruit. His heart swelled with joy as he hurried over to pluck it. Just as he finished gathering the precious item, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him. A surge of danger coursed through Reno, prompting him to push off the water's surface and leap into the air. Splash! The shadow missed its target, crashing into the water and sending up a spray. At that moment, Reno finally discerned the true identity of the shadow. It was a creature identical to the amethyst fire-winged lion, albeit significantly smaller. Damn, I didn't expect there to be a cub here. This juvenile amethyst fire-winged lion had already reached the 4th tier, equivalent to the human soul transformation stage, possessing considerable strength. Reno had been cautious, prioritizing a search for hidden threats over the soul spirit fruit upon entering the cave. Roar! The small amethyst fire-winged lion leapt from the pool, glaring menacingly at Reno and emitting a fierce, thunderous roar. With the soul fruit already secured, there was no need for further entanglement. Reno resolved to momentarily evade confrontation. He bore no fear of the small amethyst fire-winged lion. His primary concern lay with its father. The amethyst fire-winged lion king was a genuine master of the Nirvana realm, capable of dispatching him with ease as one would slice through vegetables. Chapter 29. Mission accomplished. The magic fire sword, enveloped in black flames, cleaved through the void, striking towards the small amethyst fire-winged lion. With a roar, the creature swatted at the attack. Its paw was as hard as stone, and Reno's sword merely sparked against it, while he himself was forced back several steps by the immense force. Having no desire to prolong the battle, Reno steadied himself and promptly turned to flee. Naturally, the small amethyst fire-winged lion was unwilling to relent, pursuing him relentlessly. Emerging from the cave, the small amethyst fire-winged lion chased Reno through the skies, intermittently unleashing fiery projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless bombardment rained down upon him. Fortunately, with his wealth of combat experience, he seemed to possess an almost prophetic instinct, dodging the projectiles just before they struck. Damn it, I can no longer endure this. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of anger. How much more so a human? Being relentlessly pursued ignited his fury. Yet, he did not lose his composure. Scanning his surroundings, he sought to lure the small amethyst fire-winged lion to a secluded area before striking back. There, Reno spotted a valley and quickened his pace towards it. The small amethyst fire-winged lion pursued relentlessly until, finally, in that valley, Rainer came to a halt. Boom. The small amethyst fire-winged lion unleashed a fiery projectile, hurtling towards Rainer. Humph. A glint of cold light flashed in Rainer's eyes as the flames soared in his hand erupted in blazing fire. With a swift stroke, he struck the fiery projectile, causing it to shatter instantly. You enjoyed chasing and attacking me, did you? Now it is my turn. Rainer smirked coldly. Today, I shall take your life. With a chilling shout, a purple-blue radiance emanated from Rainer's right arm, and astonishingly, his arm began to transform. Dragon scales emerged, and in no time, his entire arm morphed into that of a dragon. This was the manifestation of his martial spirit's power. Such formidable strength. Rainer's heart surged with excitement. After harnessing the power of his martial spirit, the strength of his arm tripled. Even a colossal boulder weighing 2,000 pounds could be effortlessly lifted by him. Boom. He drew forth the Xianbing bow and the ice soul arrow, then pulled the bowstring back, forming a crescent shape. The power runes and ice runes were activated, unleashing a powerful cold wave that caused the air to begin to solidify. Countless shards of ice, like hail, cascaded from the heavens. Whoosh! The ice soul arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the sky at breakneck speed, aimed at the small amethyst fire-winged lion. Sensing the imminent danger, the lion braced itself for defense. It erupted in fierce purple flames, powerful waves of heat radiating outward from its core in all directions. Crackle! It spewed flames from its mouth, resembling a long serpent, leaving a dark trace of intense heat in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries converged. The ice soul arrow, imbued with formidable power, pierced through the violet flames in a mere second, subsequently entering its body through its mouth. With a resounding explosion, the ice soul arrow detonated, unleashing the full force of its runic energy, utterly obliterating its internal organs. Had it not been for the creature's robust physique, it would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere fragments in the wake of such a terrifying blast. The amethyst-winged fire lion emitted a wretched cry as its form plummeted rapidly to the ground. Upon impact, the earth trembled violently. The combination of the mystic ice bow and the ice soul arrow manifested an extraordinary power, more than sufficient to vanquish the sixth prince. This was the first occasion he had fully unleashed the potential of the mystic ice bow and ice soul arrow, and the resulting force exceeded his expectations. Capable of slaying a foe as formidable as the amethyst-winged fire lion, equivalent to the fifth layer of the soul transformation realm, with a single shot. This revelation instilled in him the grim realization that employing this weapon against Prince Leijun would seal his fate without a doubt. Regrettably, he possessed only 5 ice soul arrows, and now merely 3 remained. With such a divine weapon in hand, he harbored the possibility of defeating opponents far beyond his own prowess. He swiftly ascended to the treetop, settling into a meditative posture to channel the Sacred Heart technique, hastening his recovery. After a quarter of an hour, Reno regained half of his strength. Sensing that Tang Yuedong might be nearing her limit, he hurried to her side. Upon his arrival, he found Tang Yuetong nearly overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the amethyst-winged fire lion king. According to their agreement, Reno needed to whistle to indicate the success of their plan, so he quickly let out a sharp whistle. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuedong's face immediately lit up with joy. She then infused her true energy into her sword, causing a surge of azure light to erupt from it, and with a swift motion, she slashed outward, forcing her opponent to retreat. The amethyst fire-winged lion king sneered, "Little girl, your strength is commendable, but alas, you are no match for me. Before my might, you stand no chance of resistance. I suggest you accept your fate. I can grant you a swift end." Tang Yuedong scoffed in response, "You are far too confident. Amethyst fire-winged lion king, I sought you out merely to lure you away, allowing the young man you previously encountered to infiltrate your lair and pilfer the soul spirit fruit. The whistle you heard just now signifies the success of our plan. What did you say?" The amethyst fire-winged lion king was taken aback, its eyes quickly filled with fury, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. In that moment, it became clear to it that Reno was feigning death and that the two had ensnared it in a trap. The flames of rage within it intensified. "You shall all perish." It launched a fierce assault toward Tang Yuedong, moving with astonishing speed, ready to unleash its full power before her. However, Tang Yuedong had long been prepared. She produced a spirit talisman, casting a disdainful glance at the amethyst fire-winged lion king before shattering it. Chapter 30. Return to the city. Reno searched for Tang Yuedong's location within the mountains. But in the end, it was Tang Yuetong who found him. "Yinting, how did it go? Did you secure the item?" A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Tang Yuedong's eyes. Reno nodded. "Yes, I have obtained it." He then revealed the soul spirit fruit. Tang Yuedong's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly seized the item, scrutinizing it with great care. It was truly wonderful. Her junior sister was saved. I have entrusted this to you, and thus our collaboration comes to an end. Do remember to return the celestial fire meteorite to me. Reno turned to leave. Not so fast, Tang Yuedong called out. Yinting, I previously mentioned granting you an opportunity for fortuitous encounters. This is for you. She produced a bronze token, adorned on both sides with a magnificent dragon soaring through the clouds. What is this? Reno inquired, toying with the token. What it is, you will come to understand in due time. In any case, should you find yourself in peril, this token may very well save your life. Such a valuable item. It seems your origins are quite remarkable, Reno remarked with a hint of a smile. And you are not so simple yourself. Yinting is likely not your true name. Tang Yuedong replied with a smile. Reno chuckled softly but said nothing further. Very well, she continued, unfazed. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you. Farewell. With a nimble step, Tang Yuedong vanished without a trace. Reno glanced at the token once more, smiling gently before storing it in his spatial ring and departing. Unbeknownst to him, not far off, Tang Yuedong had not truly left. She was perched upon a large tree, watching him intently. The token was a privilege reserved for the exceptionally talented within the Heavenly Earth sect. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable and profound connection to Yunting. By bestowing upon him the Xiantai token, she aimed not only to safeguard his life, but also to ensure she could learn of his whereabouts in the future. After a lengthy pause, she could not help but sigh, uncertain whether giving him the mysterious iron token was the right choice. Soon after, she departed. After spending another 10 days in the myriad Demon Mountain range, Rainer's cultivation reached the 8th level of the opening spirit realm. A breakthrough in the near future seemed unattainable. The rapid surge in his power was too overwhelming for his body to endure, and he lacked the necessary cultivation materials. At this moment, what he required most was to enhance his physique and stockpile sufficient resources for his cultivation. Oh, pray tell, what is the young master's current realm? The 8th level of the opening spirit realm. What? Zhou He was utterly astonished, scarcely believing his own ears. He was acutely aware that his master had risen to prominence in less than a month. Remarkably, he had elevated from the 9th level of the violent Qi realm to the 8th level of the opening spirit realm, ascending through multiple realms in succession. To his knowledge, no such prodigy had ever graced the annals of the Tianluo Empire's history. He exclaimed, Master, your talent transcends the mere description of genius. You are a monstrous anomaly. If the Empress knows of this from beyond, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Rainer merely smiled. By the way, I asked you to keep an eye on the 6th Prince's movements. How has that fared? Master, the 6th Prince is always accompanied by formidable protectors whenever he ventures out, making any attempts to act against him rather challenging. In addition, Zhou He had received a reliable piece of information. Oh, quickly, do share, Rainer said, intrigued. The young master is unaware that, in recent days, I have observed the 6th Prince and the 9th Prince frequently visiting the residence of the Grand Tutor. Consequently, I devised a plan to infiltrate the Grand Tutor's estate, securing a position as a menial worker. Later, through the words of an individual within the estate, I learned that the Grand Tutor's granddaughter, Ouyang Qingshuang, seems to be involved in some endeavor that requires the assistance of the 2 princes. However, the nature of this endeavor remains unknown to me. Reno felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded in acknowledgement. Ouyang Qingshuang is no ordinary woman, and the 6th and 9th princes are notoriously motivated by personal gain. There must be some ulterior motive behind their interactions. The young master is indeed correct. I suspect the 6th prince may be attempting to win the favor of the Grand Tutor, who is not only the emperor's mentor but also a venerable official with substantial military authority and a highly esteemed position within the court. Reno nodded once more, agreeing with the assessment, yet observed that the 6th prince and his allies are not fools. Among the princes, the 2nd prince possesses far superior talent. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the position of crown prince should rightfully be his. They are acutely aware of their own capabilities and would not recklessly vie for the throne. Furthermore, the Grand Tutor is renowned for his integrity, and has an exemplary reputation both within and outside the court. Thus, winning him over is no simple task. Nevertheless, all of this remains conjecture. We cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. The struggle for the throne has existed throughout history and is marked by its brutal nature. Where fraternal strife and paternal enmity are commonplace occurrences, the allure of the imperial throne is simply too potent, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for those consumed by greed to undertake reckless actions. I observe that the 6th prince and the 9th prince have ventured to the Grand Preceptor's residence, likely to address this matter. In truth, they are not alone. Other princes and various influential families are also involved. Their intention must be to alleviate the peculiar poison afflicting the fierce prison demon tiger, thereby incurring a favor from the Grand Preceptor's household. The esteem of the Grand Preceptor is unparalleled. It is essential to recognize that, in addition to his considerable influence in court and his command over formidable military forces, he is a master of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, an extraordinary expert. Should he find himself indebted for a favor, it would yield immense advantages. Chapter 31. Journey to the Grand Preceptor's residence. On that day, Rainer visited the Lingbao Pavilion. Disguised as a youthful man, he was received by a middle-aged gentleman sporting a mustache. It appears that without sufficient capital, one cannot hope to meet Shinrushua. Rainer found this to be rather unsurprising and paid it no heed, for in this continent, earning respect necessitates possessing formidable strength. I am Hu Jingtian, the steward of Lingbao Pavilion, tasked with procuring items such as magical beasts. Young brother, I have heard that you wish to sell magical beasts. May I inquire what you possess and in what quantity? Hu Jingtian's voice bore a slight rasp, and his eyes shimmered with keen interest. Rainer produced a spatial ring and remarked, "Steward Hu, perhaps you should examine it personally." Hu Jingtian was taken aback. Rainer's gesture led him to surmise that the spatial ring likely contained a significant number of magical beasts. He accepted the ring, and as the soul imprint had been dispelled by Rainer, Hu Jingtian effortlessly accessed the contents within the spatial ring. As his mental energy surged into the space, astonishment immediately washed over his face. It turned out that he was taken aback by the sheer number of beast corpses within. The area, spanning over 300 square meters, was entirely filled. Furthermore, the strength of these beasts was formidable, with most nearing the threshold of the 4th tier, and some even being 4th tier beasts themselves. Hu Jingtian could not restrain himself and inquired, "Young man, may I boldly ask whether you were the sole hunter of these beasts?" Rainer nodded, affirming, "Indeed. All of them were slain by me in the Wanyao mountain range." What? Initially, he had presumed that such a vast number of beasts could only have been acquired through the collaboration of multiple hunters. However, hearing Rainer's unequivocal denial left him utterly astounded. The beasts contained within the spatial ring numbered at least 200, indicating that this young man had single-handedly vanquished so many creatures in the exceedingly perilous Wanyao mountain range. While the quantity alone would not typically evoke such awe, the critical factor lay in the significant prowess exhibited by these beasts, many of which surpassed the capabilities of the young man before him. It was conceivable that one or two of the beasts, due to injuries or other extraordinary circumstances, had fallen prey to Rainer. Yet, it was implausible for this to be a perpetual occurrence. Moreover, a considerable number of these beasts were known for their lethal prowess with a single arrow, necessitating an extraordinary level of strength to achieve such feats. In Hu Jingtian's estimation, even a soul transformation realm warrior would find it no easy task to kill a peak 3rd-tier beast with a single arrow. He could not help but scrutinize this seemingly unremarkable young man once again. Instantly, he could not help but exclaim, "You are truly remarkable, young brother. To have slain so many ferocious beasts at merely the 8th level of the spirit opening realm is astonishing." He merely responded with a faint smile. In truth, the beasts slain by Reno were not completely revealed, such as the amethyst firewing lion. These formidable creatures possessed an extraordinary essence of flesh and blood, along with a powerful energy source within their cores, making them ideal for cultivation. For Reno, who was in dire need of cultivation materials, selling them was simply out of the question. One can only imagine the exquisite expression on Hu Zhengtian's face if he were to discover that Reno had concealed such treasures. Hu Zhi, could you please assess how many gold coins these can be exchanged for? Reno inquired. Certainly. Hu Zhengtian nodded, then produced a golden abacus, swiftly calculating the value of the beasts. Before long, he smiled at Reno, saying, Young brother, there are a total of 358 beasts, including their cores. The equivalent in gold coins is approximately 850,000. Upon hearing this, Reno nodded in agreement. The price seemed quite reasonable. Let us proceed with that. Very well, Hu Zhengtian replied, retrieving a golden card. When Reno took a look, he noticed the design on the card was identical to the one Shen Ruxue had given him 2 years prior, though there were subtle differences. The former bore a golden pattern, while the latter featured a violet golden hue. It was evident that his mysterious elder's status within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion far surpassed his current standing. Thank you, Reno said as he accepted the golden card. Clasping his hands in gratitude and turning to depart. Young brother, please hold on, Hu Zhengtian called out to him. Hu Zhi, is there something else? Hu Zhengtian produced a card of pure violet hue and said, Young brother, should you come across anything of value in the future, simply present this card and seek me out. Those here will escort you directly to me, and I shall offer you a fair price. Oh, Reno accepted the card, glanced at it, and tucked it away, expressing his gratitude to Hu Zhengtian for his kindness. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he added, By the way, Hu Zhengtian, if anyone visits Lingbao Pavilion claiming to have items for me, Yin Ting, I would appreciate your assistance in receiving them. I shall come to collect them. He recalled his agreement with Tang Yuetong, wherein he had requested her to deliver the remaining 3 pieces of heavenly fire meteorite to the Lingbao Pavilion. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to enlist Hu Zhengtian's help. Why not have them hand the items directly to you? Why the roundabout way? Hu Zhengtian questioned, puzzled. Reno replied with a smile, There are reasons for this, but I must ask your forgiveness for not divulging them. However, I assure you that it will not cause any inconvenience to the Lingbao Pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhengtian responded, Very well, I shall agree to this matter. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before him stood 2 magnificent stone lions flanking the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur. At the threshold, 2 robust soldiers stood like statues, their right hands resting upon the hilts of their long blades. Their eyes, sharp as those of eagles, scanned the surroundings, ready to draw their swords at the slightest hint of danger. As Reno approached, he was immediately halted by the 2 soldiers. One of them barked, Unauthorized personnel, do not approach the Grand Master's residence. Reno responded with a smile, I come to treat the Grand Master's infernal beast, the Hellfire Demon Tiger. Is it just you? The 2 exchanged skeptical glances at Reynaud, their trust in him wavering. After all, Reynaud was exceedingly young, making it difficult for others to place their faith in him. It is noteworthy that even some renowned alchemists and erudite scholars found themselves at a loss against the peculiar venom of the infernal tiger. Chapter 32, The Grand Master. The circumstances Reynaud described resonated with him profoundly, leaving him utterly astonished. I have already stated that I am here to cure the infernal tiger. Naturally, I possess remarkable insight. Furthermore, I am aware of how to assist you in resolving this dilemma, Reynaud stated with a cheerful smile. Really? The man with a square face expressed surprise, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he implored, Sir, please assist me. I am willing to relinquish all my wealth. One can always earn back wealth, Reynaud replied dismissively. However, without a breakthrough in your cultivation, your riches are limited, your status constrained, and your life itself finite. The benefits gained from transcending into a new realm far outweigh any material wealth. Forget about the wealth, Reynaud waved his hand. If you wish to achieve a breakthrough, you will need Lingji mushrooms, bloodfruit, and divine wood to create a medicinal bath. Then, by unlocking the Tianqiu acupoint, you shall successfully transcend. Is that true? Reynaud scoffed. Do you still doubt me? And no, I do not dare to, the man quickly clarified. Very well, Reynaud huffed. Then hurry and report this to your Grand Master. Yes, I shall do so at once. He hurriedly entered the inner courtyard to relay the news. After his departure, another individual, with a sycophantic smile, approached and said, "My lord, I too have been stagnating at the 4th level of spiritual awakening for quite some time. Heh, I kindly request your assistance." Very well. Renaud strode purposefully into the Grand Master's residence. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of an attendant, he arrived at the main hall. Upon entering, Renaud immediately beheld a figure seated prominently at the center, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. This individual appeared to be in his 70s, with a head of snow-white hair and a beard to match, cascading down to his chest. His piercing gaze radiated an intense brilliance, seemingly able to penetrate the corporeal form of any individual, reaching deep into the very essence of their soul, rendering them utterly transparent before him. "Grandmaster, the esteemed physician you summoned has arrived," announced the attendant. "Very well, you may leave." "As you command," replied the soldier, departing the hall. Renaud approached the Grandmaster, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "I am Yun Ting, honored to meet you." However, the Grandmaster's expression suddenly turned icy. "Why do you not dare to reveal your true self? What is your purpose in visiting my residence?" Unfazed, Renaud maintained his composure. He was not surprised that the Grand Master could discern his disguise. His skills in the art of disguise were indeed remarkable, albeit reliant on a substantial level of capability. Given his current strength, he had yet to fully harness its potential. Presently, when faced with an opponent of vastly superior power, one's disguise could easily be detected. Nevertheless, even if discovered, the true identity would remain obscured. The Grand Master, observing Renaud's unwavering demeanor, felt a sense of surprise mingled with admiration. As a figure of significant stature, commanding legions, he naturally exuded an inherent authority, further amplified by his status as one of the few formidable experts in the Luo Empire. This commanding presence was undeniably intensified. Among the younger generation he encountered, the only one capable of remaining composed and unaffected under his pressure, aside from the current sovereign who was once a youth himself, seemed to be this young man before him. The others were either trembling in fear or engaging in obsequious flattery, overly cautious in their demeanor. Such behavior was exceedingly contrived. In truth, Reno had once been an unparalleled powerhouse, far exceeding him in strength. How could he ever be intimidated by him? Raynor chuckled. "Your Excellency possesses truly discerning eyes. However, my sole intention in coming here is to assist you in rescuing the infernal demon tiger. Is it truly necessary for you to know my true identity? As long as I can help you neutralize the peculiar toxin afflicting the infernal demon tiger, does that not suffice? You possess quite a remarkable audacity, daring to speak to me in such a manner," the Grand Master remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, his tone tinged with frost. Raynor replied with a light laugh. "That is because I possess ample strength and confidence to aid in your mount's detoxification." The Grand Master's demeanor softened into a smile. "Very well, proceed with the treatment. Regardless of whether you succeed in neutralizing the toxin today, I shall ensure you are rewarded." Raynor nodded. "Then I kindly request you to lead the way." Subsequently, Raynor followed the Grand Master to a vast pool in the rear garden, spanning half an acre. The water shimmered a vivid emerald green, exuding a potent medicinal fragrance. "Come forth, old friend." The Grand Master sighed towards the surface of the water. As his words faded, the surface erupted into tumultuous waves, and an imposing demon tiger emerged, its entire being radiating an intense malevolence, imbued with a palpable aura of lethality, truly fearsome. Its eyes gleamed a vivid emerald green, revealing fangs that protruded like the length of an infant's arm, radiating an eerie luminescence. Adorned with striking black and white stripes, it appeared exceedingly fierce and terrifying, evoking a profound sense of dread. In the realm of Nirvana, at the 7th tier, Renu was taken aback. With the extraordinary vision cultivated in his previous life, he instantly discerned the formidable cultivation level of the infernal demon tiger. To his astonishment, its prowess equaled that of the Grand Master, indicating that within the Luo Empire, the Grand Master's household alone boasted 2 pinnacle masters of the Nirvana realm. In the Luo Empire, The highest cultivation level is nirvana, and there are rarely more than a handful of such beings. Thus, the presence of two in the Grand Master's residence underscores its formidable foundation. Ah, old friend, you have arrived. The voice of the infernal demon tiger resonated with a commanding presence, as imposing as its grand figure. Indeed, how has your health been of late? Inquired the Grand Master with genuine concern. What a bunch of inept fools. The emerald eyes of the infernal demon tiger shimmered with a menacing light, instilling fear in all. They were utterly helpless. Not only had the ailment not been contained, but it had also intensified. Humph, were it not for your sake, I would have devoured them whole. The infernal demon tiger seethed with indignation. Calm yourself. They have done their utmost. After all, the poison afflicting you is exceedingly potent, and it is no fault of theirs that it remains untreated. However, the venom within you has become increasingly severe, and it must be addressed post-haste, the Grand Master said, furrowing his brow as he stroked his beard, deeply troubled by the infernal demon tiger's affliction. I too wish for it. Yet alas, you old fellow, have yet to summon a capable individual thus far. The fiery prison demon tiger sighed, then shifted its gaze to Reno. Chapter 33. The initial display of skills. Old fellow, why have you brought a mere child? The fiery prison demon tiger inquired, its eyes suddenly sparkling with intensity. The Grand Master chuckled. He is the one I specifically invited to cure your ailment. Just him? The fiery prison demon tiger paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. I say, old fellow, have you lost your wits? This inexperienced brat thinks he can alleviate my poison? However, upon further reflection, it pondered whether Reno might have gleaned knowledge from others. Many had come to treat the fiery prison demon tiger. Albeit they had failed to eliminate the toxicity, they at least understood the nature of the poison. It was not inconceivable that Reno had acquired this information from others. You, young one, are capable of discerning the poison that afflicts me? The fiery prison demon tiger's tone carried a hint of astonishment. Reno smiled and replied, if I lacked even this modicum of skill, would I dare to come here to treat you? The fiery prison demon tiger laughed heartily. Well said. In that case, hasten to cure me and dispel the poison. The Grand Master observed Reno's confident demeanor and felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that he truly possessed the capability to understand the poison plaguing the fiery prison demon tiger? Reno nodded, placing his palm against the fiery prison demon tiger's forehead. Suddenly, a surge of formidable mental energy flowed from his hand into its body. To possess such overwhelming mental strength at merely the spirit awakening stage, the infernal tiger could distinctly sense the swirling psychic energy within its body, a force far surpassing that of the spirit awakening realm, comparable even to the third level of the soul transformation realm. Chin Crane recognized this poison. It was colorless and odorless, a potent chronic toxin that would ultimately reduce the afflicted to a mere puddle of pus. The depth of the infernal tiger's poisoning was more severe than he had initially anticipated. Young friend, do you possess a remedy? Inquired the Grand Master, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation and hope. Reynolds nodded. Observing this, both the infernal tiger and the Grand Master were illuminated by a flicker of excitement and joy. I can indeed neutralize this poison, but I require some spiritual herbs, Reynolds stated. The Grand Master replied joyously, the materials are no issue. As long as you cure this old fellow, feel free to voice any demands. That is splendid, Reynolds nodded. I shall commence with the preliminary treatment now. He felt exhilarated. Having just attempted the procedure, he realized that the Sacred Heart technique could yield varying effects depending on the strength of the subject being treated. The infernal tiger, a master of the Nirvana realm, would provide an abundance of vital energy for the detoxification process. At that moment, Reynolds recognized that no elixir or miraculous remedy could rival the effects of the Sacred Heart technique. It not only healed wounds and restored vitality, but, more importantly, generated a vast reservoir of vital energy. The availability of sufficient vital energy was crucial for a martial artist's breakthrough. With the infernal tiger at the Nirvana realm, if he could completely eliminate the poison, he should be able to ascend to the 9th level of the spirit awakening realm, or even reach the soul transformation realm. Reynolds was overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, The infernal tiger was filled with immense joy, for he sensed that the toxins within him were gradually dissipating. The radiant green particles bestowed upon him a sense of warmth, alleviating all traces of pain and suffering. He never anticipated that a mere child could achieve what so many others had struggled to accomplish. Oh, so he truly possesses the ability to heal your affliction? The Grand Master exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, he does, the infernal tiger replied with a grin. Today, I must admit, I misjudged the capabilities of this young lad. Turning to Lei Nuo, he continued, consider this a favor owed to you for today's events. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall unreservedly lend my aid. Materials for the healing are not a concern, the Grand Master nonchalantly remarked. I see you reside at the Rising Sun Inn, young friend. However, given the inn's mixed clientele, I suggest you move to the Grand Master's residence. It would certainly facilitate your endeavors in treating the old man. Yes, do come over. There is ample space here. And your presence would be no inconvenience, the infernal tiger added. With such hospitality from the two esteemed elders, Lei Nuo graciously accepted, acknowledging. There is no place safer than the Grand Master's abode, especially with two of the nation's foremost Nirvana realm experts residing here. Excellent. Tomorrow evening marks the birthday of my granddaughter, awakens, and we shall have some friends over. You will have the opportunity to meet them. Oh, Lei Nuo exclaimed in surprise, quickly clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations to Miss Ouyang. Upon mentioning awakens, the Grand Master wore a broad smile. Well then, it is settled. Please make haste in your preparations, and I shall arrange for you. Chapter 34. Awakens. Lei Nuo was summoned to the Grand Master's residence, with Zhou He, a servant of the Grand Master's household, attending to him. At this moment, the two had closed the door, seemingly engaged in a confidential discussion. The young master is truly remarkable. Many esteemed individuals from the Tianluo Empire have visited the Grand Master's estate to treat the infernal demon tiger, yet none succeeded. Ultimately, it was the young master who took matters into his own hands. To be frank, I have developed a deeper admiration for you, Zhou He remarked, his voice tinged with awe. Lei Nuo chuckled. There is no need for such flattery. My efforts to cure the infernal demon tiger are, in truth, a consideration for myself. The Grand Master Ouyang holds a position of immense power and authority, commanding countless troops of the Empire. With him as my ally, my future endeavors will undoubtedly be much smoother. In truth, there was a fundamental and significant reason that Lei Nuo had not disclosed. The Sacred Heart technique he possessed not only allowed him to heal others, but also replenished his own vital energy. Moreover, he sought to procure some cultivation materials from the Grand Master. With his Sacred Heart technique, he required no rare materials to treat the infernal demon tiger. His actions were akin to selling sheep while secretly peddling dog meat. He openly claimed he needed materials for the tiger's treatment, but in reality, they were for his own use. After all, it was only reasonable to procure some materials for the treatment he was providing, and given the Grand Master's extensive resources, what he sought was merely a drop in the ocean, without any significant consequence. The young master is indeed thoughtful, in my humble opinion. With the assistance of the Grand Master, the position of Crown Prince, and even the esteemed throne, shall undoubtedly belong to you. The young master has finally endured to see the fruits of his labor. Zhou He is also quite pleased. The Crown Prince, the Emperor? Yet, Lei Nuo merely scoffed. Zhou He, since you have chosen to follow me, your aspirations must soar higher. The mundane throne is of little consequence. Our ambition is to become the sovereigns of this continent. Zhou He was taken aback. To be the sovereign of the continent carries extraordinary significance. It implies the conquest of all, countless warriors. The power required for such an endeavor is nothing short of terrifying. He had not anticipated that his master harbored such grand ambitions. In fact, he felt a hint of madness in Lei Nuo's aspirations. After all, Lei Nuo was currently quite weak. Despite his immense potential, that remained a distant prospect, and the path to becoming the sovereign of the continent seemed far too remote. Zhou He did not believe Lei Nuo's words, yet he did not wish to dampen his master's lofty aspirations, so he chose silence instead. Reno recognized this hesitation, but he remained unconcerned and understanding. He dared to speak thus because he was a reincarnated individual, endowed with a wealth of cultivation knowledge and an astonishing growth rate. In his previous life, he lacked bloodline power and an extraordinary martial soul, yet he still stood atop the pyramid, merely a step away from the title of sovereign. Little one, you have arrived. The infernal demonic tiger greeted Reno with a smile. Ever since Reno had successfully treated its ailment, it regarded him with considerable respect and favor. I have. Reno replied with a smile. How do you feel now, esteemed elder? Much improved, the tiger responded. The infernal beast of the abyss grinned. Thank you, little one. Reno produced a jade vial, comparable in size to a vase, and spoke. Senior, this is the antidote I have concocted for you. Shortly, I shall pour this solution into the pool, and you need only to channel your energy to absorb it. It may be somewhat painful, but you must endure. Initially, he had hesitated to proceed with this plan, as the preparation of the antidote required considerable resources and its necessity was questionable. With the Sacred Heart technique, one could expel toxins without the need for such a potion. However, to avoid raising suspicion, he felt compelled to follow through. Pain. Is it more severe than the agony inflicted by the thousand feathers crane? The infernal beast inquired with a chuckle. Reno paused for a moment, then responded with a smile. Indeed, senior, you possess a remarkable fortitude. The beast laughed heartily. Very well, let us begin. With that, it leapt back into the pool, creating a massive splash. Reno poured the contents of the jade vial into the water, and in an instant, the previously pale red and green hues transformed into a deep crimson. As if the pool had become a veritable pit of blood, countless tendrils of gas wafted from the water's surface. Reno could hear the infernal beast gasp in pain, indicating that the antidote was indeed causing significant discomfort as it worked to heal its body. Based on your constitution, you should be able to adapt to the potion's effects in half an hour, Reno assured. Rest assured, I am fine, the beast replied, after which it fell silent. Reno met its gaze, and they shared a moment of connection. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Who are you? Inquired a woman clad in red. I am Yinting, a specialist in treating and detoxifying the fierce infernal tiger. This young lady possesses an extraordinary demeanor. She must be Ouyang Shuang, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor. Although it has been quite some time since Lei Nuo last encountered Ouyang Shuang, her general features remain unchanged. Furthermore, this is the residence of the Grand Tutor, a place not easily accessible, and she does not appear to be a servant. Thus, he deduces that she is indeed the esteemed young lady of the Grand Tutor's household. Yinting? Ouyang Shuang scrutinized Lei Nuo carefully and remarked, So you are the renowned physician who arrived uninvited. I am unworthy of such praise, he replied. Are you here to treat my Uncle Tiger? Certainly, Lei Nuo affirmed. However, the esteemed elder tiger is currently in seclusion, working to resolve the toxins within. I advise the young lady not to disturb him. I see. Ouyang Shuang pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well then. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Indeed, you may go, she replied. With a respectful gesture, Lei Nuo bid farewell and proceeded past Ouyang Shuang, departing from her presence. As he walked away, Ouyang Shuang observed him with an unusual glimmer in her eyes. She had encountered numerous men, most of whom sought to ingratiate themselves with her, exhibiting a facade of insincerity. Yet, this man before her remained unfazed by either praise or disdain, as if she were an ordinary person in his eyes. This intrigued her greatly. How fascinating, Yinting, Yinting. Ouyang Shuang murmured to herself, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 35. The transformation of the martial spirit at this moment. Every pore of his body opened wide, drawing in the ethereal essence of the world with a powerful suction, which was then transformed into pure vital energy that flowed into his energy sea. Gradually, the energy sea became filled. Should he reach that pinnacle, it would signify that Reno had ascended to a new realm. After a while, Reno opened his eyes and, with a flick of his finger, summoned a large wooden barrel from his spatial ring, which hovered in the air. Go, he uttered softly, directing his finger. and a fiery line shot forth from his fingertip, emanating an intense heat. The fiery line extended beneath the barrel, scorching it. Logically, one would expect that wooden objects would be reduced to ashes upon contact with fire. However, such an outcome did not transpire. The barrel remained unscathed and soon bubbled as if boiling water was within. Following this, Reno began to toss various spiritual materials into the barrel. These materials were procured from the Grand Master, and each piece would typically cost at least 1 to 200,000 gold coins in the outside world. Given Reno's current financial standing, he would find it exceedingly difficult to afford them alone. Yet, for the affluent Grand Master's household, it was merely a trivial matter. After all, the Grand Master's residence was the foremost family in the imperial capital of Luo City. The spiritual materials, vibrant in color, were first sliced into smaller chunks by Reno's vital energy blade before being added to the barrel. Once the materials were inside, for half an hour, Reno focused solely on controlling the flames to scorch the barrel. The temperature in the room rose significantly, yet it remained eerily silent. Since the awakening of his past life memories, Reno has experienced an astonishingly rapid breakthrough in his realm, yet the strength of his physical form has failed to keep pace. The medicinal liquid he is currently concocting in a wooden barrel serves primarily to enhance his corporeal body. Another objective is to ascertain whether it can instigate a further transformation of his martial spirit. Presently, his martial spirit is sealed, revealing only a single dragon arm. Reno is acutely aware that he requires immense power to catalyze a mutation in his martial spirit, thereby unveiling its true essence. Moreover, he firmly believes that as his martial spirit gradually reveals itself, his own prowess will concurrently augment. With gritted teeth, Reno forces his mind into a state of stability and silently recites the incantation of the dragon flame technique. The suction emanating from various parts of his body intensifies ominously, voraciously consuming the essence of the medicinal liquid. The pain escalates, yet Reno understands that this is indicative of significant fortification for his body. Pain possesses its limits. When it reaches its zenith, it transforms into numbness, provided one can endure it. Having traversed through numerous tribulations, Reno is no stranger to pain in its myriad forms. Thus, he regards the relentless agony akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at him with indifference, never once entertaining a fleeting thought of surrendering to the immersion. As the torment prolonged, Reno found himself growing numb. However, he could discern that, under the harmonious synergy of the potent medicinal essence and his true energy, his body was undergoing a subtle metamorphosis. Every single cell, every muscle fiber, every meridian and bone was becoming increasingly robust due to the nourishing and enhancing properties of the medicinal power. His overall strength has also surged considerably as time progresses. Reynolds sensed that the medicinal power enhancing his physique had reached its zenith, implying no further amplification of his corporeal form was possible. However, the potent elixir within the barrel still brimmed with formidable potency. Thus, he resolved to attempt to unravel the runes inscribed upon his martial soul. He channeled the dragon flame technique to its utmost limits, wielding a tremendous absorption capacity that caused the barrel to tremble violently, drawing not only the medicinal essence but also the ethereal energies of heaven and earth into his being. A surge of pure, potent energy coursed through him, ultimately converging upon the earth void within his Niwen Palace. The Niwen Palace is divided into two realms, the celestial void and the earth void. The earth void serves as the abode of the martial soul, situated at the very heart of the Niwen Palace. In contrast, the celestial void is the domain of the 3 souls and 7 spirits of living beings, adjacent to which lies a formidable reservoir of spiritual and soul energy, commonly referred to as the Sea of Consciousness. Soul energy is an evolved form of spiritual energy. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one Sea of Consciousness transforms into the Sea of Souls, possessing immense destructive capabilities. Furthermore, the comprehension of the myriad paths existing within the universe and the cosmos intensifies, significantly enhancing one's strength. Within the earth void, the martial soul manifested as a dragon arm, yet at its base resided a nebulous gray mass, resembling an inscrutable mist. Enveloping this mass were runes of a resplendent purple-gold hue, each exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Every time Reynolds beheld these runes, he was profoundly awed, uncertain of the true extent of their power. He directed the energy within him, transforming it into a piercing blade, and with a sudden, fierce thrust, he plunged it into the enigmatic mass. At that moment, the sword-like energy, upon contact with the gaseous mass, instantly shattered into countless rays of light, which adhered to the surface of the mass and, in the next instant, seamlessly integrated into it. Subsequently, there was an eerie stillness. Could it be? Reynolds was taken aback, clearly astonished that such a formidable force could provoke no reaction from the martial soul. Deep down, he had already grasped the truth. The runic power inscribed upon the martial soul was extraordinarily potent. In his estimation, the energy coalesced around the medicinal essence was sufficiently powerful. Yet in reality, it fell woefully short. He couldn't help but manage a wry smile. The unfolding events made it evident that to unravel the runes, he would require a mightier force. For the time being, the martial soul was likely to remain inert. With a sigh, he contemplated withdrawing. However, just as he concluded his introspection, the martial soul suddenly began to tremble violently. What? This unexpected turn of events caught Reynolds off guard, momentarily rendering him speechless. Before invigorating his spirit and stirring excitement within him, it seemed there was potential after all. All his focus was entirely devoted to the martial soul, which quivered intensely, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, as if a tremendous force was poised to be unleashed. Chapter 36. The True Nature of the Martial Soul. A profound pain surged within his mind, yet his consciousness remained alert. There was no time for further contemplation. He immediately resumed his introspection. To his astonishment, he was once again taken aback. Before him stood a magnificent golden-purple dragon. Yet its formidable body was ensnared by thick iron chains that pierced through various parts of its form, binding it entirely. Only the right arm among its two powerful dragon limbs remained unscathed. This very limb was, in fact, the weapon spirit that Raynor had previously awakened. It was evident that this awe-inspiring golden-purple giant dragon was the master of that dragon arm, the true embodiment of Raynor's weapon spirit. The massive iron chains, as thick as the pillars of a grand edifice, were inscribed with peculiar and arcane runes. Some of these runes bore a resemblance to those Raynor had encountered on the energy orbs earlier, yet the majority were entirely unfamiliar to him. Despite his contemplation, he could not ascertain the species of this colossal dragon. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. The name surfaced, the Purple Abyssal Dragon. He recalled his visit to the Dragon Clan, where he had forged a close friendship with the clan's esteemed elder. During their late-night discussions, the elder had spoken of the primordial era of dragons, when there existed 8 dragon deities, each embodying a distinct power: time, space, celestial bodies, ice, water, thunder, bloodlines, light, darkness, and life and death. Among them was the Purple Abyssal Dragon, the master of the profound mysteries of life and death. The striking golden-purple hue of the dragon before him mirrored that of the Purple Abyssal Dragon, suggesting that this majestic creature might indeed be the very same. If this were true, it would signify that he possessed a weapon spirit of divine dragon caliber, infinitely surpassing the prowess of his previous incarnation's weapon spirit. Raynor was overwhelmed with joy. The martial spirit was far more formidable than he had anticipated, signifying that his potential for growth surpassed his previous expectations. However, he was acutely aware that in order to unleash the power of his martial spirit, he must first free himself from the rune-encrusted chains that bound him. Until these shackles were lifted, his development would be severely impeded. After a brief moment, he concluded his introspection. Physically and mentally, he still endured pain. Yet Reno felt no discomfort whatsoever, for he had discovered that he possessed an extraordinarily powerful martial spirit. This revelation was sufficient to overshadow all his suffering. He sat cross-legged and activated the healing technique, commencing his self-repair. Time flowed imperceptibly once more. Reno's healing process extended over a considerable duration. 5 hours passed. Yet he remained engrossed in his recovery. Had it not been for Zhou He's visit, he might have continued for an entire day and night. "Come in," Reno said. Opening his eyes, Zhou He entered, and upon seeing Reno's pale complexion and lackluster spirit, he could not help but express concern. "Young master, what troubles you?" he inquired. Reno replied with a smile, "I am fine. There is no need for concern." "What brings you here?" Zhou He responded, "It is already evening. The celebration for Ouyang Qingshuang's birthday has commenced, and the Grand Master has specifically sent me to invite you." At that moment, Reno noticed that the door stood ajar, and upon glancing outside, he realized that the sky had completely darkened. He was taken aback by how much time had elapsed. He had not anticipated that his healing would take so long, and without realizing it, night had fully descended. Nevertheless, his injuries had not yet fully healed. The injury primarily stems from a psychological source. The physical body has long since recovered. However, the force unleashed by the martial soul was overwhelmingly powerful, causing significant turmoil within the sea of consciousness. It appears that the healing abilities of the bloodline talent are not as robust in terms of mental recovery as they are for physical restoration. "Very well. I shall attend to it now," Reynolds affirmed, rising from his bed. Zhou He harbored some concerns and inquired, "My lord, are you truly unscathed?" Reynolds, sensing the other's concern, felt a warmth within and patted his shoulder, replying with a smile, "Do not worry, I am quite well. I merely strained a bit of my energy while practicing. That is a relief. However, my lord, do exercise caution in your training in the future. One must not be overly hasty, lest it be counterproductive," Zhou He cautioned. It was evident that Zhou He believed Reynolds' eagerness in training had led to this adverse consequence. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. Reynolds' rapid advancement in cultivation easily led one to presume it was the result of relentless effort and immense toil. He had even suspected that Reynolds had resorted to some elixirs or nefarious techniques to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Naturally, he preferred not to entertain the latter notion, considering the substantial side effects it could entail. Comparatively, he hoped for Reynolds to possess an extraordinary talent that was both enviable and elusive. Reynolds, perceptive to the underlying meaning of his words, could not help but laugh heartily. It was amusing to think that after years of diligent cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of mastery, he was now being advised on such a straightforward principle by another. Nonetheless, he understood that Zhou He's intentions were well-meaning. Reno laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Zhou He, you truly are remarkable. Rest assured, I have taken your words to heart." Zhou He, feeling somewhat dazed, was perplexed by Reno's laughter and the meaning behind his words. At that moment, Reno changed into a white garment, looking not particularly handsome, yet possessing a delicate visage and a tall, slender frame. Coupled with the aura cultivated from his past life as a formidable figure, he exuded an air of nonchalance and carefree spirit. Chapter 37. Unexpected Troubles in the Tianluo Empire. Birthday celebrations are traditionally held at night, with affluent families hosting lavish banquets. By the time Reno arrived, the grand hall was already filled with guests, and singers were performing graceful dances. Laughter and joy permeated the atmosphere, and the Grand Master wore a beaming smile, radiating happiness as he listened to the guests offering their congratulations to Ouyang Qingshuang. The arrival of Reno was evidently unexpected, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. However, Reno remained composed and dignified, clasping his fists in salute as he congratulated, "Congratulations, Grand Master, and congratulations to Miss Ouyang. Wishing you a delightful birthday, Miss Ouyang. May your cultivation flourish day by day, surpassing all predecessors, and may you become the foremost expert in our Tianluo Empire. Then let us borrow Mr. Yun's auspicious words." Ouyang Qingshuang replied with a soft smile, exuding an air of modest elegance. Clad in a resplendent red palace gown, she appeared exceptionally beautiful. "Mr. Yun, please take a seat." "Indeed, young friend, you have finally arrived." "Haha, come, please sit down," the Grand Master beckoned with a smile. "Thank you," Reno said as he settled into a seat to the right of the Grand Master. The guests, witnessing this, were taken aback. At this grand banquet, seating arrangements held significant importance. For instance, The Grand Master and Ouyang Qingshuang occupied the central positions, flanked by 2 rows of seats. These rows extended from the Grand Master towards the entrance, designated solely for those of considerable strength and distinguished status. Naturally, particularly close friends and relatives would be exceptions. However, such relationships were unlikely to exist here, as it was clear to all that Ouyang Qingshuang referred to him as Mr. Yun, while the Grand Master called him a young friend. Clearly, they were neither kin nor compatriots. At this juncture, they attempted to probe Reno's cultivation level with their spiritual senses, only to discover that he was at the 8th level of the spirit opening realm. This achievement was commendable for someone of his age, yet many present were older and possessed superior cultivation, thereby questioning the appropriateness of his placement at such a prominent position. Their curiosity regarding Reno's true identity was piqued. Conversely, there were those who harbored resentment, such as the various princes among his peers and foes from esteemed families. Some among them had cultivation levels surpassing that of Reno, and thus they were unwilling to accept his presence in that esteemed seat. However, out of respect for the Grand Master, they refrained from overt displays of discontent. Yet their glances towards Reno were laden with hostility. The Grand Master, however, observed all of this, choosing to turn a blind eye. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, "Grand Master, may I ask who this young friend is?" The Grand Master smiled and replied, "Ah, he is my great benefactor." A collective gasp ensued, as the attendees were taken aback, astonished that the Grand Master would make such a statement, clearly holding Reno in high regard. They were left bewildered, pondering what extraordinary deed this seemingly unremarkable youth had accomplished to earn such commendation from the Grand Master. "May I inquire, esteemed Master, what has prompted such words?" The Master chuckled. "It is because young friend Yun has successfully healed the injuries of my old companion, the fiery abyssal tiger. In truth, today's gathering serves a dual purpose: to celebrate my granddaughter's birthday and to rejoice in my old friend's miraculous recovery from peril. Moreover, it is an opportunity to express my gratitude to young friend Yun for alleviating a considerable burden from my heart." "The Master is too kind," Lei Nuo replied, clasping his fists in a gesture of humility. At this moment, the attendees were taken aback. However, a number of them felt a tinge of disappointment. The presence of the fiery abyssal tiger had ensured that the Master's estate boasted 2 formidable experts in the realm of nirvana, solidifying the unparalleled supremacy of the Master's first family. They feigned congratulations towards the Master while secretly marveling at Lei Nuo's medical prowess, as the injuries of the fiery abyssal tiger had left many utterly helpless. At this juncture, Lei Nuo cast a glance around and noted that the guests who had come to offer their congratulations were all formidable individuals, either affluent or of noble birth, including several princes. The 6th prince and the 9th prince were among them. As he pondered this, a melodious laugh suddenly rang out from behind him. "Might I ask why Mr. Yun is here alone? Why not join the others in merriment and conversation?" Recognizing the voice of Ouyang Qingshuang, he turned around and replied with a smile, "I am someone who appreciates tranquility, so I hope Miss Ouyang can understand." "Is that truly the case?" Ouyang Qingshuang regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Lei Nuo nodded. "I believe there is no need for me to speak falsely." Ouyang Qingshuang nodded in agreement, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Yun, for treating my Uncle Tiger's injuries and detoxifying him, I extend my heartfelt thanks." Renaud shook his head, stating that he had come to detoxify the Hellfire Demon Tiger. His motivations were twofold: his admiration for the venerable Master's unwavering loyalty and patriotism, and truthfully, a pursuit of his own interests. The two engaged in lively conversation, but when the topic turned to martial arts, Renaud's profound insights left Ouyang Qingshuang utterly astounded. She felt as though a single word from him was worth a decade of study. Her regard for Renaud inevitably grew. They enjoyed each other as company immensely. However, unbeknownst to Renaud, many had begun to perceive them as thorns in their sides, particularly the talented youths of the imperial capital. Ouyang Qingshuang was renowned nationwide for her beauty, elegant and ethereal. Her allure was beyond words. Many sought her favor, yet she remained indifferent, responding only with polite gestures. Thus, upon witnessing her closeness with Renaud, sharing laughter and conversation, jealousy ignited within them like a raging inferno. How could this insufferable fellow possibly win Miss Ouyang's affection? In the corridor, a handsome young man wore an expression of fury, his palm pressed against a pillar, having already marred the wooden surface with his grip. His gaze was fixated on Renaud and Ouyang Qingshuang, appearing somewhat ferocious, as though he were ready to devour them. Beside him stood a slender man whom Renaud recognized as Prince Leishan, the sixth prince. It turned out that this striking young man was Wang Qichen, the eldest son of the Wang family and the maternal cousin of Leishan, whose cultivation had reached the fifth level of the soul transformation realm, earning him considerable prestige among the younger generation. He was also one of Ouyang Qingshuang's many suitors. In this moment, his heart brimmed with an all-consuming hatred for Renaud. Cousin, this man dares to contest for a woman against you. He must be taught a severe lesson. Such words may seem light. Wang Qingshan scoffed. For he is a favored individual before the Grand Tutor. If I provoke him, will the Grand Tutor spare me? Shall we not confront him openly? Leishan sneered. Oh, what brilliant idea do you propose? Wang Qingshan inquired eagerly. Leishan whispered into his ear, outlining a plan. Excellent. Wang Qingshan's eyes sparkled with malice as he coldly remarked, Now, I will show you. A glimmer of chilling ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Chapter 38. A Sword That Astonishes. Following Leishan, Wang Qichen summoned several others to accompany him to Lei Nuo's location, their approach menacing. From a distance, Lei Nuo sensed their arrival. He ceased his conversation with Ouyang Qingshuang, raised his gaze, and furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Ouyang Qingshuang's eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her lips. Young Master Wang, sixth prince, esteemed gentleman, Ouyang Qingshuang greeted them respectfully. The group promptly returned her salutation. Wang Qingshan replied, Miss Ouyang, we are all practitioners of martial arts, and opportunities for us to gather are rare. Today, it is fortunate that we celebrate Miss Ouyang Qingshuang's birthday, allowing us this occasion. All present are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the young generation in the imperial capital. Why not seize this opportunity to engage in some friendly sparring? What does everyone think? He posed the question to the assembly. Excellent. I have long wished to engage in a contest. The earlier atmosphere was stifling, declared a rotund man in splendid attire. Indeed, let us have a match. The crowd erupted in excitement. It is indeed a rare occasion for everyone to be so enthusiastic. Very well, today we shall engage in a friendly contest. However, let me clarify beforehand that this is merely a sparring session, should anyone go too far. Do not blame Qingshuang for being merciless. Ouyang Qingshuang remarked, This space is insufficient. Follow me to the training ground. Very well, the crowd responded in unison, preparing to accompany Ouyang Qingshuang to the arena. At that moment, Rainer interjected, Miss Ouyang, I have other matters to attend to. Please proceed without me. Mr. Yun, do you truly wish to squander such a rare opportunity? Ouyang Qingshuang inquired. You young man, Miss Ouyang is extending you a courtesy. Do not refuse her kindness. Someone admonished. You must heed Miss Ouyang's words, another commanded, and a number of individuals dismissed Rainer with disdain, issuing veiled threats. What is the meaning of this? Ouyang Qingshuang frowned. Mr. Yun is a distinguished guest of my esteemed residence. Your actions are exceedingly inappropriate and disrespectful. Miss Ouyang, please temper your anger, the sixth prince. Lei Zhan intervened, then addressed those around him. If some are unwilling to participate, why should we force them? Let us depart. Yet, the ninth prince, Lei Heng, stepped forward. Pointing at Rainer, you, surnamed Yun, if you possess any prowess, then face me in battle. If you lack the courage, then loudly proclaim yourself a coward, a timid turtle. Indeed, a timid turtle. A timid turtle, haha. As the mockery continued, Ouyang Qingshuang was about to respond, but Rainer interrupted, smiling at Lei Heng. Why must I prove my capabilities to you? What are you, to deem me a coward? What do you have to say? Lei Heng clenched his fists. His tiger-like eyes filled with fury. This impudent wretch dares to insult the ninth prince. The ninth prince, known for his volatile temperament, would undoubtedly seek retribution. A spectacle was about to unfold. Observers, with arms crossed, watched the scene with keen interest. Lei Nuo sneered. I didn't realize your hearing was so poor. You seek your own demise. Fuming with indignation, Lei Hong immediately channeled his energy and struck Lei Nuo with a punch. Indeed, he possessed some prowess. Ouyang Qingxuang felt an increased curiosity. With such meager strength, you dare to challenge me? Lei Nuo scoffed. In front of such a multitude, Lei Hong's pride was wounded, and upon hearing Lei Nuo's derision, he was consumed with rage, unable to contain himself. With a flick of his mind, his thunder scorpion martial soul manifested above him. Yet it appeared somewhat feeble. Ever since Lei Nuo had obliterated his martial soul, Lei Hong had expended great effort to reassemble it, but it required considerable time to nurture. The thunder scorpion before him was evidently undernourished. Lei Nuo laughed heartily. You dare to present such a martial soul? Truly shameless. He regarded Lei Hong with disdain. Even in his weaker days, he was no match for him, and now that his own power had grown immensely, Lei Hong was even less of a contender. Perish. Lei Hong commanded his thunder scorpion martial soul to assault Lei Nuo, while a spear crackling with electricity appeared in his grasp, crackling and popping incessantly. With a swift and powerful flourish, he wielded his long spear, sweeping and thrusting with such speed that countless spear shadows were conjured, each appearing as tangible as reality itself. The air thick with an aura of ferocity and violence. Reynolds evaded gracefully. Though the spear struck with ferocious force, it could not harm him in the slightest. Suddenly, the spear lunged forward again, but this time, Reynolds deftly parried it with his sword. A piercing cry erupted as the thunder scorpion descended from above. With a forceful thrust, Reynolds sent both the spear and its wielder, Thunder Hung, flying. Then, channeling his inner energy into his long sword, a formidable wave of sword chi radiated outward from him in all directions. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure. In an instant, Reynolds' figure vanished, only to be replaced by the anguished scream of Thunder Hung. Many were bewildered, yet some experts fixed their gaze upon the plummeting Thunder Scorpion martial spirit. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Scorpion martial spirit shattered in the sky, scattering into countless fragments of light as Thunder Hang's cries echoed. He had actually severed Thunder Hang's martial spirit with a single stroke? The explosion of the martial spirit finally captured the attention of the crowd, and as they witnessed this spectacle, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Reynolds was capable of obliterating the Thunder Scorpion martial spirit. It was widely acknowledged that such a feat was beyond even the capabilities of a third-tier soul transformation expert. The thought struck the minds of the onlookers. It was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Thunder Hang cradled his head in agony, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, feeling as if his mind were on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, Renault pressed forward against Lei Hong, clearly unwilling to grant him even a moment's respite. It is hardly surprising, after all. Renault had endured considerable torment at the hands of Lei Hong in the past, and now he was merely collecting his due. With a swift motion, he aimed to strike Lei Hong with his sword, but abruptly altered the angle of his blade, pivoting sharply to face backward. In this context, there were those with keen insight who perceived the deeper implications. If one were to engage without mercy upon realizing the opponent's royal lineage, it would suggest a formidable background or exceptional prowess. Of course, he might merely be a reckless fool. Yet, among them, this latter possibility seemed exceedingly remote, for they could not fathom Renault as one prone to arrogance. Yun Ting, however, proclaimed, to refuse a toast is to accept a punishment drink. A glint of icy resolve shone in Xin Yulong's eyes. Renault merely smiled. I must confess, I rather relish the punishment drink. Foolhardy wretch, Xin Yulong retorted, eschewing further banter. He forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, propelling himself toward Renault. As he closed the distance to less than a meter, he unleashed a technique known as White Tiger piercing the heart. Bending his knee, he summoned his strength and leaped into the air, his right hand surging with energy, forming an enormous tiger claw. In a swift motion, he lunged toward Renault. In that fleeting moment, Renault infused his sword with a torrent of energy, and a surge of black flames enveloped the blade at a visible speed, the temperature rising dramatically and becoming resplendent in the darkness. With a swift thrust, Renaud pierced forth with his sword. The sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the onlookers with the fleeting impression of a luminous blade flashing before their eyes, akin to the ephemeral bloom of a night blooming cereus. Such astonishing speed. The spectators were inwardly astonished. This Yun Ting truly possessed extraordinary skill. Such rapidity must indicate at least 30% of sword intent. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qingxuang, witnessing Renaud's strike, felt a jolt of surprise. Had it not been for her exceptional cultivation, she might have failed to perceive the trajectory of that sword. Even so, she found herself somewhat strained, which subtly alerted her to Renaud's remarkable background, revealing that his cultivation was far more profound than it appeared. This was evidenced by the sword intent he displayed. Sword intent embodies one's comprehension of the path of the sword, and this understanding varies from person to person. For instance, some prioritize the sword's offensive power, while others focus on its penetrating capabilities or explosive force, such as heavy slashes or vertical chops. However, irrespective of the specific interpretation of swordsmanship, the ultimate goal of cultivation is singular: to wield all things as swords. In ancient times, martial predecessors categorized sword intent into 10 levels, with 10 representing perfection. Judging by the speed at which Renaud had unleashed his strike, he certainly exhibited at least 30% of this intent. With a dismissive snort, Renaud infused his right hand with true energy, instantly enveloping his left palm in flames. Yet, within those flames, none noticed the presence of glistening dragon scales, indicating that he too was harnessing the power of his martial soul. A startling spectacle unfolded once more as the incoming sword shattered upon contact with his fiery palm. Piece by piece. What? Shen Yulong was taken aback, and in that moment of distraction, Renaud's palm struck his chest, sending him hurtling away. With a soft poof, Shen Yulong spat out blood, his hand slipping away from Renaud's flame sword, causing a vivid splash of crimson. He collapsed to the ground. Such meager strength is hardly worthy of a duel with me. Renaud scoffed repeatedly. Impressive indeed. Who is this Yun Ting? To think that a mere 8th level of the spirit-opening realm could defeat someone as well-connected as Shen Yulong is simply extraordinary. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable, he mused. Humph, a mere spirit-opening realm practitioner is nothing to be feared. Should I choose to intervene, I could easily take his life. One individual sneered, completely dismissing Renaud. This was understandable, for he was a master of the soul transformation realm, far superior to Shen Yulong. Of course, there was also a 5 or 6 year age difference between the two. Freak. Damn it, he is nothing short of a freak. Renaud's victory over Shen Yulong created quite a stir. Firstly, he had defeated a soul transformation realm practitioner despite being of a lower realm. Secondly, Renaud's strikes had been executed with such swiftness that Shen Yulong had not even been afforded the chance to retaliate. This indicated that Renaud's prowess far surpassed Shen Yulong's by a significant margin. At that moment, many gazes turned towards Renaud, filled with awe. As they no longer dared to underestimate him, Renaud sheathed his sword and turned to leave. A sudden unease gripped Leijin, for the confidence radiating from Renaud made him feel insecure. The ferocity and strength displayed by Renaud left him concerned that he might not be a match for him. Facing so many witnesses and being defeated by him would surely be a considerable loss of face. Thus, he found a reason to refuse, sneering coldly, "You must understand. It is my cousin who has issued the challenge to you. If you wish to challenge me, you must first defeat my cousin." Renaud discerned the cowardice in the other's words and scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Say what you will, but I shall not accept the challenge. Today, if you refuse to engage, you shall not leave." Wang Qingchun exuded an air of dominance. Renaud retorted with a cold smile, "Miss Ouyang, do you not intend to intervene?" Ouyang Qingxuang stepped forward, her voice frigid. "Mr. Yun is a distinguished guest of my esteemed tutor's residence. Master Wang, I urge you to be mindful of your words and actions, lest you cause me difficulty." Wang Qingchun harbored deep admiration for Ouyang Qingxuang, who had long been his dream girl, his goddess. Previously, he would heed her words. But upon hearing her defend Renaud, a flame of jealousy ignited within him, filling him with resentment toward Renaud. Consequently, He dismissed Ouyang Qingshuang's words as mere background noise. Chapter 40. The Shadowless Sword. Any man should accept my challenge. Wang Qingchen declared furiously. Renault retorted, Must I prove my masculinity to you? You coward. You are a disgrace among men. Others began to rise in defense of Wang Qingchen. Shameless scoundrel, you should leave at once, one person remarked. If I encounter Brother Wang, I shall surely take a detour. Otherwise, I fear his foul mood might lead him to strike me, perhaps even to my demise, and that would be unfortunate, another added. Who dares to speak? Step forward. Renault's tone turned ominous. Those with courage, come forth. Those who dare to speak often consider themselves far superior to others, particularly to Renault, who, being the scions of influential families in the capital, are prominent figures. Thus, upon hearing Renault's audacious remarks, they felt their pride wounded and their anger surged. Consequently, they all stepped forward, exclaiming, It is I, me, and I. In an instant, 5 individuals emerged. The rest observed with keen interest, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Renault, with the piercing gaze of an eagle, coldly regarded the 5. Very well, he declared, given your audacity, I shall spare your lives. What? Such arrogance. You seek your own demise. The brazen tone of Renault incited their fury. 5 imbeciles. Renault scoffed, You court death. One among them could no longer contain himself and launched an attack at Renault. This individual, possessing commendable skills, had already reached the 2nd tier of the soul transformation realm at the tender age of 23 or 24, surpassing even Shen Yulong. He unleashed a flurry of fierce punches and kicks. Yet, Renault remained unfazed, wielding his demon fire sword, which blossomed like a fiery lotus, radiating intense heat. He parried each assault with impeccable defense, as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering their strikes utterly ineffective. With a disdainful huff, Renault prepared to counterattack. In an instant, he struck, moving with the swiftness of a specter, as if a gentle breeze had whisked him to the foe's side. With a sharp thrust, his sword pierced the opponent's side, sending a searing pain coursing through his nerves. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. To their astonishment, even Qin Yi, who was at the 2nd level of the soul transformation realm, proved to be no match for his opponent. Just as they were grappling with their disbelief, Renault exerted his strength, lifting and flinging Qin Yi away. The technique he employed was unfathomable, from his extraordinary agility to the astonishing speed of his sword strikes. Everything was simply incredible. The onlookers were utterly perplexed, and even the astute Ouyang Qingshuang felt a sense of confusion. While she could comprehend the velocity of his sword strikes, attributed to his sword intent, the evasion and counterattack technique he exhibited was nothing short of miraculous. It was evident that he had mastered an exceptional martial art of agility, one that made her own falling goose technique pale in comparison. Who could he possibly be? She found herself increasingly intrigued by Renault's identity. At that moment, Qin Yi rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. Today, I shall have your life, he declared vehemently. With a resounding crash, a blue light coalesced above his head, swiftly transforming into a colossal sea shark. This was none other than the 5th grade sea shark martial spirit of the yellow rank. With the martial spirit materialized, the sea shark let out a fierce roar before morphing into a radiant beam, hurtling straight towards Qin Yi. In a matter of moments, he wielded a deep blue trident. The essence of the soul transformation realm lies in the fusion of one's martial spirit with their soul. Allowing the martial spirit to transform into a divine weapon, commonly referred to as a soul weapon. The enhancement provided by a soul weapon can multiply one's power several times over. A formidable martial spirit could even boost strength by 10 to 20-fold, yielding devastating results. With an overwhelming surge of rage, he launched an assault against Renault. This time, his attack posed a genuine threat to Renault, for the trident's formidable power was too great, leaving Renault struggling to withstand the onslaught. Look, that lad Yinting appears to be faltering. Some were filled with excitement, sensing that his streak of good fortune was coming to an end. Others wore sinister smiles, cursing their previous carelessness. If only they had wielded their soul weapons from the outset, they would not have become the subject of ridicule. It was utterly infuriating. Meanwhile, Shen Yulong, pale as a sheet, felt an overwhelming sense of regret as he observed the scene. Earlier, Reno's swift actions had deprived him of the chance to use his soul weapon. In truth, had he not been so arrogant, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Furthermore, even if he had employed his soul weapon, would it have been sufficient to vanquish Reno? Would he have been defeated so easily? Ouyang Qingshuang watched with keen interest. Yet she remained steadfast in her belief that Reno would not succumb so easily. As the battle intensified, Reno found himself in a passive position, and many began to doubt his chances, believing his defeat was merely a matter of time. It was time for this to come to an end. Reno smirked coldly. Suddenly, his figure vanished. What? The sword light was chillingly cold, sending shivers down the spine. This is... Ouyang Qingshuang's gaze sharpened as she noticed a streak of blood on Qinya's shoulder, unmistakably a result of Reno's sword piercing through. How terrifying. Shen Yulong felt a chill of dread, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. At that moment, he realized that even if he had utilized his soul weapon, the outcome would have only brought him further humiliation. He understood that his strength paled in comparison to Qinya's. If even he was defeated, what hope did he have? His power remained insufficient, and the potential of the shadowless sword had been barely unleashed. Reno let out a quiet sigh within. He had not yet reached the realm of transformation, and thus could not evoke the divine weapon from his martial spirit. To contend with Qinyi, he would need to employ formidable martial arts to crush him. The shadowless sword is one of the most powerful sword techniques that Reno can currently unleash. Its most significant characteristic is its simplicity, consisting of merely 2 forms. However, each form possesses immense power and demands high precision in footwork, speed of execution, timing, and positioning, making it challenging to master. The first form, shadowless and traceless. This tests both footwork and the speed of striking. When perfected, the speed of the sword strike reaches its zenith, rendering it virtually undetectable, allowing the wielder to slay the enemy in such a state. In truth, this strike is not genuinely shadowless or traceless. It is merely that the speed of the strike surpasses even that of lightning. The second form, annihilation of heaven and earth. This technique is designed to eliminate all adversaries within a certain radius, qualifying it as a group attack swordsmanship. What kind of martial arts has this young man cultivated? That even Qin Yi is not his match. Wang Qingshun began to regard Reno with increasing seriousness. Reno's gaze swept across the other 4 individuals, and those caught in his glance shivered, their hearts filled with trepidation. There is no need to waste time. You 4 may come at me together. Reno spoke with a nonchalant tone, yet his words stirred a tempest among the crowd. Chapter 41. 1 against 4. Reno's words were exceedingly arrogant, and those present were taken aback by his audacity. The expressions of the other 4 darkened considerably. Reno's proclamation was akin to a resounding slap in the face before all, utterly humiliating them. Li Zhong, I can no longer tolerate this. Fang Yu's eyes were filled with a chilling light. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant. Li Zhong nodded, coldly declaring, let us all advance together. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but one individual. I refuse to believe that our combined strength of 4 cannot contend with him. Indeed, let us unite. Charge. The 4 men reached a consensus and launched their assault on Reno in succession. Drawing upon the lessons learned from Shen Yulong and Qin Yi, they promptly unleashed their soul weapons. Li Zhong wielded a spear, Fang Yu brandished a longsword, while the remaining 2, Wu Jing, utilized a curved dagger, and Lu Hong, a staff. All 4 were masters at the second tier of the soul transformation realm, with Li Zhong being particularly formidable at the 3rd tier. They presented a significant threat. However, Reno remained unfazed in the face of their onslaught, his expression unchanging, his gaze lowered, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he regarded them with disdain. As the 4 drew within 2 meters, Reno suddenly struck, his form inexplicably vanishing, clearly employing the shadowless sword technique. It appeared he sought to defeat them with utmost swiftness. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Their spirits jolted. Just as they intended to retaliate, Reno's blade had already left its mark upon them. With swift, slicing motions, each bore a crimson scar upon their chests, arms, and waists. Witnessing this, their faces paled in astonishment. Damn it! Li Zhong seethed with fury. thrusting his spear violently towards Reno. The spear spun violently, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning in its rapid assault. Reno's expression remained unchanged as he raised his sword vertically, the spear's tip striking against the blade, the tremendous force causing the demon fire's sword to bend. Humph! With a cold snort, Reno summoned the power of his martial soul, revealing a fully transformed dragon-like right arm, its surface adorned with purple-blue scales that glimmered ominously. In an instant, his strength surged to 8 times its normal capacity, capable of effortlessly slaying a 2,000-pound tiger with a single blow. A testament to the sheer terror of his latent power. With a vigorous motion of his arm, he unleashed his might, sending Li Zhong hurtling backward. As Li Zhong was propelled away, Reno pursued relentlessly, employing his swift agility to close the distance. Li Zhong, taken aback by Reno's astonishing speed and reflexes, was caught off guard. A powerful punch landed squarely on his chest, causing a deep indentation and forcing him to expel blood in a gasp as he was sent spiraling through the air, ultimately crashing into the lotus pond with a resounding splash. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Reno filled with palpable trepidation. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, their resolve steeled, as they decided to launch a renewed assault against him. The atmosphere grew tense as the trio advanced with ferocity. Reno's eyes glinted with a chilling light. He was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. Thus, he resolved to execute the second form of the shadowless sword, the annihilation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the air, and a crimson glow enveloped Reno, resembling a roaring flame that blazed brilliantly against the night. The spiritual energies of the surroundings surged chaotically, a wave of scorching heat intertwined with a formidable sword aura that swept forth. What kind of martial art is this, exhibiting such overwhelming might? This technique undoubtedly transcended the spiritual realm. Who exactly is he? The name of this individual is set to sweep through Kyoto tonight. The crowd felt the oppressive force in the air, their faces revealing expressions of shock. The heavens and earth shall perish. With a swift glint in his eyes, he swung his sword horizontally with great force. The sword light manifested as a semicircle, hurtling forward at an alarming speed. Alas, the expressions of the 3 men changed drastically, and they immediately shifted from offense to defense, raising their protective shields. Bang! However, the energy carried by the sword light was extraordinarily formidable, shattering their shields with overwhelming might, which lasted merely a second. Furthermore, the sword light pierced through the shields and struck the 3 men directly. With a gasp, they spat blood and were sent flying to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Such power! The entire assembly was struck with awe. They had not anticipated that Reno would triumph against 4 opponents, seemingly unharmed, while the 4 appeared to have not even grazed a hair on him. How could this young man be so formidable? Wang Qingshan clenched his fists, feeling a deep-seated trepidation towards this obscure figure. Yunting. This fellow truly knows how to play his cards close to his chest. Ouyang Qingshuang wore a smile, having now completely regarded Reno as a worthy adversary. She believed that Reno had concealed his true strength, which was undoubtedly far greater than it seemed, estimating him to be at least a master of the 5th level of the transformation realm. In truth, she was unaware that Reno's remarkable combat prowess was primarily attributed to the formidable martial art of the shadowless sword. Reno's gaze swept over the 3 men, writhing in pain on the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips, though his complexion was somewhat pale. He silently sighed, lamenting his own weakness. The shadowless sword, though formidable, demanded an immense amount of true energy. With his current low realm, the second form he had just executed depleted a significant portion of his vitality. However, with the aid of healing arts and the dragon flame technique, his recovery was remarkably swift. At this moment, he felt true energy gradually coalescing within his internal sea. He then cast his gaze upon the others, and those who met his eyes couldn't help but shudder. If they had previously held a sense of trepidation towards Reno, now they were engulfed by fear. I may have spoken of my intentions, yet I never explicitly agreed, Reno remarked with a faint smile. It seems the esteemed young Master Wang's ears are not particularly effective. Wang Qingqian's face contorted with rage, while the others looked on in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Reno's audacious defiance. Are you afraid? Wang Qingqian sneered. Reno, maintaining his composure, replied, Your provocation is rather lackluster. If I say I won't compete, then I won't. With that, he turned to leave. However, Wang Qingqian was evidently unwilling to let Reno depart so easily, and he reached out to grasp him. Chapter 42. The refusal. Wang Qingqian, as expected of someone at the fifth layer of the soul transformation realm, indeed possessed considerable skill. Reno could not afford to underestimate him. After their brief exchange, he recognized that Wang Qingqian's prowess was noteworthy. He did not consider himself invincible among the crowd. There were several formidable individuals present, not least of whom was Ouyang Qingshuang. However, this is, after all, a public gathering, especially with the sixth prince present, who is well aware of my martial soul. Consequently, there exists a substantial risk of my identity being unveiled, leading to an inevitable cascade of troubles. At this juncture, my strength remains insufficient. I require time to develop. I, Reno, wish to avoid premature exposure that may attract unwarranted attention and, ultimately, relentless pursuit. Is this the demeanor of a noble scion? Do you not find it somewhat embarrassing in such a setting? Reno remarked with a hint of amusement. The tradition of martial challenges has existed since time immemorial. If you choose not to compete with me today, do you believe I would simply acquiesce? Must one accept every challenge? Wang Qingqian retorted with a scoff. Certainly not. However, given your inadequate cultivation, you lack the privilege of choice. Remarkably, Reno did not dispute this assertion, for it held a kernel of truth. Those with insufficient strength indeed possess no options when confronted by a stronger opponent. In the eyes of the powerful, there is no place for the weak. Before the strong, the weak lack the right to choose. What's the matter? Lost for words? Wang Qingqian sneered. Reno regarded him with calm composure and replied, Your words bear a semblance of truth. However, are you certain that your strength surpasses mine? I firmly believe so. If you can test this, then let us engage in battle. Wang Qingqian declared challengingly. Reno shook his head and chuckled, still resorting to provocation. Alas, I shall not acquiesce, for you are unworthy to be my opponent. What? The crowd gasped, their faces contorted in disbelief, questioning whether Reno had lost his senses. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming shock today, far greater than ever before. Wang Qingqian, filled with rage, soon burst into a mocking laughter, saying, Yin Ting, no one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner throughout my life. Very well, you are indeed impressive. Reno, unfazed, replied coolly. There was none in the past, yet there is one now. The two stood oppositely, and with a resounding bang, Wang Qingqian staggered back a few steps, while that figure remained utterly unmoved, clearly possessing a cultivation level superior to Wang Qingqian's. Miss Ouyang Yu. Wang Qingqian spoke awkwardly. However, deep down, he already knew that with Ouyang Qingshuang intervening, he could no longer confront Reno. As expected, Ouyang Qingshuang stated, Young Master Wang, today is my birthday, a day of celebration, and I wish for no unpleasantness to arise. Since Mr. Yun does not wish to compete, let us leave it be. We have already witnessed his prowess. Moreover, Mr. Yun has challenged many, and his physical strength and energy must be significantly depleted. Engaging him now, even if you were to triumph, would be regarded as an unworthy victory. How about this? In 10 days, the Imperial Capital Summit will take place, and then you may challenge him. The summit? Reno was taken aback. Having lived in the Imperial Capital for so long, he had yet to hear of such an event. I fear he lacks the capability. Wang Qingqian spoke with disdain. Ouyang Qingshuang replied with a smile. Isn't that precisely the point? If he does not even qualify for the summit, what significance would your challenge hold? Of course it holds significance, for I intend to teach him a lesson, perhaps even to kill him. Wang Qingqian thought fiercely to himself. Certainly, such words ought not to be uttered. Upon hearing Ouyang Qingshuang's remarks, he feigned a calm demeanor, allowing his expression to soften. You are indeed correct. Those of inferior caliber are unworthy to be my adversaries. In truth, he silently added a thought, yet I shall ensure his demise. A stream of translucent spiritual energy permeated through his pores, transforming into true qi, which flowed into his energy reservoir. Instantly, the expended true qi began to replenish at an astonishing rate. As time passed, all guests had departed from the Grand Master's residence. At this moment, within the Grand Master's study, he sat across from his granddaughter, Ouyang Qingshuang, each with a cup of fragrant tea before them. "Grandfather, how goes your investigation into Yunting?" Ouyang Qingshuang inquired. The Grand Master stroked his graying beard, a hint of mischief in his smile. "My dear girl, what piques your interest in this newcomer?" Ouyang Qingshuang's cheeks flushed, and she shot him an exasperated glance. "Grandfather, how could you speak so indiscreetly? I have merely encountered Yunting once or twice. How could anything as you suggest possibly transpire? I am simply concerned for our family's welfare." Wishing to ascertain whether this young man poses any threat to the Grand Master's residence. "Who would have thought you harbored such thoughts?" The Grand Master chuckled heartily, akin to the Buddha himself. "Very well, it is indeed my oversight. Do not hold it against your old grandfather." Ouyang Qingshuang replied, "Then do tell me. What have you discovered about Yunting?" "Certainly," the Grand Master began, divulging all that he had unearthed regarding the matter. Chapter 43. The gift from Ouyang Qingshuang. At this moment, the Grand Master had conveyed all the knowledge he possessed to Ouyang Qingshuang. However, a look of astonishment graced her face, for the information gathered by the Grand Master proved to be devoid of any substantial value. Such a scenario was indeed rare. One must acknowledge the Grand Master's exalted position and the extensive network he had cultivated over 2 dynasties. His intelligence apparatus spanned nearly the entire nation. Ouyang Qingshuang shook her head with a sigh, lamenting the difficulty of the situation. She was acutely aware of her grandfather's sources. 3 days had elapsed, yet only meager tidings had emerged, indicating that the information was exceedingly limited. It appeared that to uncover his true identity, one must tear away his facade and reveal his genuine self. Suddenly, the Grand Master's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he spoke in a low voice. "Qingshuang, do not act recklessly. This individual possesses exceptional intellect and extraordinary courage, coupled with considerable prowess. Such a person cannot be cultivated without the guidance of a sage or a formidable background. If you provoke him and his origins are unremarkable, it may be manageable. However, should he come from a formidable lineage, it could spell significant trouble for our Ouyang family." Yet, Ouyang Qingshuang replied with a smile, "Grandfather, you underestimate me far too much. Am I not aware of this principle? Rest assured, I shall not act indiscriminately, but I am determined to devise a means for him to unmask himself." "You seem quite intrigued by him," the Grand Master mused, stroking his beard. "Indeed," he continued, "it has been quite some time since I encountered someone so captivating." Ouyang Qingshuang's eyes shimmered with anticipation and excitement. The Grand Master chuckled softly, contemplating the mysterious origins of this young man and his remarkable medical skills. It was evident that he was destined for greatness, regardless of his intentions for seeking assistance. The mention of the Crown Prince, Rainer, caught Ouyang Qingshuang off guard. She hadn't anticipated her grandfather would bring him up. She quickly shook her head with a mocking smile. "Grandfather, how could you possibly associate these two? Rainer is nothing but a complete failure, while Yunting is truly gifted, even a genius. They are incomparable." The Grand Master, however, shook his head in disagreement. "Not necessarily. Do not forget how formidable Rainer's talents once were. He was nothing short of extraordinary. Do you think his position as Crown Prince was solely due to the Empress's influence?" "Perhaps," the Grand Master conceded. The following day, after Rainer completed his meditation, Zhou brought in a basin of water for washing. "You're here?" Rainer inquired as he rose from his bed. "Yes," Zhou replied, placing the basin down beside the washstand. Rainer approached and began to freshen up. "Young master, you are truly impressive. Those aristocratic disciples, who are usually so arrogant and boastful about their skills, such as the gentleman's sword and iron-blooded spear, ultimately fell before you. Without even a hair on your body being touched," Zhou exclaimed with delight. Rainer took the towel and wiped his face, then playfully flicked Zhou on the forehead. "Stop flattering me, boy. I have no rewards left to offer you. Zhou laughed. No, no, young master. The granting of Hunyuan Gong is already a tremendous favor. How could I possibly be dissatisfied? Ever since I began practicing this technique, I have felt my cultivation progress at an astonishing rate. This spiritual-level martial art is indeed formidable. Yet, within his heart, Lei Nuo could not help but chuckle. You foolish fellow, Hunyuan Gong is of the earth tier. Practice diligently, and I trust you shall soon reach the spirit-opening realm. Here, take these elixirs. I believe you will achieve a breakthrough within 3 days. With that, Lei Nuo produced several potions from his spatial ring. Thank you, my lord, Zhou exclaimed, his face alight with joy, well aware of his master's considerable wealth. And thus he graciously accepted the gifts. You have made the right decision, Lei Nuo said, patting him on the shoulder. It seems necessary for me to pay a visit and discern what this fellow is truly up to. My lord, do exercise caution on this journey, Zhou advised. Rest assured. Just then, 2 figures approached from outside, the fair Ouyang Qingshuang and her maid. Ouyang Miss has arrived. Yun Ting did not anticipate your arrival and begs your forgiveness, Lei Nuo said, somewhat perplexed by her unexpected visit. Ouyang Qingshuang smiled. How could I presume? I came today to sincerely apologize to Mr. Yun, as I did not anticipate the trouble that I caused you last night. Why dwell on the past? Come, take a seat, Lei Nuo replied. Ouyang Qingshuang nodded and sat opposite him. To express my regret, I have specially prepared a piece of cold silk armor for you, she declared. Lei Nuo mused inwardly. Why would she bestow gifts upon me without reason? Such unsolicited kindness often harbors ill intent. This item must certainly possess some mystery. As his thoughts raced, Ouyang Qingshuang had already retrieved the cold silk armor from her spatial ring. It appeared as delicate as a cicada's wing, woven from strands as fine as hair, emanating a chilling blue glow. The moment it was unveiled, the temperature in the room noticeably dropped. Thus, this is the cold silk armor, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding an attack from a Nirvana realm expert. Please accept it, esteemed sir, Ouyang Qingshuang said with a smile. Absolutely not. Reynolds, though somewhat taken aback, hastily declined. For such a precious item was not something he could accept. Ouyang Qingshuang thought to herself, how could I allow you to refuse the gift I have so carefully prepared? Chapter 44. The Summit Reynolds' refusal, however, left Ouyang Qingshuang feeling uneasy, for this cold silk armor represented her hope. She insisted, Sir, you cannot decline. And why is that? Because this cold silk armor not only signifies my apology, but also serves as my grandfather's reward for your successful treatment of my uncle Hu. Before I departed, my grandfather earnestly reminded me that should you refuse to accept it, I would undoubtedly face a reprimand. Would you truly have the heart to see me scolded? Damn it, playing these games with me. Reynolds quickly discerned Ouyang Qingshuang's manipulative intent, yet found himself at a loss. Having reached this juncture, refusal would seem overly pretentious. Furthermore, should this young lady choose to disseminate the information and embellish it, he could foresee an endless stream of troubles. It was at this moment he recognized that Ouyang Qingshuang was akin to a thorny rose. Even if one feared its prick, it would draw near, compelling one to engage. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, curious to see what tricks you possess. Reynolds chuckled inwardly, though he feigned trepidation as he replied. Your words are rather weighty, Mississippi. In that case, I shall graciously accept. He accepted the cold silk armor, and upon his touch, a sensation of smoothness and coolness permeated his heart, bringing immense comfort. It is said that a fine sword is bestowed upon a hero, and a hero is matched with a beauty. This cold silk armor, resting in the hands of the gentleman, finds its most fitting owner, and with this possession, he is surely emboldened. Ouyang Qingshuang remarked with a smile, I express my gratitude to Miss Ouyang and Lord Taisher. Lei Nuo hurriedly bowed in apology. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qingshuang inquired, Mr. Yun, are you aware of the upcoming Tianhua Mountain Summit? I am not. Lei Nuo shook his head. Last night was the first time I heard Miss Ouyang mention it. I am uncertain what this summit entails. Are you familiar with the dual rankings of heaven and earth? Reinald's expression shifted slightly. The dual rankings of heaven and earth actually serve to document the list of formidable experts within the entire Tianluo Empire, with clear standings. The list is in constant flux. It is said that this ranking originates from Longshan Tower, a formidable force unmatched by any other within the 10 nations surrounding the Tianluo Empire. Hence, this list holds great authority. The dual rankings of heaven and earth exist in other nations as well, divided into the heavenly rankings and the earthly rankings. In truth, besides the dual rankings, there exists a sacred ranking, which records the experts within the regions encompassed by Longshan Tower, similarly arranged by strength. The heavenly ranking comprises 50 names. The earthly ranking contains 100, and the sacred ranking lists 200. Ouyang Qingshuang discerned the answer from the expression of Lei Nuo and continued, in our Tianluo Empire, there exists an unwritten rule that the top 80 experts on the earth ranking will proceed to Tianhua Mountain, ostensibly for martial arts competitions, but in reality to vie for their rankings. I wonder if you are aware of your current standing? My ranking? Am I even counted? Lei Nuo shook his head. Of course you are, Ouyang Qingshuang replied with a smile. You defeated so many formidable opponents in plain view without revealing your martial soul. If Longshan Tower is not blind, your name must certainly be on the earth ranking. As it turns out, Longshan Tower was neither confused nor blind. They indeed added his name to the ranking. After saying this, Ouyang Qingshuang took out a dark blue booklet from her spatial ring. Inscribed with the words Earth Ranking, the very essence of these words conveyed the spirit of the strong. Upon seeing it, Lei Nuo felt a profound sense of awe, sensing the pressure of immense will. In truth, the lower one's cultivation, the lesser the impact of these words. Although Lei Nuo's cultivation was low, his memories from a past life endowed him with extraordinary insight and experience, preventing him from underestimating its significance. Thus, he could perceive the pressure emanating from that essence, albeit diminished due to his inferior strength. The author of these words must surely possess a cultivation above the nirvana realm. Lei Nuo speculated that this individual might be at the initial stage of the Earth Dan realm. The Xinghe realm is divided into 3 stages, Tian Dan, Di Dan, and Ren Dan, each further categorized into initial, mid, late, and perfected stages. Renault brought the Earth ranking over, and upon opening it, he was met with a myriad of names. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted the 76th entry, Yun Ting. He could hardly believe that he had indeed made it onto the ranking, and at such a remarkable position. This Longshan Tower was truly exceptional. Renault felt a surge of emotion. He had once remained inconspicuous, yet within the span of a single night, he found himself listed among the esteemed, a testament to the astonishing speed of his ascent. He continued to peruse the list, astonished by many of the figures he encountered. The top position was held by Feng Wuji, the grand disciple of the Tianyi sect. The 13th spot was occupied by the 8th prince, Lei Hong, the 20th by the 3rd prince, Lei Feng, and the 2nd place went to the 2nd prince, Lei Tian. The 6th prince, Lei Zhen, held the 69th position. To his surprise, he noted that she was affiliated with the Tianyi sect. Renault was taken aback to find Tang Yuedong's name on the list, ranked 15th. Of course, this Tang Yuedong might not be the same woman he had encountered in the Wanyao mountain range. Nevertheless, the token and her extraordinary prowess strongly suggested that they were indeed the same individual. Shortly thereafter, he came across Ouyang Qingshuang's name, ranked 16th, with the designation of blood sect beside it. Astonished, Renault gazed at Ouyang Qingshuang and exclaimed, "You are affiliated with the blood sect?" In the Tianluo Empire, there existed 3 prominent factions, the Tianyi sect, the Litian Gate, and the blood sect. Their power was equal to that of the imperial authority. While it seemed as though the royal family dominated, in reality, the 4 factions shared the world among themselves. Ouyang Qingshuang was not at all surprised. Since she had presented the leaderboard to Reno, she was evidently untroubled by the knowledge it might impart. Indeed, I am a member of the blood sect. If you are interested, I could recommend you for membership. What do you think? Therefore, regarding the summit, even if you choose to abstain, it will only stir unrest in the hearts of others, inciting them to challenge you. Though my esteemed master's house may offer you temporary protection, It cannot guarantee your safety indefinitely. Thus, I advise you to proceed to Tianhua Mountain, lest you invite unnecessary trouble upon yourself. Reno cast a meaningful glance at Ouyang Qingshuang, sensing that the provocation he faced yesterday was deliberately orchestrated. She had initially approached him, inciting the ire of those like Wang Qingchun who admired her, leading them to seek confrontation with him. Now, it appeared as though participating in the summit was the most prudent choice. At this thought, Reno could not help but draw a sharp breath. If this were indeed the case, her scheming was profound and her intentions inscrutable. Chapter 45. Revelation. Ultimately, Reno acquiesced, for he was left with no alternative. As Ouyang Qingshuang had articulated, evasion was impossible. The allure of fame captivated the masses. Reno swiftly ascended to the 76th position, and those behind him would certainly not accept this with equanimity. Even if Reno declined the challenge, there would still be those who would force a confrontation. Now, he faced two paths. One was to evade, to disguise himself anew, or to conceal his whereabouts. The other was to accept the challenge and vanquish all who dared to confront him. As a formidable figure from his previous life, Reno possessed a profound sense of pride, making retreat an unthinkable option. Thus, he could only choose the latter path. Moreover, the art of disguise may not prove effective, for he had already drawn attention, even animosity, after defeating so many adversaries the previous night. At this juncture, with trouble finding its way to him, he could only confront it head-on. At this moment, Reno sat upon a bench, his gaze fixed upon the cold silk armor laid out before him. There was undoubtedly something amiss with this armor. Reno directed his finger towards it, and an intangible mental force transformed into a delicate thread, weaving into the fabric of the cold silk armor as he meticulously searched for any anomalies. The thread meandered within the armor, revealing nothing out of the ordinary along its path. Yet Reno remained unconvinced that Ouyang Qingshuang had so generously bestowed upon him a gift without ulterior motives. Through their previous encounters, he had discerned that Ouyang Qingshuang possessed profound cunning. Her actions, though seemingly aimless, were undoubtedly calculated. How perplexing it was that he found nothing. Reno, filled with astonishment, conducted another thorough search, but the outcome remained unchanged. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering his efforts, he unexpectedly discovered a rune at the juncture where the icy threads converged. Good heavens, this girl is indeed clever. The rune was diminutive, finer than a strand of hair, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Were it not for Reno's meticulous nature, it would surely have gone unnoticed. This rune. Reno felt a surge of intrigue, for while it was indeed a rune, it was of an inconsequential nature, lacking even a classification. It was remarkably inferior. Its sole function appeared to be inducing a mild itch upon the skin, along with a recording capability. Could it be that she wished to observe him in a state of undress? The mere thought sent a shiver down Reno's spine. Could it be that she harbored some peculiar inclinations? Reno shook his head vehemently, declaring it impossible. What on earth was happening? Upon grasping the effects of the rune, he was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what Ouyang Qingshuang was up to. The unusual circumstances suggested something was amiss. There had to be an ulterior motive. Reno could not believe that Ouyang Qingshuang was merely indulging in frivolity. As he contemplated the situation, he observed the cold silk armor for a few moments, when suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. She intended to force him to reveal his true identity. Realization dawned upon Reno, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. So, that was her scheme. However, it was a pity that her calculations had misfired. She had misjudged her opponent. Ouyang Qingshuang must have presumed he was donning a human skin mask, hence her desire to provoke an itch in his skin, compelling him to remove it and thereby expose his true visage. Little did she know, Reno's art of disguise involved an extraordinary technique that altered the muscle structure of his face, rather than the mere application of a mask. Therefore, even if he experienced an itch, it would not affect the shape of his countenance. With a surge of mental energy, Reno conjured a blade of light, swiftly shattering the rune. Simultaneously, Ouyang Qingshuang, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide in shock. How could this individual discover her secret? despite her efforts to conceal it so deeply? The rune was one she had implanted, thus maintaining a mental connection with her. As soon as it was destroyed, she felt an overwhelming sense of freedom. Fortunately, the rune was not overly potent. Otherwise, she would have faced a backlash. At that moment, she recognized the failure of her plan, and rather than lamenting the loss of the cold silk armor, her excitement only intensified. Yintian, I must witness your true form. Let us see how this unfolds. Renault successfully dispelled the runes embedded in the cold silk armor, feeling a surge of joy within him. Indeed, the cold silk armor was a remarkable artifact, possessing both defensive and ice attributes, bestowing formidable protection. As Ouyang Qingshuang had asserted, it could withstand an attack from a powerful being in the Nirvana realm, a claim that proved to be accurate. In his current state of weakness, a defensive treasure held immense value, potentially saving his life. He donned the cold silk armor and set forth towards the Zailing villa. Beyond the capital, nestled among picturesque mountains, astute merchants established villas amidst the serene landscape, selling them for profit. Previous establishments like the Tianlu Villa and the present Zailing Villa were situated in this idyllic locale. After inquiring, Renault swiftly arrived at the Zailing Villa. At that moment, he perched upon a large tree beside the villa's wall, casting his gaze upon the nearby Zailing Villa. Before the villa's entrance stood two burly men clad in vests, their chests exposed, their expressions cold and devoid of humanity, reminiscent of merciless executioners. With a powerful push against the ground, he leapt into the air like a nimble monkey, hooking his feet onto the beam above, executing a graceful inversion. He then pierced the wallpaper with his hand, peering through the small hole into the room within. To his astonishment, he beheld a scene of intimacy between two individuals. The man was none other than the fifth prince, Lei Qing. Wasn't he the sixth prince supposed to be at the Zailing Villa? Why was the fifth prince here as well? Did they conspire together, sharing a clandestine connection? A flurry of questions raced through Renault's mind. Inside the room, after half an hour of fervent passion, the two finally concluded their encounter. Lei Qing was a slender young man with a square face, exuding a resolute and sunny disposition. He rose, donned in a crimson garment, and inquired, "How fares that imbecile, the sixth prince?" "Rest assured, your highness," replied the woman. "The sixth prince is firmly within my grasp. He shall obey my every command." Rising from the bed, she draped herself in a sheer white garment, nearly translucent, revealing her figure entirely. Any man lacking sufficient composure would undoubtedly find himself captivated by her, and at this moment, he might be overwhelmed by primal desires. Lei Qing nodded, encircling the woman's waist with his arm, and remarked with a smile, "That is most excellent. As long as you can hold on to him tightly, he shall serve as a significant asset when I ascend the throne. Feng I truly adore you." Chapter 46. Unavoidable Admiration. The conversation between the fifth prince, Lei Qing, and the enchanting woman was overheard clearly by Lei Nuo. From their dialogue, he discerned that Lei Qing was employing the woman's beauty to entice the sixth prince, Lei Zhen, thereby manipulating him. This fifth prince, who appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, was in fact a man of deep cunning, one whom I had underestimated. To others, Lei Qing seemed to possess mediocre talent and strength, particularly as he devoted himself to the study of classical texts and seldom interacted with others, presenting an image of cultured elegance. Yet, who would have imagined that this was merely a fade, concealing a shrewd mind? At that moment, Lei Qing made his way towards the door. Sensing the impending danger, Lei Nuo swiftly departed to the rooftop. Once he had left, an ingenious idea struck Lei Nuo. Both the fifth and sixth princes were not virtuous individuals. Why not let them turn against each other? A cruel smile lingered at the corners of Renault's mouth as he burst through the door. The woman had just finished dressing. Upon hearing the commotion, she instinctively thrust her sword backward. In a swift motion, a beam of sword light surged toward Renault. However, he retaliated with a powerful punch that shattered the blade of light, the force continuing to advance upon her. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow and countered with a palm strike, dissipating the force of his punch. "Who are you?" the woman inquired coldly. "Your master," Renault replied with a calm smile. "Master?" She scoffed derisively. You think you are worthy of that title? Reno remained unfazed, asserting, I stand by my word. If I say I am your master, then I am indeed your master. What an arrogant brat. Today, I shall see if you possess the capability. With that, a long sword materialized in her hand, emanating a chilling aura. With a flurry of movements, she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks against Reno. Her swordplay oscillated between the graceful cunning of a serpent and the fierce might of a tiger, embodying both gentleness and ferocity, an ever-shifting torrent of strikes. Sword shadows formed in her wake, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on Reno. Yet, her swordsmanship was no match for his. What appeared flawless to others revealed itself as riddled with flaws in Reno's discerning eyes. As he defended himself while observing her attacks, he suddenly pinpointed a vulnerability and swiftly thrust his sword forward, as quick as lightning. The blade flashed like a streak of light. The woman gasped in pain, unable to retain her grip as the sword fell from her hand. She stared in disbelief at her bleeding wrist, where a blade had pierced through. How did you accomplish that? She stammered, her gaze filled with fear as she looked at Reno. Moments ago, she unleashed the poisoned blade, a technique she had mastered to perfection, each move seeming to flow effortlessly as if sculpted by the heavens. Yet, despite the formidable nature of her swordplay, it was effortlessly countered by Reno with a single stroke. Did she acknowledge him as her master? This thought flickered in her mind as she pondered. This young man possesses profound skills, and alone, I cannot contend with him. Perhaps I should yield to him now, then seek assistance from the experts within my sect to eliminate him. Resolute in her decision, the woman knelt, declaring, He pays her respects to my master. Excellent. Reno replied with a light chuckle. Wouldn't it have been better to do so earlier? Why resort to violence? Come, allow me to tend to your wounds. He approached her, and although He dared not resist, she remained vigilant, fearful that Reno might harbor malicious intent. Reno, possessing keen insight, discerned her thoughts but chose not to reveal it. He grasped her injured wrist and employed the Holy Heart technique. Soon, He noticed numerous green particles emerging at her wound, adhering to the injury. While the pain subsided significantly, and the wound healed at an observable rate, leaving her astounded. She gazed at Reno, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Once her injuries were treated, Reno released her wrist and remarked with a faint smile, I have healed your wounds, but I have also placed upon you a spell known as the Yin-Yang Curse. He expression shifted abruptly, and she exclaimed, What did you say? Reno replied coolly, I understand that while you may outwardly submit, your heart remains unconvinced. Do you think I am unaware of your true thoughts? He merely seeks to temporarily comply with me, biding his time to find an opportunity to deal with me later. He is not easily deceived, for he has lived for a millennium, accumulating considerable experience. He has encountered many individuals like Yuaner, and surely, he is aware of the schemes that dwell within her mind. To prevent any insincerity on your part, I have placed upon you the Yin-Yang Curse seal. I must caution you, this seal is exceedingly malevolent. Within the entire Tianluo Empire, no one can unravel this curse. If I wish for your demise, a mere thought will suffice to reduce your body to decay and death. Now, you may inspect your chest. Do you not see the mark? Do you not feel a searing sensation in your heart? He quickly investigated and discovered, indeed, a purple mark resembling a feather on her chest, accompanied by a painful burning sensation. Could it be that I have truly been cursed? Her gaze turned venomous as she exclaimed, You are utterly despicable. Reynolds responded with a cold smirk. Furthermore, my strength surpasses yours. Even if I am indeed despicable, what can you do about it? If you are unafraid of death, feel free to make a move. However, I must warn you, angering me will not end well. I will carve your flesh piece by piece or send you to a brothel, allowing men from all walks of life to ravage you at will. He seethed with fury, yet upon reflecting on Reynolds' words, her rage swiftly subsided. She could endure death, even the most excruciating torment, but she could not bear the thought of being subjected to the whims of countless men. In Reynolds' expression, she perceived cruelty, bloodshed, and ruthlessness. She believed he would indeed follow through on his threats. This realization chilled her heart completely. Chapter 47. A stunning revelation with a gleeful laugh. She promptly knelt upon the ground, her heart thoroughly devoted to her master. This time, her submission was genuine, without Reynolds' incantations. She realized her breakthrough would have taken an indeterminate length of time, at least half a year, perhaps even a lifetime. Reynolds' assistance illuminated for her the immense advantages of following this youth, far surpassing any benefits of aligning with Prince Lei Qing. Upon hearing this, Reynolds nodded with satisfaction. Aware that his strategy of combining benevolence with authority had triumphed, Hewaner was now completely convinced. Very well, allow me to inquire. Who are you? And how is it that you are associated with Prince Lei Qing? Reynolds asked. I am a disciple of the demon sect, and Prince Lei Qing is my master. Hewaner replied. The demon sect? Reynolds exclaimed, his brows knitting in surprise. As far as I am aware, the demon sect was annihilated by the imperial family in conjunction with the three major sects a century and a half ago. Reynolds possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the demon sect. A century and a half prior, a new and formidable faction had emerged within the Tianluo Empire, known as the demon sect. This sect was notorious for its brutality and tyranny, often resorting to the consumption of human souls for the sake of cultivation. Such malevolence incited widespread discontent, prompting a united front from all factions against it. Indeed, the demon sect was remarkably powerful, managing to withstand multiple assaults from several formidable forces. However, ultimately outnumbered, its leader, Hong Zetian, along with 3 vice leaders and several seasoned elders, perished in the conflict, leaving the remaining disciples either dead or incapacitated, unable to pose any significant threat thereafter. This marked the end of the demon sect's prominence, and for many years, no disciples had emerged from its ranks. However, I was taken aback by the unexpected encounter today, and what is even more astonishing is that a scion of the royal lineage has allied himself with enemies, becoming a disciple of the demonic sect. Has he truly lost his mind in pursuit of the throne? A sense of unease suddenly welled up within Lei Nuo. His master was correct. The demonic sect has not been entirely eradicated. After a century and a half of recuperation, its strength has increasingly grown, lurking in the shadows, unbeknownst to the outside world. The resurgence of the demonic sect is indeed disconcerting news. Lei Nuo felt a heaviness in his heart. He worried for the subjects of the Tianluo Empire. After all, he is of royal blood, and safeguarding his people is his duty. Simultaneously, he harbored concerns for himself. Since the 5th prince, Lei Qing, is affiliated with the demonic sect, it implies that he is now an adversary, with the sect itself being the gravest threat. In a previous life, he would have feared nothing from this demonic sect. With a mere flick of his finger, he could have rendered it to ashes. Yet, times have changed. He is now merely akin to a master at the transformation realm, and in the face of the demonic sect, he feels a considerable weight of pressure. He sensed that an unprecedented storm is gradually sweeping across the Tianluo Empire. You are aware of the location of the demonic sect, I presume? Hewaner shook her head in confusion. I do not know. You may be unaware, but although I am a disciple of the demonic sect, I belong to the lowest rank. Within the sect, we are commonly referred to as ghost slaves. As the name implies, we are treated as slaves, often given as rewards to those who contribute to the sect, and I have been bestowed upon Lei Qing. At this juncture, she lifted her gaze to Lei Nuo, her eyes brimming with hope. Master, in order to ensure my compliance, Lei Qing has cursed me with a venomous spell, compelling my subservience to him. Your medical prowess is unparalleled, and I implore you to save Waner's life. Lei Nuo nodded. Having already discerned during her healing that he possessed the capability to assist her in dispelling the poison, there is a task I require of you, and thus you must maintain your anonymity for the time being. However, rest assured, I shall indeed free you from this toxin, Lei Nuo assured her. Very well, Hewaner replied, a flicker of disappointment shadowing her heart, though she dared not voice it, choosing instead to console herself with the hope that he spoke the truth. Regaining her composure, she inquired, what is it that you wish me to do, sir? Lei Nuo replied, I need you to incite animosity between Lei Qing and Lei Zhen. Here is how. Meanwhile, within the pavilion of the Wang family's rear garden, Lei Jun slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are the people of Longshan Tower blind? How could Yun Ting be ranked above me?" Upon receiving the report from his subordinate that Yun Ting's standing surpassed his own, he was initially taken aback, grappling with disbelief. Yet when he saw the rankings inscribed in the ledger, his fury reached its zenith. Wang Qingshan chuckled, "Sixth Prince. The rankings of the Earth and Heaven boards as determined by Longshan Tower are widely acknowledged and hold substantial authority. If they have placed Renew above you, it unequivocally signifies that his strength surpasses your own." "Humph, I refuse to believe it," Lei Jun retorted, his face a mask of displeasure. "Refuse to believe?" Wang Qingshan chuckled coldly. "You witnessed the battle that night between Yun Ting and Shun Yulong. He faced 5 opponents without faltering, and they couldn't even compel his martial spirit to manifest. Are you truly certain that you can match his prowess?" Lei Jun found himself at a loss for words. For Wang Qingshan spoke the truth. Although he stood at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the soul transformation realm, he doubted his ability to defeat Shun Yulong and his companions without employing his martial spirit, just as Reno had done. Wang Qingshan patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Do not be disheartened. In my estimation, if you dedicate yourself to seclusion for a day or two, you will undoubtedly break through to the 5th level. At that point, Yun Ting will certainly not be your match. You must calm your mind and prepare diligently in the coming days. I believe Yun Ting will participate in the upcoming event. If you manage to defeat him, you will undoubtedly bask in glory. Perhaps you may even secure a prominent position." Lei Jun nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Very well, on the day of the summit. I shall ensure he serves as a stepping stone to my success." Chapter 48. The return of belongings. Time flew by, and as dusk approached, Lei Jun indeed arrived at Zealing Mountain Manor, accompanied by a master of the 3rd level of the soul transformation realm. Reno, who had remained at the manor, was aware of Lei Jun's arrival and resolved to execute his plan. At this moment, Lei Jun embraced He Wanner and approached the bed, only to find her deeply troubled. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Wanner, what troubles you today? You seem to carry a heavy heart." To his surprise, He Wanner burst into tears, kneeling on the ground as she cried, "Your Highness, I am so sorry for what I have done." Taken aback and bewildered, hastily assisted her to her feet, inquiring, "What do you mean by that? How could you possibly have wronged me?" He Wanner replied, "Your Highness, the 6th Prince, is unaware that I am, in fact, affiliated with the 5th Prince, Lei Qing." "What?" exclaimed Lei Jun, his countenance darkening with disbelief. He Wanner, her tears flowing more abundantly, continued, "Ever since I became close to your Highness, I have been captivated by your heroic spirit and have developed feelings for you. Yet, the 5th Prince has relentlessly coerced me into plotting against you. My heart and mind are in torment. I beg you, your Highness, to end my life." Upon hearing her desperate plea, Lei Jun's heart swelled with compassion, and he quickly helped her up, expressing with concern, "Your willingness to confide in me speaks to your loyalty. My affection for you is profound. How could I ever wish you harm?" Moreover, as he spoke, a chilling intensity flickered in his gaze. "This matter involves me and the 5th Prince. I never anticipated that the typically mild-mannered Lei Qing could harbor such cunning and malice. I must ensure his demise." He then turned his soft gaze towards He Wanner, assuring her, "Fear not. I shall protect you diligently from this moment onward. Remain by my side." As he spoke, his hand ventured beneath her garments, eliciting a blush upon her cheeks and soft gasps from her lips. Sensing the moment had arrived, Lei Jun's primal instincts surged forth, and he swiftly pressed He Wanner onto the bed, their bodies entwined in an ardent struggle. Yet, in the midst of their fervor, Lei Jun suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness, rendering him immobile. Should anyone with ill intentions approach, he feared for his very life. He struggled to turn over, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, yet he found no one. "Whoever you are, come out at once." He raised his voice, intending to alert others to his plight. However, Raynor had taken precautions. The room had been soundproofed by his arcane methods, rendering any commotion within inaudible to the outside world, unless someone intruded. Creak. The tightly shut door swung open with a resounding crash, yet no one was visible. At the table, A slender young man appeared, leisurely lifting a teacup to sip. Who are you? Lei Jun's pupils constricted, his tone icy. However, Huaner interjected, he is affiliated with the fifth prince. I knew this day would eventually come. She then shouted at the young man, if there's anything to settle, direct it at me. This matter has nothing to do with the sixth prince. A flicker of astonishment crossed her mind, for she had not anticipated Rainer's disguise to be so masterful that even she could not discern it. Huaner, have you lost your senses? The fifth prince sent you to get close to the sixth prince, to deceive him, compelling him to act on behalf of the sixth prince. Now that the plan has failed and you have betrayed the fifth prince, there is no reason for him to remain alive. As for you, he chuckled ominously, you are even less likely to escape a grisly demise. Rainer spoke with an air of nonchalance, an expression of smug satisfaction on his face. So, you belong to the fifth prince. Lei Jun's gaze was filled with venom. Only now do you realize? Rainer smiled indifferently. Perhaps this will enlighten you that death can be a blessing. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time to send you on your way. Rainer's expression suddenly turned cold as he approached with a sword in hand. No, you cannot kill me. Lei Jun, filled with dread, pleaded desperately. You serve Lei Qing solely for profit. If you let me go, I can offer you tenfold, even 20-fold. Lei Nuo laughed heartily, astonished that the proud sixth prince would grovel before a mere servant like himself. It was utterly ridiculous and thoroughly enjoyable. Hearing Lei Nuo's mockery, Lei Jun's anger surged within him, yet he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. To speak out would surely mean his demise. As long as I live, I will ensure that one day, you and your kind will have no place to rest. Lei Jun screamed silently in his heart. Lei Nuo remarked, well, I shall need to contemplate this. Ah, that must be your spatial ring. It appears quite impressive. Allow me to have a look. His gaze fixated on the giant spirit ring. Lei Jun momentarily hesitated, fearing to refuse. He hurriedly attempted to present the ring to Lei Nuo, but weakened by poison. He struggled to even grasp it. Let me assist you, Lei Nuo said coldly, swiftly lifting his sword. In an instant, Lei Jun's fingers, along with the giant spirit ring, fell into Lei Nuo's hand. Boom! A burst of flames erupted in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, Lei Jun's fingers were reduced to ashes. Gazing at the ring engulfed in flames, Lei Nuo felt a torrent of emotions. Mother, your relic, I shall not allow it to be tarnished by others. Forgive me, dear mother, for I cannot kill this ungrateful cur at present, but rest assured, he shall meet his end eventually, along with his mother, the princess. Chapter 49. The Giant Spirit Ring You. Reno's unexpected counterattack filled Lei Jun with a mix of pain and anger as he pointed accusingly at him. A sharp, searing pain pierced through his soul. What have I done? Am I not doing well? Reno replied with a smug smile. It is impossible for me to let you go. Blame it on the fact that you are the target of the fifth prince's hunt. You shall die. With that, Reno thrust his sword once more, aiming directly at Lei Jun's chest. Lei Jun was paralyzed with horror. Just then, a figure suddenly lunged towards him, intercepting the most lethal strike. The sword swept across, staining Huaner's crimson dress an even deeper shade of red. Huaner, Lei Jun exclaimed in shock. Your Highness. Huaner spoke weakly. Indeed, what I said was true, she continued. That flower is called blood thorn. Once it comes into contact with blood, it becomes extremely poisonous. You are now poisoned, and every use of your internal energy will feel like being gnawed at by ants. If you do not expel the poison within half an hour, you will undoubtedly perish. You wretched harlot, today you are fortunate. Remember this, I will not let this matter rest. Reno declared in fury, though his face betrayed his fear. After uttering these words, he immediately departed. Once he was gone, Huaner suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Huaner, are you all right? Lei Jun asked with deep concern. Huaner shook her head and replied, I am fine. That strike won't claim my life. Ha! That man is indeed as foolish as ever. The poison of the blood thorn is not particularly strong. It merely causes a temporary reversal of vitality and fatigue, yet he took it so seriously. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun couldn't help but admire Huaner. Huaner, you are truly astute, he remarked. Huaner replied, Sixth Prince, Quickly send someone to pursue this individual. This is the opportune moment, as he is currently weakened. I wish I could, Lei Jun said dejectedly. You witnessed how loudly I called out just now, yet there was not a single sound from outside. It is evident that this fellow has employed a treasure to isolate this space. Outsiders cannot hear us at all. Indeed. Hiwana nodded. Then we shall have to wait. Rest assured, Lei Jun continued. The poison that scoundrel used merely induces weakness in the limbs, halting the flow of vital energy and causing numbness. I can already feel the effects of the potion waning. Hiwana nodded again, though a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. What are you investigating? It is of use to me. Do not ask too many questions. Just hurry. Lei Nuo instructed. Understood, Zhou replied, departing. He closed the door and cast a barrier to ensure that no sounds would escape the room. Then, he produced the ancient and weathered giant spirit ring, fixing his gaze upon it intently. With a flick of his finger, the ring levitated in midair, soon enveloped in flames that roasted it. While at Zailing Manor, as he ignited the giant spirit ring, it unexpectedly emitted faint energy fluctuations, perceptible with crystal clarity to him. As time passed, the previously tranquil giant spirit ring began to tremble, and concurrently, the blood within Lei Nuo's body transformed into a purple-blue hue, boiling as if it were water. This, Lei Nuo was astounded. Just then, a swift motion occurred. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light erupted from the center of Renault's brow, striking directly at the giant spirit ring. The ring trembled with increasing intensity, and its surface began to crack, shedding a substance reminiscent of rust, swiftly transforming into a purplish-blue ring. Could this be the true form of the giant spirit ring? Renault exclaimed in astonishment. The ring emitted a purplish-blue glow, and before Renault's astonished gaze, strange characters formed, characters unlike any he had ever encountered in his studies, akin to the peculiar script that had appeared in his mind during the awakening of his bloodline. Nevertheless, Renault could comprehend it. Renault, my son, when you behold this seal, it signifies that your bloodline has awakened, and I have ventured to a faraway place. This giant spirit ring is a legacy I have left for you, containing formidable martial arts that will greatly benefit your cultivation of the bloodline. Remember, this martial art is exceedingly powerful. Do not speak of it to others unless you possess sufficient strength. My child, when you become strong enough, I believe we shall meet again soon. Take care, my son. Mother. Renault gasped, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He had never anticipated discovering a message from his mother within the giant spirit ring. In truth, due to certain circumstances, Renault's mother had to employ a strategy of escape, leaving him behind, yet she had entrusted him with the giant spirit ring. Aware that it would not be easy for Renault to obtain it and that he would face trials, she had specifically placed a restriction on the ring, permitting only those of her bloodline to unlock it. This precaution was a measure to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. At that moment, he felt elated, for the message was a clear indication that his mother was still alive. For Renault, who had no father or mother in his past life, having a mother is a joy surpassing even the aspiration of becoming a supreme powerhouse. He took a deep breath, striving to calm the excitement that surged within him, and raised his gaze towards the giant spirit ring, his eyes alight with thrill and anticipation. What formidable martial arts awaited him? Just how powerful could they be? Suddenly, a force emanated from his palm, drawing the giant spirit ring into his grasp, and a thread of mental energy surged forth into it. The moment he entered the internal space of the giant spirit ring, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving his mind blank. Yet, upon regaining his senses, he discovered the astonishing vastness of the ring's space, capable of accommodating 10 Tianluo empires with ease. This ring surpassed the spatial capabilities of the spatial ring he possessed at the pinnacle of his previous life by threefold, an absolutely terrifying feat. Chapter 50. Unparalleled divine skill. Renault's mental energy wandered within the spatial ring. Although the interior was indeed expansive, it was regrettably bare. Where exactly was the formidable martial art his mother had spoken of? After searching for quite some time, he found nothing. Curiously, one would expect that as the master of the spatial ring, he could instantly comprehend all that lay within it. Yet, Reno only grasped a minuscule fraction, falling woefully short of full mastery. Drawing from his past experiences, he sensed that in order to truly command the giant spirit ring, he must elevate his bloodline to a certain level. His mother had mentioned that this martial art was intended to enhance his bloodline. Could it be? An idea sparked in Reno's mind as he settled into a cross-legged position and diligently initiated the Sacred Heart technique. As he employed the technique, his blood and hair transformed into a shade of purplish blue, subtly infused with a hint of dark gold. The essence of blood surged forth, and soon the heavens and earth were engulfed by a tempest, wreaking havoc upon the world. The storm intensified, and before long, it appeared as if the tempest possessed a pair of crimson eyes, gazing down upon the land. Renowned, startled by this monumental upheaval, opened his eyes just in time to witness a flash of blood light erupting from the storm's eyes, striking directly at his brow. The speed of the blood light was astonishing, leaving Renowned no time to react before it made contact. A piercing pain coursed through him, causing him to clutch his head and cry out in agony. Yet, after a brief moment, the pain dissipated, and in its wake, Renowned found himself inundated with an immense and unfamiliar knowledge, the ultimate demon arts. Upon first glance, he was taken aback, but soon elation filled him as he realized he had inherited the martial arts left behind by his mother within the giant spirit ring. He continued to read, and the astonishment on his face grew ever more pronounced. He discovered that the ultimate demon arts was profound and powerful, with each phrase resonating with the truths of the universe. Despite his extensive knowledge and experience, he found many aspects of this martial art perplexing. It took him a full hour to finish reading, and that was without delving deeply into its intricacies, highlighting just how esoteric this martial art truly was. It is understood that the ultimate demon arts encompasses both martial skills and techniques. The techniques are known as ultimate demon formula, while the martial skills are referred to as supreme demon body. In the realm of martial arts, there are two primary categories: martial skills and techniques. The so-called martial arts techniques are designed to enable practitioners to open the meridians and acupoints within their bodies, subsequently absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. These energies are then transformed into true qi and infused into the sea of qi, ultimately breaking through numerous bottlenecks and continuously elevating one's realm. Martial skills can be categorized into various forms, such as fist techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, body techniques, and footwork, among others. In essence, martial skills are techniques that, when empowered by true qi, become extraordinarily potent. Within the martial extreme demon technique, the martial extreme demon formula and the supreme demon body represent the pinnacle of divine martial arts on the continent, possessing formidable power capable of intimidating even the divine beings. The martial extreme demon technique is utilized for cultivating and gathering true qi to transcend realms, with its most notable feature being the ability to absorb an opponent's attacks and instantaneously convert them into one's own strength. However, should one recklessly attempt to absorb an attack from a foe whose power vastly exceeds their own, it could result in catastrophic consequences. Conversely, the supreme demon body focuses on the cultivation of the physical form, enhancing one's bloodline to render the body exceedingly resilient against assaults. The potential of the bloodline is awakened to its utmost limits. Simply put, the martial extreme demon technique is about absorbing and neutralizing enemy attacks, while the supreme demon body emphasizes high defense and resistance. The synergy of these two techniques results in a defensive capability that is nothing short of extraordinary. Reno, utterly captivated, could hardly contain his excitement. He eagerly embarked on the practice of the martial extreme demon technique. Having cultivated the dragon flame formula, his body was suffused with fire attribute true qi, necessitating its conversion into demonic essence through the martial extreme demon technique. As he trained, Reno discovered that the absorption of fire attribute true qi occurred far more swiftly than he had anticipated, completing half of the process in the time it takes to burn a single incense stick. In contrast, it would typically require others at least 2 months to achieve the same progress. The higher the level of the martial arts technique, the more challenging it becomes to transform the refined true energy into another attribute. According to Rainer's speculation, given his current limited cultivation level and meager reserves of true energy, complete transformation could occur within 3 months at most. However, he did not anticipate such rapid progress. Soon, he made a remarkable discovery. The martial extreme demon technique could assimilate true energy of other attributes. This revelation filled Rainer with elation, for it meant he could cultivate various techniques without the concern of incompatible attributes causing adverse effects within him. With a calm mind, Rainer proceeded to refine his energy. After 2 hours had elapsed, the fire attribute true energy within him had entirely transformed into demonic essence. At that moment, the demonic essence radiated a potent aura of fire. As he extended his palm, black flames erupted, roaring to life. The temperature in the room surged dramatically. Indeed, the martial extreme demon technique was formidable. The heat generated by these black flames was 2 or 3 times greater than before, a truly remarkable feat. The emergence of the black flames significantly enhanced Rainer's lethality. With a mere thought, the black flames gradually dissipated, and as he stroked his chin, he murmured to himself, "I must pay a visit to the Lingbao Pavilion." He intended to cultivate the supreme demon body, yet this practice required numerous cultivation materials, which were evidently body training resources. If he were to request these from the Grand Master's residence, it would surely raise suspicions, as these materials were designated solely for his use, not for the treatment of the infernal demon tiger. Should that happen, the situation could become dire. Thus, he prepared to procure a portion from the Lingbao Pavilion and extort the remainder from the Taisher Manor. By this time, evening had fallen, and Rainer emerged from the Taisher Manor, making his way directly to the Lingbao Pavilion. Along the way, he encountered a bustling crowd, filled with laughter and merriment. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Lingbao Pavilion. Even in the night, the pavilion was vibrant with life, frequented by both esteemed dignitaries and common folk alike. This time, Rainer did not disguise himself as the old man. Instead, he entered as Yun Ting. "Ah, Mr. Yin has arrived." A maid, upon seeing Rainer, could not contain her exclamation. This outburst drew the attention of all present. Indeed, it was Yun Ting, the very one who had triumphed over numerous skilled opponents at Miss Ouyang's birthday banquet, boldly declaring that he held Wang Qingqian in contempt. Is it not him? Truly impressive. When he faced Shen Yulong and his companions, he did so without even employing his martial soul, effortlessly vanquishing them all. Have you heard? He has secured the 67th rank on the Earth ranking, surpassing even the 6th prince. Need you even mention it? The tales have spread far and wide. He is indeed a youthful hero. Indeed, a youthful hero. The onlookers gazed at Rainer with fascination. At such a tender age, he possessed such remarkable prowess, defeating those in the transformation realm while merely in the spiritual awakening realm. "Extraordinary, truly extraordinary," exclaimed an elderly man, stroking his goat beard as he regarded Rainer with admiration. "If only I could be as formidable." Beside the old man stood a lad of 11 or 12, who spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Oh dear." However, before the words could be fully articulated, the elder swiftly delivered a sharp reprimand, his expression one of exasperation at his apprentice's lack of diligence. "You little rascal, I have urged you to practice diligently, yet you turn a deaf ear. Now, seeing others in their splendor, you are consumed by jealousy. Alas, how did I end up with such a dull disciple?" The youth merely curled his lip, choosing silence, yet within, he seethed. What is so remarkable about it? I too shall achieve such feats in the future. He is merely older than I. As he witnessed the throngs discussing him, Rainer felt no embarrassment, but rather a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his mere presence would incite such a commotion. Chapter 51. A Fortuitous Encounter. The intensity of the crowd's reaction caught him off guard. Little did he know that after he had triumphed over several disciples from the prestigious families of the imperial capital, he had become an overnight sensation, with his name echoing through every alley and street. Thus, upon his arrival at the Lingbao Pavilion, he was instantly recognized, sparking fervent discussions among the onlookers. Regaining his composure, Raynor calmly stated, "I wish to see Steward Hu." With that, he produced a golden card, a token bestowed upon him by Hu Jingtian, granting him the privilege of direct audience. Surely, this item would be recognized. Upon seeing the card, the maid's demeanor shifted dramatically. She became exceedingly respectful. "Sir, please follow me." Raynor nodded, and the maid, seeing his acquiescence, led him toward the inner chamber. Soon, they arrived at Hu Zhengtian's quarters, where the latter was engaged in his duties. Upon noticing a visitor, he looked up, and his face brightened at the sight of Raynor. "Mr. Yun, I beg your pardon for not welcoming you from afar." Renaud chuckled. "How could I dare to claim such a thing? It has been quite some time since we last met, and you, Master Hu, remain as poised and spirited as ever. I am quite ashamed." Hu Jingtian shook his head. "I pale in comparison to Master Yun, who has earned the esteemed position of a guest in the Grand Tutor's residence. I must admit, my discernment was lacking. When you last visited, I failed to recognize your extraordinary talents. Recently, I have heard of your remarkable achievements in the Grand Tutor's residence. It is truly admirable." "Not at all." Renaud waved his hand dismissively. "In truth, I would like to request a favor from you, Master Gu." "Oh, please, do speak, Master Yun. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you." Hu Jingtian replied earnestly. Renaud nodded appreciatively. "Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance. I am in need of a batch of cultivation materials. Financial matters are not a concern. I kindly ask you to help me gather them." With that, he produced a sheet of white paper from his giant spirit ring, upon which was listed the materials required for cultivating the supreme demon body. Hu Jingtian took the paper and examined it for a moment, then pondered before responding. "Most of these items can be found in our Lingbao Pavilion. However, a few are rather rare, and we will require some time to procure them from elsewhere." Renaud smiled. "I fully understand. To be honest, I would already be immensely grateful if you could gather the materials." "Not at all." Hu Jingtian shook his head. "This is a trivial matter, and moreover, you are seeking my assistance in a business transaction. How could I possibly turn away a patron?" Renaud nodded. "Then please calculate the total cost of these items, and I shall provide you with the payment." Hu Jingtian smiled. "There is no rush. I actually have something I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Renaud inquired, taken aback. Hu Jingtian remarked, "You may not be aware, but we at Lingbao Pavilion possess a specialized team that ventures into perilous locations to procure rare and extraordinary treasures. They often sustain injuries, and I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. Thus, I earnestly wish to invite you to attend to our injured personnel as a guest physician." Upon hearing this, Reno's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of treating the wounded, which would indirectly enhance his own cultivation through the Sacred Heart technique, was indeed an enticing opportunity. Though internally elated, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Do you not have dedicated physicians or alchemists to tend to your ailments?" "Not quite." Hu Jingtian shook his head, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. "However, their medical prowess pales in comparison to yours." This sentiment echoed his true thoughts. For Reno had once healed the fierce infernal demon tiger, a feat beyond the capabilities of any other healer. It was evident how exceptional his skills were, and with his assistance, the losses at Lingbao Pavilion could be significantly mitigated. Reno understood and said, "Very well, since Steward Hu has looked after me in the past, I shall gladly lend my aid." Hu Zhengtian's expression brightened, and he responded, "In that case, the cost of the materials shall be waived." Reno was somewhat taken aback and felt a tinge of embarrassment. "That seems rather improper, does it not?" "Not at all." Hu Jingtian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Your agreement to serve as a guest physician has already alleviated much of our burden. The value of those materials far exceeds what we are discussing. Please wait here. I shall retrieve the materials for you momentarily." He could not help but turn his face away, clearing his throat softly, urging Reno to prepare himself. He was, after all, still a virgin. Hiwaner stifled a laugh, but replied, "Yes, master." She retrieved a violet fur coat from her spatial ring and donned it, instantly enhancing her air of nobility. "All right, master." Reynolds nodded, finally meeting her gaze. "How is your injury?" "Hiwaner, with a hint of grievance, responded, "Master, your strike was rather heavy-handed. That sword almost cost me my life." Reynolds smirked inwardly. Having acted himself, was he not aware of his own strength? That strike had merely drained some of her vitality, far less severe than her claims suggested. Nevertheless, Reynolds chose not to dwell on it and remarked nonchalantly, "Allow me to assist with your healing." He placed his palm an inch from Iwaner's chest, and a green light emanated from his hand, composed of countless tiny particles. These particles surged toward the wound, adhering to it. Instantly, a sensation akin to basking in sunlight blossomed within Iwaner, providing immense comfort. At that moment, her wound healed at a visibly rapid pace, scabbing over and eventually shedding skin to reveal smooth, pristine flesh. Reynolds felt an escalating heat within him, a restless fire that caused him to curse under his breath. Iwaner sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly realized what was amiss. She hastily covered her chest with her garments. Suddenly, she looked up at Reynolds with a playful smile and said, "I presume, Master, that you have yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. Would you like me to assist you in savoring the delights of this world?" As she spoke, her clothing began to slip away. Chapter 52. Elusive as Iwaner shed her garments, her snow-white skin and alluring figure were laid bare before Reynolds' gaze. Reno experienced a fleeting moment of disarray, yet he swiftly regained his composure. His eyes were as clear as the waters of an ancient well, devoid of any ripple. "You would do well to show some restraint," he stated, his tone imbued with authority, instilling an intangible sense of pressure. Iwaner trembled slightly, genuinely frightened, and promptly donned her garments. She then knelt upon the ground, filled with trepidation, and implored, "Iwaner acknowledges her mistake. Please pardon me, Master." Reno nodded and replied calmly, "You may rise." "Yes," she acquiesced, obediently standing to the side. Reno inquired, "How fares Lejeune?" To which Iwaner responded, "Rest assured, my lord. Lejeune harbors no suspicions towards me. His animosity towards the fifth prince, Lei Qing, runs deep, and he has already embarked on his path of vengeance." Reno's eyes glimmered with approval as he remarked, "You have done well. I was right to place my trust in you. This matter has been handled exceedingly well. I dare say those two rabid dogs are already engaged in their fray." "Thank you for your commendation, Master," she replied. Reno cast a glance at Iwaner and noted, "It seems you possess considerable potential. Your swift comprehension of my words from yesterday suggests that you may soon transcend to a new realm." Upon hearing Reno speak of this, Iwaner's countenance brightened. "This is largely thanks to your guidance, Master. Fear not. As long as you diligently assist me, I shall undoubtedly elevate you to become a formidable expert within the Tianluo Empire," Reno declared with a smile. Iwaner, astonished that Reno would utter such bold claims, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Yet as she recalled his astonishing swordsmanship, her confidence began to solidify. "Yes," she affirmed. Immediately, Reno presented her with a communication stone, capable of transmitting messages within 100 miles. However, this was merely a lower-tier communication stone. The premier ones could convey messages across vast thousands of meters. Should Lei Qing or Lejeune have any news, they were to report directly to me through this stone. "Understood," she replied, tucking the stone away. Subsequently, Reno produced a small booklet, stating, "This is a martial arts manual. Once practiced, it will significantly enhance your strength." In a world where people are driven by self-interest, it was imperative to offer Iwaner a taste of sweetness to inspire her to dedicate herself to his service. Indeed, her face lit up with joy. Since Reno had guided her in her training, she sensed that he was of extraordinary lineage. Thus, her initial reaction was to believe that the martial arts he provided would be exceptional. As she opened the manual, her consciousness became fully engrossed in its depths. Upon finishing, she was left in awe. The martial art was extraordinarily powerful. This technique, known as Xin Yuzhan, was a high-grade spiritual martial art, renowned for its exquisite techniques, and held immense value throughout the Tianlu Empire. One could not deny that Reno had bestowed upon her an abundance of advantages. "Master," when she lifted her gaze, she realized Reno had vanished. It appeared she had delved too deeply into the manual, oblivious to his departure. Following him might indeed be one of the wisest choices of her life. She understood the high value of the martial arts he had given her. It was something that would undoubtedly incite envy among many martial artists in the Tianlu Empire. Lei Nuo paused briefly, then smiled. What do you wish for me to do? To assist you? Assist me? Lei Nuo chuckled. What do you mean by that? Ouyang Qingxuang, with an air of intention or perhaps indifference, gazed at Lei Nuo and replied, I am gathering some materials for you. You will follow my lead. Lei Nuo's tone turned frosty. Follow you? Ouyang Qingxuang shook her head and smiled. You misunderstand, sir. My intention is to assist you. Lei Nuo scoffed. Then I am curious to know how you intend to aid me. The materials you seek. I can provide them to you at this very moment. Ouyang Qingxuang produced a spatial ring and tossed it to Lei Nuo. He caught it and, with a sweep of his soul, discovered it contained all the materials he required. He fixed his gaze on Ouyang Qingxuang and said, I would think you would not offer me such precious items without ulterior motives. He was well aware that this young lady was akin to a thorny rose, capable of inflicting pain with a careless touch. She was undoubtedly someone who would not act without benefit. Ouyang Qingxuang replied, You are mistaken. I offer you these materials purely out of goodwill, nothing more. Lei Nuo felt a twinge of astonishment. Had this girl truly changed her disposition today? No, that could not be the case. He remained skeptical. Ouyang Qingxuang observed everything keenly. She understood Lei Nuo's thoughts and smiled. It is getting late. We should rest. Yawning, she turned to leave. As her back faced Lei Nuo, a cryptic smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. Lei Nuo watched her retreating figure, furrowing his brow, then glanced at the spatial ring before departing. Upon returning to his room, Lei Nuo meticulously examined the materials Ouyang Qingxuang had given him, yet found nothing amiss, deepening his perplexity. What secrets does this girl conceal? For a moment, Lei Nuo found himself perplexed, yet he chose not to linger on this enigma. Instead, he dedicated all his energy to the cultivation of the supreme demon body. Chapter 53. The diamond-glazed body. With a grin, he plunged directly into the water barrel. A sharp gasp escaped Lei Nuo's lips. The pain was excruciating. He felt as though countless ants were gnawing at every inch of his being, the agony penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. However, he understood that this suffering was an essential part of cultivating the first layer of the supreme demon body, the diamond-glazed body. The materials he had gathered were specifically for the cultivation of the diamond-glazed body, as prescribed. The concoction he prepared was known as crimson flame liquid. To be candid, the torment he experienced was far more intense than he had anticipated. The supreme demon body consists of 3 layers, the first being the diamond-glazed body, the second the indestructible body, and the third the supreme demon form. The diamond-glazed body represents the initial and most crucial step in this cultivation. It unfolds in 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and completion. In the initial stage, the body may appear unchanged. However, the meridians, flesh, and organs have been reinforced, rendering them as resilient as steel, capable of withstanding tremendous impact and destruction. During the intermediate stage, when one channels their vital energy, a yellowish hue emerges, enhancing the body's resilience. The advanced stage is marked by a golden complexion, with the physique reaching approximately 4 meters in height. In the completion stage, the body adopts a glazed appearance, expanding to an impressive 13 meters. Lei Nuo sat within the wooden barrel, his body smeared with the viscous, mud-like crimson liquid. These elements infiltrate Lei Nuo's body at an imperceptible pace, subtly and insidiously. Upon entry, they transform into a turbulent energy coursing through his internal organs, fluctuating between frigid cold, searing heat, and a numbing sensation that torments him profoundly. Fortunately, having weathered numerous tempests in his past life, Lei Nuo possesses an unwavering fortitude, allowing him to endure the ordeal with gritted teeth. According to the requirements of the supreme demonic form, his success hinges on the complete refinement of a barrel of crimson flame liquid. As time inexorably advances, approximately 3 hours later, Lei Nuo notices a sudden acceleration in his absorption rate, increasing tenfold. His entire being resembles an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the energy within the liquid as if to say, "I will devour whatever comes my way." Another half-hour passes, and he observes an astonishing transformation. His blood begins to take on an eerie shade of violet blue. At this juncture, his absorption rate escalates further. And remarkably, the torment he experiences diminishes significantly. Revitalized, Reno gathers his somewhat scattered focus and immerses himself entirely in his cultivation. Due to the abrupt changes within his body, it takes nearly 10 hours for him to fully absorb a barrel of crimson flame liquid. Now, his physique resembles a formidable amalgamation of iron and gold, with robust muscles brimming with explosive strength and an aura of virility. Slowly, he opens his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a fierce brilliance emanates from his gaze, instilling a sense of dread in those who behold it. Yet, in the next instant, the intensity dissipates, revealing deep, crystalline pupils that suggest Reno is shrouded in an enigmatic veil. Boom, boom. He unleashed a series of punches, each accompanied by resounding explosions of air, exuding an aura of might. The Vajra-glazed body proved to be formidable. Currently, my strength must be comparable to that of 1,000 bulls, Reno exclaimed with excitement. The power of a single bull equates to approximately 50 kilograms. Thus, 1,000 bulls represent a staggering 50,000 kilograms. Such immense force is capable of shattering a 10-meter-high hill with a single blow. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the power contained within. He was astonished that even in the initial stage of the Vajra-glazed body, such destructive capability could be achieved. If he were to successfully cultivate the supreme demon body, one could only imagine the magnitude of the power it would wield. This acquisition was indeed remarkable. It seemed that his mother had long been prepared, as the martial extremity demon art significantly benefited the evolution of my bloodline. During this session of cultivating the Vajra-glazed body, his bloodline underwent noticeable changes, with its purity evidently enhanced. Just now, he quietly practiced the Sacred Heart technique and found its efficacy improved beyond previous experiences. Clearly, the strengthening of his bloodline augmented his innate talents. He gazed towards the windows. Although they were tightly shut, he could see that daylight had fully emerged, with sunlight streaming through the paper of the windows. Unable to resist, Reno stretched languidly, took a bath, and then indulged in a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he realized it was already noon. In fact, the vital energy he had amassed from using the Sacred Heart technique to heal the Inferno demon tiger over the past few days was considerable, and logically, he should have already made a breakthrough. Indeed, this was the case. However, after Renu cultivated the martial extremity demon technique, his originally eightfold spirit sea of the spirit awakening realm suddenly expanded threefold. The amount of true energy was naturally insufficient, barely filling to a third of its capacity. In recent days, Renu had devoted himself to his training and, through healing others, accumulated a substantial amount of true energy. Now nearing the point of completely filling his spirit sea, he agreed and informed the steward of the Grand Tutor's residence before departing with the messenger to Lingbao Pavilion. Upon arriving at Lingbao Pavilion, he spotted Hu Jingtian waiting at the entrance, his expression fraught with urgency. As soon as Hu Jingtian laid eyes on Renu, his face brightened with joy, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Brother Yun, you have finally arrived. I could hardly wait." Chapter 54. Breakthrough to a New Realm. Observing Hu Zhengtian's anxious demeanor, Renu discerned that his relationship with the individual named Yi Zhong was undoubtedly quite close. Renu reassured him, "Do not worry, I will do my utmost. Quickly, lead me to him." Of course, Hu Jingtian replied, unwilling to waste a single moment, for it was entirely possible that his brother could perish within that very instant. He guided Renu to a room where a figure, wrapped in bandages, lay upon the bed. Renu remarked, "His injuries are severe, but fortunately he was brought here in time. Someone managed to keep him clinging to life. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise. Does that mean he is still salvageable?" Hu Zhengtian asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. Renu smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, he will not perish." Upon hearing this, Hu Jingtian's spirit soared, his entire being revitalized as he clasped his fists in gratitude, declaring, "Your great kindness, brother, I shall never forget." Renaud shook his head and said, "It's all good." He activated the Sacred Heart technique, and a multitude of green light particles surged from his palms into Yi Zhong's body. Some of these particles adhered to the wounds, facilitating scabbing and healing, while others transformed into a stream of verdant energy that purified the internal impurities and nourished the organs, fortifying the vitality and blood flow. Several blocked meridians were also unblocked. Thump thump. The heart, which was on the verge of extinguishing, began to pulsate with renewed vigor under the treatment of the Sacred Heart technique. Simultaneously, Renaud's energy reservoir was infused with a significant amount of true energy during the execution of the technique, achieving a state of perfection in merely half a minute. Crack, crack. A sound reminiscent of a chick breaking free from its shell resonated within Renaud. In an instant, a powerful surge of vitality erupted from within, but fortunately, Renaud was well prepared. As the overwhelming energy threatened to erupt like a volcano, he swiftly suppressed it. However, Hu Jingtian, who stood nearby and was also a master of martial arts, sensed a slight emanation despite Renaud's efforts to contain his aura. It was akin to a fleeting glimpse, a momentary bloom, and in that brief interval, he became aware of it. He turned his gaze toward Renaud, but upon further scrutiny, he could no longer detect it. Was it merely an illusion? The ninth heaven of the spirit realm. Haha, I have finally broken through. Renaud felt immense joy and exerted himself even more in the practice of the Sacred Heart technique, acquiring a substantial amount of true energy. After approximately half an hour, Renaud ceased his treatment of Yi Zhong. How wonderful! Hu Jingtian, a master at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, could distinctly perceive the powerful beating of Yi Chong's heart. This realization assured him that Yi Chong was no longer in mortal danger, filling him with immense joy. However, as soon as he ceased the application of the Sacred Heart technique, Renaud was immediately overwhelmed by a profound hunger, recognizing that he had overexerted himself. Given that Yi Chong also belonged to the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, his cultivation far surpassing Renaud's, the benefits gained from healing him were substantial. But the challenges were equally daunting, easily pushing him beyond his limits and resulting in an intense craving for sustenance. I require rest, and if possible, please prepare some food for me, preferably cooked meat from high-tier demonic beasts, enough to serve 20 people, Renaud stated. Hu Jingtian was momentarily speechless, staring at Renaud in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sheer quantity of food Renaud requested. Nonetheless, given the considerable assistance Renaud had rendered him, he could not refuse and promptly summoned others to prepare the meal. Renaud took a private chamber where he devoured the food voraciously. As it entered his stomach, it was swiftly transformed into potent, refined energy, nourishing his soul and replenishing his vitality and essence. After approximately 2 hours, he had consumed nearly 200 pounds of high-tier demonic beast flesh, finally alleviating his hunger. Upon exiting the chamber, he intended to bid farewell to Hu Jingtian. However, upon entering the room, he was met with a notably tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. The arrival of Renaud also startled Hu Jingtian. He looked up and, upon recognizing Renaud, stood and walked over with a smile, saying, "Brother Yun has arrived. Were the delicacies to your liking?" Renaud replied with a gentle smile, "Quite delightful." Hu Jingtian responded, "That is splendid, truly splendid." The two sat opposite each other, each with a cup of fragrant tea before them. Renaud inquired, "Deacon Hu, what has transpired that has left you in such distress?" Hu Jingtian sighed deeply and replied, "It pertains to the hunting party." "The hunting party?" Renaud echoed. "You mean the group, led by your friend Yi Chong, who ventured into the Myriad Beasts mountain range?" Hu Jingtian nodded, stating, "I just heard from Yi Chong that they were attacked by an unidentified force and suffered significant losses." As he spoke, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. "These individuals truly have the audacity. How dare they lay hands on our Lingbao Pavilion?" Renaud asked, "Are they aware that this is the hunting party of Lingbao Pavilion?" "They are," Hu Jingtian confirmed. Renaud stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering aloud. That is indeed perplexing. The reputation of Lingbao Pavilion is formidable. How could they dare to assault the hunting party? Quite frankly, I find it incomprehensible. Offending Lingbao Pavilion brings nothing but peril. Hu Jingtian too felt bewildered. Although Lingbao Pavilion primarily engaged in commerce, its underlying power was substantial, wielding control over the economic lifeblood of the Tianluo Empire. Even the three major sects and the royal family would not dare to underestimate it. Logically, no one would be foolish enough to provoke Lingbao Pavilion. The audacity of those who would dare to confront it speaks volumes about their overwhelming confidence that they could evade detection and annihilation. Or rather, they are not fearful of your retaliation. They possess formidable backing. Such individuals are often not brutish bandits, for they are, in fact, rather timid and dare not provoke the Lingbao Pavilion. Moreover, Yi Zhong and his companions form a cohesive team. To eliminate them would require considerable strength. Yi Zhong and his cohort are merely a hunting party, engaged in the pursuit of demon beasts and the quest for treasures. What valuable possessions could they possibly hold that would warrant such treatment, especially when weighed against the risk of being targeted by the full force of the Lingbao Pavilion? Of course, it is conceivable that Yi Zhong and his team have uncovered some secret or perhaps discovered a treasure of celestial significance. In that case, their assassination would indeed be understandable. Yet, that seems improbable. Hu Jingtian shook his head. Yi Zhong had asserted that they possessed no extraordinary treasures, and that group was simply intent on robbing them. Is it merely that simple? Renaud felt an unsettling disquiet in his heart. Chapter 55. The new force of demonic spirits within the myriad mountains of Wanyao. A diverse array of individuals can be found. Some are wandering cultivators honing their skills. Others slay demon beasts for survival, and still others, like Yi Zhong, lead a band in search of treasures. However, recently, strange occurrences have transpired within Wanyao. Those who ventured into the mountains either perished or were gravely injured. Subsequently, those who emerged alive spoke of a new force emerging from the mountains, akin to merciless demonic phantoms. As the tale spread from 10 to 100, many began to refer to this force as the demonic spirits. After the emergence of the demonic spirits, various factions began to take notice, sending individuals to investigate. However, the Wanyao mountain range appeared shrouded in mist, yielding no clues. As the death toll continued to rise, several major forces dispatched skilled practitioners in teams to probe the area. Yet, the demonic spirits seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, vanishing without a trace, making it impossible to ascertain their whereabouts. On this particular day, Renaud was once again summoned by Hu Jingtian. This time, the individuals requiring his healing were not limited to Yi Zhong. There were 7 in total, all gravely injured. The lowest among them had attained the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, while the highest had reached the 8th. This thrilled Renaud. For the higher their levels and the graver their injuries, the more beneficial it would be for him to enhance his cultivation. He readily agreed and promptly began their treatment. Upon completion, Renaud found that his energy reservoir was filled to 3/4, placing him merely a step away from achieving the pinnacle of the spirit opening realm and transcending into the soul transformation realm. At that moment, Renaud gleaned some information from Hu Jingtian. It turned out that the previous day, the hunting team from the Lingbao Pavilion had ventured into the Wanyao mountain range, only to be annihilated by the demonic spirits. The upper echelons of the Lingbao Pavilion were incensed, dispatching several experts from the soul transformation realm to form a team and seek vengeance. However, they encountered the minions of the demonic spirits, and the disparity in strength was insurmountable. They were utterly defeated, proving no match for their adversaries. Had it not been for some special trump cards, they would have perished entirely. Renaud could not help but be astounded. What kind of force were these demonic spirits that they possessed such formidable strength? Hu Zhongtian's expression grew grave as he remarked, "This faction is no ordinary group. They are far from a minor sect. In my opinion, even some of the noble houses in the imperial capital pale in comparison to them. These individuals employ ruthless tactics and possess a temperament marked by ferocity and brutality. representing an exceedingly perilous organization. What do you know about this organization? Renault inquired. According to our intelligence network, we currently lack extensive information regarding the inner workings of that organization. However, we have discovered a significant connection between the Tianyin Manor and them. Tianyin Manor, Renault exclaimed inwardly, as the term demon sect immediately surfaced in his mind. According to Hewaner, Tianyin Manor is indeed a branch of the demon sect. This implies that the demonic entity is intricately linked to Tianyin Manor, perhaps even composed of members of the demon sect. Hu Jingtian remained oblivious to Renault's subtle unease and continued, as far as we know, the owner of Tianyin Manor is a mysterious figure known as Mo Xiaojun. We are preparing to investigate everyone associated with that manor in the coming days. If it turns out that this manor is indeed related to the demonic entity, humph. Hu Zhangtian scoffed, his eyes glinting with a cruel light, his intentions unmistakably clear. Renault nodded thoughtfully, sensing that the demon sect had already commenced its machinations. An invisible storm was sweeping toward the imperial capital and, indeed, all the counties of the Tianlu Empire. Action was imperative. Renault mused quietly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a smile graced his lips, considering her an excellent choice. Brother Hu, Renault said, should you acquire any information, please do inform me. I am exceedingly intrigued by this demonic entity. Hu Jingtian chuckled and said, this is not a problem. However, I must advise you to exercise caution. This organization is exceedingly terrifying. It is best not to provoke them. Of course, even if we do, Lingbage will do everything in its power to protect you. Reynolds' eyes sparkled with contemplation as he pondered aloud. Every day, skeletons are being dispatched. What could he possibly be doing? Zhou replied, I suspect that those bones are freshly generated, likely the result of some practitioner of dark arts devouring the flesh and essence of others, along with their cultivation. Oh, Reynolds initially expressed surprise, but soon felt it was not unexpected. It is quite normal for members of the demon sect to practice dark arts and absorb the vitality and flesh of others. Indeed, Zhou nodded. The bones still bear traces of warmth and remnants of blood, indicating that the individual must have died not long ago, making this the most plausible explanation. Reynolds remarked, I appreciate your efforts during these days. However, I still need you to continue monitoring this situation. Rest assured. Zhou suddenly recalled something else. By the way, young master, I've discovered another issue. The Tianyin villa you asked me to watch has had numerous unidentified martial artists coming and going. With a furrowed brow, he responded, do not worry. I am aware. After Zhou departed, Reynolds' expression gradually darkened. This was due to a message conveyed by Hewaner through the communication stone. The message stated, the Xilingshan villa has been completely massacred by the fifth prince and subsequently taken under control. It turned out that ever since Reynolds had impersonated the fifth prince's assassin and humiliated the sixth prince, Lei Jin, coupled with Hewaner's instigation, Lei Jin had developed a deep-seated hatred for Lei Qing. Immediately sent someone to eliminate all those affiliated with the fifth prince at Xieling Manor. Furthermore, through the network of connections, ascertained the locations of the fifth prince's establishments, including casinos, brothels, inns, and taverns, and dispatch agents to covertly dismantle them. This undoubtedly incited the wrath of Lei Qing, who retaliated by orchestrating a massacre at Xieling Manor. Moreover, preparations were underway to eliminate Lei Zhan in the near future. For Lei Nuo, it was imperative that Lei Zhan remain alive for the time being, as he served as a crucial counterbalance to Lei Qing, allowing them to exhaust each other's strength. He hastened to the scene, but upon arrival at Xieling Manor, he discovered it was under strict surveillance, with tight security measures in place. For an ordinary person, entering without causing a stir would be nearly impossible. However, Lei Nuo, whose soul did not conform to that of an ordinary being, found it a trivial matter to silently infiltrate Xieling Manor. Chapter 56. The plan fails. Do not move. Lei Nuo commanded coldly, attuned to his surroundings. He was acutely aware that he had fallen into a trap, with adversaries lurking in the shadows, seeking an opportunity to end his life. Yet, he could not fathom how they had discerned the nature of his relationship with Hewaner. Had she betrayed him? Gradually, Lei Nuo began to entertain this notion. If Yuaner had truly turned against him, she would not dare to do so, for she was fully aware that her life rested in his hands. With a mere thought, he could obliterate her existence. What a frustrating and inept individual. Lei Nuo felt a surge of anger rising within him as he summoned the demon fire sword, advancing step by step toward Yuaner, his expression impassive, yet his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Clang, clang. The magical sword in Reynolds' hand struck the iron chain repeatedly, yet only sparks flew, leaving it nearly unscathed. A frown creased Reynolds' brow. However, Yuaner remarked, "Master, this iron chain is forged from the fire god iron, a material of unparalleled durability, impervious even to the mightiest of those at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm." Humph! Reynolds scoffed dismissively, channeling his martial spirit. His right arm transformed, revealing a dragon-shaped claw before Yuaner's astonished gaze. A dragon-class martial spirit. Yuaner gasped. Those who possess such a spirit are destined for great accomplishments. She had not anticipated that Reynolds would possess such an exalted martial spirit. No wonder he was so formidable. At that moment, Reynolds, harnessing his martial spirit in conjunction with the power of the diamond-glazed body, achieved a strength equivalent to 3,000 bulls, exceeding 100,000 pounds of force. He could cleave a mountain in twain. No matter how resilient this so-called fire god chain might be, Reynolds was confident he could sever it. Bang, bang. Indeed, under Reynolds' relentless strikes, the iron chain shattered, and Yuaner, weakened, collapsed into his embrace. He held her close. "Master, Yuaner wished to say more, but Reynolds silenced her with a gentle gesture. "Say nothing. We shall speak once we are outside." With that, he placed his palm against her back, employing the Holy Heart technique to heal her wounds. As long as the Holy Heart technique was in effect, a steady flow of true energy would sustain her healing, and he was untroubled by the consumption of his energy. Thinking of escaping? Is that even possible? As the door swung open, 2 figures descended from the heavens, blocking Renault's path with a cadre of guards swiftly materializing behind them. It was evident that they had been prepared, anticipating Renault's arrival. Renault scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. They presented a stark contrast. One was gaunt and towering at nearly 2 meters, while the other was rotund and barely 1.5 meters tall. Both were clad in the garb of wandering monks. The taller one, the emaciated monk, was known as Black Ji, while the shorter one, the corpulent monk, was called Ironstone. Renault inquired, "Who are you?" The corpulent monk chuckled incessantly, resembling a Methriya Buddha, while the emaciated one quipped, "He asks who I am. Huh. What do you think my purpose is?" The thin monk licked his lips, as if savoring a delectable dish, and coldly remarked, "What you do is of no concern to me. I merely wish to consume him swiftly. Such potent life energy will surely enhance my cultivation." Renault retorted with a chilling smile, "You 2 mere 5th-tier soul transformation cultivators dare to speak so boldly before me? You truly court death." The thin monk laughed. "Such fiery temperament. Excellent. Flesh like yours must surely have a delightful texture. I relish it." The corpulent monk added, "But let us not rush. I wish to extract his eyes first before you feast." Around the corpulent monk's neck hung a large beaded necklace, adorned with vibrant eyeballs. It appeared that today, his collection would soon gain 2 more. Renault coldly stated, "You prattle too much." As soon as the words left his lips, he swung his sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword light. The plump monk and the slender monk sensed the ferocity of the sword's brilliance, their expressions shifting as they instinctively retreated. Simultaneously, they each drew forth their respective weapons. The plump monk wielded a large, resounding gong, while the slender monk brandished a 50-pound Zen staff. They infused their weapons with power, each emitting a distinct radiance, before launching their assault against the sword light. Boom! The combined force of their attacks shattered the brilliance of the sword. In that moment, Renault seized the opportunity, charging forward alongside Yuaner into the throng. The world seemed to dissolve. The second form of the shadowless sword, a collective technique, was unleashed. Black flames coalesced upon the blade, emanating a terrifying heat and an awe-inspiring aura. Explosions of air resonated as an overwhelming sword energy surged forth. unleashing a pressure akin to a mountain. "This is bad. Scatter." The plump monk's face paled, and he shouted urgently. Too late. Reno sneered, swiftly cleaving with his sword. A beam of light arced out in a 45-degree fan, slicing through everything in its path. Thud, thud, thud. The sword light moved with unprecedented speed, mowing down foes as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Heads rolled, limbs severed, and bodies were cleaved in twain, while anguished wails echoed through the air, painting a scene of utter carnage. This is far too powerful. Hiwaner, nestled in Reno's embrace, was rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle before her. Her gaze, filled with admiration and affection for Reno, gradually blossomed with tender feelings. Yet, as she reflected on her past experiences, a wave of self-doubt washed over her. Could such an extraordinary man truly be suited for someone like her? Reno had already broken free from the encirclement, charging forward alone. But where could he flee? The duo of the plump and slender monk pursued him relentlessly. If they allowed their target to escape today, not only would they lose all semblance of dignity within the organization, rendering themselves utterly without standing, but they would also face severe repercussions. Despite the dire circumstances, Reno pressed on, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The closer they followed, the nearer they danced with death. The two raced along the mountain path, one ahead and one behind. Eventually, Reno discovered a secluded canyon, his mental acuity revealing there was not a soul within a 20-mile radius. He chose this moment to act. He halted, released Hiwaner, and promptly produced his stored dried meat, consuming it heartily with a swig of liquor. Chapter 57. The death of the slender monk. Reno remained silent, continuing to devour his sustenance. Before the plump and slender monk could catch up, he aimed to maintain his optimal condition. Hiwaner, feeling helpless, meticulously scanned their surroundings while retrieving a medicinal pill to restore her depleted vitality. Her injuries, having been treated by Reno's Sacred Heart technique, had healed significantly, yet she still needed to recuperate her energy independently. Nevertheless, she was profoundly impressed by Reno's medical skills. Observing his not particularly handsome yet refined visage, she perceived tranquility and confidence emanating from him. Recalling Reno's extraordinary capabilities, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. She firmly believed that the plump and slender monk would undoubtedly encounter setbacks at Reno's hands. Suddenly, a brilliant flash surged towards them with alarming speed. "Master, be careful!" Hiwaner shouted in warning. Reno furrowed his brow, bringing his palms down upon the ground, and with a graceful roll, ascended into the air. The radiant light cascaded to the earth, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left a crater in its wake. Within this hollow, a colossal rattle drum stood proudly like a banner. Reno gazed ahead, his mouth still savoring meat. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, as the portly monk showcased his agility, traversing the void before finally alighting atop the rattle drum. In swift succession, a fearsome roar echoed through the night, reminiscent of a tiger ablaze with azure flames sprinting towards them. The earth trembled beneath the thunderous roar of the beast. The slender monk soon joined, accompanied by an ethereal yet imposing azure tiger that exuded an aura of menace. His expression darkened, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he addressed Yun Ting. "You possess a remarkable audacity to underestimate us so gravely." Clearly, they were incensed by Reno's nonchalance, perceiving it as a blatant affront. This was a matter of humiliation and disdain. Reno grinned, retorting, "Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. With your meager talents, you can only intimidate a pack of insignificant creatures. Before me, however, do you comprehend the stark disparity? I soar in the heavens like an eagle, while you remain grounded like mere vermin. How can there be any comparison?" Both monks seethed with fury. The portly one, consumed by rage, forced out a laugh and said, "What a sharp-tongued individual. Defeating some inconsequential swine and mutts has led you to believe you are invincible in this realm. And here you stand, spewing bravado before us. How utterly foolish." Reno replied with a chuckle, "In my eyes, you are even inferior to those inconsequential swine and mutts." The corpulent monk trembled violently, his entire body quivering with excess flesh. The slender monk, exuding an aura of lethal intent, coldly remarked, "Why waste words with him? Just kill him. Today, I shall carve his flesh piece by piece to marinate in wine." The stout monk unleashed a surge of true energy, infused with murderous intent, creating an extraordinary pressure. Reno observed the two, seemingly unfazed, and chuckled, "I am entirely composed of dragon meat. You cannot afford to consume me. Kill." The slender monk, already growing impatient, charged forward. As he approached Reno, he swung his staff in a sweeping motion, but Reno leaned back, evading the strike. Failing to make contact, the monk transformed his sweeping blow into a direct thrust, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aimed forcefully at Reno's chest. Yet, Reno remained utterly still, leaving the three onlookers momentarily stunned. Has the master lost his mind? Hiwaner felt in overwhelming dread, her heart racing with anxiety. The slender monk revealed a cruel smile, thinking, "What an arrogant little fellow. Today, you shall meet your end." He envisioned Reno's demise beneath his staff. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Thud! The staff indeed struck Reno's chest, but merely tore through his clothing, not even breaking the skin. Armor. The slender monk's countenance changed as he discerned the icy blue soft armor worn beneath the torn fabric. In his shock, Reno seized the opportunity, thrusting his magic fire sword in conjunction with the shadowless sword with great ferocity. In an instant, the emaciated monk felt a chilling wind sweep through, abruptly engulfed by a wave of deathly aura. Instinctively, he attempted to defend himself, yet Reno's blade struck with unparalleled swiftness. With a soft gasp, the sword pierced through his abdomen, the force of the blade tearing apart his very innards. "You!" The thin monk's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. He had never anticipated meeting his demise at the hands of Reno, who was significantly weaker than himself, nor in such a humiliating manner. With a resounding thud, Reno delivered a swift kick, sending the frail monk sprawling, the sword withdrawn, leaving a trace of crimson in its wake. Thin monk. The stout monk's countenance changed dramatically, and he leaped into the air to catch the falling figure of his brother. As they landed, the thin monk coughed violently, spewing forth blood. "Brother!" the stout monk exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. You must help me avenge him." With that, the thin monk's breath faded, his eyes remaining wide open in eternal disbelief. "Brother, do not worry. I shall exact vengeance upon this villain for you," the stout monk proclaimed sorrowfully, gently closing his brother's eyes. He then turned his furious glare towards Reno, his visage contorted with rage, as if he wished to devour Reno whole. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the wind chimes rang out, sending waves of tangible sound towards Reno, accompanied by a multitude of eerie and discordant voices. "Master, be cautious. This is the stout monk's spectral prajna technique, which ensnares one in an illusion, shattering their very essence." Hiwaner shouted, her face etched with concern, clearly aware of the formidable nature of this technique. Reno furrowed his brow, and the stout monk seethed, "Shameless traitor, prepare to meet your end." He kicked the rattledrum, then soared into the sky, only to suddenly plunge downward. In the next instant, his palms struck the rattledrum, producing a thunderous sound akin to a bolt from the blue. A series of fiercely aggressive sound waves redirected towards Hiwaner, who, lacking the strength to withstand such a formidable assault, was instantly gripped by terror, her face betraying her fear. In that moment, she found herself devoid of the courage to resist. Just as the situation seemed dire, Reno appeared before Hiwaner, his demon fire sword swiftly engulfed by black flames. A powerful sword aura surged forth, leaving behind numerous black streaks in the fabric of space. He then swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that hurtled towards the incoming attack. Boom! The clash of their assaults erupted in a thunderous explosion, as if an invisible giant had sliced through the very ground beneath them. "Thank you for saving me," Hiwaner expressed her profound gratitude, fully aware that without Reno's intervention, she would have surely met a gruesome fate. Chapter 58. overwhelming and slaughter. The expression on fat-headed monk's face grew grave. His gaze towards Reno tinged with a mix of seriousness and wariness. From the earlier sword light, he sensed a surging and formidable power. It seemed that the people of Longshan Tower had underestimated this young man. His strength could easily place him within the top 50 of the Earth ranking. Truly, he was a prodigy. Fat-headed monk was astounded by the vast disparity between Reno's prowess and his own realm, a divergence that was simply unfathomable. He faintly realized that Reno was a formidable character. After all, he too was at the spirit opening stage, and he was determined to outlast him. Convinced that his own true energy would surpass Reno's, the stout monk's resolve solidified, and his trepidation diminished considerably. In his eyes, Reno's strength was indeed formidable. However, he was merely at the spirit opening stage, with a limited reservoir of true energy in his sea of chi, at least 5 or 6 times less than his own. Thus, in terms of endurance, he believed he could easily outlast Reno. He relentlessly struck the rattle drum, producing a cacophony of sound, akin to a hellish symphony, chilling and spine-tingling. At that moment, Hiwaner trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with terror as if confronted by some dreadful specter. In reality, she had been unwittingly ensnared in an illusion woven by the sound waves, witnessing ghastly phantoms from the depths of hell, a myriad of colored skeletal figures advancing towards her. She struggled and resisted, but to no avail, feeling as though she were being inexorably drawn towards an abyss, helpless against the pull. Gradually, her thoughts began to spiral into chaos, teetering on the brink of madness. Calm yourself if you wish to survive. Just as she teetered on the edge of insanity, a thunderous command jolted her back to reality. Clarity returned to her mind, yet she was engulfed in a wave of dread, drenched in cold sweat. Her garments clinging to her, revealing her graceful and delicate form. How terrifying, she thought, shivering at the thought. She involuntarily cast a glance at Reno, only to find him exuding an air of tranquility, his eyes resembling a placid ancient well, seemingly untouched by the terrifying sound waves that surrounded them. Truly, her master was a remarkable individual. She could not help but admire Reno deeply. As a member of the demon sect, although she was a ghostly slave, she was well aware of the formidable reputation of the corpulent monk. From what she knew, the monk's ethereal prowess was exceptionally formidable, not solely due to its offensive capabilities, but rather because of the illusions it could conjure, capable of silently claiming lives. Even those at the 6th level of the soul transformation realm would find themselves in utter disarray. Yet, Reno remained unperturbed, revealing the extent of his extraordinary abilities. In that moment, she realized that the powers her master possessed were far beyond her comprehension. It was puzzling why her sound wave technique had no effect on him. As she gazed at the young man who wore a subtle smile as he regarded her, the monk did not feel anger, but rather contemplation. Initially, he intended to exhaust Reno using his sound wave technique, but he was taken aback by its utter ineffectiveness. Unbeknownst to him, Reno had cultivated the martial extremity demon art, which allowed him to absorb the opponent's attacks and convert that energy into demonic essence. Thus, when he unleashed his sound wave technique, he was inadvertently depleting his own strength while fortifying Reno's true energy. Indeed, it was a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. After a stalemate lasting a quarter of an hour, Reno grew concerned that the monk might summon reinforcements, which would leave him at a disadvantage. Therefore, he resolved to launch an attack and promptly eliminate his opponent. The diamond glazed body. Whoosh! As Reno summoned the formidable golden glazed body, his entire form was immediately enveloped in a rich, earthy hue. His muscles swelled with tremendous power, and an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Arise! Reno thundered, causing the very heavens to tremble. As dark clouds gathered, fierce winds roared, and lightning flashed ominously. A chilling dragon's roar reverberated through the air, and a brilliant violet-blue light surged forth from above Reno's head, carrying with it an astonishing pressure. In the astonished gazes of Hiwaner and the stout monk, the violet-blue light dissipated to reveal a fearsome and menacing dragon claw. What manner of martial spirit is this? The sight of a singular dragon arm and claw left them astounded. They were aware of dragon martial spirits existing in the world, yet they had never heard of a dragon arm and claw martial spirit. Despite their confusion, the terrifying energy emanating from the dragon arm commanded their utmost respect, instilling in them a deep sense of caution. The purple abyssal demon dragon was indeed formidable. Even a single arm exhibited such devastating prowess. They could scarcely fathom the terror that would be unleashed were its seals to be fully undone. As Renaud sensed the dreadful energy radiating from the dragon arm, a surge of excitement coursed through him. A cruel smile graced his lips. "It is time to send you on your way." With a resounding roar, he unleashed the dragon arm martial spirit to strike at the stout monk standing atop the hand drum. The dragon arm, powerful beyond measure, obliterated everything in its path. The sound waves, upon encountering the dragon arm, detonated in a cacophony, annihilating all obstacles with unyielding force, and ultimately approached the stout monk with overwhelming might. What? The corpulent monk was utterly terrified, his spirit nearly shattered by the unexpected ferocity of the dragon arm. He had not anticipated that his sound wave barrier would prove to be utterly ineffective, serving as mere chaff against such might. Nonetheless, having lived for several decades, his mental fortitude was not as fragile as that of an ordinary individual. Deep down, he understood that to survive, he must fight with all his might. He summoned his martial soul, revealing a gray rattle drum, a fifth-grade earth spirit drum. Thump, thump, thump. The rattle drum began to strike autonomously, emitting powerful sound waves that formed a defensive barrier. Yet, it was effortlessly torn apart by the dragon arm's martial soul. A wretched cry escaped the monk's lips as the dragon arm's martial soul pierced through the earth spirit drum. With the extinguishing of his martial soul, he suffered grave injuries, immediately spitting blood, and his body was sent reeling backward. Chapter 59. Notification to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Renaud gazed intently at her and said, "Explain yourself." Wanner immediately knelt before him, stating, "Wanner has failed in her duties and has disrupted the Master's plans. Please punish me, Master. Clarify the events leading up to this." Renaud replied coolly. Wanner dared not disobey and hastily recounted the sequence of events to Renaud. The situation unfolded as follows. Ever since Lei Nuo had wreaked havoc upon the manor, dismantling the fifth prince's business, the members of the demon sect sensed something amiss. The reasoning was simple. The sixth prince, Lei Nuo, sought to undermine the fifth prince, Lei Qing, which indicated that he had determined the fifth prince to be the mastermind behind Wanner. So why had he not eliminated Wanner? Was it possible that he intended to use her as bait to draw out the serpent? This was, without a doubt, inconceivable. 4. Lei Nuo, unperturbed by the prospect of alarming the snake in the grass, launched a bloodbath at the Zhe-Ling Mountain Manor, a blatant declaration of war that rendered any need to lure the enemy into a trap unnecessary. From that moment on, Wanner was subjected to covert surveillance. One fateful day, while she was communicating with Lei Nuo through a sound transmission stone, she was apprehended. Upon discovering the content of her message, they devised a scheme to ensnare him. Unfortunately for them, despite their meticulous calculations, they had utterly misjudged Lei Nuo's formidable strength. After listening to the developments, Lei Nuo recognized the adversary's extreme caution, indicating that they would be a challenging opponent. He assisted her to her feet, clasped his hands behind his back, and remarked, "You cannot be blamed for this. The enemy is exceedingly deceptive." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Now that your identity has been compromised, it stands to reason that the opponent will surmise that I have employed a wolf-driving and tiger-consuming strategy, and they will certainly be aware of the significance of the tear-streaked face. The situation has become rather precarious, and we must hasten our pace." At that juncture, a scout approached, kneeling on one knee, and spoke. A group of utterly useless wastrels. The elder, known as the High Priest, seethed with fury, declaring that they could not even deal with a mere child at the spirit opening realm. Issue a command for the Azure Dragon and White Tiger to eliminate Yunting and Wanner at all costs, and do so swiftly. The news of my sect's resurgence must not escape. The High Priest ordered. Understood, The scout responded promptly before departing, yet his mind was awash with confusion. Unable to fathom why two insignificant figures warranted the personal intervention of the esteemed Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Within the great hall, silence reigned as the high priest muttered to himself, "Who exactly is this Yun Ting? How could someone of merely the spirit-opening realm evade the elaborate trap I meticulously laid?" He could hardly fathom that a mere novice venturing into the realm of spirits could escape the meticulously crafted encirclement he had devised. And to make matters worse, he had suffered significant losses among his long-serving spirit disciples. This led him to suspect that Reynolds was either receiving assistance from an unseen ally or possessed a formidable spiritual artifact. To mitigate any potential risks, he resolved to dispatch elite warriors such as the Azure Dragon and White Tiger to eliminate Reynolds. The following day, Reynolds, accompanied by Huaner, made his way to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, where he was once again greeted by Hu Jingtian. "Brother, what brings you here?" Hu Jingtian inquired with a smile. Reynolds replied solemnly, "I have acquired information regarding the demon spirit." Upon hearing the name, Hu Jingtian's smile swiftly vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Follow me," he urged. Reynolds nodded and, along with Huaner, proceeded to a secluded chamber. "Brother Yun, you truly possess knowledge about the demon spirit," Hu Jingtian remarked, to which Reynolds affirmed, "Indeed, my maidservant narrowly escaped from there, and I too was nearly lost." "Is that so?" "I am quite astonished," Hu Jingtian exclaimed, prompting him to inquire further, "Brother, please recount the events in detail." Reynolds nodded once more, succinctly relaying the truth while making slight alterations. He refrained from mentioning the fifth and sixth princes, merely stating that he had sent Huaner to the Wan Yao mountain range to gather information. Unexpectedly, she encountered individuals associated with the demon spirit, and through her cunning, she elicited that the demon spirit was located at Tianyin Villa. Naturally, Huaner was captured, as a trap had been laid at Zieling Villa, compelling her to rescue herself, and she ultimately emerged with her life. "Young brother Yun, can you ascertain the veracity of this information?" He cast a seemingly casual glance towards Huaner. Reno, with clarity of mind, understood that there was concern regarding Huaner's potential betrayal. "Fabricated news." Reno chuckled. "Rest assured, there is no mistake in this matter. Brother Hu, let us not forget, you previously mentioned that Lingbao Pavilion had indeed discovered connections with the demon spirit." Hu Jingtian nodded. "Indeed. We had uncovered suspicions linking Tianyin Mountain Manor with the demon spirit, but without solid evidence, we feared alarming the snake in the grass, which has caused us to hesitate. However, with the intelligence provided by you, I believe it is time for us to take action against them." Reno rose and said, "Thank you, Brother Hu, for your trust." Hu Jingtian shook his head. "There is no need for such formalities between us. Please remain here. I shall confer with some high-ranking officials." Reno replied, "Time is of the essence. I urge you to act swiftly, for I fear that changes may soon arise." Hu Jingtian nodded, understood. With that, he turned and departed. Huaner inquired, "Young master, do you truly believe they will trust our words?" Reno smiled with confidence. "Rest assured, the demon spirit has repeatedly thwarted their endeavors, and they harbor deep-seated animosity towards it, wishing for its swift eradication. Yet, locating its whereabouts has proven difficult. I believe that regardless of the authenticity of this news, they will pursue it. Furthermore, those who venture forth will undoubtedly be exceptional masters, capable of navigating the traps set by their adversaries with ease. Moreover, do consider that the affluent Lingbao Pavilion would not be deterred by the prospect of falling into a trap. From another perspective, even if they were to receive false information, the benefits would be minimal, and they would suffer no significant loss. At worst, they would merely have made a fruitless journey." As Raynor articulated his analysis with clarity, Huaner could not help but nod in agreement. Chapter 60. Breaking through the soul transformation realm. Although Raynor had informed the Lingbao Pavilion, intending to leverage their power to eradicate the faction of the demon sect hidden within the Tianyin Manor, he harbored a growing belief that the members of the Lingbao Pavilion would likely find nothing. After all, He-1's identity had already been exposed, and given the vigilance of these individuals, they would certainly not remain idle. His notification to the Lingbao Pavilion was merely an attempt to see if he could ensnare any elusive culprits, purely a gamble. Regrettably, he lacked sufficient evidence to report to the court, and the demon sect had indeed returned with a vengeance. Raynor sighed inwardly. His lowly strength and lack of connections rendered him implausible to others, especially when even the fifth prince was a member of the demon sect. It was evident that their influence permeated both the court and the realm. Consequently, petitioning the court would yield no results. Initially, he had intended to wait for a more opportune moment to report this matter to the Grand Preceptor. As a venerable elder of the three dynasties, the Grand Preceptor would undoubtedly feel compelled to assist when it came to the safety of the state. Unfortunately, He-1's exposure complicated matters. Having startled the snake in the grass, the adversary would surely heighten their vigilance, and even if the Grand Preceptor were to lead an assault, it would likely bear no fruit. Now, relying solely on his individual strength and lacking a specialized intelligence network, it was exceedingly difficult to stifle the growth of the demon sect and eradicate it altogether. Was he truly expected to wait until the demon sect revealed itself? Reno furrowed his brow, contemplating that when that day arrives, the forces of the demon sect would undoubtedly be unstoppable in their insatiable consumption of all factions. Time slipped away. Second by second, he received information from Hu Jingtian, and as he had anticipated, nothing substantial was found. By the time Hu Jingtian arrived, the place was already deserted, yet it confirmed that the Tianyin villa indeed had significant ties to the demon spirits. With this lead from Tianyin villa now severed, Reno turned his attention to the fifth prince, Lei Qing, who had now become the most promising lead to uncover the demon sect's whereabouts. He entrusted this matter entirely to Zhou He and He-1, even assisting He-1 in assuming a new identity, rendering her appearance akin to that of an ordinary girl. Having resolved these issues, Reno focused diligently on his cultivation. Before he realized it, 2 days had passed. Reno gathered a plethora of cultivation materials brimming with formidable energy, preparing to make a decisive breakthrough into the soul transformation realm. Upon entering this realm, everything would transform, and his overall combat power would experience a qualitative leap. In a secluded chamber, Reno sat cross-legged upon a stone platform, surrounded by an array of cultivation materials. Tiny specks of energy darted from the materials, mingling with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, all of which were absorbed into Reno's body, subsequently transforming into pure true energy that flowed into his chi-si. Unbeknownst to him, 2 more days slipped by, and the cultivation materials beside him had nearly turned to a spectrum of colored powders, clearly indicating that their energies had been fully absorbed. At this moment, Reno's chi-si was almost filled to the brim. As time flowed onward, an immense surge of power suddenly erupted from Reno, transforming him into an abyssal void, exuding an extraordinary gravitational pull. The ethereal energies of the world began to convulse, converging toward Reno with fervor. The force emanating from his being was astonishingly formidable. The influx of spiritual essence intensified to the point that the entire 50-square-meter chamber became enveloped in a mist-like aura of vitality. Above Reno, a vortex formed, towering over 3 meters with a diameter of 1 meter. It was unclear how long this phenomenon persisted, but Reno appeared as an insatiable abyss, consuming the spiritual energies as if they were mere water. If a formidable being had been present, they would have been utterly astounded, for such energies were beyond the capacity of even an 8th-tier soul transformation realm practitioner to absorb. Logically, one would expect that a being of Reno's cultivation level would perish from such an overwhelming influx of energy. Yet astonishingly, he remained unscathed, leaving onlookers in disbelief. Suddenly, Reno's chi-si ruptured, only to give rise to a new one, a clear indication of a warrior's breakthrough to a new realm. Moments later, an eruption of energy akin to a volcanic explosion surged forth from Reno, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that swept the surroundings. The stone bed beneath him, unable to withstand the sheer force of his aura, began to crack, forming fissures the size of a thumb. The harmony of heart and spirit, the unity of strength and chi, and the integration of body and mind flooded Renault's consciousness with a plethora of enigmatic insights. In truth, he was aware that this information had indeed been conveyed by the martial spirit, for once a warrior attained the soul transformation realm, they would invariably receive insights on how to coalesce their soul weapon. Naturally, Raynor was no exception. As he opened his eyes, two beams of light erupted from his pupils, striking the wall ahead with such force that it was instantly pierced. The soul weapon. Raynor was filled with anticipation at the prospect of what form his purple abyss demon dragon's claws would take as a soul weapon. With a mere thought, the purple abyss demon dragon, residing in the ethereal realm, let out a roar, and its dragon arms surged forth from the mud pill palace. Under Raynor's command, it transformed into a violet-blue longsword, the entirety of which resembled a majestic dragon, from the tip of the blade to the hilt. The dragon's maw formed the grip, while its tail morphed into the blade's tip, creating a sword of striking presence that emanated an astonishing aura. Raynor merely swiped the sword lightly across the stone table before him, exerting minimal force, and astonishingly, utilizing the sword's own weight. He cleaved the table in twain as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, demonstrating its remarkable sharpness. Moreover, this was merely a transformation of the dragon's arm. One could only imagine the sheer terror of the power contained within a long sword forged from the complete form of the purple abyss demon dragon. Raynor exclaimed with delight, "At last, I possess a weapon worthy of my prowess." After a moment's contemplation, he promptly named this sword the Demon Emperor's Sword. Upon completing his breakthrough, Raynor simply consolidated his gains before emerging from his seclusion. However, as he stepped out of the chamber, he was met with the sight of a servant who had fallen asleep against the wall. The servant seemed to sense something, blinking his bleary eyes open. Upon recognizing Renaud, a look of delight crossed his face. The servant exclaimed, "Mr. Yun, you have finally emerged. I have been waiting for you for an entire day and night." Renaud, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Waiting for me for what?" The servant replied, "Well, yesterday, someone insisted that I deliver this letter directly into your hands." "Oh, where's the letter?" Renaud inquired. "Right here." The servant hastily produced the letter and handed it to Renaud. Renaud opened the letter, glancing through its contents, his brow furrowing as he noted it was an anonymous correspondence, inviting him to dine at the Willow Grove with mention of an important matter requiring his assistance. Chapter 61. Who outwits whom? After reading the letter, a mysterious smile appeared at the corners of Renaud's mouth. He tidied himself and proceeded to the Willow Grove. This establishment, known as the Willow Grove, was, in fact, a renowned tavern in the imperial capital, bustling with activity. As Renaud approached the entrance, a waiter rushed over. Beaming as he called out, "Mr. Yin has arrived. Your presence truly elevates our humble establishment." Renaud regarded him and asked, "Do you know I was coming?" The waiter nodded. "Indeed. A distinguished patron generously offered 10,000 gold coins for me to await your arrival, insisting you would surely come. And he has been waiting in a private room for almost 2 days." "And where is he?" Renaud pressed. The waiter exclaimed, "He is in the first private room on the 2nd floor. This gentleman is quite remarkable, having spent 100,000 gold coins to reserve the entire 2nd floor. Truly, he is a man of considerable means." Renaud chuckled softly. "There is no need for you to accompany me. I shall ascend on my own." "Very well, sir, please proceed." He ascended to the 2nd floor, which was evidently far superior to the first. It was remarkably tranquil. At that moment, a voice resonated, "Mr. Yun, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." As the words settled, the door to a refined private room swung open, and Reno, with a slight furrow in his brow, stepped inside. The spacious chamber, measuring approximately 50 square meters, was adorned with exquisite furnishings and meticulous decor. A grand round table was laden with an array of delicacies. However, Reno's attention remained fixated on the young man with disheveled white hair. He sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from him. This individual was no ordinary foe. Reno inquired, "Who might you be, sir?" The white-haired youth replied, I am Bai Qing. Please, have a seat. Reno remarked, it seems we are strangers to one another. Bai Qing responded, from the moment we are born, how many can we truly know? It is through time that we come to recognize others. And now, are we not acquainted? Reno scoffed. Acquainted? Indeed, if I cannot even identify those who wish to take my life, should I perish one day, would I not die with regrets, unjustly? Bai Qing poured himself a drink, downing it in one gulp, and laughed, truly worthy of the legendary divine physician. Your prowess is evident. I knew that this mere soul dispersal would not pose a challenge for you. Reno took a seat, grinning. To conceive of poisoning in an incense burner reveals your intelligence. I am humbled. Bai Qing shook his head dismissively. Reno scrutinized him. You belong to the demon sect, do you not? Bai Qing paused, then nodded. It seems that the wretched Hewaner has divulged everything to you. As a slave, she had no choice. Reno chuckled, then poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Bai Qing laughed and queried, are you not afraid that I might poison your drink and take the opportunity to eliminate you? Reno laughed heartily, dismissing her concern. Did you not proclaim me a divine physician? How could a divine physician fall victim to poison? Moreover, with your formidable prowess, capturing me would be akin to plucking a flower from a garden, an effortless task. Bai Qing nodded, acknowledging his words. You are indeed a remarkable individual. I would not wish for someone of your caliber to perish at my hands. Allow me to extend an opportunity to you. Should you possess the wisdom to align yourself with our faction, I shall grant you clemency. What say you? Reno shook his head resolutely, declaring, that is not a possibility. Such a pity, Bai Qing lamented, then I must regrettably send you on your way. He poured another glass of wine, and at the very moment Reno finished drinking, he seized the bamboo chopsticks from the table and hurled them at Reno with great force. Reno maintained a stoic expression, lifting his glass to drink as if utterly unconcerned by the impending threat of the lethal chopsticks. His demeanor prompted Bai Qing to furrow his brow. Suddenly, a sense of peril enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, shattering the roof above him. Simultaneously, the chopsticks destined for Reno's brow snapped in midair, averting disaster. Who goes there? Bai Qing demanded from atop the roof, his voice sharp with authority. It is your grandfather, came the reply, as a formidable tiger leaped into view, standing opposite Bai Qing atop the roof. Fiery Inferno Demon Tiger. Bai Qing's pupils constricted in surprise. He thought to himself, I never anticipated this young man to be so cautious, bringing along the fiery Inferno Demon Tiger. When Reno encountered that letter, he surmised it was likely an ambush orchestrated by the forces of the demon sect aiming to assassinate him. His suspicion was not unfounded. He had thwarted numerous schemes of the demon sect, whose members were known for their vengeful nature. How could they not desire his demise? Thus, as a precaution and to potentially capture a high-ranking member of the demon sect for intelligence, he decided to turn the tables on them. He enlisted the aid of the fiery abyssal tiger, confident that its presence would ensure his safety and increase the likelihood of capturing the adversary. However, the task proved to be more formidable than anticipated. As he spoke, the fiery abyssal tiger accelerated in pursuit. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of Bai Qing by 2 or 3 times. Before long, it caught up, exclaiming, Youngster, I told you that you could not escape my grasp. It reached out with its paw, but as its claws grazed Bai Qing's waist, the latter suddenly erupted in a violent explosion of energy. A torrential wave of force surged forth in an instant, accompanied by a deafening blast that seemed to shake the very heavens. Realizing the peril, the fiery abyssal tiger quickly activated its defensive barrier in an attempt to shield itself from the explosive shockwave. Yet, the energy unleashed was a culmination of Bai Qing's lifelong cultivation, wielding immense power that even the fiery abyssal tiger found overwhelming. Moreover, it had not fully recovered from its injuries. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier surrounding the fiery abyssal tiger shattered under the onslaught. But its formidable physique mitigated the residual impact, sparing it from harm. Moments later, the energy dissipated entirely. Cursed be this situation. The fiery abyssal tiger fumed in frustration. With its keen perception, It was evident that the explosive white figure was merely an illusion crafted through some profound arcane technique, not the true form of the individual. It had been deceived. The tiger, with a temperament as fierce as fire, could not possibly swallow this affront. Yet, unable to locate the perpetrator, it let out a thunderous roar, venting its wrath to the heavens. The tiger's roar reverberated through the earth, its fury soaring to the skies. In another part of the underground casino, a disheveled figure suddenly materialized. It was the White Tiger Elder. A man, clad in a long knife and wearing a ghostly mask, was taken aback, hastening to assist him. "What has transpired?" he inquired. The weakened Bai Ching replied, "Azure Dragon Elder, take me to see the High Priest at once." Thus began Chapter 62, The Undercurrents Before the Summit. The infernal demon tiger's attack not only severely injured the White Tiger Elder, but also served as a warning, making it clear that the Grand Master's estate stood as a formidable backing behind Reno. Reno mused that he was merely a minor warrior, and despite any personal animosity, it would not compel him to assault the Grand Master's estate, for its influence was far too great. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had slipped by, marked by a profound stillness. The demon sect had not sought further trouble with Reno or others. They seemed to have vanished from Tianluo City altogether. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the summit, drawing a plethora of heroic figures and valiant outlaws to the city, imbuing the capital with an unusual vibrancy, yet tinged with an air of tension. Now, in taverns, tea-houses, and bustling streets, discussions abounded regarding the various heroes, speculating on the forthcoming summit's events. Since the assassination incident at Suelio residence, Reno has remained in seclusion, either retreating to Lingbage to rescue the dying and heal the wounded. This assassination has profoundly made Reno aware that the demon sect has set its sights on him. The involvement of Bai Ching, a master of the Nirvana realm, serves as sufficient evidence of this threat. Consequently, Reno feels as though a dagger hangs above him, poised to fall at any moment and claim his life. He is acutely aware of the pressure. Therefore, it is imperative that he accelerates the enhancement of his strength. With each increment of power, his safety is correspondingly secured. It must be noted that after days of arduous training, Reno's Dantian has once again been replenished, signifying that he is on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Indeed, that very night, with the aid of a formidable technique, the sacred heart art, and medicinal pills, he successfully ascended to the second level of the soul transformation realm. As the saying goes, once one reaches the soul transformation, ascending further is akin to scaling the heavens. This implies that after entering the soul transformation realm, any subsequent advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Many individuals require at least 10 days to half a month to break through to a new realm, and those of ordinary talent may even take 10 years, decades, to achieve such a feat. This illustrates the challenge quite clearly. However, Reno managed to elevate his standing by a minor realm in less than a week, a speed that is nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the room. "Congratulations, Sixth Prince, on your ascension to a new realm," the newcomer exclaimed with a smile. "Cousin, you have arrived," Reno replied with equal cheerfulness. The visitor was none other than Wang Qingchen. Wang Qingchen nodded and said, "Now that you have broken through to the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, it is certain that Yun Ting will not be your match." Lei Jun shook his head, a grave expression crossing his face. "It is difficult to articulate. Although I have achieved a breakthrough to a new realm in seclusion, Yun Ting has not been idle. After so many days, it is impossible for his cultivation not to have advanced. At that overly comfortable banquet, as you witnessed, Yun Ting managed to defeat Shun Yulong and several other scions of noble families without even utilizing his martial soul, which speaks volumes of his prowess. To be candid, I only possess a 50% assurance." Wang Qingchen nodded, recalling the formidable might of Lei Nuo, which instilled a certain trepidation within him. After a moment's contemplation, he chuckled and said, "Why should the 6th Prince harbor such concerns?" Lei Jun was taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Qingchen produced a jade vial from his hand, exuding an air of mystery as he remarked, "While Yun Ting is indeed formidable, with this object to aid you. The sixth prince shall surely prevail. Oh, Lei Zhen's spirits lifted immediately. What is this? Gui Xian Dan, Wang Qingchen replied. Gui Xian Dan. Precisely, Wang Qingchen elucidated. This is a potion my family acquired from a high-ranking alchemist. It can, within a quarter of an hour, awaken the latent potential within the user, amplifying their strength 20-fold, an exceedingly fearsome enhancement. If you consume this pill, your strength will ascend to the seventh heaven, making the task of vanquishing Yun Ting a trivial matter. However, he cautioned, this elixir has a significant drawback. After a quarter of an hour, the individual will be plunged into a prolonged state of weakness. Therefore, it should not be consumed unless absolutely necessary. Lei Zhen took the pill, scrutinizing the vial closely, and with a smile remarked, Thank you, cousin. Hee, Yun Ting. This time it seems your demise is inevitable. Wang Qingchen sneered. Sixth prince, you cannot kill that young man. It is imperative that he meets his demise at my hands. I wish to humiliate him before all the heroes present, to avenge the contempt and indignities I suffered on that fateful day. In recent days, whispers have spread throughout Tianluo City, suggesting that Yun Tian of the Grand Preceptor's residence harbors a deep-seated disdain for Wang Qingchen, refusing to accept his challenges. For the arrogant Wang Qingchen, how could he not be incensed? How could he not be furious? Yet, he understood that to silence the murmurs of the crowd, he must decisively defeat his opponent in full view of all. Certainly, participating in the summit, Renaud was merely a stepping stone. His ambitions were directed towards those who ranked above him. He believed that if he could vanquish these adversaries, he would inevitably capture the favor of Ouyang Qingshuang and gain fame throughout the realm. At the residence of the fifth prince, Lei Qing received orders from his superiors to eliminate Renaud at any cost. Yun Tian, you wretched spawn, time and again you have thwarted my endeavors. At this summit, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Chapter 63. The Summit, Part 1. The following day at the break of dawn, many began to leave the city in droves, making their way towards Tianhua Mountain, situated outside Tianluo City. Tianhua Mountain, a colossal peak resembling a massive sword piercing the heavens, stood majestically amidst the earth. Its grayish slopes were interspersed with flecks of vibrant green, revealing a thriving vitality. The mountain path was spacious, and from the base to the summit, one could observe clusters of martial artists striding with vigor along the trail, ascending towards the pinnacle. Renaud, accompanied by Ouyang Qingshuang and several skilled masters, had now arrived at the foot of the mountain. Upon observing the flags flanking the road, emblazoned with the character iron, Renaud was instantly engulfed in perplexity. The presence of this character suggested that someone was indeed there to welcome individuals like them, who were ascending Tianhua Mountain. Renaud pondered aloud. Could it be that someone has dominion over Tianhua Mountain? Ouyang Qingshuang chuckled softly, responding, to say dominion may be somewhat extreme. Since this is a contest, a referee is undoubtedly necessary. You might not be aware that Tianhua Mountain not only hosts martial competitions, but also presents immense business opportunities. You are familiar with Feixiong Bank, are you not? Renaud nodded in acknowledgement. Feixiong Bank is the largest financial institution in the entire Tianlu Empire, wealthy enough to rival nations, with influence that is equally formidable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that this so-called summit is organized by Feixiong Bank? Ouyang Qingshuang praised, Indeed, you are quite astute. Your deduction is entirely accurate. The connections of Feixiong Bank are extensive, and their words carry weight akin to mountains. Should they host a summit, it would undoubtedly be grand, and the rankings they establish would possess immense authority, instilling confidence in all. Just imagine, who would not wish to witness such an event, and who would not desire to enhance their own reputation through it? Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, there are also significant business prospects here. For instance, setting up betting pools on the outcomes of the contests to reap profits. Additionally, holding auctions before and after the competitions is another excellent way to generate revenue. Renaud, enlightened, laughed. Feixiong Bank truly knows how to conduct business. Indeed, Ouyang Qingshuang affirmed. Now, let us hasten our ascent. Renaud nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. After a quarter of an hour, a group of individuals finally reached the summit of Tianhua Mountain, where a vast sea of people gathered. Among the crowd were ordinary spectators, attendants of various factions, and those listed on the prestigious rankings. As Reno surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a magnificent palace to the east, breathtaking in its grandeur. He then scanned the crowd and noticed that the presence of many individuals exuded a profound and robust aura, indicating their formidable skills. It seemed that the summit held considerable significance. With a hint of amusement, Reno remarked, "Miss Ouyang, Mr. Yun." Several acquaintances of Reno and Ouyang Qingshuang approached to greet them. More eyes were drawn to Reno, as many sensed that he had grown stronger since their last encounter. Reno reciprocated their greetings with a smile. However, there were also some unfriendly gazes among the crowd, belonging to the likes of Shun Yulong, who had previously been defeated by Reno. Upon seeing his presence, their intentions twisted, and they yearned to witness Reno's humiliation. In response, Reno merely scoffed, dismissing them with indifference. How arrogant he was, yet with so many experts around, he would surely face consequences. Those like Shun Yulong, who bore long-standing grudges against Reno, seethed with anger at his haughty demeanor and disregard for them. Soon after, as Reno continued to stand amidst the throng, Wang Qingshan arrived at the summit, his eyes immediately spotting Ouyang Qingshuang. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he approached her, clearly infatuated with her. Reynolds glanced back and noticed that beside Wang Qingshan, clad in a purple robe, stood the 9th prince, the 6th prince, and a multitude of attendants. Unlike Wang Qingshan, who seemed unperturbed, they immediately fixated their gaze upon Reynolds upon seeing Ouyang Qingshuang, their eyes brimming with resentment and animosity. However, Reynolds remained unfazed. Ouyang Qingshuang smiled and remarked, "Young Master Wang, you have also arrived." Wang Qingshan nodded, responding with a grin. "Miss Ouyang, if fate has us encounter one another, I hope you will show me some mercy." Ouyang Qingshuang humbly replied, "I believe it is I who should say such a thing." Wang Qingshan chuckled, then turned his attention to Reynolds, sneeringly stating, "Oh, Mr. Yin should be cautious today, lest he be beaten to the point of not recognizing his own parents. In truth, it would be best if you could spar with me, for I truly understand what it feels like to have someone of your caliber beneath my feet. I can only imagine the thrill it would bring." Evidently, they were taken aback by Reynolds' audacity, comparing a master of the 5th realm of the soul transformation stage to a dog while elevating himself to the status of a tiger. Was this not a blatant disregard for Wang Qingshan? With a prestigious lineage and having attended numerous summits, many in attendance recognized Wang Qingshan. Thus, it was the first time they had witnessed someone audacious enough to liken Reynolds to a dog while elevating himself. Who could this man be? Speculations began to swirl among the crowd. "This fellow is truly audacious," thought Ouyang Qingshuang, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant to dare show such disrespect to my family's heir," remarked a follower of the Wang family, clearly displeased. This commotion drew the attention of many onlookers, some maintaining calm expressions while others crossed their arms, appearing to relish the spectacle. Not a single soul stepped forth to voice a word of reason. Lei Nuo chuckled lightly. "I am merely stating a fact. Is it a fault to speak the truth?" The 6th prince, Lei Zhun, coldly retorted, "Ignorant wretch." With an air of indifference, Lei Nuo replied, "To be even less than a dog and still possess the audacity to boast here is truly shameless and utterly laughable. You seek your own demise." Lei Zhen's eyes flared with fury, ready to strike. At that moment, Wang Qingshan extended an arm to restrain him, casting a cold gaze upon Lei Nuo. "Humph!" Lei Zhen, begrudgingly stepping back, relinquished his intent to attack, declaring fiercely, "You little bastard, you had best hope we do not cross paths again, for I shall certainly tear that loathsome mouth of yours apart." Chapter 64. The Prodigies of the 3 Sects. Look, the senior sister of the Tiandi sect, Wan Feishua, has arrived, someone shouted. Followers of the Blood sect have also come. The disciples from Lishaman have arrived as well. In an instant, countless gazes turned in that direction, and Lei Nuo followed suit. His attention was first caught by the individuals from the Blood sect, who were notably distinct, clad in garments of deep crimson, each adorned with an emblem of a rose, as scarlet as blood, stitched upon their right chests. Each of them radiated formidable energy, their eyes emanating an extraordinary light that could send shivers through one's soul. Those of lesser cultivation might even be momentarily ensnared by the illusion of encountering a bloodthirsty demon. They exude an aura of enchanting allure. At the forefront stands a woman of extraordinary beauty, her complexion a delicate shade of pale yellow, with blood-red tresses cascading around her figure, which is both captivating and sensuous. Particularly striking is the dark floral tattoo on the right side of her neck, enhancing her wild and seductive appearance, inciting an irresistible urge in the opposite sex to conquer her. Upon her arrival, numerous men were spellbound, their admiration unmasked. Her beauty incited envy even among women. Following her are 2 female disciples and 1 male disciple, whose gaze towards his illustrious senior sister betrays an unmistakable affection. Next, we have the Lishiangman, led by a young man clad in white, whose handsome and debonair demeanor captivates those around him. With a long sword slung across his back and a rebellious spirit, he resembles a celestial swordsman, exuding an air of purity and ethereal grace, as if untainted by worldly filth. His name is Zhang Tianong, a genuine master at the 8th level of the soul transformation realm, renowned as the second prodigy of Lishiangman, ranked 17th on the earthly leaderboard. Behind him follows a group of 3 or 4 male disciples. Tang Yuetong, possessing an exceptionally keen intuition, seems to sense the gaze of Rainer and quickly turns to look. Upon recognizing him, joy fills her heart, though her face remains impassive, illustrating her remarkable composure. Rainer, in turn, smiles. Given the multitude of factions present at Tianhua Mountain, Feixiong Bank has designated a specific area for each to find their respective place. As Ouyang Qingshuang is a disciple of the blood sect, she leads Rainer to greet her sect. At first, from a distance, Rainu did not pay much attention to the aura emanating from the blood sect's senior sister. However, now that they were less than a foot apart, the overwhelming presence of her blood energy sent an inexplicable chill through him. This woman is exceedingly perilous. Rainu etched the image of this alluring woman into his memory, filled with trepidation. According to his estimations, her cultivation had nearly reached the nirvana realm, akin to Tang Yuetong. Sister, Ouyang Qingshuang addressed Ruan Feishue. Ruan Feishue enjoyed a close rapport with Ouyang Qingshuang, and upon seeing her, a smile blossomed on her face. Reminiscent of the most exquisite flower unfurling in the world, its fragrance captivating the attention of all around. Junior sister, it has been a while. How have you been? Ruan Feishue inquired with a smile. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I have been well, Ouyang Qingshuang replied. Junior sister Qingshuang, at that moment, a young man behind Ruan Feishue called out. Rainu looked up to see that the young man was quite handsome, with commendable cultivation. Having reached the 7th level of the soul transformation realm, surpassing many disciples from notable families in the capital. For some reason, Rainu felt an undeniable hostility radiating from him. Ouyang Qingshuang replied nonchalantly, Brother Lu, I trust you are well. Before Lu Tianxi could respond, Ouyang Qingshuang pulled Rainu closer and bypassed Lu Tianxi. This action instantly darkened Lu Tianxi's expression, his gaze towards Rainu brimming with a fierce murderous intent, thinking to himself, this arrogant brat. What merit does he possess to earn the affection of my junior sister? It truly infuriates me. He was inherently flirtatious, traversing the realms of romance with ease, and had long harbored a desire for the 2 most exquisite blossoms of the blood sect, Ouyang Qingshuang and Ruan Feishue. While Ruan Feishue's formidable prowess left him feeling hopeless, Ouyang Qingshuang presented a different scenario. Their cultivation levels were relatively comparable, thus, he believed he still had a significant chance. However, his efforts were met with adversity. Despite numerous attempts to pursue her, Ouyang Qingshuang consistently rebuffed him, her indifference palpable. Now, witnessing her affectionate demeanor towards another man ignited his ire. Ouyang Qingshuang remarked, Sister, allow me to introduce this esteemed guest from my Grandmaster S estate, Yin Ting. Though his cultivation may seem modest, his strength is considerable, and he possesses remarkable medical skills. He is the one who cured my uncle Hu's ailment. As she spoke, Ouyang Qingxuang exchanged a knowing glance with her companion, who, understanding the unspoken cue, merely nodded in agreement without elaborating. Yet, Rainer, with his keen perception, sensed that there lurked an undisclosed secret between Ruan Feishue and Ouyang Qingxuang, one that appeared to be entwined with the art of healing. It now seemed evident that Ouyang Qingxuang's gift of the soft silk armor and her generous provision of abundant cultivation materials were likely connected to that hidden secret. What could this ailment possibly be? Rainer pondered silently. Ah, it is Mr. Yun. My apologies, Ruan Feishue said with humility. Rainer responded with a smile. Miss Ruan, you are too gracious. As their eyes met briefly, a flicker of crimson appeared in Ruan Feishue's irises, yet to Rainer, it resembled a realm of bloodshed. He found himself ensnared within a sanguine prison. A blood demon materialized from crimson essence, brandishing its claws before Reno, relentlessly advancing and closing in on him. Upon witnessing this, Ouyang Qingxuang's expression shifted dramatically. She initially intended to intervene, but, after a moment's contemplation, refrained from taking action. The secrets surrounding Reno intrigued her immensely, and she yearned to unveil them. Now that her senior sister had initiated a probing attack, why not seize the opportunity to discover something new? Meanwhile, Lu Tianxi observed the scene with concealed delight, for Ruan Feishue had employed a sect's secret technique with considerable force, far beyond what Reno's current realm could withstand. In his eyes, disaster loomed for Reno, poised to face a significant misstep. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Reno's cultivation level bore no true resemblance to his actual prowess. Chapter 65. The commencement. Reno understood that the adversary sought to penetrate his mind through this illusion, to glean the memories contained within. However, he was resolute in denying her that chance. Dissipate the malevolence, Reno declared with a calm smile. Suddenly, an immense torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, akin to a radiant sun, casting forth blinding light that instantaneously dissolved the blood demons, restoring everything to its former state in the blink of an eye. Ruan Feishue's face betrayed her astonishment. She had never anticipated that Reno could unravel her blood sect's secret technique, and in such a brief span of time. It seemed he had been entirely unaffected. Her secret technique derives from the supreme secret tome of the blood sect, the blood canon, an immensely powerful art. When unleashed by her, a peak warrior at the soul transformation realm, its might is formidable, making it challenging even for those at the 9th level of the soul transformation realm to withstand. Yet, Reno, currently at the pinnacle of the spirit awakening realm, seems unaffected. She finds this utterly perplexing. In truth, Reno's ability to resist her blood technique can be attributed to two reasons. First, having awakened the memories of his past life. He was once a peak powerhouse who endured countless life and death experiences, thus possessing an unparalleled mental fortitude and unwavering conviction. To sway him, Yuanyin Feishue's cultivation level falls short. Second, Reno has mastered the martial extreme demon technique, which allows him to assimilate any form of energy within him. Naturally, if the power vastly exceeds his own, the effect of assimilation diminishes, or may even vanish entirely. This young man, Lu Tianxi's face reflected astonishment. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Even Ouyang Qingxuang, who had spent considerable time with Reno, was equally taken aback. Clearly, Yuanyin Feishue was a person seasoned by storms. As her surprise dissipated in an instant, and she chuckled lightly, Mr. Yun is indeed extraordinary. Reno replied with a faint smile, I am not as remarkable as Miss Ruan. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a respectful fist salute towards Yuanyin Feishue, he turned and departed without waiting for a response. He harbored a strong aversion for the narrow-minded and hostile Lu Tianxi, who exhibited an inflated sense of self-importance and dared to behave so rudely. Lu Tianxi sneered, intentionally attempting to tarnish Reno's reputation. Ouyang Qingxuang huffed and turned her head to Yuanyin Feishue, saying, Senior sister, I shall take my leave first. Ruan Feishue nodded with a smile, indeed. Today, I wish you a splendid ranking, and may you triumph over Tang Yuetong. Ouyang Qingxuang cast a sidelong glance at the meditative Tang Yuetong, a surge of fierce determination igniting within her. Having long felt the weight of Tang Yuetong's presence upon her, she resolutely declared, "Sister, rest assured, I shall surely defeat Tang Yuetong." With that, she turned and strode away. Nearby, Lu Tianzi's expression had already transformed dramatically, for it was evident from Ouyang Qingshuang's tone that she possessed the strength to contend with Tang Yuetong. What caliber of strength did Tang Yuetong possess? She was a genuine peak practitioner of the soul transformation realm, a warrior of the same echelon as the senior sister. Immensely powerful, Ten Lu Tianzis would be no match for her. How could her prowess have escalated so swiftly? Lu Tianzi harbored a deep resentment within. Over the years, he had scarcely paid attention to Ouyang Qingshuang's capabilities, always presuming that her talent was on par with his own, and her cultivation level should not be vastly different. Yet, from Ouyang Qingshuang's words, it was clear that her cultivation had far surpassed his. Consequently, the prospect of winning her affection seemed increasingly elusive, a reality he found hard to accept. Soon after, a venomous glare clouded his eyes, and an intense loathing for Renaud brewed within him. In his view, it was profoundly unjust that someone like Renaud, whom he deemed far inferior in strength, could forge a bond with Ouyang Qingshuang. A blazing fire of jealousy consumed his heart. He was none other than Tuoba Xingtian, the master of Feixiong Bank. "Greetings, Master Tuoba." The crowd collectively bowed in respect to Tuoba Xingtian. Renaud gazed upwards at Tuoba Xingtian, attempting to probe his opponent's mind with his spiritual energy. However, as he drew within a mere 3 feet, he encountered an invisible shield, formidable and composed of concentrated spiritual force, which repelled his efforts entirely. A master, Renaud mused inwardly, feeling a profound trepidation towards Tuoba Xingtian. This individual could easily bring about his demise, though unable to gauge his strength. Renaud instinctively understood that Tuoba's cultivation surpassed that of both the Grand Master and the infernal demon tiger. The deference shown by all present towards Tuoba Xingtian made this abundantly clear. It is worth noting that those ranked within the top 15 are all of the Nirvana realm, true prodigies of the Tianluo Empire. In truth, who would willingly submit without a figure of considerable strength to lead? Tuoba Xingtian chuckled, "Esteemed guests, it has been a long time. Today, I am grateful for your presence at the Tianhua Mountain Summit on behalf of Feixiong Bank. I am pleased to announce that all attendees today will enjoy a discount of 20% on their purchases, a celebration for all." The crowd erupted in joy, especially those who had come to observe. Most hailed from humble backgrounds and had previously needed to part with significant wealth to acquire elixirs. A 20% reduction was a considerable boon, indeed. "Thank you, Master Tuoba." Voices of gratitude resonated throughout the gathering. Tuoba Xingtian continued, "As we are all familiar faces here, I shall refrain from further discourse. Let us adhere to tradition. We will first conduct a draw for the decisive battle, and only the victors shall proceed to the challenge matches. The drawing of lots for the decisive battle is, in essence, a measure to prevent certain individuals from recklessly challenging others. Names of those with comparable strength are placed within a bamboo tube, facilitating combat among these equally matched warriors. Each tube contains the names of 10 participants, divided into 5 groups. As the competition involves the top 80 contenders, there are 8 groups, hence 8 battle platforms. Suddenly, a torrent of immense and overwhelming true energy erupted from Tuoba Xingtian, causing the very earth to tremble. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the ground fissured, revealing cracks from which the 8 arenas gradually emerged. Each platform was enveloped in a layer of white light, shimmering with a radiant glow, emanating the aura of a protective barrier. Chapter 66. The might of Legion. Tuoba Xingtian remarked with a smile, "All right, everyone, it is time to draw lots." Following his words, a procession of enchanting maidens approached the various tents, each carrying a circular tray containing a bamboo tube. Each individual was to draw from their respective tubes. The bamboo slips within were rather unique. Once one person drew a slip, the number available for another would diminish, indicating that if one participant drew a name, the other could not select that individual. Naturally, there were also blank slips, signifying that one had no choice but to accept the challenge. It must be said that Feixiong Bank has meticulously considered every aspect, including the element of luck. Reno and the others proceeded to draw lots. And soon the process was complete. "So did you draw Yinting?" Wang Qingchen inquired. The sixth prince, Lei Zhan, shook his head. His gaze coldly fixed on Reno as he ominously declared, "That brat is merely fortunate. I hope he does not falter, otherwise I will lose the chance to trample him underfoot." "Cousin, what about you?" Wang Qingchen arrogantly remarked. "Humph. What qualification does he have to share the same space as my name?" Lei Zhan fell silent, yet unrest brewed within him. Since his ranking was similar to that of Lei Nuo, he would undoubtedly be placed in the same category. It was evident that Wang Qingchen insinuated he and Lei Nuo were unworthy of contending with him. How infuriating! "One day, I shall undoubtedly trample you beneath my feet." "Su Ling." Lei Nuo glanced at his bamboo stick, upon which the name Su Ling was inscribed in vermilion. He raised his gaze and swiftly located the individual in question, a bald, plump man of similar age, possessing strength at the fourth level of the soul transformation realm. However, Lei Nuo felt no hint of pressure. At that moment, Tuoba Xingtian proclaimed, "The drawing of lots is complete. Now I shall announce the order of the matches." Suddenly, a tome appeared in his hand. He opened the book and recited. First arena, Xiao Jun versus Xian Yi. Second arena, Tian Tong versus Dong Rang. The rankings were soon established. "Those whose names have been called, please ascend the arena." As soon as the words left his lips, the 8 participants leaped onto the stage. After a brief exchange of greetings, they engaged in fierce combat. The atmosphere electrified with cheers from the crowd. The third arena, where Lei Nuo and the others were situated, featured competitors of lesser strength, resulting in swift conclusions to their battles. Before long, the second group made their entrance, among them the sixth prince, Lei Zhan. Renault's gaze was firmly fixed upon him. With his current prowess, he could easily discern that the opponent had already transcended to the 5th level of the soul transformation realm. However, he harbored an inexplicable suspicion that this young man possessed an unusual quality, the specifics of which eluded him. Lei Zhan, brimming with arrogance, boldly declared to Xianhua, who was also at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, "Xianhua, you won't last 5 moves against me. I advise you to concede." This proclamation astonished the audience, for in their eyes, Xianhua and Lei Zhan were of equal standing. Even if Lei Zhan was indeed formidable, it seemed implausible that he could defeat his opponent within 5 moves. Where did the sixth prince derive his confidence? The crowd was left bewildered. Meanwhile, Renault furrowed his brow. He understood Lei Zhan well. His audacious claim was surely not unfounded, as he possessed both unwavering confidence and formidable strength. Xianhua, incensed, retorted, "Lei Zhan, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is not the royal palace. No one here will regard you as a prince." Lei Zhan scoffed disdainfully, in the presence of the inept. "What does it matter if I am arrogant? You are courting death." Enraged, Xianhua brandished a black, curved dagger and charged at Lei Zhan. Such reckless audacity! With a cold smile, Lei Zhan advanced, moving with an uncanny swiftness, suddenly appearing before Xianhua after taking only a few steps. Startled, Xianhua swiftly swung his weapon, unleashing a gust of fierce wind. Yet, Lei Zhan remained unfazed, striking with his right palm in a flash, landing a blow on Xianhua's right chest just as the dagger was about to connect. The impact was explosive, akin to a cataclysmic landslide or a raging tsunami. Suddenly, Xianhua spat out blood and was sent flying backward with astonishing speed. Renault shrugged, rubbed his nose, and chuckled, "Guess." Hearing Renault's somewhat cheeky remark, Ouyang Qingshuang gritted her teeth in anger, declaring that he would surely meet his downfall. Renault disregarded her words, his gaze firmly fixed on the third arena. At this moment, Lei Zhan had completely seized the upper hand. Having recognized Lei Zhan's prowess, Xianhua summoned his soul weapon, a spear, and charged at Lei Zhan with great ferocity. Earth Spirit Shield. A ferocious tiger suddenly erupted from above Lei Zhan, roaring skyward before forming a golden-brown spiritual shield that radiated brilliance. Although Xianhua's assault was swift and fierce, It was entirely thwarted by the Earth's spirit shield, which remained unscathed against the onslaught. Clang! The spear struck the shield fiercely, leaving not a single mark. And Lei Jun did not budge an inch. With a cold smile, Lei Jun declared, "This game is about to conclude." Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Lei Jun. And simultaneously, a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated across the arena. Tiger break slash. A mighty tiger burst forth from the Earth's spirit shield, soaring in a spiral above Lei Jun's head. Following this, a concentrated glow coalesced in the center of the shield, ultimately forming a long sword. Flash! Whoosh! Lei Jun swung his sword down. As the tiger roared, it dove down at an incredible speed. Not good. Xuanhua's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily attempted to defend himself. However, Lei Jun's tiger break slash was terrifyingly potent, effortlessly dismantling his defenses in an instant and lunging toward him. Thud! The fierce tiger, akin to the imposing Mount Tai, caused the entire arena to tremble violently. Suddenly, the tiger erupted with a resounding explosion, leaving behind a gaping chasm. The mournful cries of Xianhua echoed in the air. Onlookers were struck with astonishment, some even swallowed nervously. My goodness, did he truly defeat Xianhua in just 5 moves? Apologies for the slow pace. My thoughts have been rather intricate. Rest assured, Feishu mentioned 6,000 daily, and I shall certainly deliver, alongside another update. Chapter 67, The Summit, Part 2, Abruptly. He cast his gaze upon Lei Nuo, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation. The others, witnessing this, were momentarily taken aback, following Lei Jun's line of sight to Lei Nuo, whereupon they were further astonished. Upon realizing Lei Nuo's attendance at the summit, they immediately sought information regarding his treatment. Ultimately, they learned of Lei Nuo's fierce battles against the likes of Shen Yulong and his contempt for Wang Qingchen. Thus, they could hardly regard Lei Nuo as merely a weakling from the spirit realm. They were unprepared for the animosity that had developed between him and Lei Jun, seemingly profound in nature. Now, having witnessed Lei Jun's formidable prowess, their anticipation and curiosity regarding a potential confrontation between the two intensified, eager to discern the outcome. Lei Nuo understood that Lei Jun, in his overconfidence, sought to provoke him, aiming to ignite his fury. However, the latter had underestimated Lei Nuo's mental fortitude. After all, he was a being who had existed for a millennium. Such trivial provocations were hardly worth his concern if he were to fixate on them. He might as well find a block of tofu to end his existence. He directed his gaze towards the other arenas, disregarding Lei Jun. Upon witnessing this, Lei Jun was instantly consumed by fury, his eyes glinting with cold light. How infuriating! Enjoy your moment of triumph while it lasts. It won't be long before I place you beneath my feet. With a disdainful snort, Lei Jun leapt away from the stage. Indeed, each of the top 20 on the Earth ranking possessed formidable strength. It would be no easy feat for me to defeat any one of them. Renault's attention shifted to the 7th and 8th arenas, where the battles raged with tremendous intensity. The power fluctuations emanating from those clashes were terrifying, causing even the robust energy barrier to ripple visibly, resembling the undulating patterns of water. It was time for my turn. At that moment, someone on the stage called out Ouyang Qingshuang's name. She confidently patted Renault on the shoulder before leaping onto the 7th arena. Her appearance drew many admiring gazes. For Ouyang Qingshuang was a beauty of the same caliber as Tang Yuetong, possessing both elegance and formidable strength. Countless admirers regarded her as their goddess. Her opponent was a burly man who seemed to hail from an ancient tribe, clad in animal skins and barefoot, wielding a massive sword upon his back. His name was Euro, a master of the 8th realm of the soul transformation stage, ranked 14th on the Earth ranking. Unfortunately, this man would be unable to compel Ouyang Qingshuang to unleash her full potential. Renault sighed inwardly, for he was quite curious about Ouyang Qingshuang. Whenever he attempted to probe her with his spiritual energy, he encountered a mysterious barrier that kept his consciousness at bay. To the casual observer, Ouyang Qingshuang's prowess appears to be merely at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm. However, Renault remains unconvinced. Her position within the top 20 of the Earth ranking speaks volumes, for such a rank is unattainable at her current level. This assertion was substantiated during her confrontation with Euro, whose realm surpasses hers by several tiers. Throughout the bout, Ouyang Qingshuang maintained an expression of ease and confidence. The battle on stage was intensely fierce, igniting the fervor of the surrounding audience, who yearned to partake in this grand contest. Blades flashed, and the air crackled with sword energy as Euro wielded his massive sword with devastating force, each strike executed with remarkable flair and an overwhelming aura of slaughter, marking him as a born warrior. The myriad of sword shadows surged toward Ouyang Qingshuang like a tangible gale. In the face of Euro's formidable techniques, Ouyang Qingshuang's demeanor remained largely unchanged, her own sword responding with an equally fierce and domineering counterattack. The two combatants clashed with unparalleled ferocity, captivating the spectators whose hearts raced with the ebb and flow of the conflict. Euro's swordsmanship exhibited a peculiar quality that caught Reno's attention. As a connoisseur of the sword, he discerned at a glance that Euro's techniques differed from those of ordinary fighters. His movements, though simplistic, consisting solely of thrusts, flicks, and slashes, were masterfully combined to create an unpredictable and intricate sword force. After more than 40 minutes of relentless combat, the duel culminated in Ouyang Qingshuang's victory. Upon descending from the stage and approaching Reno, she playfully inquired, "How did I perform in this arena?" Reno replied with a smile, "Indeed, you were remarkable." Ouyang Qingshuang cast a scrutinizing glance at him and remarked, "Yet I can't shake the feeling that your words are excessively insincere." Reno shrugged nonchalantly, "Well, there's nothing I can do about that." Ouyang Qingshuang shot him a glare, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings until it landed on Lei Nuo and Wang Qingchen, who were engaged in conversation with Su Ling. Reno shook his head and chuckled, "Just a bunch of buffoons, no need to take them to heart." A flicker of intrigue passed through Ouyang Qingshuang's eyes as she replied, "You certainly possess an abundance of confidence." Reno fell silent, his eyes surveying the various arenas. Meanwhile, Lei Jun chuckled, "Su, when you face Yunting later, make sure to hold nothing back." Su Ling laughed heartily, patting his round belly. "What's the matter? Do you have a grudge against him?" Wang Qingchen nodded slightly, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Su, you must not show any mercy. Once this is accomplished, both I and the sixth prince will certainly treat you to drinks." "What do you say?" Su Ling replied, "That is a trivial matter. But the Grand Tutor's residence poses some complications. After all, he is a guest of the Grand Tutor's house. If I strike too harshly, I fear." Lei Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, with the royal family and the Wang clan backing you, what do you have to fear? The people from the Grand Tutor's residence would not dare to act against you." Feeling reassured, Su Ling laughed. "So, to what extent do you wish to incapacitate him?" Lei Jun responded with a sinister grin. "As long as he doesn't die, feel free to toy with him as you wish." Su Ling licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint illuminating his eyes. "That would be perfect. Do not worry, I shall take care of this matter." Upon hearing this, Lei Jun and Wang Qingchen exchanged glances, their lips curling into a satisfied smirk. In their eyes, misfortune was looming over Rainer. "Boy, you're in for a show." Chapter 68. Defeated in one strike, the arena was ablaze with fervor as the competition unfolded, revealing a succession of dark horses that astonished all present. On the third arena, the next match featured Yunting against Su Ling. The host and referee, Tuoba Xingtian, announced with a booming voice. Beside him, Ouyang Qingshuang remarked with a smile, "It's your turn. Do try not to embarrass yourself." Rainer responded with a calm smile, "Of course." As soon as he spoke, his gaze fixed upon the third arena. With a powerful push from his feet, he leaped into the air and landed gracefully on the stage, locking eyes with Su Ling, who had arrived first. Su Ling, exuding confidence, declared, "Boy, you are no match for me. You might as well roll off now." Rainer replied coolly, "You are overly confident." Su Ling laughed heartily. "Before someone as weak as an ant, how could I not be confident? I will grant you 3 moves, lest anyone accuse me of bullying the weak and taking advantage of my superior realm." Su Ling was not without wit. He cleverly employed this tactic to provoke Yunting. In the audience, Lei Zhan crossed his arms, expressing interest as he said, "Indeed, with Yunting's proud demeanor, he would never concede. Surrender is out of the question." What Su Ling uttered seemed brash and arrogant, yet in truth, it was a calculated attempt to incite Rainer, ensuring he wouldn't concede too early, thus allowing Su Ling the opportunity to deliver a thorough lesson to him. They all regarded Reno as invincible. How could he remain indifferent to such provocation? In truth, with Reno's intellect, it was impossible for him to be oblivious. Reno declared, "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes." If the opponent offered a concession, how could he not seize the opportunity? No sooner had the words left his lips than Reno surged forward, his speed so remarkable that it barely disturbed the air around him. Su Ling was taken aback, a profound sense of crisis blossoming within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his defense, Iron Sky Barrier. A golden light emanated from Su Ling, coalescing at a visible pace into a conical shield, appearing as though it were a perfect cone. In a flash, just as the barrier was completed, Reno stood before Su Ling, raising his right palm and delivering a ferocious strike. A dark, inky glow radiated from his hand, unleashing a formidable force that caused the air to crackle with a creaking sound. At that moment, his right arm underwent a transformation, dragon scales shimmering with a violet-blue luminescence manifesting on his skin. His strength had now reached the staggering equivalent of 30,000 bulls. The impact of that terrifying blow collided with Su Ling's defense, and before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the conical shield fractured like glass, revealing a network of cracks before shattering with a resounding bang, scattering countless shards of light in all directions. What? Su Ling was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that his indestructible defense could succumb so easily to a single strike, collapsing into ruins. Even more astonishing was the realization that a practitioner of the spirit-opening realm could unleash such terrifying power. It was beyond belief. At that moment, he felt an immense force surging towards him like an enraged dragon. He understood all too well that if he could not thwart this overwhelming power, defeat was inevitable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his face reflected shock, yet it was overshadowed by a profound seriousness. He summoned all his strength in a desperate attempt to halt the impending onslaught. However, his efforts proved futile. Reno's palm strike bore down upon him with the weight of a mountain and the ferocity of crashing waves, delivering an impact of tremendous might. Devoid of the protective barrier of the iron sky wall, his body had already become fragile. Even with his efforts to defend himself, he could not withstand the force. With a cough of blood, Su Ling resembled a kite severed from its string, tracing a graceful arc through the air before plummeting to the ground from the arena. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter astonishment. They had not anticipated such a conclusion to the battle. It became undeniably clear to them that this individual had attained the realm of soul transformation. At that moment, even the most obtuse among them could discern that Reno was far beyond the spirit awakening realm, for such terrifying power could not possibly emanate from that level. The reason their spiritual perception still detected him as a spirit awakening practitioner was likely due to some secret technique he had employed to obscure his true cultivation level. What, then, was his actual cultivation? The crowd speculated quietly among themselves, concluding that Reno must surely surpass Su Ling significantly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Su Ling with a single strike. One can only imagine the shock they would feel upon discovering that Reno was indeed merely at the first level of soul transformation. After all, Reno had audaciously challenged several levels above his own. The higher the realm, the greater the challenge presented in such encounters. It was evident that this so-called waste was, in fact, no match for him. Lei Zhan's gaze was cold and penetrating, directed at Lei Nuo with a hint of trepidation. He was not a fool. Su Ling, regardless of the circumstances, was a martial artist at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm, and her prowess was evident. Yet, she could not withstand even a single strike from her opponent, highlighting the formidable strength of Lei Nuo. He pondered, could he possess such capabilities as well? Wang Qingchen nodded, his narrowed eyes reflecting a similar apprehension. It was already apparent that Su Ling was no match for him, but he had not anticipated her utter ineptitude, unable to endure a single blow. Nevertheless, she held some value, as she revealed the extent of Yun Ting's strength. Indeed, he had grown even more formidable than before. He then smiled and remarked, "But fret not, with the ghost heart pill I provide you. No matter how powerful Yun Ting may be, he shall never be your equal." "Let us hope so," Lei Jun replied, his fist clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. "How could I possibly be defeated by this brat?" Su Ling, rising from the ground, stared in disbelief at Lei Nuo, who had just landed before her from the combat platform. Upon hearing her words, Lei Nuo shook his head. No matter how feeble the opponent, one must never underestimate them. It was precisely for this reason that he seldom made appearances, avoiding the pitfalls of complacency. He spoke calmly. "What you say is indeed accurate. The strong can be arrogant and disdainful in the presence of the weak. However, is the adversary you face truly a weakling? Failing to perceive even this fundamental truth, your defeat is all but inevitable." Su Ling fell silent, lost in contemplation, and others too began to reflect deeply. They had to concede that Renault's words were indeed profound and thought-provoking. This fellow had grown even stronger. Ouyang Qingshuang murmured. In the realm of the blood sect, Ruan Feishue sat comfortably in a chair, her languid posture and captivating curves drawing the attention of numerous admirers. Chapter 69. New Talent. Ignite Renault had triumphed over all his adversaries, emerging victorious, while another contender, Lei Jun, awaited him. He was acutely aware that Lei Jun would undoubtedly challenge him, yet he felt no trepidation, for his opponent could never hope to match his prowess. A single day was insufficient to conclude all the matches on the arena. As the higher the realm, the more arduous it became to determine a victor, unless one possessed overwhelming strength. From the fourth arena onward, the battles prolonged, ultimately needing to be suspended due to the encroaching darkness, to be resumed the following day. Although the fighting had ceased, the Feixiong Bank was hosting an auction and a banquet. Renault preferred solitude and detested crowded places. Hence, after the conclusion of the battles, he retreated to the quiet guest room provided by the bank. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the bed, bare-skinned, and retrieved a jade vial filled with a thick, crimson liquid from the giant spirit ring. This viscous scarlet substance, known as crimson blood, was specifically designed to enhance physical muscle. In truth, cultivating the body was also a means to strengthen one's bloodline, and now Renault was eager to awaken his new talent. The Sacred Heart technique and healing art had already afforded him a taste of their benefits, leaving him yearning for more. He poured the scarlet droplets into his palm, then evenly smeared them across his body. As the liquid made contact with Rainer's skin, it emitted a hissing sound, and simultaneously, his face contorted as he gasped, seemingly enduring immense pain. After thoroughly coating himself, Rainer focused intently on his cultivation, and the hissing sounds gradually faded as a formidable aura of vitality began to emanate from his form. Time passed, second by second. Suddenly, Rainer felt an intense heat surging through his body. Hastily, he turned his attention inward and discovered that his blood had transformed once more into a deep purplish blue hue. At that moment, Rainer did not panic. Instead, he was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, for he understood that a new talent was on the verge of awakening. It was truly wonderful. Initially, he had been uncertain about when this new bloodline ability would manifest, speculating that it might occur upon his breakthrough to the second level of the soul transformation realm, when his diamond-glazed body reached perfection. However, the reality was that it was happening much sooner than anticipated. Rainer steadied his racing heart and waited in silence. Indeed, before long, a mysterious stream of textual information appeared in his mind. Burnout, sacrificing his own blood to gain immense power. Rainer absorbed all this information, feeling a sense of shock. It turned out that the new bloodline talent was called burning. In essence, burning involved a certain secret method that caused the essence of his blood to be consumed in a fiery blaze, granting him corresponding strength, which would dissipate after a quarter of an hour. Clearly, this new ability of burning was rather sinister. The requirements for one's bloodline are exceedingly demanding. Should the physical body lack sufficient strength and the purity of the bloodline be inadequate, it cannot sustain the burning of the bloodline, significantly diminishing its efficacy and potentially leading to fatal exhaustion. Furthermore, the act of igniting the bloodline inflicts damage upon the soul and spirit of the practitioner. Reno smacked his lips in contemplation. This new talent is indeed formidable, requiring such an extravagant amount of blood. It is clearly stated that a bowl of blood can yield a power twice one's own. 2 bowls grant fourfold strength, and so forth. Nevertheless, with this newfound talent, I have acquired a measure of self-preservation. Reno felt a slight sense of reassurance. He was now marked by the members of the demon sect, a situation that would have been inconceivable in his past life, where the so-called demon sect appeared to him merely as insignificant pests, easily obliterated. Yet, the present circumstances are different. His power is too feeble. Against the white tiger elder Bai Qing, Reno found himself utterly defenseless. However, should he wish to flee, his pursuers would struggle to capture him, for he possesses numerous escape techniques, contingent upon the prerequisite of having sufficient strength to execute them. In the face of Bai Qing, although Reno had methods of escape, he lacked the energy to employ them, which was quite lamentable. Yet, the situation has now changed, for he possesses this new burning talent. This implies that as long as he is willing to sacrifice enough blood, he can attain formidable strength. For Reno, this undoubtedly serves as a trump card for self-preservation. Suppressing his excitement, Reno began to diligently practice and comprehend his new ability. In another room, 3 individuals had gathered together. The 3 individuals were all ranked within the top tiers, with the highest positioned within the top 20, the next in the top 50, and the last in the top 60. Logically speaking, given the substantial disparity in their rankings, it seemed improbable for them to congregate. However, the reality was starkly different. As they engaged in conversation, an enigmatic figure suddenly materialized behind them, facing away. What progress has been made? A faint voice emanated from the figure. The trio, upon hearing this, was taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they knelt on one knee in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the deputy leader." The figure turned, revealing a striking countenance. With disheveled hair adorned with a jade hairpin, and draped in a dark purple mink robe, he exuded an air of charm and scholarly grace. However, for Reno, the sight of this individual would be nothing short of astonishing, for he was none other than the 5th prince, Lei Qing. It was evident that those before him were members of the demon sect. "Rest assured, deputy leader, everything is proceeding according to plan," one individual assured. Lei Qing responded, "We still have limited insight into Yun Ting's background. This individual is shrouded in mystery and possesses remarkable skills. He is certainly not a mere simpleton. You must not let your guard down or become complacent." "We understand," they replied. Additionally, Lei Qing produced 3 jade vials and continued, "As far as I am aware, this summit will attract numerous formidable experts. It may prove challenging for you to make an appearance, though there is no need for concern regarding Shinsong, as his advancement is assured." The individual referred to as Shinsong, though ranked quite low in the standings, has emerged as a formidable dark horse, unnoticed by others. This seemingly inconspicuous figure is capable of securing a place among the top 30. Xin Tao, Xiao Bao, the imminent battle of tomorrow, regardless of whether you are present. Remember to strike with all your might. Incapacitate as many as you can, and show no mercy. To spare them would be to nurture a future threat. These individuals stand as obstacles to the unification of my demon sect, and must be dealt with preemptively. Understood. These 3 pills have been specially prepared for you. Capable of enhancing your strength, be sure to utilize them wisely. Shinsong, bear in mind that you must eliminate Yun Ting at all costs, as long as he exists. The shame upon my demon sect will remain. I shall not fail in this duty. I will slay Reno." Shinsong asserted resolutely as he accepted the pills. Chapter 70. Shinsong. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke, heralding the commencement of the 2nd day of the arena competition. Reno, engrossed in the study of his newly awakened talent, did not venture outside and remained oblivious to the developments of the day's battles. After a night of exploration, He had grasped the intricacies of his burning talent to a considerable extent. At this moment, a myriad of blood energy enveloped him, akin to flames in fervent combustion, causing the temperature within the room to rise significantly. His physique had thinned noticeably, yet his aura surged with newfound vigor. This was the manifestation of the burning talent. Having sacrificed a bowl of his own blood, his power had doubled, elevating him to a level equivalent to the 5th stage of the soul transformation realm, with his true strength nearing the pinnacle of that realm. Now, my strength has indeed surged significantly, yet it has also drained a considerable amount of my vital essence. However, according to my bloodline power, I can still afford to expend some. After cultivating the diamond-glazed body, Reno's vitality has become exceedingly robust, rendering even the 2nd tier of the Nirvana realm formidable in comparison. Reno surmises that if he were to fully unleash his burning talent, his power could ascend to the 8th tier of the soul transformation realm. Nonetheless, Reno is acutely aware that he has depleted a vast amount of his essence. It is akin to a lead ball that is hollow inside, merely a fade of strength. He hastily devours large chunks of cooked meat while simultaneously employing healing techniques, focusing intently on restoring his essence and vitality. His appetite is unprecedented, consuming a staggering 100 kilograms of food. It is difficult to fathom the robustness of his digestion. At this very moment, a tremendous uproar has erupted in the outside world, sparked by the emergence of 2 madmen, whose formidable combat prowess is matched only by their unparalleled ruthlessness. Anyone who has crossed paths with them has either perished or been grievously injured. In no time, their notoriety has soared, with the names Shintao and Xiaobao echoing far and wide. However, they have also incited widespread anger and revulsion. Their momentum is so overwhelming that no one seems capable of resisting them, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Fortunately, there are numerous skilled heroes on the leaderboard, and Shen Tao was ultimately vanquished by an opponent 2 realms above him. Yet, Xiao Bao, wielding his formidable strength, secured a place in the 4th battle arena. As time progresses, the 8 spots for the summit have been definitively established. The 1st battle arena features Shun Tsung against Tang Yan, while the 2nd arena showcases Tian Xiong against Jiang Liang. The 3rd battle platform features Reno and Lei Zhan, while the 4th is occupied by Xiao Bao and Lai Jun. The 5th platform is represented by Wang Qingchen and Lu Xianyang, and the 6th by Zhong Tianyang and Lu Tianxi. The 7th platform showcases Ouyang Qingshuang and Tang Yuetong, and the 8th is claimed by Ruan Feishue and Feng Rushue. The challenge competition is set to commence tomorrow. Renault, undistracted by the world beyond his window, devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. After an extensive day of training, his body had rejuvenated remarkably, and the magical essence within him had significantly amplified. Upon stepping out of his chamber, he realized that night had fully enveloped the surroundings. However, the atmosphere on Tianhuashan was vibrant and lively. As he strolled atop the peak, he paused to gaze at the luminous moon hanging in the sky when, quite suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched from behind, sending chills down his spine. Furrowing his brow, Renault promptly extended his mental prowess, only to find no trace of any presence, which left him utterly astonished. With his level of mental acuity, he mused that unless his observer was a practitioner of the 2nd tier of the Nirvana realm or higher, it would be improbable for him to detect nothing at all. Could it be a Nirvana realm warrior? After some contemplation, he deemed it unlikely that his observer was a formidable opponent. The sinister nature of the gaze unmistakably indicated hostility rather than friendship. Why not strike back, perhaps even eliminate the threat? He was acutely aware that he had no allies nearby. With a thunderous force, he unleashed a punch as swift as the wind. The adversary was sent hurtling through the air, flipping several times before landing gracefully on the ground. At this moment, Renault discerned the figure before him, clad in a black cloak. His handsome visage, however, betrayed a sinister malevolence, accompanied by a chilling, wicked smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. Renault furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" The man remained silent, but gestured with his arm, unleashing a dark beam that shot forth from his sleeve towards Renault. The latter caught it in his hand, and, upon glancing down, discovered it to be a piece of gold paper inscribed with black lettering. The words challenge of life and death immediately caught his eye. Recognizing the implications, Renaud lifted his gaze to the man, who was now grinning cruelly. His voice, raspy and eerie, declared, "Yun Ting, tonight marks your final evening, for by tomorrow, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise at my hands." Renaud replied calmly, "You are one of the devil's sect, are you not?" The man exhibited no surprise, responding nonchalantly, "You are quite astute. Indeed, I am of the devil's sect, but I am also the reaper who seeks your life." Renaud scoffed, "You are merely overconfident." The man shrugged and chuckled, "That is because you are too weak, and I, Shen Tsung, have never been one to speak falsely." 75. Shen Tsung? Renaud's brow furrowed. It seemed he was a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. From their brief encounter, Renaud surmised that the man's strength could rank within the top 30 of the Earth ranking. Yet, he concealed his true prowess, indicating a profound depth to his character. Likewise, Shen Tsung remarked, "You should hasten to sign this challenge of life and death. Does the devil's sect require such formality?" "No." Shen Tsung shook his head, expressing a desire to leave a memento. To personally vanquish a figure of such significance that even the high priest is preoccupied with them is indeed a most delightful prospect. Chapter 71. Blood Demon Crystal. "I am quite eager to hear your thoughts," said Renaud. Shen Tsung replied, "In truth, even if you manage to escape, your demise is inevitable. However, before that, I wish to share my plan with you. If you flee, I shall commence the slaughter of the ordinary inhabitants of Tianluo City, claiming 10 lives each day. With every life taken, I shall inscribe your name, ensuring you are reviled by all and eternally burdened by guilt." A smirk graced his lips as he continued, I perceive fury in your gaze. Splendid. This indicates the success of my scheme, for you shall not flee." "You are correct. I am indeed furious. Moreover, I shall not escape. I will personally sever your head before the eyes of all." Renaud's demeanor remained calm, yet his words bore a chilling intensity. Shen Tsung paused. "Remember your words. Tomorrow I shall ensure your death is most grotesque." "Ha." With that, he leaped away, disappearing from sight. Renaud murmured to himself, "The demonic sect truly is relentless, resorting to such underhanded tactics to eliminate me. Yet, it seems they hold me in high regard." He had long suspected the involvement of the demonic sect in the summit, though he was uncertain of their identities. What truly astonished him was their audacity to issue a death challenge so openly this very night. It appeared they possessed considerable confidence in their scheme, having plotted it meticulously. While Renaud held great faith in his ability to defeat them, he was not one to underestimate the threat they posed. Everyone possesses their own hidden cards, and it is only natural that others do as well. As Renaud strolled past one cabinet after another, his eyes were drawn to the treasures displayed within. They were precisely what he sought. Consequently, he spent a considerable sum acquiring the items that caught his fancy. Continuing his exploration, his gaze suddenly brightened once more, a spark of excitement illuminating his face. His attention was captivated by a vivid crimson stone, adorned with intricate patterns. The plaque on the crystal cabinet proclaimed it to be the Blood Demon Stone, renowned for its potent essence of blood vitality. Yet, Renaud's perception extended beyond mere appearances. At first glance, he discerned that this was not a blood demon stone, but rather a blood demon crystal. Although the names differ slightly, the two are worlds apart. To be precise, the blood demon crystal is an enhanced version of the blood demon stone, possessing capabilities 20 times greater. Both the blood demon stone and crystal are coveted by many practitioners of body refinement, as they significantly bolster one's physical bloodline. For Renaud, who was diligently cultivating the diamond-glazed body, the allure was undeniable. Upon glancing at the price tag affixed to the cabinet, a twitch of dismay crossed his features. It boldly displayed a sum of 2 million gold coins. Such an amount is by no means trifling, and considering the materials he had already purchased, Renaud was left with a mere 100,000 gold coins. Damn it! Frustration gnawed at him, akin to the sensation of having one's trousers removed while feeling aroused, only to be denied the fulfillment of desire. An agonizing predicament indeed. Gazing at the blood demon crystal, Renault felt a deep sense of anguish. Yet the notion of resorting to theft was simply out of the question. Mr. Yun, it appears you are somewhat short on funds. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed from behind. Rainer was taken aback. The voice was all too familiar. Was it not Tang Yuetong? He turned around, and, indeed, it was her. Gazing at him with a bemused expression. Observing Rainer's surprise, Tang Yuetong wore a faint smile and remarked, "Your expression suggests you are quite taken aback." Rainer replied, "Of course. I assumed that the esteemed senior sister of the heavenly sect, beset with myriad responsibilities, had long forgotten about me." Tang Yuetong narrowed her slender eyes, retorting with a hint of mockery, "How could I possibly forget you? Everything you did to me in that cave is etched in my memory. Tomorrow, you should brace yourself." Her feelings towards Rainer were a blend of anger and fascination. From childhood, he was the only one who had managed to subdue her despite being at such a lowly level of cultivation, especially considering he had even seen her in her most vulnerable state. Rainer smiled nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as he stated, "There is no need for concern. Back in the Wanyao mountain range, you were already subdued by me. Now, it is even less likely that you could do anything to me." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Tang Yuetong's delicate features, her willow-like brows arching as she declared, "That was only because I was injured at the time, allowing you to seize the opportunity. Now, I am in peak condition. Do you truly believe you will be as fortunate as last time?" Chapter 72. Tang Yuetong's Intentions. Are you truly under the impression that I would let your past transgressions slide so easily? Tang Yuetong was resolute in her pursuit. "So what do you propose?" she inquired. "Did I not make my intentions clear to you before?" I was utterly oblivious, rendered unconscious by the immense power that erupted from within you. After all, I am your savior, am I not? Is it true that the disciples of the Heavenly Earth sect are so petty and ungrateful? Reno remarked with a cold smirk. Tang Yuetong was infuriated to the point of grinding her teeth. Your act of saving me and your subsequent frivolity are entirely different matters. How can they be equated? Reno retorted, "What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Did you not declare that everything was settled?" He had not anticipated that the senior sister of the Heavenly Earth sect, someone of considerable stature, would engage in such unreasonable antics. Yet, he understood that unusual behavior often harbored ulterior motives. He remained cautiously on guard. Tang Yuetong smiled and said, "What was in the past is in the past. Am I not allowed to have a change of heart?" At her words, Reno was taken aback, helplessly responding, "Very well. Tell me what it is you wish for me to do. Promise me one thing." Tang Yuetong extended her hand, as luminous as jade. With a furrowed brow, Reno inquired, "What is it?" "Join my Heavenly Earth sect," Tang Yuetong stated. Reno was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. He had not expected that Tang Yuetong's relentless insistence was solely to recruit him into the Heavenly Earth sect. "Why?" Reno questioned. Tang Yuetong chuckled softly, "It is quite simple. You are a prodigy, a rarity coveted by any faction. What I did not foresee was that that little Ouyang girl would act so swiftly, securing you tightly in her grasp. For centuries, the Heavenly Earth sect and the Blood sect have engaged in a covert struggle, and in Tang Yuetong's eyes, Reno's talent was unmatched, even by herself. If such a talent were to fall into her sect, it would undoubtedly be a boon. However, if it were to land in the hands of the Blood sect, it would merely serve to augment the enemy's strength, which is evidently a grave misfortune. From the moment she witnessed Reno alongside Ouyang Qingxuang, she had been preoccupied with this matter. In truth, since their parting at the Myriad Demon Mountain, she had longed to bring Reno into the sect, yet at that time, she was unaware of his true capabilities. To bring him in would have likely resulted in a dismally low success rate. Even if successful, his status would probably be the lowest of all. The reason she left the Xian Tailing for Reno was in hopes that one day she could reintroduce him to the sect. However, at the summit, Reno's performance astonished her greatly. When she first encountered him, Tang Yuetong clearly remembered how exceedingly weak he appeared, much like the adversaries he faced on the battle stage, any one of whom could easily defeat him. Yet now, his strength had soared to remarkable heights, and those foes could not even compel him to unleash his martial spirit. Indeed, surprisingly, Tang Yuetong found herself with no retorts. Reno paused, contemplating, then shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness. But I am accustomed to solitude and do not relish the life of a sect. I believe it is best to let this matter rest. Tang Yuetong was utterly astonished. The Tiandi sect was undeniably the most prestigious sect in the Tianluo Empire, with countless individuals vying desperately to gain entry. Yet, she never anticipated that Reno would outright refuse her offer. She had never before humbled herself to such a degree. All in an effort to entice Reno into the Tiandi sect, but his rejection left her feeling profoundly dissatisfied. She said, Are you confused? My Tiandi sect boasts a profound heritage spanning 1,000 years, abundant resources, and countless martial arts secrets. Countless talented individuals aspire to join Tiandi sect. How can you be so unwise as to refuse? She speculated that perhaps it was the words of that young lady, Ouyang Qingshuang, that swayed his decision, suggesting that she might have covertly informed Reno of the numerous advantages the blood sect could offer, enticing him to join their ranks. Tang Yuetong solemnly remarked, What the blood sect can provide, my Tiandi sect can equally offer, and even more. It will only be better, not worse. What do you say? Reno shook his head once more, asserting, No, Ouyang Qingshuang has said nothing. Whether it be the blood sect or the Tiandi sect, I truly have no intention of joining either faction. This matter need not be mentioned again. Tang Yuetong, still somewhat reluctant, replied, Yin Ting, you must think carefully. If you join my Tiandi sect, I assure you that all our resources will be at your disposal. Reno chuckled lightly. The conditions you propose are indeed tempting. I dare say no one in the entire Tianlu Empire would refuse them. However, regrettably, I still cannot agree. Let us not dwell on this matter further. Tang Yuetong gazed at him, and after a long pause, she shook her head in disappointment, exclaiming, You are truly a peculiar person. I cannot comprehend you. Reno merely smiled in response. Tang Yuetong continued, You may choose not to join the Tiandi sect, but you must promise me that you will not join any other sect. Reno replied with a grin, Rest assured, you have stated that the Tiandi sect is the foremost sect. If I were to choose, it would undoubtedly be your sect. In truth, he silently added to himself, The Heavenly Earth sect is too diminutive to accommodate a true dragon such as myself. Tang Yuetong nodded slightly, then coldly remarked, You best remember your words. Should I ever discover that you betray your promise by joining the blood sect or departing from the heavenly gate, I shall ensure your demise. Reno merely responded with a smile and a nod, inwardly scoffing, You, a mere girl, think you can threaten me? To suggest you could kill me is laughable. Even your master might struggle to achieve such a feat. How utterly foolish. Tang Yuetong's expression softened considerably as she glanced at the blood demon crystal. Do you desire it? Reno nodded. Are you lacking funds? Undoubtedly. Reno shot her a withering glance. Perhaps you should consider joining the Heavenly Earth sect. In return, I would procure it for you. What do you say? Tang Yuetong said with a playful grin. Utterly tedious, Reno retorted, turning to leave. Wait. Tang Yuetong called out, and as he turned back, he beheld a golden card presented before him. I was merely jesting. Here, take this 800,000. You may borrow it, but you must repay me when you have the means. She was astutely aware that Reno was no ordinary individual, although he was currently weak. One day he would undoubtedly leap over the dragon gate and soar to great heights. Thus, she aspired to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, believing it would greatly benefit the Heavenly Earth sect in the future. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Shen Kong. After all, I am not one to shirk my debts, Reno stated. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Very well, I shall utilize these funds for now, and I will repay you in due course. Indeed, Tang Yuetong nodded. After a brief exchange with the staff, Reno managed to acquire the blood demon crystal for 2 million, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Thank you, Reno said. No need for thanks, Tang Yuetong replied, shaking her head. It's merely a trifling matter. By the way, the challenge match is tomorrow. I've heard that Lei Zhun and Wang Qingchen seem to harbor animosity towards you. Both possess formidable strength. How confident are you in securing victory against them? Over the past few days, she had discreetly gathered information regarding Reno and learned of the long-standing enmity between the sixth prince, Lei Jun, and Wang Qingshun of the Wang family. A tiger and a dog cannot be compared. Reno laughed heartily before turning to leave. This fellow truly exudes arrogance, Tang Yuetong thought, shaking her head as she also departed. In truth, despite her words, she held a favorable opinion of Reno and felt no trepidation regarding his confrontation with the two. Rather, it was they who should be wary of him. Once they had left, in a shadowy corner, Lei Jun and Wang Qingshun exchanged glances filled with icy malice. That bastard is truly fortunate. Even Tang Yuetong has gotten so close to him. Lei Jun seethed through gritted teeth. In truth, he was consumed by envy and resentment. His nature was inherently lustful, and he harbored a deep admiration for beautiful women. Now, witnessing such a stunning beauty as Tang Yuetong align herself with his nemesis only served to overturn the cauldron of jealousy within him. At this moment, his loathing for Reno intensified further. Wang Qingshun harbored deep affections for Ouyang Qingshuang, yet he viewed the situation with remarkable detachment. He nodded and remarked, "Indeed, one must wonder about this young man's origins." Both Tang Yuetong of the Tiandi sect and Ruan Feishue of the Blood sect regard him with extraordinary esteem, which is quite perplexing. Who knows? Lei Jun replied with evident displeasure. Nevertheless, I shall ensure they realize that the individual they hold in such high regard will ultimately succumb to my prowess, serving as a stepping stone on my ascent to greatness. Wang Qingshun concurred. Certainly, no matter how formidable Yunting may be, he shall never surpass the three of us. What do you mean? Lei Jun inquired, taken aback. Three of us? Who else? Wang Qingshun whispered. It is none other than Lu Tianzi of the Blood sect. At the mention of this name, a flicker of apprehension crossed Lei Jun's countenance. He was well acquainted with Lu Tianzi, a ruthless individual who, in his early years, single-handedly annihilated a bandit stronghold. Despite the fact that the three leaders of that stronghold were said to be more powerful than Lu Tianzi himself. From that day forth, Lu Tianzi's reputation soared, earning him the moniker Demon Butcher, signifying his merciless nature in slaying without a second thought. Lei Jun pondered. Even with the enhancement of the Ghost Heart pill, he would still be no match for Lu Tianzi. How could he possibly harbor animosity towards Yunting? You are unaware, Wang Qingshun explained with a smile, that Lu Tianzi secretly harbors affections for both Ruan Feishue and Ouyang Qingshuang, while Yunting has unwittingly captured their admiration. Can you blame him for resenting Yunting? Upon hearing this, Lei Jun erupted into hearty laughter, relishing the misfortune of Yunting. This Yunting truly is a harbinger of bad luck, making enemies everywhere. In such a case, it simplifies matters for us considerably. With Lu Tianzi's cultivation, defeating him will be a trivial endeavor. Wang Qingshun concurred. Your Highness speaks truthfully. Lu Tianzi could never kill Yunting. When that time comes, it will be even more convenient for us to teach him a lesson. Alas, it is a pity we cannot end his life. Lei Jun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Wang Qingshun nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. With Qingshuang protecting him, killing him is simply impossible. However, humiliating him will be far more gratifying. This statement held merit. After this summit, Yunting would undoubtedly be left in disgrace, and it would be interesting to see how he would continue to act so arrogantly. Qingshuang would surely come to understand who the true power lies with. Wang Qingshun smirked. Let us go have a word with Lu Tianzi. After all, we share a common enemy, making him our ally. Your Highness is absolutely right. The duo chuckled as they departed. As they exited the grand hall and traversed the winding corridor, they suddenly encountered a figure leaning casually against a pillar, arms crossed. It was Shen Kong. Wang Qingshun and Lei Jun exchanged glances, both puzzled by Shen Song's presence, as he seemed to be waiting for them. Shen Song's reputation had recently soared, establishing him as the most formidable dark horse aside from Yunting. Were you waiting for us? Wang Qingshun inquired. Shen Song replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Wang Qingshun furrowed his brow, exchanging another glance with Lei Jun. What is it? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone. I have no connection with Shen Song. Why would he seek me out? Shen Song stood tall and approached, his handsome visage bearing an air of arrogance and defiance. He declared, "I merely came to inform you that Yunting is my prey. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering, lest your fate become most dire." Lei Jun, filled with pride, could not tolerate such intimidation and retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are, daring to dictate terms before me? You possess an audacious spirit." However, Wang Qingqian furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Shen Tsung's form suddenly vanished. Yet both Lei Jun and Wang Qingqian immediately felt an oppressive chill envelop the air. Sensing imminent danger, they instinctively prepared to defend themselves. But as the thought crossed their minds, they felt a chilling presence encroaching upon their throats. In an instant, a wave of frost surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, rendering their limbs icy and penetrating to the marrow. At that moment, they noticed a needle-like wound materializing on their necks, crimson blood oozing forth. "Do not take my words lightly. The consequences you can surely imagine," a cold voice echoed. Startled, they looked up to see Shen Tsung moving ahead, his figure ghostly and elusive. Each step he took seemed to span several, and in mere moments, he vanished from sight. Chapter 74. The commencement of the challenge tournament. With an air of authority, he proclaimed, after a rigorous selection process, "We have identified the elite among the elite. We are now poised to commence the challenge tournament, undoubtedly the most exhilarating segment of our annual summit, which promises to be distinct from that of last year." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. At that moment, Tuoba Xingtian clapped his hands, causing the ground to tremble as if a quake were occurring, resonating with a thunderous roar. In an astonishing spectacle, 10 pillars, each towering over 10 meters, erupted from the earth. Atop these pillars rested chairs of various hues. The 10 pillars were arranged in 2 rows, 5 on each side. The leftmost row showcased chairs colored red, orange, blue, green, and purple, while the right presented shades of cyan, silver, black gold, yellow gold, and purple gold. The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at these magnificent pillars. Tuoba Xingtian continued, "I believe many of you are curious about the purpose of these 10 pillars. To be candid, they have been introduced to enhance the grandeur of our summit. As you can see, the differing colors of the pillars signify rankings. The 10 pillars denote the top 10 participants, with the 5 on the left representing the latter half of the top 10, and those on the right indicating the top 5. As the challenge tournament has yet to commence, we will initially assign seeding based on the leaderboard standings. The first place is occupied by Ruan Feishua. Please take your seat. The second is Feng Rushua. The third, Tuoba Xingtian, announced the names of the participants. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, these individuals ascended to their chairs, symbols of unparalleled glory. 8 battle platforms were prepared, accommodating a total of 16 participants. Regrettably, Renault was unable to ascend due to his low ranking. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, untouched by the outcome. To him, such standings were but ephemeral. True strength lay solely in one's own capabilities. Tuoba Xingtian chuckled and proclaimed that to enhance the excitement of the competition, anyone who secured a position at this summit would receive a mysterious reward from the Feixiong Bank. Upon hearing this, the audience's gaze fixated fervently on the 10 chairs perched atop the pillars. To occupy one of those esteemed seats would undoubtedly bring honor and glory to one's lineage. Renault, having listened to Tuoba Xingtian's words, couldn't he help but smile subtly. The Feixiong Bank had indeed devised an ingenious way to capture the attention of both participants and spectators alike. Humanity is often driven by the allure of wealth, and these chairs, symbolizing various ranks, were enough to incite madness among the masses. Tuoba Xingtian then announced the commencement of the challenge, inviting all contenders to step forth. The arena, a vast expanse of 300 square feet nestled between the pillars, boasted a surface of an enigmatic black hue, crafted from an extraordinary material. "I shall go," declared Tuoba Xingtian. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leaped eagerly onto the stage. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking young man clad in warrior attire, his exposed skin revealing rippling muscles of impressive stature. "Tang Yin," someone in the audience exclaimed. It turned out that he was a participant alongside Shin Kong. His prowess was commendable, having reached the 4th level of the soul transformation realm. He fixed his gaze upon Shin Tsung and arrogantly declared, "I challenge you." In an instant, the attention of nearly everyone shifted to Shin Tsung, the dark horse they had been closely observing. This foolish individual, oblivious to the consequences, was about to make a grave mistake. Lei Zhun and Wang Qingchen had already grasped Shin Tsung's formidable prowess, and upon hearing Tang Yan's challenge, they could not help but smirk. At that moment, in their eyes, Tang Yan had utterly lost his senses. Unfazed, Shin Tsung raised his gaze and merely cast a glance at Tang Yan, stating calmly, "You are not my match. I advise you to concede, lest you face a dire fate." What? Such arrogance? The crowd was taken aback, astonished that the usually low-profile Shin Tsung would utter such haughty words. Yet, only Reno appeared grave, fully aware of Shin Tsung's exceptional strength, having witnessed it firsthand. He understood that Tang Yan stood no chance against him. As for Wang Qingchen and Lei Zhun, they were utterly convinced. Even before engaging in battle, they felt a chilling fear in the presence of Shin Tsung, devoid of any thought of resistance. Boom! Tang Yan, brimming with pent-up fury, launched an immediate assault upon Shin Tsung's arrival on stage. He stomped his foot fiercely, causing the hard ground to crack with countless fissures, and his body shot forth like a cannonball, propelled by sheer force. However, Shin Tsung remained utterly unperturbed, his gaze lowered, exuding an air of disdain as if he regarded Tang Yan as insignificant. This only fueled Tang Yan's rage further, compelling him to strike with relentless ferocity. He approached Shin Tsung within less than a meter, raising his hand to thrust forward with a palm strike. The palm was enveloped in a fiery crimson aura, exuding an intense heat. With a hissing sound, the air ignited as the strike passed through. A powerful whoosh filled the air, and just as the palm was about to make contact with Shin Tsung, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 75. The purpose of the demon sect. A sense of impending danger surged within Tang Yan, compelling him to instinctively channel his vital energy, forming a protective barrier around his body. The palm strike collided with the barrier, yet the force contained within was overwhelmingly fierce and swift. The barrier held for merely a second before numerous cracks began to appear, ultimately shattering with a resounding crack, scattering shards of light in every direction. The unstoppable palm strike descended mercilessly upon Tang Yan. In an instant, it seemed as if his garments had been torn apart by an unseen force, revealing his muscular physique, albeit marred by numerous lines etched upon his skin. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Tang Yan as the markings on his body resembled wounds inflicted by a blade, blood erupting forth. He was drenched in crimson. What? Those present were struck with horror at the sight. Witnessing Tang Yan's tragic state, they involuntarily gasped in shock. None could have anticipated the sheer terror contained within Shin Tsung's strike. With just one blow, Tang Yan was gravely injured, rendered nearly powerless. A surge of power surged through Shin Tsung's palm, directly penetrating through Tang Yan's back, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist in his body. Simultaneously, utilizing the force of his palm, Shin Tsung rebounded, tracing an exquisite arc in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. With a thud, Tang Yan collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes wide open as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. He could hardly fathom that he would fall so easily to Shin Tsung's hands, meeting his demise in the process. Shin Tsung cast a detached glance at him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk of indifference and disdain. Wasn't his response rather excessive? Indeed, it was merely a contest. There was no need to take a life. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. Tang Yan, being no match for Shin Tsung, had met his deserved end. How unexpected it was to discover Shin Tsung's formidable strength. He seemed to have played the fool to ensnare the tiger. Such cruelty. It was truly vicious of Shin Tsung to strike with such malice. Shortly after Tang Yan's death, murmurs arose from the audience below, with some expressing admiration and reverence for Shin Tsung's actions, while others voiced disdain and anger, and some adopted an air of indifference. Reno squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Shin Tsung on the stage, as a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. Could it be that he and Xiao Bao were allies, both affiliated with the demon sect? If so, what was their true purpose for attending the summit? A heavy weight settled in Reno's heart. At this moment, he had already become aware of Xiao Bao's brutal acts of killing and maiming his opponents. Initially, he merely perceived the other party as a ruthless and violent individual, without delving deeper into the matter. However, upon witnessing Shun Tsung's actions, he suddenly realized the striking resemblance between Xiao Bao and Shun Tsung's methods, leading him to suspect that both might belong to the dark sect. They appeared to share a common ideology, one that embraced mercilessness towards their enemies. Both Xiao Bao and Shun Tsung exhibited such cruelty with the intent to eradicate the elite of the Tianluo Empire's various sects, clearing obstacles for their own emergence. It is well known that a nation or a sect can only thrive and endure through the continuous infusion of fresh blood. Should this fresh blood be severed, it is evident that both the nation and the sect would suffer immense losses, potentially leading to their downfall. The dark sect has long been despised by all other factions, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally condemned. Their actions are clearly aimed at depleting the strength of their adversaries. As the saying goes, when one pathway is opened, all pathways are opened. Rainer, tracing the threads, fully comprehended the motives of Shun Tsung and the other members of the dark sect. Their insidious and cunning nature was evident in their malevolent plan, which he found utterly reprehensible. Although Rainer had seen the harsh realities of the world and the struggles of humanity, and cared little for life and death, it did not imply he was devoid of conscience or responsibility. The cruelty of the dark sect clashed with his role as the prince of the Tianluo Empire, a royal existence meant to uphold peace and ensure the prosperity of the common folk. As a member of the royal lineage, he bears the solemn duty to safeguard each of his subjects. He cannot stand idly by while his own strength wanes, allowing the adversary to grow ever more formidable. Such an imbalance cannot be permitted. He must intervene. Young master, a voice pierced through the air. Reno swiftly turned to see a middle-aged man, wailing young master, leap onto the stage, cradling the lifeless body of Tang Yan, weeping profusely. He gently closed Tang Yan's eyes and handed him over to an attendant. Before casting a venomous glare at Shun Tsung, his visage twisted with rage. "You wretched brat, you have killed my young master. Today, I shall demand your life in return. Cease this at once." A sharp voice rang out. Tuoba Xingtian descended from the heights, positioning himself between the two. He regarded the middle-aged man coldly and remarked, "Tang Meng, I advise you to exercise caution. This is a summit, not your Tang family estate. Your young master challenged Shun Tsung but was outmatched and fell by his hand. You cannot hold Shun Tsung accountable for this. If you seek vengeance, do so elsewhere, but do not bring your grievances to the domain of Feixiong Bank." Is such a ruthless and cruel individual truly permitted to participate in the summit? Is this how Feixiong Bank conducts its affairs? Tang Mei retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. Tuoba Xingtian replied with a hint of disdain, "Your words are utterly absurd. Which person present has not taken a life? The continent is inherently brutal and bloody, governed by the law of the jungle. If you lack the strength, you must accept the possibility of being slain." Others in attendance nodded in agreement. Tang Ming bellowed, "Excellent. Since that is the case, I shall now take the life of this wretched creature, for I am adhering to the law of the strong prevailing over the weak. Dare to touch him, and I shall slay you, for you too are feeble." Tuoba Xingtian spoke with an air of arrogance and authority. Tang Meng's chest heaved with anger, yet he was compelled to remain silent. Why? The opponent's strength was formidable, and the territory belonged to him. Tuoba Xingtian was audacious enough to threaten Tang Meng in broad daylight, with the might of Feixiong Qinzhuang. Even the head of the Tang family would hesitate to utter a word. In the face of Tuoba Xingtian, Tang Meng was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of his limitations. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth, incomparable in any sense. Chapter 76, The Challenge of Yun Ting, Part 1. He cast a glance at Shun Tsung, gritting his teeth, as if uttering a single word was an arduous task. "You little wretch, today you are fortunate. I shall spare you this time." However, remember this. The vengeance for my young master's death shall not go unavenged by the Tang family. Just wait and see. With that, his expression shifted to one of deep sorrow as he cradled the lifeless body of Tang Yin, tears welling in his eyes, intending to descend from the stage. Hold on. Just as the crowd believed the matter would conclude for the time being, Shin Song suddenly called out to Tang Ming. The onlookers were perplexed, their gazes filled with confusion. Tang Ming turned around, coldly inquiring, "What do you want?" Shin Song replied with a mocking smile, "Aren't you seeking vengeance? I shall grant you an opportunity. On this stage. Only if you possess the ability can you slay me." What? The crowd was instantly taken aback, as they had not anticipated Shin Song's audacity in challenging Tang Ming. It is worth noting that Tang Ming is a legitimate pinnacle of the 8th tier in the soul transformation realm, already poised with one foot in the 9th tier, possessing formidable combat prowess. In fact, the records of the Earth ranking in the Tianluo Empire are dominated by the elite of the younger generation, with none exceeding the age of 30. This is primarily due to the lofty standards of Longshan Tower, which dismisses those over 30 who remain merely in the soul transformation realm as possessing unremarkable talent, rendering them unworthy of the tower's attention. It is essential to recognize that beyond the borders of the Tianluo Empire, many individuals under 30 have already attained the Nirvana realm. Ultimately, it reflects the relative weakness of the Tianluo Empire, which lacks abundant cultivation resources for martial artists. Consequently, Longshan Tower has restricted the Earth ranking to those under 30, who must also possess the strength of the soul transformation realm. In their eyes, only such individuals merit their notice. Thus, it is hardly surprising that individuals like Tang Ming are not included in the Earth ranking. However, this does not imply that they lack strength. In fact, there are many skilled practitioners in the populace who are not at all inferior to those listed. Although Tang Ming has not entered the Earth ranking, his prowess is sufficient to place him among the top 30. Shin Song's arrogance seems to be a perilous gamble. Yet, one might argue otherwise. During the earlier confrontation with Tang Yin, discerning observers could clearly see that Shin Song was concealing his true strength. There remains a possibility that he could indeed triumph over Tang Ming. Nonsense, one might retort. Such a victory seems implausible. Otherwise, his rank would not be so low. Shin Song must possess some hidden strategy. Otherwise, he would not willingly invite trouble. It would be best if Tang Ming could eliminate this ruthless individual in an instant. Opinions diverged. Some believed that Shin Song possessed genuine strength, while others deemed him arrogant and overconfident, unaware of his limitations. This fellow is truly presumptuous. He has merely defeated a Tang Yin and yet fancies himself invincible, displaying a perspective as insignificant as that of an ant, Lu Tianxi remarked with a sardonic smile. To occupy a position among the top 10, he certainly has the qualifications and capability to utter such words. Meanwhile, Tang Yuetong merely scoffed at this notion. Observing her reaction, Lu Tianxi felt an immediate irritation and, with a touch of sarcasm, queried, "Why does senior sister Tang scoff? Is it that my words are untrue?" "Not merely untrue. It's akin to a fool spouting nonsense," Wang Qingshan snickered quietly to himself. Tang Yuetong replied coolly, "Do you truly believe the victor will undoubtedly be Tang Ming?" Lu Tianxi chuckled derisively. "Does senior sister Tang think Shin Song can prevail?" Meeting his gaze, Tang Yuetong challenged, "Dare you wager with me?" At her words, the other 8 individuals present turned their attention towards them. "A wager?" Lu Tianxi paused, then inquired, "What shall we bet on?" Tang Yuetong replied with a smile, "Let us wager on the outcome of their duel. Should I win, I will claim the Li Qi Ju of your Lu family. And if you lose? If I lose, I shall relinquish the Qingyang sword technique to you." Lu Tianxi's eyes sparkled at this prospect. The Qingyang sword technique was exceptionally fierce and suited him perfectly. If he were to acquire it and diligently practice, his strength would undoubtedly soar. The others, upon hearing the terms of their wager, exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the magnitude of their stakes. "Very well, let us await the outcome." Lu Tianxi laughed. Tang Yuetong closed her eyes. At this moment, none could ascertain who would emerge victorious between Shin Song and Tang Ming. However, they were acutely aware that if Shin Song emerged victorious, He would possess the strength to ascend into the top 10, a prospect they found most undesirable. Tuoba Xingtian regarded Shun Tsung with surprise, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Do you truly mean this?" Tang Ming had been harboring thoughts of revenge, yet the interference from Feixiong Bank thwarted his plans. To his astonishment, the opponent proactively brought it up, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Fearing that Tuoba Xingtian might obstruct the matter, he hastily implored, "Lord Tuoba, since Shun Tsung has already proposed it, why must you interfere?" Tuoba Xingtian retorted with a cold snort, "This is a challenge match, not a personal feud. If you wish to compete, take it elsewhere and do not waste the time of others." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Shun Tsung, reiterating, "If you wish to compete, leave this place." Shun Tsung shrugged in resignation, remarking, "It seems you can still linger a while longer." Tang Ming's eyes flared with anger, and he shot a glance at Lei Zhan, whose countenance paled under Shun Tsung's gaze, rendering him icy with fear. Shun Tsung scoffed derisively, then turned his attention to Wang Qingshun, declaring, "You, come up here." The crowd's expressions shifted, all eyes fixated on Wang Qingshun's face, surprised yet not shocked. Although Wang Qingshun had performed commendably at the summit, concealing his true capabilities, his actual strength had reached the 7th level of the soul transformation realm. Nevertheless, he was considerably weaker than Tang Ming, making their potential confrontation entirely plausible. Wang Qingshun's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that it would be Shun Tsung who sought to challenge him. Since the previous night, when the latter had appeared to warn him against confronting Renault, Wang Qingshun had assumed that Shun Tsung would only approach Renault and would not consider him at all. Little did he know that the demonic sect had tasked him not only with eliminating Renault, but also with as many talented individuals from the Tianluo Empire as possible. Furthermore, he never imagined that Shun Tsung would prefer to target the weaker opponent. In Shun Tsung's eyes, Wang Qingshun's strength was nowhere near comparable to that of Renault. Chapter 77. Another arrogant individual. I apologize, but I must challenge Yunting. As soon as these words were uttered, countless gazes instantly fixated upon Renault. Renault himself was momentarily taken aback, having not expected Wang Qingshun to reject Shun Tsung in favor of challenging him. Could it be that he feared Shun Tsung? As Renault lifted his eyes to look at Wang Qingshun, he noticed the latter's pallor, which hinted at an immense humiliation being endured. In that moment, he comprehended the reality. Wang Qingshun indeed feared Shin Kong. Did he perhaps recognize Shun Tsung's formidable prowess? Wang Qingshun was known for his rebellious and imperious nature. He was well aware that he would never easily succumb to fear. Yet, at this moment, his countenance was grim, and he even hesitated to accept Shun Tsung's challenge. A clear indication that he was acutely aware of Shun Tsung's might. This was the first time he had experienced such profound humiliation. However, he found himself powerless. Having faced Wang Qingshun before, he knew that challenging him could lead to a fate similar to that of Tang Yin, death and annihilation. For the sake of survival, he was willing to forsake both dignity and reputation. Strangely, had not this fellow stated that he would personally deal with any trouble concerning Yunting? Why then did he seek to challenge Wang Qingshun? In the midst of the crowd, Lei Zhan wore a sullen expression, perplexed by the events of the previous night. Shun Tsung had appeared, warning them that Yunting was his prey. Yet, he could not fathom why Shin chose to confront Wang Qingshun instead of Renoir. In truth, they had failed to comprehend Shin Tsung's intentions. His prohibition against the two challenging Renault was a strategic move aimed at ensuring he could defeat and ultimately vanquish Renoir, who was at the pinnacle of his strength. Such a triumph would bestow upon him immense satisfaction. Conversely, should the two engage Renoir in combat, it was likely that Renoir would emerge victorious, inevitably exhausting his vitality and energy. Even if they succeeded, it would leave a lingering sense of regret. However, this did not signify that he would relinquish his plan to eliminate Wang Qingshun. The latter possessed extraordinary prowess and was the heir of the Wang family, a lineage of significant standing and profound influence. Wang Qingshun's demise would deliver a heavy blow to the Wang family, which represented a formidable obstacle to Shun Tsung's ambition of dominating the world with the demon sect. If an opportunity to strike arose, he would seize it. Casting a cold glance at Wang Qichen, Shen Song coldly remarked, "What a detestable coward." In that instant, Wang Qichen felt a chilling wave surge from his feet to the crown of his head, his limbs turning icy, as if gripped by frost. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Yunting bears a grudge against me. What prevents me from challenging him? The summit does not explicitly state that I must accept your challenge. I have no desire to compete with you. Surely that is acceptable." "You are quite impressive," Shen Song said, shooting a glance at Wang Qichen. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Wang Qichen felt as if a malevolent specter from the depths of hell was encroaching upon him, an inescapable fate he could neither evade nor extinguish, leaving him helplessly aware of his predicament. Nevertheless, he quickly reminded himself that they were on the territory of the Feixiong money exchange, with the formidable Tua Ba Xingtian of the Nirvana realm present, ensuring his absolute safety. As he descended the mountain, he decided to summon skilled warriors from his family to ensure his safety. After all, could anyone truly surpass the collective strength of his entire clan? With this thought, Wang Qingchen's fear began to dissipate. At that moment, Tuoba Xingtian declared, "Wang Qingchen has declined the challenge. According to the rules, the 10th seat is hereby vacated and will be filled by Shen Kong." What? Wang Qingchen's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his discontent. He was reluctant to relinquish his position, yet he understood that refusal would lead to a challenge that could very well cost him his life. Reluctantly, he surrendered. "No need," Shen Song retorted as he leaped off the arena. As he passed by Reno, he paused, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Hurry up and deal with this bothersome fly. I am eagerly awaiting our battle." The crowd gasped. It was evident from Shen Song's words that he had a prearranged duel with Reno, and he was confident that Reno would triumph over Wang Qingchen. Did this imply that Yunting was stronger than Wang Qingchen? In a certain light, it suggested that Wang Qingchen feared Shen Song, while Shen Song regarded Reno as a worthy adversary, implying that Wang Qingchen was inferior to Reno. "I shall be waiting." Shen Song laughed heartily as he departed, leaving the onlookers in astonishment at his audacity. Reno turned his gaze towards Wang Qingchen, who had now positioned himself on the arena. With a swift leap, he landed on the stage, locking eyes with his opponent. Reno coolly remarked, "You alone are no match for me. Perhaps you should call upon that useless Lasian to join us. One at a time is simply too tedious." This statement sent shockwaves through the audience. What was happening today? Each challenger seemed more arrogant than the last. In comparison to Shen Song, Yunting exudes an even greater arrogance. Even a formidable opponent like Wang Qingchen proves to be quite challenging, yet he dares to take on two adversaries simultaneously. He is no fool. He possesses genuine prowess. This year, indeed, an abundance of dark horses has emerged. Yunting seems to be courting disaster. I truly believe in Yunting's capabilities. It appears that yet another captivating spectacle is unfolding. Opinions abound. How audacious of Yunting to claim he can take on two opponents with such limited strength. It is a reckless display of hubris. Lu Tianxi chuckled coldly. Tang Yuetong remarked with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, since our previous wager fell through, why not engage in another? The stakes remain unchanged, but this time I wager on Yunting's victory. What say you?" Lu Tianxi paused, clearly taken aback by Tang Yuetong's continued interest. Initially, he felt a tinge of disappointment for not acquiring the Qingyang sword technique. Yet her renewed proposition rekindled a glimmer of hope. His spirits lifted. He responded, "Given your enthusiasm, Senior Sister Tang, I cannot decline." "Very well. I bet on Wang Qingchen and Lei Zhen to win." "By the way, Senior Sister Tang, are you referring to a one-on-one bout between Wang Qingchen and Yunting? Or is it his foolishness in attempting to take on two?" Tang Yuetong regarded him with a knowing smile. "Junior brother Lu, you are quite astute. Regardless of the scenario, if Yunting is defeated, I shall concede." Lu Tianxi burst into hearty laughter, for in his heart, he believed that, under any circumstances, the ultimate loser would inevitably be Renu. Yet what is the reality? Chapter 78, Challenge to Renu, Part 3. Tang Yuetong appeared increasingly intrigued and, with a lingering enthusiasm, sought to expand the terms of their wager. Her gaze swept across the remaining 8 individuals as she inquired, "Esteemed friends, do any of you wish to partake?" Ouyang Qingshuang smiled and said, "I am quite intrigued as well, but I wager on Renault's victory." I shall stake the Qinglian's sword technique." Lu Tianxi's expression changed dramatically as he hastily replied, "Junior sister, you must think twice. Yinting is arrogant and overconfident. How could he possibly rival Wang Qingchen? You should support me instead." Ouyang Qingshuang, uninterested in his words, turned her gaze to her senior sister, Wan Feixue, and asked, "Sister, will you join? It seems quite enjoyable." Wan Feixue, with a charming smile as she surveyed the gathering, responded, "I too wager on Renault." Lu Tianxi's expression shifted once more. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Wan Feixue. "Sister Yu." He could hardly fathom that both his junior and senior sisters were siding with an outsider. These two vixens. Lu Tianxi's heart brimmed with resentment towards the two women. The others, influenced by the atmosphere, began to present their own wagers. "I bet on Wang Qingchen. I bet on Wang Qingchen. I bet on Yinting." Among the 9 individuals, 3 placed their bets on Renault, while 6 favored Wang Qingchen. "Humph, 3 long-haired, short-sighted women. Let us see how you can prevail this time." With most standing by his side, Lu Tianxi felt increasingly confident. "Yinting, you are truly insufferable." Wang Qingchen's face turned ashen, filled with rage. "It is one thing for Shun Tsung to bully me, but to think that a mere upstart like you would dare to look down upon me is utterly despicable." Renault laughed, dismissing the insignificant character before him. "What does it matter if I disregard you? Come alongside Lei Zhan, and do not waste my time. Cousin, since there are those who so ardently desire to witness our fraternal combat, how can we possibly disappoint their expectations?" A voice laced with sardonic amusement echoed forth, prompting the assembly to turn their gaze towards the source. Lo and behold, it was Lei Zhan, striding purposefully through the throng. With a resounding huzzah, Lei Zhan executed a spirited leap, ascending to the battle platform and positioning himself beside Wang Qingchen. "Your Highness," Wang Qingchen addressed him, his tone frigid. "Your assistance is not required here. I am more than capable of dealing with this insignificant whelp on my own. I suggest you descend at once." The audacity! Lei Zhan seethed, his frustration palpable. In his estimation, Wang Qingchen's refusal to seize an advantage rendered him a veritable simpleton. Renault, with a smile, invoked the adamantine, glazed body, resulting in a discernible augmentation of his physique. He surged forth with unrestrained velocity. Both combatants emanated true energy, akin to cascading waterfalls, swirling tempestuously. Thud! As they converged, they simultaneously unleashed their palms. The collision of their hands produced a cataclysmic explosion, generating a cyclonic gust of wind that radiated outwards in all directions from their epicenter. Crackle, crackle! The ground beneath their feet buckled inwards, giving rise to a network of fissures reminiscent of a spider's web, entwined and spreading inexorably. "Humph!" Wang Qingchen grunted disdainfully, channeling additional power into his arms before disengaging his palms. A surge of immense force erupted forth, akin to a rampaging tiger. Boom! Renault was forced into retreat, his feet carving a furrow in the ground. Upon nearing the edge of the arena, he abruptly stamped his right foot, causing the ground to rupture with a resounding bang. This action instantaneously halted his backward momentum. "Is that all you've got? You truly are shameless, boy." Wang Qingchen, having gained a modicum of advantage, erupted in a smug, derisive laugh. Renault remained unfazed, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he stepped forward, his body akin to an arrow released from a bow, almost instantaneously arriving before Wang Qingchen. With a sudden, forceful thrust of his right fist, the magical energy emanating from his hand shimmered with an obsidian hue, rendering his fist reminiscent of a black crystal. An overwhelming and fierce aura surged forth, pressing down upon Wang Qingchen. His complexion shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the sheer magnitude of power contained within that fist. The magical energy, unlike true qi, represented an advanced form of it. Thus, 1 part of magical energy equated to 1.5 parts of true qi. He crossed his palms, his aura swelling like turbulent waters beneath a storm. A bowl-shaped energy shield manifested before him, appearing almost tangible. With a swift motion, he altered his hand position and forcefully propelled the shield forward, which let out a roar akin to that of a tiger, swiftly morphing into a transparent, ferocious beast. As the ethereal tiger charged towards Reynolds, the powerful punch collided with its forehead. In an instant, the transparent white tiger shattered into countless fragments of light that scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of energy erupted forth, causing Wang Qingqian's expression to shift dramatically as he hastily crossed his arms in defense. The fierce energy collided violently with his arms, propelling him backward and off the edge of the arena. With a sudden motion, he slammed his right palm onto the ground, unleashing a searing bolt of lightning that shot forth with astonishing speed. The path it traversed was marked by a charred trail, releasing a faint scent of burning as it tore through the air. Lightning lasers struck the ground with a ferocity that instantly perforated the earth, revealing a black hole the size of a well, surrounded by a network of fissures. At that moment, Wang Qingqian harnessed the rebound force of the lightning laser, propelling himself skyward. With a surge of strength, he executed several somersaults in the air before gracefully descending back to the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Awestruck and exhilarated, their anticipation for the battle intensifying. Wang Qingqian smirked. Disappointed, are you? Chapter 79. The Final Showdown, Part 1. Wang Qingqian and Reno stood on opposite sides, their gazes locked in a charged exchange reminiscent of crackling electricity. The atmosphere on the platform was ominously heavy. Today, I shall ensure you have no resting place, Wang Qingqian declared forcefully, his foot striking the ground with such vigor that countless fissures erupted around him. Simultaneously, his aura surged with astonishing rapidity. His physique visibly expanded, transforming from a height of 1.85 meters to an imposing 2 meters. In comparison, Reno appeared as a mere child beside him, the disparity stark. His presence became increasingly formidable and tempestuous, soon coalescing into a crimson storm centered around Wang Qingqian, towering at 8 meters. This sanguine tempest exuded a palpable ferocity, imbued with an aggressive energy, causing the ground beneath Wang Qingqian to sink and crack. The spectators were left aghast. This is the Wang family's ultimate technique, Blood God Fury, someone recognized, exclaiming in astonishment. It is rumored that the Wang family possesses a remarkable skill known as Blood God's Fury, which can rapidly enhance one's cultivation. It appears he has grown impatient and wishes to swiftly determine the victor against Yunting. Indeed, Blood God's Fury proves to be as formidable as the rumors suggest. I can see that Wang Qingqian's strength has ascended to the 9th layer of the soul transformation realm. This time, Yunting is likely to face dire consequences. Surrounding the arena, whispers abound. The spectators, observing the two combatants on stage, have come to realize that the forthcoming moments may unveil the most exhilarating and heart-stopping battle. Thus, they attentively await the spectacle. Perched atop 10 columns, Lu Tianxi gazes at the formidable Wang Qingqian, his confidence in him surging. The thought of Ouyang Qingshuang and the other two most outstanding women of the Tianluo Empire soon facing defeat at his hands brings a smile of pride to his lips. Junior sister, elder sisters, it seems you have overestimated Yunting. He is no match for Wang Qingqian now. We hope you are willing to accept your losses and surrender your bets promptly, Lu Tianxi declared with a grin. The others who had wagered on Wang Qingqian's victory echoed his sentiments. Ouyang Qingshuang smiled sweetly. The outcome is yet to be determined. Declaring Yunting's defeat now seems rather hasty. Lu Tianxi scoffed. Junior sister, do you truly believe Yunting can prevail? I firmly believe he can win, Ouyang Qingshuang replied, brimming with confidence. It appears she holds great faith in Lei Nuo. Do not be hasty. The best part is yet to come. Just watch patiently, Ruan Feishue remarked languidly, exuding an air of alluring charm. Then let us wait and see, Lu Tianxi retorted with a cold smile. Yunting, do you sense the terror? Wang Qingqian, wielding the blood god's fury, spoke with an extreme arrogance. Originally, this final trump card was meant for others, yet it is now employed against you. Even if you perish, it will have been worthwhile. Reno replied coolly, fear holds no place in my life. No one can instill terror in me. Least of all a worthless wretch unworthy of my dread. Enraged, Wang Qingqian's face contorted into a grotesque smile. You truly are impervious to reason, even at death's door. You dare to speak so brazenly before me. Have you no sense of shame? You prattle on too much. Reno's gaze turned icy as he initiated his assault. With a single stride, he launched forward like an arrow released from its bow, the sound of rushing air reverberating in his ears. Unaware of your imminent doom, Wang Qingqian gasped in disbelief, astonished that Yun Ting would dare to attack first. Yet, it was precisely what he desired. Emboldened by the blood god's fury, Wang Qingqian was brimming with confidence. To him, Reno was no longer his equal. His advance was akin to digging his own grave, an invitation to death. Boom! With a surge of energy, the crimson tempest surrounding him intensified, the azure arcs of electricity dancing like serpents within it, exuding a ferocious aura. He then moved his hands in intricate patterns, conjuring a fierce azure tiger that lunged towards Reno under Wang Qingqian's command. As the ferocious tiger charged, Reno's expression remained unperturbed. Channeling the power of the diamond-glazed body, his strength surged to an astounding 30,000 newtons, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Thud! As the fierce tiger lunged forward, Reno suddenly leaped with great force, soaring 20 meters into the air, his body tilting headfirst in a dramatic dive. With his palms pressed together, black flames began to erupt from his entire form, causing the temperature of the surroundings to rise significantly in an instant. Shortly thereafter, an imposing image of a fire deity manifested upon his body, exuding an aura of immense authority. A powerful energy field swept through the area, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. What martial arts is this? Their expressions shifted dramatically. Even Tuoba Xingtian, who seldom displayed emotion, looked utterly shocked. How many secrets does this individual possess? Ouyang Qingshuang gritted her teeth, her curiosity about Reno intensifying, yet she felt she understood him little. She was not alone. Tang Yuetong, who had interacted with Reno, felt similarly. This is truly intriguing. Shin Song, with arms crossed, found himself even more captivated by Reno. Just then, the fire god raged. As Reno plummeted rapidly, nearing the tiger within 7 meters, he shouted coldly and struck down with his palm, the fire deity's image mirroring his action. The deity's palm descended with overwhelming force, striking the azure wind tiger. In an instant, it was crushed with tremendous power. A resounding boom followed. Shaking the ground as the arena was forcefully indented, Reno landed gracefully on the stage, smiling lightly, and inquired, "How is it?" Wang Qingqian gritted his teeth and replied, "This is merely the beginning. Your time of demise is yet to come. Step forth." With a mere thought, a serpent resembling a purple king cobra, the formidable purple Ming electric python, erupted with a thunderous roar, surging forth from behind Wang Qingqian. It spiraled around the tempest, its crimson eyes gazing down upon Reno, a suffocating aura of death enveloping the atmosphere. This was the pinnacle of the Xian rank, a 10th-tier purple Ming electric python. The crowd's expressions transformed in shock. The last time they had seen him, his martial soul was the purple thunder python. How had it now become the purple Ming electric python? Who could say? I too am perplexed. Could it be that we were mistaken, confusing the purple Ming electric python for the purple thunder python? Who knows? Nevertheless, the existence of a 10th-tier purple Ming electric python is a testament to Wang Qingqian's extraordinary talent. If he does not perish young, he is destined to shine brightly across the continent. Chapter 80, The Final Battle, Part 2. As the purple Ming electric python manifested, the sky darkened ominously, and the wind howled fiercely. The purple Ming electric python, indeed a commendable martial soul. Reno gazed up at the colossal creature, his visage devoid of fear, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was indeed intriguing. Yintian, prepare to meet your demise. Wang Qingqian's eyes glinted coldly as he leapt atop the head of the purple Ming electric python. With a swift motion, the python roared skyward, its massive jaws agape. as a purplish-red energy gathered within at an astonishingly visible pace. With a whoosh, an energy sphere akin to a cannonball shot towards Reno. His brow furrowed. The power contained within that energy sphere was undeniably formidable, and he could not afford to be complacent. He swiftly dodged. Yet the energy sphere seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing Reno. Yuntian, you must confront this projectile head-on, otherwise, wherever you go, it will follow. Standing atop the serpent's head, Wang Qingchen chuckled with triumph. Is that so? Reno, dodging and leaping to the side, formulated a plan in his mind. In his grasp materialized a bow and arrow, specifically the Xianbing bow and the Bingpa arrow. He drew the bowstring taut, and the ethereal chill of the environment coalesced around his weapon, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Each individual present felt a wave of cold encroach upon them. With a series of sharp sounds, countless icy projectiles began to rain down, and a frigid current surged forth from the bow and arrow. Wang Qingchen's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, pondering whether he could counter Reno's artillery with his own arrows. The power of the Bingpa arrow, infused with the force runes and ice runes of the Xianbing bow, was fully unleashed by Reno, radiating an overwhelmingly potent aura. Wang Qingchen could not guarantee that his artillery could withstand such a shot. At that moment, the onlookers were fixated on Reno, or rather, on his bow and arrow. Like Wang Qingchen, they too speculated whether Reno's arrow could avert the impending crisis, for the power contained within that arrow instilled a profound sense of trepidation in them all. With a swift motion, the Xianbing bow was drawn into a crescent shape, the bowstring taut and ready. Reno released his fingers, and the Bingpa arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by an unending torrent of icy wind. Every path it traversed was frozen, adorned with glistening frost. Upon colliding with the purplish-red energy sphere, a radiant light erupted skyward, scattering in all directions, followed by a resounding boom akin to a great bell tolling. The force of the energy swept through, causing the garments of the onlookers to flutter wildly. Had he succeeded? The crowd fixated on the arena, where the scene within was obscured by a veil of energy waves. As time elapsed, the energy dissipated, revealing everything in clarity once more. Look, someone exclaimed, pointing towards a specific spot. In an instant, the crowd was captivated by his words, turning their gazes to see the crimson storm swirling tumultuously above the azure electric python, where Wang Qingchen's expression was as grim as a stormy sea. Where is Yunting? The spectators scanned the area, searching for Reno. Over there, a voice cried out, quickly followed by a sharp intake of breath, as if witnessing something dreadful. The crowd hastily turned their attention, collectively gasping in astonishment. What could it be? It turned out that Reno had stealthily positioned himself behind the azure electric python, bow in hand, poised to unleash another arrow. The target was none other than Wang Qingchen. However, what captured the most attention was the transformation of his right arm, which had morphed into a dragon's limb, a dragon martial soul. In that moment, the crowd collectively surmised that Reno had acquired a dragon martial soul. In their minds, a person possessing such a soul, as long as they remained alive, would undoubtedly harbor limitless potential, destined to become a renowned powerhouse across the continent. They could hardly fathom the emergence of a dragon martial soul within the Tianlu Empire. It is worth noting that throughout the past 10 millennia in the Eastern County, instances of dragon martial souls had been exceedingly rare. At that moment, their allegiance began to shift towards Reno, for logically, a dragon martial soul far surpassed the azure electric python, providing an extraordinary augmentation of strength. Wang Qingchen was likely to be outmatched. Damn it! How could he possess a dragon martial soul? In this instant, the entire assembly was engulfed in disbelief. Damn it! How could he possess a dragon martial soul? Lu Tianxi's countenance darkened. Those endowed with a dragon martial soul hold boundless potential, destined to become unparalleled powerhouses, a veritable axiom. Just based on this singular fact, he could never hope to rival Reno. In the future, he would inevitably be left far behind by Reno. This was an overwhelming blow to Lu Tianxi, who had always looked down upon Reno, regarding him as mere vermin. he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Yet, the truth remains unaltered. Not only does Lei Nuo possess a dragon martial soul, but he wields the exceptional purple abyss demon dragon. This fellow has indeed concealed himself remarkably well. Ouyang Qingshuang reflected in astonishment. We must secure him for our heavenly sect. We must bring him into our blood sect. At this moment, both Ruan Feishue and Tang Yuetong, upon discovering Lei Nuo's possession of a dragon martial soul, immediately resolved to recruit him into their respective sections. They were not alone. Various factions were eager to draw Lei Nuo into their ranks, including Tuoba Xingtian. It is no wonder. The potential of one with a dragon martial soul is immense. Should they claim him as their own and nurture him, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force, capable of elevating even the weakest faction to greatness under his leadership. To think he possesses a dragon martial soul, this only intensifies the necessity for him to be eliminated. Shen Song's gaze suddenly turned frigid. His desire to kill Lei Nuo grew stronger. The latter's vast potential necessitated that he be extinguished in his infancy before he could blossom. Otherwise, should he reach maturity, the demon sect would face utter upheaval and destruction at his hands. The dragon arm. Upon witnessing the dragon arm of Lei Nuo, Lei Jun and Lei Heng were instantly reminded of a similar dragon arm that had once appeared before them. This recollection took them back to the palace, where an unfortunate altercation had arisen during their visit to Lei Nuo's residence to proclaim the imperial decree. In a critical moment, Lei Nuo had undergone a startling transformation, summoning forth a dragon arm that had sent them fleeing. Following that incident, they had harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Lei Nuo, for they suspected that he might have awakened a martial soul, potentially the legendary dragon martial soul. They were acutely aware of the implications of such a power, signifying the emergence of a formidable warrior, one far beyond their capacity to confront. They resolved to eliminate him while he was still vulnerable, but were taken aback when he subsequently vanished without a trace. Could he be Lei Nuo? The thought crossed their minds. Upon closer inspection, they noted that his gaze bore a striking resemblance to Lei Nuo's, becoming increasingly uncanny. In truth, Lei Nuo's willingness to unleash his dragon martial soul signified his intent to eradicate Lei Jun and Lei Heng. These two had tormented him during his moments of weakness, viewing him as less than human, devising schemes that led to the loss of his princely position and leaving Zhou He nearly lifeless. Particularly egregious was their audacity to insult his mother, a transgression that could not be forgiven. The memories of those past events were etched indelibly in Lei Nuo's mind, serving as a constant reminder that they had become his inner demons. Only their demise could grant him liberation. Though delayed, this has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. I hope it meets your satisfaction. For today, this shall suffice. I shall return with more tomorrow. Chapter 81. 1 Against 2, Part 1. The emergence of the Lei Nuo dragon martial spirit left everyone in a state of shock, while Lei Jun and Lei Jun found themselves gripped by fear. Instinctively, they began to regard Yunting as Lei Nuo. If Yunting were indeed Lei Nuo, then everything would fall into place. He Wanner's betrayal, Yunting's interference, which turned him against the fifth prince and forged a bitter enmity. Each incident flashed through Lei Jun's mind, revealing Lei Nuo's shadow in every one of them. This realization solidified his conviction that Yunting was Lei Nuo. After all, why would he seek revenge? They had no prior grievances, nor had they crossed paths recently. The thought that the once impotent individual had now transformed into such a formidable force filled Lei Jun with unprecedented pressure. For he understood all too well that the animosity between him and Lei Nuo could never be resolved. It was a matter of life and death, a situation where it was either him or Lei Nuo. He was acutely aware that he could not kill him, yet the likelihood of Lei Nuo ending his life was significantly high. Curse it! Had I known this would happen, I should have eliminated this wretch long ago to prevent future troubles. Lei Jun lamented his oversight, never anticipating Lei Nuo's rapid growth, which rendered him no match. In fact, he had meticulously planned to send people to annihilate Tianlu Mountain Villa, aiming to eliminate Lei Nuo. However, he was not facing a mere 20-year-old youth, but rather an ancient monster that had lived for centuries. To kill him would prove exceedingly difficult. No, I must kill him. Otherwise, it will be my demise. Lei Zhan's resolve was unwavering, a hint of madness simmering within him, a consequence of the overwhelming pressure exerted by Reno's formidable strength. He cast a glance at Wang Qingxin, recognizing that only by joining forces with him could they hope to vanquish Reno. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air as Reno released his grip, the ice soul arrow surging forth, enveloped in a torrent of frigid currents directed at Wang Qingxin. This arrow was extraordinary. Amplified by the dragon martial soul, its power was magnified beyond measure compared to the previous shot. Wang Qingxin's pupils constricted as he sensed an immense danger looming beneath that arrow. He realized that should he fail to deflect it, he would either perish or sustain grave injuries. At Blood God Mountain, a thunderous command echoed as he altered his hand seals. Instantly, the crimson tempest surrounding the azure electric python expanded visibly, growing 3 zhang in mere moments, causing the ground to fracture rapidly. At this juncture, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged violently. Amidst the tempest, the azure electric python transformed into a towering mountain. As the mountain materialized, the crimson storm came to an abrupt halt, seemingly merging with the mountain itself. Suddenly, Wang Qingxin melded into the mountain, unleashing a powerful surge of bloodlight. In that brilliance, the towering peak radiated a crystal-like aura that conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a resounding thud, the ice soul arrow struck Blood God Mountain. Onlookers gasped in astonishment as the mountain emitted a blood-red barrier that collided with the arrow. The two forces locked in a fierce stalemate, sending countless shards of light scattering in all directions. Wang Qingxin indeed possessed considerable strength, much to Reno's surprise. His performance exceeded Reno's expectations, yet the latter remained unconvinced that there was any chance for a reversal. At this moment, the arrow and Blood God Mountain engaged in a relentless battle of attrition. An explosive clash ensued. The Ice Soul arrow is imbued with the mental connection of Raynor. With a mere thought, the arrow detonates, unleashing the full force of the Frost runes and the Power runes, creating a tempest that relentlessly assaults the Blood God Mountain. As time passes, the storm gradually dissipates, revealing the mountain, which stands as solid as iron. At this moment, Blood God Mountain appears exceedingly ethereal, as if it could vanish entirely with the slightest breeze. Abruptly, the mountain disappears, unveiling the figure of Wang Qingxin, whose complexion is pale, and he suddenly spews forth blood. He quickly drops to one knee, gasping for breath. The onlookers' expressions shift dramatically, their pupils constricting. At this instant, it becomes evident to all that Wang Qingxin has been defeated. Raynor coldly remarks, "You have lost." Wang Qingxin wipes the blood from his lips, rises, and defiantly meets Raynor's gaze, asserting, "You are merely relying on your treasures. What is so impressive about that?" Raynor scoffs. "If this were a battle of life and death, do you believe your enemy would indulge you with such a discussion? You would have been dead long ago. A loss is a loss. A victory is a victory. If you cannot bear to lose, do not provoke me." Wang Qingxin's face flushes with anger. He has never endured such humiliation throughout his life. At that moment, Lei Zhan leaps onto the arena, approaching Wang Qingxin, and declares, "Cousin, let us confront him together." Wang Qingxin hesitates. Although he wishes to join forces with Lei Zhan against Raynor, such actions in front of so many witnesses would tarnish his reputation. Lei Zhan perceives Wang Qingxin's apprehension and exclaims, "What time is it? Are you still concerned about Face? Do you know who he is?" "Who?" Wang Qingxin exclaimed in astonishment. "Raynor." Lei Zhan, with a somber expression, replied, "What?" Wang Qingxin was taken aback, incredulous. How could that be? How could he possibly be that useless person? He found it utterly inconceivable that the inept Raynor bore any resemblance to the spirited Yunting. There must be some mistake. You should understand that if he is allowed to grow, both you and I, along with the Wang family, will face annihilation. Wang Qingxin fell silent, for indeed, Raynor's rapid growth was alarming. With such innate talent, he was destined to become the sovereign of the Tianlu Empire, and at that time, the destruction of the Wang family would be effortless. Lei Zhan no longer paid him heed, but fixed his gaze upon Raynor, stating, "Yunting, do your words hold any weight?" Of course they do, Reno scoffed. If you wish to engage in a match, then come forth. Very well, you have spoken. Lei Jun sneered, then turned sharply to Wang Qingchun, exclaiming, what are you hesitating for? These two were indeed shameless, daring to challenge one person together. Yunting's proposal for a 2-on-1 match could hardly be blamed on anyone else. Yet, I surmised that his audacity stemmed from profound self-confidence. Perhaps, Wang Qingchun pondered. Is he truly intent on a 2-on-1 fight? These two are utterly shameless, cornered like a dog. Defeat is defeat. To call for assistance is a sign of weakness. A disgrace. The crowd buzzed with mixed reactions regarding Lei Jun's 2-on-1 challenge, but the majority held the duo in contempt. As Wang Qingchun listened to the jeers, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. His expression shifted, and finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, very well, we shall confront him together. For the sake of our family, personal honor is of little consequence. Lei Jun smiled with satisfaction, his gaze towards Lei Nuo filled with murderous intent. In his heart, he believed that Lei Nuo must perish. Alone, he had little confidence, but with Wang Qingchun by his side, their chances of victory had significantly increased. It was known that previously, Lei Nuo had triumphed over Wang Qingchun by relying on the treasure, the Xianbing Bao, and the ice soul arrows. However, now, if he could entangle Lei Nuo and prevent him from launching his arrows, Wang Qingchun would be able to deal with him, rendering Lei Nuo's weapon ineffective and greatly enhancing their odds of success. Chapter 82, 1 against 2, Part 2. On the arena, a gentle breeze swept through, entwined with a heavy atmosphere of slaughter. With a cold shout, Lei Jun propelled himself forward, leaping towards Lei Nuo when he was merely 3 meters away. In a sudden arc through the air, a fierce, earthy yellow tiger manifested upon his body. The majestic beast pounced. With a roar, Lei Jun lunged at Lei Nuo, his body suspended in midair, hands resembling the claws of a tiger, wildly slashing at Lei Nuo, each strike imbued with the strength to sever iron and slice through gold. Thud! Lei Nuo's jet-black, jade-like right fist collided with Lei Jun's arms, causing his expression to change dramatically. He felt an overwhelmingly powerful force surge forth, akin to a mighty wave crashing down. An instinctive sense of invincibility enveloped him. Whoosh! He was sent flying, yet he forced his body to land on the ground. Upon touching down, his footing faltered, and he stumbled backward, retreating over 50 steps until he found himself beside Wang Qingchun. Let us face him together, Lei Nuo said. His gaze lowered, in a tone that was calm yet resolute. Lei Jun and Wang Qingchun exchanged a glance before simultaneously darting forward, each taking a position before and behind Renoir, evidently intent on encircling him. The formidable powers of the Earth Gang Tiger and the Azure Electric Python surged forth. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with spiritual energy swirling chaotically and fierce winds howling around them. At that moment, a colossal, earthy yellow tiger materialized above Lei Jun's head, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. Behind Wang Qingchun, the Azure Electric Python emerged, poised and ready. In the next instant, both beasts concentrated their energy, which, upon reaching a critical threshold, surged forth in a powerful blast toward Renoir. With a swift motion, Renoir activated his diamond-glazed body, radiating a brilliant golden light. Simultaneously, his form expanded dramatically, halting at an impressive height of 4 meters. Truly worthy of the title Supreme Demon Body, such power was indeed formidable. This strength could easily rival that of 130,000 bulls, and with a bloodline surge, it might even reach an astonishing 200,000 bulls. Renoir felt the exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. The might of 200,000 bulls was extraordinary, nearly equivalent to the pinnacle of the soul transformation realm. However, the true capabilities of a fully realized soul transformation warrior extended far beyond mere strength. Renoir felt a wave of gratitude wash over him for the blood demon crystal. Last night, he had unexpectedly encountered the crystal, initially planning to forego it due to a lack of funds. Just as he was about to give up, Tang Guodong appeared and assisted him in acquiring the precious blood demon crystal. Last night, It was due to the absorption of the blood energy within the blood demon crystal that the diamond-glazed body reached its later stage. In truth, the diamond-glazed body within the supreme demon body serves as a foundation, making it relatively easier to cultivate. Moreover, as someone who has traversed this path, Reno is unlikely to encounter any detours, allowing his training to progress swiftly. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, tracing half circles in the air. At that moment, a swirling mass of black mist erupted from his being, within which dense bolts of lightning began to materialize, each as thick as an infant's arm. As his palms came together, resembling a devout worshipper paying homage to the divine, a tempest arose. A deity, enveloped in crackling lightning, manifested behind Reno. An overwhelming aura of dread unfurled as the elemental forces of thunder surged towards this divine figure. The heavens and earth transformed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. What martial art is this that possesses such formidable power? The onlookers were left in astonishment. At that moment, two shockwaves drew near. The god of thunder was enraged. Reno's eyes suddenly flared open, revealing two spheres of lightning, as if they had coalesced into two lakes of thunder. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he thrust his palms outward. The lightning deity mirrored this gesture, extending its palms in a straight line. Two serpentine bolts of lightning surged forth from the deity's outstretched hands, colliding fiercely with the approaching shockwaves. A thunderous explosion ensued, illuminating the surroundings with blinding radiance. In that brilliance, the lightning serpents and shockwaves annihilated each other, sending countless shards of light scattering. Gradually, as the light faded, the figures of three individuals emerged before the crowd, and tranquility was restored once more. However, all are acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. The Earth-style tiger and the azure lightning serpent let out fierce roars, subsequently radiating brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into two formidable weapons. The Earth-style tiger morphed into a massive, earthy-hued blade, its hilt resembling the head of a tiger, with its jaws gripping the edge of the blade. The azure lightning serpent, in contrast, became a deep azure spear, its tip shaped like a serpent's head. With a swift motion, both figures surged forward. The spear thrust and the blade swung, leaving Reno with no means of evasion. In a critical moment, the divine figure manifesting from Reno's body rapidly diminished, becoming only slightly larger than him. Almost instantaneously, his hands shot out like lightning, successfully grasping the weaponry. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. What? A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, particularly from Lei Jun and Wang Qingshan. The speed and force of the weapons were astonishingly fierce and swift. It was nearly impossible for a soul transformation realm warrior to seize them. Utilizing the recoil, they each staggered backward. Since you have summoned your soul weapons, I too shall do the same. A serene smile graced Reno's face as he inwardly commanded with fervor. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from within him, followed by a column of violet-blue light shooting skyward. As the light dissipated, an unparalleled longsword emerged, revealing the magnificent Demon Emperor's sword. With the appearance of the Demon Emperor's sword, an aura of malevolence enveloped Reno, as though he were a tyrannical ruler surveying his domain. The crowd gazed at the Demon Emperor's sword in his grasp, each person filled with awe and admiration. Is this the soul weapon forged from the dragon martial spirit? Chapter 83. The slaying of Thunderstorm. Reno possessed an extraordinary wealth of combat experience. Engaging him in close quarters was tantamount to courting death. In his eyes, his opponent's techniques were rife with flaws, and he adeptly targeted these vulnerabilities, rendering him an overwhelming force against the duo. Indeed, Yin Ting's prowess in close combat was formidable, as both Thunderstorm and Wang Qingshan found themselves utterly subdued. His swordsmanship was a tapestry of intricate variations, shrouded in mystery. It seemed that within the entire Tianluo Empire, few could rival his mastery of the blade. Even the elder generation paled in comparison. He was truly an anomaly. One could not help but wonder who could have nurtured such a prodigy. In the realm of melee, it appeared that Yun Ting was destined for victory. The onlookers were left in profound astonishment. To them, Reno resembled a master swordsman, adept and seasoned, with each stroke of his blade encapsulating the essence of the cosmos. He was always able to decipher his opponent's techniques and even counterattack with finesse. It was astonishing to witness such formidable strength. Tang Yuetong, witnessing Renault's swordplay for the first time, was utterly captivated. She had encountered numerous talents, yet none could compare to Renault's expertise in this domain. At that moment, her resolve to bring Renault into the Tiandi sect solidified. Such a talent must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. The sentiments of other factions mirrored her own. Where did this Yun Ting emerge from? And how could he be so extraordinary? Lu Tianxi's expression darkened. He had initially thought that Renault's dragon martial soul was already an unfathomable anomaly, yet now he unveiled an even more formidable combat prowess. This realization was difficult for him to accept and comprehend. At present, all aspects conspire against the two, making it exceedingly probable for Renault to triumph over them. Should Renault emerge victorious, it would signify a loss for his wager, and he would consequently forfeit the Qingyang sword technique. This martial art, a cherished inheritance of his family, is remarkably potent and has never been disseminated to outsiders. The thought of it being lost stings not only his pride, but also signifies the broader dissemination of his family's esteemed martial legacy. Filled with regret, he secretly harbors resentment towards Renault, attributing all misfortunes to him. Ouyang Qingshuang, who has long harbored disdain for Lu Tianxi, seizes the opportunity to taunt him, exclaiming, "Brother Lu, given the current situation, it appears you are destined to lose." Lu Tianxi's countenance darkens further, and with a dismissive huff, he retorts coldly, "Junior sister, the competition is far from over. To discuss victory or defeat at this juncture is rather premature." Ouyang Qingshuang, undeterred, replies, "Brother, do not take offense. I merely wish to remind you not to forget our wager." That wretched woman. Fury wells within Lu Tianxi as he coldly responds, "There is no need for your reminder. I have always remembered." Exchanging glances with Ruan Feishua, a shared mirth glimmers in their eyes. Those two inept fools. Lu Tianxi seethes with indignation. Loathing Wang Qingshan and Lei Zhen. Is it truly possible that he might lose? Damn it. The expressions of those involved in the wager reflect their dismay. For like Lu Tianxi, they had all placed their bets on Wang Qingshan and Lei Zhen's victory. Yet, given the current circumstances, Renault's odds appear overwhelmingly favorable, threatening their stakes. How could he possess such formidable swordsmanship? Wang Qingshan's expression darkens, shot coursing through him. He had initially believed that Renault could only surpass him through the use of the Xianbing Bao and the Bingpa arrow, but it has now become evident that he falls short in every regard. This caused him immense distress. At that moment, he realized that challenging Renault was nothing short of self-degradation. Indeed, Renault possessed the right to disregard his challenge with indifference. How infuriating it was that he wielded such formidable strength. Lei Zhen was both astonished and anxious. He found it hard to believe that the once timid insect, easily subdued with a mere finger, had now transformed into an immovable mountain. He felt a surge of resentment and overwhelming fear. This had to come to an end. Suddenly, Renault's calm voice echoed in his ears, prompting him to glance over, only to find Renault's gaze chillingly cold, sending a shiver down his spine and instilling a profound sense of dread. In an instant, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc, unleashing a crescent-shaped beam of light that surged toward the two of them. Thud, thud. They were violently separated, their bodies retreating in opposite directions. Whoosh. Renault's figure vanished abruptly. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, astonished that Renault possessed the same elusive ability as Shen Tsung, capable of instantaneous disappearance and evading detection. A hint of gravity appeared on Shen Tsung's face, for he too could only sense a faint trace of Renault's aura, indicating that he could not discern Renault's trajectory. How terrifying! This was the first time he encountered such a situation among his peers. At that moment, he regarded Renault with renewed seriousness. Just then, Renault had mysteriously materialized in front of Lei Zhen, already raising his sword to strike. What? Lei Zhen was taken aback, hastily raising his blade to defend himself. Boom. However, the demon sovereign's sword was exceedingly tyrannical, imbued with the force of 200,000 oxen. In an instant, his sole weapon shattered. and the demon sovereign's sword mercilessly cleaved through his neck. The next moment, a bloodied head was sent soaring into the sky, tumbling several times before crashing back to the ground. His eyes widened, betraying a profound terror. In his final moments, he could scarcely fathom that Raynor could wield a single sword capable of claiming his life. Nor could he imagine dying at the hands of one he regarded as a mere insect. Sixth Prince. Wang Qingqian's face turned pale with horror. The death of Lei Zhan was utterly unexpected. The onlookers also contorted their faces, their hearts racing with concern for Raynor. They had not anticipated Raynor's audacity to slay Lei Zhan, a member of the royal family of the Tianluo Empire, who had the formidable Wang family as his backing. To kill him was undoubtedly to provoke two great powers, and at that moment, even the Grand Tutor's residence would be unable to shield them. Oh, now a spectacle is about to unfold, Shun Tsung mused, unexpectedly intrigued. The only recourse now was to swiftly capture Raynor and hold him accountable. In doing so, the higher-ups would focus their attention entirely on Raynor, thereby alleviating the repercussions they would face. Yet, they failed to consider one crucial factor. Did they possess the capability to capture Raynor? Did they really believe that sheer numbers would suffice? Tired, this is the third update. I will take a short break before continuing. Everyone can check back tomorrow. I assure you, there will be 5 updates tonight, so rest assured. Chapter 84, Recruitment Yin Ting. You possess an audacity unparalleled, daring to slay my family's 6th prince. You truly do not know the meaning of death. Among those who ascended the arena, the foremost figure was an elderly man with white hair, his visage a pallid blue as he cast a wrathful gaze upon Raynor. Did they mourn the death of Lei Zhan? Not in the slightest. Their hearts bore no sorrow. Yet, they recognized the inescapable repercussions that awaited them, for they were bound by invisible chains, hunted relentlessly by the Wang family and the royal court wherever they went. What loomed ahead were severe punishments, perhaps even the death penalty. Do you wish to avenge Lei Zhan? Raynor regarded him with a hint of amusement, noting that this elder, Tian Wenkui, was merely at the pinnacle of the soul transformation realm, comparable to Tang Ming. Alas, he was no match for Raynor. Tian Wenkui, a guest elder of the Wang family, had taken refuge among them to evade the vendettas he had incurred in his youth. With a sardonic smile, he proclaimed, "You have slain the 6th prince. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? There is no way we shall allow you to flee. Justice must be served for the 6th prince's demise." Those behind Tian Wenkui clamored with fervor, their indignation palpable, as if they were all born of the same parents as Lei Zhan. Raynor laughed heartily, his disdain evident as he retorted, "You would do well to comprehend that it was Lei Zhan who provoked me, and he did so with overwhelming numbers, 2 against 1. His inadequacy led to his downfall at my hands. I bear no blame. What a sharp-tongued young man you are. Even if you were to turn white into black and red into purple today, your fate is sealed." Silence. A chilling voice commanded, cutting through the tension. Tuoba Xingtian descended before Lei Nuo and addressed Tian Wenkui and the others, saying, "Lei Zhan overstepped his bounds, provoking Yunting, and consequently met his demise. He deserved his fate. Should you seek trouble, direct it towards me." His words stirred a considerable uproar. The discerning could clearly perceive that he was evidently shielding Lei Nuo. However, upon reflection, they understood the underlying reasons. Tuoba Xingtian was clearly attempting to court Lei Nuo. This was hardly surprising, with Lei Nuo's unparalleled talent and dragon martial soul. Who would not wish to ally with him? Lei Nuo cast a surprised glance at Tuoba Xingtian, a faint smile gracing his lips, fully aware of the other's intentions. "Master Tuoba, the 6th prince belongs to the royal family, and the Wang family is his maternal kin. Are you not concerned about inciting trouble from these 2 formidable forces by so openly favoring Yunting?" Tian Wenkui invoked the royal family and the Wang clan in an attempt to exert pressure on Tuoba Xingtian. Tuoba Xingtian scoffed. "You think the royal family and the Wang clan can intimidate me? Alas, you fail to comprehend what manner of person I, Tuoba Xingtian, am. Let me make it unequivocally clear. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive today, I would grant him no quarter." His commanding presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Tian Wenkui's face flushed with rage. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Were it anyone else making such a declaration, he would undoubtedly dismiss it with scorn. Yet Tuoba Xingtian was a different matter altogether. Feixiong Bank was as wealthy as a nation, boasting countless talented individuals under its banner, and the royal family typically treated them with deference. Leijun was merely a prince, and despite his exceptional gifts, the royal family would hardly risk offending Feixiong Bank over him. Certainly, the Feixiong Bank would not dare to provoke the royal family, whose formidable power instills profound trepidation in them. Enough, let us depart, Wang Qingqian declared with a firm voice, lifting Leijun's body and leaving under the gaze of the onlookers. We shall take our leave. Tian Wenkuai also led his group away. At the base of the mountain, Tian Wenkuai could not restrain himself, saying, Your Highness, with the death of the sixth prince, shall we simply cease our efforts? What other course remains? With Tuoba Xingtian's protection, would you have us confront them head-on? If you value your life so little, pursue that path alone, and do not drag me into it. Wang Qingqian felt a profound sense of reluctance, yet refrained from revealing the full truth. Beyond the obstruction of Tuoba Xingtian, there was also the matter of Prince Renuo's identity, particularly that of a former crown prince. This was a matter the Wang family could not involve themselves in. They could only allow the royal family to manage it. Surely, Yinting would not be so petty. Wang Qingqian remarked, surprising Tian Wenkuai. If it were Yinting, then undoubtedly he would not be. However, if he were to, Wang Qingqian hesitated. Who is it? Tian Wenkuai pressed for an answer. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us hurry, Wang Qingqian replied impatiently, taking the lead. Tian Wenkuai and the others quickly followed suit. On the arena, Tuoba Xingtian boisterously declared, Congratulations to Yun Ting for successfully challenging and creating an extraordinary legend by defeating two opponents in a single battle. As his words echoed, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue. It was indeed a magnificent spectacle. In this moment, the name of Yun Ting would resonate throughout the entire Tianlu Empire, becoming an idol and aspiration for countless young individuals. An extraordinary legend? Renuo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such an achievement is hardly remarkable. My gratitude to Master Tuoba for your assistance. Renuo smiled and clasped his fists towards Tuoba Xingtian, expressing his gratitude for having extricated himself from a predicament, albeit one he did not particularly require assistance with. I shall prepare a banquet shortly to celebrate for my young friend, and I hope you will grace us with your presence, Tuoba Xingtian cheerfully remarked. Renuo humbly declined, saying, No, I must refrain. After consecutive battles, my body is somewhat weary and in need of recuperation. I regret disappointing the host's kind intentions. He was well aware of Tuoba Xingtian's ulterior motives, which were merely to offer numerous advantages at the banquet in an attempt to win him over. Deep down, Tuoba Xingtian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Having navigated the mercantile sphere for many years, he possessed a keen ability to read between the lines and discern intent. It was clear that Renuo's refusal was a mere pretext. As a top-tier expert in the Tianluo Empire, few dared to reject his invitations. Yet this young warrior had boldly done so. Nevertheless, Renuo's immense potential and exceptional talent compelled Tuoba Xingtian to endure the slight for the sake of Feixiong Bank's interests. Tuoba Xingtian replied with a smile, No matter, we shall await your recovery before hosting a banquet. Do ensure you have no excuses to decline when the time comes. Chapter 85. The clash of combat. Renuo's astounding victory against two opponents sent shockwaves throughout the arena, solidifying his reputation. Following Leijun and Wang Qingqian, there were no immediate challengers, as Renuo's duel had already drained considerable energy. To take advantage of such a moment would invite ridicule from the heroes of the realm. Even a victory would lack honor. Moreover, Renuo had the option to refuse any challenges, with his ranking on the Earth list guaranteed to rise rather than fall. The inscription of the local rankings is attributed to the esteemed Longshan Tower, yet the summit is organized by the illustrious Feixiong Money House. The refusal to accept a challenge does not necessarily denote a deficiency in one's prowess compared to another. According to the regulations of the summit, such an action would be deemed a loss. However, Longshan Tower shall not alter the rankings based on this. The standings in the local rankings are determined by genuine strength. Naturally, if every individual possessed the capability for judgment, one cannot entirely dismiss the subjective influences of Longshan Tower that might lead to adjustments in the rankings. Generally speaking, significant discrepancies are rare, as evidenced by the profound importance that many place on the local rankings. Following this summit, it is inevitable that Reno will secure a position within the top 15 of the local rankings. And a place among the top 10 is not out of the realm of possibility. Having triumphed over Wang Qingchen, Reno currently occupies the 10th seat. Wang Qingchen, having directly surrendered, declined Shen Tsung's challenge. Thus, according to the rules, Shen Tsung is also positioned at 10th. The true holder of the 10th rank necessitates a decisive duel between them, and the mere thought of this confrontation stirs great anticipation among the onlookers. Tang Yuetong gazed at Lu Tianxi and smiled, saying, "Junior brother Lu, fortune favors the bold. It seems you ought to surrender your wager." Lu Tianxi scoffed, declaring, Lu Tianxi, am not one to shy away from defeat." No sooner had he finished speaking than a beam of light shot forth from the spatial ring upon his finger, hurtling towards Tang Yuetong. She reached out to catch it, and, upon inspecting it, discovered it to be a tome inscribed with the words Xingyang's sword technique. The others, witnessing this, were left with no choice but to relinquish their stakes as well. Tang Yuetong turned her gaze to the other two women and calmly inquired, "How shall we divide the spoils?" Ouyang Qingshuang replied, "I wish to claim the Qingkuan mirror." Ruan Feishue added, "Then I shall take the Lingxue fruit and the Feishue sword." Tang Yuetong nodded, and then brought forth everything they needed. At that moment, perhaps due to his recent gambling loss, Lu Tianxi, wearing an unsatisfied expression, leaped onto the arena and called out to a slender youth, "Zhong Tianyang, come forth." Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly perked up, turning their attention to Zhong Tianyang. Both Zhong Tianyang and Lu Tianxi were among the most outstanding disciples of the three major sects, and their battle promised to be exceptionally thrilling. As a result of Lu Tianxi and his companions' gambling, someone hastily set up a table to wager on the outcome. "I bet on Zhong Tianyang. I choose Lu Tianxi. I support Lu Tianxi." The crowd eagerly placed their bets, and the atmosphere beneath the arena grew increasingly lively. Zhong Tianyang ascended the stage, and soon the two began to exchange blows, engaged in a fierce combat that showcased their prowess as distinguished disciples. Their clash was nothing short of spectacular, rivaling even the battles of Reno. The spectators watched with fervent eyes, their fists clenched in anticipation, their expressions a blend of tension and exhilaration. Cheers erupted in waves, filling the air with excitement. Reno opened his eyes to witness the fierce competition between the two, feeling a sense of trepidation within. Although he held a strong disdain for Lu Tianxi, deeming him petty and narrow-minded, he could not deny Lu Tianxi's remarkable talent and formidable strength. If he were to face Lu Tianxi in combat, Reno would undoubtedly find it a daunting challenge. Lu Tianxi was adept with the spear, wielding a second-tier Earth-level martial spirit. Such a martial spirit is exceedingly rare in the Tianluo Empire, with only one appearing among thousands, highlighting the exceptional nature of Lu Tianxi's innate gifts. It appears that securing a position among the top 10 in the rankings indeed requires considerable skill. Lu Tianxi possesses a profound understanding of the art of weaponry. The weapon forged from his martial soul, the martial spirit spear, boasts remarkable penetrating power, rendering Zhong Tianyang's defenses nearly ineffective. Fiery spear shadows proliferate, igniting the very air as they surge towards Zhong Tianyang. However, Zhong Tianyang is not to be underestimated. He wields an impressive sword technique, and his martial soul, although of Earth grade, is slightly inferior to Lu Tianxi's, being merely of the first rank. Nevertheless, his martial soul is a rare sword type, endowed with formidable offensive capabilities, making their values nearly equivalent. Next, the battle intensifies between Xiao Bao and Lai Jun. Xiao Bao resembles a famished beast, unleashing a relentless assault on Lai Jun with ruthless and unyielding moves. By the end, Lai Jun is covered in wounds, his heart having been cruelly extracted and, before the eyes of all, swallowed whole. Yet, in a dramatically ironic twist, Lai Jun, poisoned throughout his body, succumbs to the toxicity after consuming his own heart. This outcome is both amusing and horrifying, a striking example of cosmic justice and retribution. Reno scoffs, with Xiao Bao's demise, the conference would be considerably cleaner. Upon observation, he surmises that only Xiao Bao and Shen Song are affiliated with the demon sect, leaving Shen Song as the sole remaining member, a worthless waste. Shen Song harbors profound disdain for Xiao Bao, looking down upon the manner of his demise. The battle rages on, yet Reno chooses not to continue watching, opting instead to immerse himself entirely in his cultivation. The use of Fury of the Fire God and Fury of the Thunder God is exceedingly taxing on one's magical essence. During the encounters with Wang Qingchun and Lei Zhan, nearly 60% of his energy was depleted. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as he found himself at a significant disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, relying solely on martial arts and his martial spirit to compensate. Both Fury of the Fire God and Fury of the Thunder God are techniques from the celestial grade martial skill, Heavenly Intent 4 Symbols technique, renowned for their formidable power. However, they are excessively draining of energy. Should another challenger arise, Reno would unequivocally decline. He harbors no interest in this so-called ranking and desires no unnecessary conflict. Of course, barring Shen Song. If it were Shen Song, Reno would undoubtedly unleash his burning talent, sacrificing his own blood essence to augment his strength. In summary, he would go to any lengths to eliminate Shen Song. Chapter 86. Confrontation with Shen Song, Part 1. At this moment, Reno ceased his meditative recuperation. Having undergone treatment from the Holy Heart technique, he had nearly fully restored his condition. He lifted his gaze towards the arena, feeling a surge of emotion. Regardless of whether it was Tang Yuetong or Ouyang Qingshuang, Reno was not entirely familiar with their prowess, yet he held firm belief in their formidable strength. Observing their battles today confirmed his suspicions. Both women had transcended the pinnacle of the soul transformation realm, ascending to the level of nirvana. Their potential is boundless. Reno was profoundly astonished. Based on his experience, should these two not meet an untimely end, they would undoubtedly carve out a formidable reputation across the continent in the future. At this moment, he had come to believe that he was no match for Tang Yuetong and Ouyang Qingshuang, unless he were to sacrifice all the vital essence within his body. But what significance would that hold? Life would be extinguished. On the arena, an ice phoenix loomed above Tang Yuetong, the surrounding space frozen, an endless chill permeating the air, creating an illusion of winter in the midst of summer. Upon witnessing this ice phoenix, Reno was instantly reminded of his initial encounter with Tang Yuetong in the Wanyao mountain range. He recalled vividly how, while treating her wounds, she had undergone a sudden transformation, an ice phoenix mark appearing on her forehead, radiating an ancient and frigid aura. This ice phoenix bore a resemblance to the Xianbing spirit phoenix, yet something felt amiss. Reno furrowed his brow, observing the creature. The more he looked, the more unsettling it became. It undeniably appeared to be a 5th-grade Earth-level Xianbing spirit phoenix, but such a being could not emit such an ancient and chilling aura. Particularly the ice phoenix mark that manifested on Tang Yuetong's forehead. To his knowledge, there had never been a case of a Xianbing spirit phoenix wielder exhibiting such a phenomenon. Perhaps it was a soul akin to the Xianbing spirit phoenix, Reno pondered silently. In this vast world, wonders abound. No one could guarantee they had encountered every soul. He then turned his gaze to Ouyang Qingshuang, whose martial soul manifested as a wyvern engulfed in black flames, with broad wings sprouting from its back. This was the 5th-grade Earth-level demon winged dragon. With powerful beats of their wings, the two formidable beasts unleashed a tempest. Above the sky, a fierce battle ensued between the two creatures. On the arena, Tang Yuetong and Ouyang Qingshuang were locked in a fierce battle, their swords weaving intricate shadows as an aura of energy swept through the atmosphere. A palpable tension filled the air, thick with an overwhelming sense of impending death. The sound of their clashing weapons echoed continuously, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment and anxiety. Only those with keen perception could discern that the two combatants were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. Reno shook his head, remarking, Both are exceptionally gifted individuals, their strengths nearly equal. It seems a resolution will not be reached. At that moment, Tang Yuetong and Ouyang Qingshuang harmonized with their respective martial spirits, and the aura emanating from their beastly forms surged dramatically. With a fierce roar, they ascended into the heavens, transforming into two radiant arcs of light that tore through the void and collided with tremendous force, akin to meteors in a cosmic display. In that instant of collision, a brilliant light erupted, expanding at a visible pace until it resembled the sun, radiating a blinding brilliance. At that moment, even in the absence of flames, it was as bright as day. Suddenly, a formidable energy storm was unleashed. "This is bad. Quickly disperse." The crowd gasped in horror, acutely aware of the devastating power contained within the storm, fully convinced it could effortlessly obliterate them. In a critical moment, a protective barrier materialized on either side of the arena, effectively containing the energy storm. Yet, the force of the tempest was indeed terrifying, as the barrier began to show countless cracks, threatening to shatter entirely. In a flash, Tuoba Xingtian appeared above the energy storm, his expression grave as he channeled his vital energy, unleashing an astonishing pressure that enveloped the arena. He pressed his palms down, and immediately a surge of formidable energy infused the protective barrier above. An astonishing scene unfolded as the barrier, on the verge of shattering, suddenly awakened and began to restore itself at a visibly rapid pace, the cracks seamlessly healing. Boom! The energy storm eventually dissipated, revealing two graceful figures. Both Ouyang Qingshuang and Tang Yuetong appeared pale, clearly having expended considerable energy during their earlier clash. "It seems I still cannot prevail against you," Ouyang Qingshuang sighed, unabashedly conceding her defeat. The crowd gasped upon hearing this, realizing Ouyang Qingshuang had lost, yet no one dared to mock her, for her performance had been nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, admiration for Tang Yuetong grew even stronger. Tang Yuetong smiled charmingly and remarked, "To have fought me to this extent is commendable. At the very least, it signifies significant improvement compared to the past. Before long, I fear I may not be your match either." Ouyang Qingshuang nodded in agreement, declaring, "I will strive to surpass you." He moved through the crowd, wandering about. Although summer nights are typically cool, at this moment, Reno felt a chill more biting than winter's grasp. A murderous intent. Reno's steps abruptly halted as he distinctly sensed a wave of lethal energy surging towards him, locking onto his presence. "It's coming." Reno furrowed his brow and swiftly drew the soul weapon, the Demon Emperor's sword. With a swish, a blade of sword energy shot forth, striking the suddenly appearing Shen Kong. Shen Tsung quickly raised his defenses. Thud! An explosive sound echoed as Shen Tsung was sent flying, his body tumbling through the air before ultimately landing opposite Reno. Chapter 87. The Battle Against Shen Tsung, Part 2. Shen Tsung remarked, "I have been waiting specifically for you." "Waiting for me?" Lei Nuo replied, momentarily taken aback. "For what purpose?" With a faint, icy smile, Shen Tsung stated, "I offer you a singular opportunity. There is an order from above, proclaiming that should you join our demon sect, your life will be spared." Lei Nuo understood that this was undoubtedly due to the dragon martial soul. They sought to entice him. However, he resolutely dismissed the notion. With a dismissive smile, he asked, "Do you truly believe that is feasible?" Shen Tsung nodded, saying, "I have long anticipated this response. Your refusal to join our demon sect is as certain as the sun rising." I relayed this sentiment to my superiors, who indicated that should you persist in your defiance, I am to instill fear and capture you, transforming you into a spirit disciple. "What is a spirit disciple?" Lei Nuo inquired. Shen Tsung explained, "A spirit disciple is one whose soul is cleansed, wholly submitting to our demon sect." Lei Nuo scoffed. "You might as well say it's akin to becoming a puppet. Such a term is rather unpalatable." Shen Tsung chuckled softly, shaking his head. With the Demon Emperor's sword firmly in hand, Lei Nuo raised it, pointing directly at Shen Kong. "If you wish to apprehend me, let us see if you possess the capability." Shen Tsung replied, "Truth be told, I would relish the opportunity to engage in combat with you. However, regrettably, My superiors have instructed me to capture you swiftly to avert unnecessary complications. Thus, they have provided me with some assistance. With a flick of his fingers, a crimson beam of blood surged forth, hurtling towards Lei Nuo. Realizing the impending threat, Lei Nuo hastily infused his sword with demonic essence, causing the Demon Emperor's sword to emit a dazzling violet-blue radiance, its aura surging with power. With a swift stroke of his sword, a clash resonated as it met the radiant arc of light, resulting in a resounding bang that reverberated through the air. In that moment, Reno's figure was forced back, and the crimson bloodlight dissipated, revealing a towering figure. This individual was exceptionally robust, wielding a colossal sword, with eyes ablaze like rubies and a demeanor of cold ruthlessness. Yet, there was an absence of any discernible aura emanating from him. A puppet. Reno narrowed his eyes. I advise you to surrender obediently, Shinsong remarked with an air of confidence. This spirit puppet possesses the strength of the Nirvana realm. No matter how formidable your abilities, escaping his grasp is an impossibility. Save yourself from futile struggles. Reno remained silent, scanning his surroundings for an opportunity to flee. Confronting Shinsong alone had proven to be an arduous task, and the addition of a Nirvana realm spirit puppet rendered his chances of victory utterly bleak. This time, he resolved to concede, focusing on the prospect of escape. If only he could reach the throng of people, Shinsong would be powerless against him. The summit was presided over by Tuoba Xingtian, a formidable being of the Nirvana realm, whose protection ensured absolute safety. With this thought, Reno dispelled any hesitation. With a mere flicker of intent, he ignited his body in violet-blue flames, the flickering flames revealing the countless threads of blood energy ascending from within him. Simultaneously, Reno's aura surged, becoming increasingly potent and robust. As his aura intensified, Shinsong furrowed his brow deeply, fixating his gaze on Reno. The transformation occurring within Reno was evident. Yet he remained perplexed by the martial arts Reno had employed to invoke such a metamorphosis, elevating his cultivation to new heights. As time passed, a look of astonishment began to manifest on Shinsong's face, growing increasingly pronounced. This was due to his first-hand observation of Reno's cultivation level skyrocketing from the first layer of the spirit transformation realm to the ninth. Could this truly be his authentic power? Shinsong pondered silently. Such a notion crossed his mind, for his experience was exceedingly limited. He had never witnessed any martial arts capable of such a monumental enhancement in cultivation. Thus, it was only natural for him to assume that Reno had ceased to suppress his true abilities and had chosen to reveal them. In reality, Reno was employing his burning bloodline talent, evidently unveiling his final trump card in a bid to extricate himself from peril. A sense of foreboding washed over Shinsong, prompting him to act without hesitation. He immediately commanded his puppet to engage. Crimson Puppet, attack! No sooner had he spoken than the bloodlight in the puppet's eyes flickered ominously. The next moment, it surged forth with the speed of lightning, its colossal sword arcing through the air with tremendous force and a deep, resonant sound of slicing air as it struck at Reno. Reno, naturally aware of the impending threat, continued to channel healing arts and burning while simultaneously infusing the Demon Emperor's sword with demonic essence. Just as the enormous sword was about to cleave down upon him, Reno hastily raised his sword to parry. The impact was thunderous. The immense power of the sword sent a tingling sensation coursing through Reno's arm, and the ground beneath him began to crumble, revealing numerous fissures. However, just as he steadied himself, the crimson puppet appeared behind him, bringing its gigantic sword down once more. The force unleashed by a Nirvana realm warrior was nothing to be trifled with. The air erupted in a violent explosion, and the very fabric of space trembled. Reno's expression turned grave as he could only raise his sword to defend himself. However, his defense was somewhat hasty, resulting in him being injured by the sword energy. Instantly, his internal organs trembled violently, causing him to stagger backward until he crashed into an artificial hill, shattering it to pieces. Reno was buried beneath the debris. Yinting, I advise you to cease this futile struggle. No matter how formidable you may be, you are but a mere soul transformation realm cultivator. and you cannot escape from me and Shikue. It would be prudent for you to come with me willingly, Shen Tsung declared as he approached the pile of rubble concealing Renault. With a sudden halt, Shen Tsung gazed at the debris. I know you are not that fragile. You might as well come out swiftly. Chapter 88. A life hanging by a thread, it won't be long now. His spiritual energy spread throughout the vicinity, and at this moment, he could sense he was not far from the onlookers at the arena. However, just as he prepared to hasten his pace towards them, a beam of light suddenly pierced down from above, blocking his path. You have indeed caught up with me, he realized, recognizing Shen Tsung within the beam. Shen Tsung coldly remarked, to think you could escape from my grasp is to underestimate me, Shen Kong. At that moment, a sound of slicing air was heard as Chi Kue followed closely behind. Renault's expression darkened, with both adversaries blocking his escape. It seemed his flight would not be an easy task. Come then, if you wish to fight, Renault retorted coldly. The blood energy within him surged violently, exuding a powerful aura. Heaven and earth annihilation. Renault unleashed the shadowless sword technique, a collective attack known as Heaven and Earth Annihilation. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted from Renault, causing the very ground beneath to tremble violently. Shen Tsung's pupils constricted, and the sword strike left him trembling with fear. With a swift motion, Renault unleashed a powerful slash, its blade radiating a shockwave that surged towards Shen Kong alarmed. Shen Tsung was engulfed in disbelief and hastily summoned all his energy for defense, forming a bowl-shaped milky white barrier before him. Boom. However, the sword's shockwave, infused with 90% of Renault's strength, erupted with a ferocity that could rival a strike from the Nirvana realm. Shen Tsung was unable to withstand it. The shockwave shattered his protective barrier with relentless force and struck him directly. A wretched scream echoed as brilliant light illuminated the depths below, the terrifying energy causing the very earth to quake, attracting the attention of onlookers. What transpired? Such a dreadful surge of energy. The crowd hurried towards the source. Beneath the ground, Renault felt an overwhelming weakness after executing his sword technique, yet he understood he could not afford to be feeble at this moment, for it could mean death beneath the Crimson Fiend. Thus, he resolved to ignite his own essence once more to procure strength. Renault was enveloped in a dense aura of blood, forming a spherical cocoon around him. The sensation of weakness diminished significantly, yet he was tormented. The burning of his innate talent not only eroded his flesh, but also gnawed at his spirit and soul. At that moment, Renault felt as though his head might split open, and his body ached painfully, akin to countless ants gnawing at him. However, for the sake of survival, he bore the agony. He disregarded Shen Tsung's fate and chose instead to surge towards the surface. At that instant, a voice bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Go and kill that brat." Shen Tsung shouted in a fit of hysteria. The crimson-eyed Chi Guai flickered once more, locking onto the aura of Renault and pursuing him relentlessly. Chi Guai was a genuine Nirvana realm martial artist, and his speed was far beyond that of Renault, the distance between them gradually diminishing. Just as they were less than 3 meters apart, Chi Guai suddenly let out a cold shout. The gigantic sword in his hand emanated golden sword energy, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sharpness. The shockwave of the sword pierced through Renault's defenses, striking him directly. In that instant, heart-wrenching pain flooded Renault's mind. A terrifying, destructive force ravaged within him, making him feel as if his body were on the verge of exploding. His meridians, blood vessels, and skin felt as if they were being ruthlessly torn apart by an invisible force. Even with Renault's steadfast spirit, he could not help but cry out in agony. Am I destined to perish here? He pondered in his mind. The pain intensified to the point where Renault's consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed in his ears. The purple abyss demon dragon martial soul, long with its eyes shut, abruptly opened them, releasing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, a bluish-purple light shot forth from its eyes. As the light surged out, it transformed into a current that flowed through Renault's 8 extraordinary meridians, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. In an instant, Renault's pain diminished significantly. The dragon's roar also jolted his hazy consciousness back to clarity. Reno was taken aback by the changes he felt within his body. Upon introspection, he discovered a mysterious and enchanting energy coursing through him. It was the manifestation of his martial soul. The resonance of the dragon's roar made him realize that this phenomenon was undoubtedly the handiwork of the purple abyss demon dragon martial soul. However, when he examined his martial soul further, it appeared unchanged, just as it always had been. What a close call, Reno thought, still haunted by the near brush with death. That sword chi shockwave could have cost him his life, but fortunately, at that critical moment, the purple abyss demon dragon had come to his aid. The first to arrive were Tuoba Xingtian, along with Tang Yuedong and Ruan Feishue. Upon seeing Reno, disheveled and battered, they were momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, they spotted an assailant rapidly pursuing him, sword raised and ready to strike. The realm of nirvana. The crowd was astounded. In an instant, Tuoba Xingtian acted first. With a cold snort, he almost instantaneously appeared behind Reno, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent the incoming greatsword hurtling away. Who dares to be so audacious as to commit murder within my flying hero bank? Tuoba Xingtian bellowed at the crimson figure. However, the crimson figure ignored him and swung his sword down. Arrogant. With a swift palm strike, Tuoba Xingtian combined his martial prowess with extraordinary speed, suddenly materializing before the crimson figure, whose great sword was just raised overhead. The palm struck his chest with a resounding thud. The sound of metal clashing echoed, revealing a deep imprint on the right side of the crimson figure's chest, and the force of the blow sent him flying backwards. Chapter 89. The Peculiar, however. As she acclimated to this situation, an oddly pleasurable sensation began to emerge. It was, after all, a mere puppet. Tuoba Xingtian discerned the origin of the red puppet. At this moment, the red puppet was battered and bruised. Retreat. Shen Tsung's command resonated within the puppet's mind. The red puppet's crimson eyes flickered momentarily before it withdrew from the battlefield, while Tuoba Xingtian's expression shifted, yet he chose not to pursue. Ultimately, Tuoba Xingtian announced a temporary halt to the summit, promising to resume the following day. At the foot of Tianhua Mountain, amidst a grove of trees, both the red puppet and Shun Tsung materialized. In stark contrast to his usual composure, Shun Tsung appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered, hair unkempt, and his body smeared with blood. Had it not been for those intimately familiar with him, one might have mistaken him for a mere passerby, failing to recognize him. Evidently, that sword strike from Rainer had inflicted significant injury. Damn it, I never anticipated Rainer's strength to be so formidable. Just wait. This matter shall not be resolved so easily. I shall have my revenge, Shen Tsung declared with a fierce countenance. He then departed with the red puppet in tow. After Rainer was rescued, he was meticulously guarded by Ouyang Qingshuang's men, who remained unwaveringly by his side, as did Tuoba Xingtian. Meanwhile, Rainer remained in a deep slumber. Within an underground chamber, a long table was positioned, flanked by 2 grand chairs. Surrounding the table were rows of shelves, each adorned with hundreds of candles. At this moment, Tuoba Xingtian sat at the opposite end, meditating in quietude. Suddenly, with his eyes still closed, he spoke calmly. You have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure materialized before him. The figure donned a black robe, his face concealed by a mask, and though his frame was slender, he exuded an intangible aura of oppression. It was evident that this individual was also a master of martial arts. You summoned me for a reason? He inquired, his voice raspy. Tuoba Xingtian opened his eyes and declared, I require you to cease your pursuit of Yunting. Oh, you have taken an interest in him as well? The figure responded, This young man is exceptionally gifted. I must recruit him. Should your people dare to lay a finger on him, do not blame me for my ruthless retaliation. Tuoba Xingtian spoke with resolute conviction, his tone imbued with an unmistakable air of finality. The potential of Rainer was immense, and the benefits it promised far outweighed any gains from an alliance with the demon sect. Thus, he was prepared to sever ties with them if necessary. The masked figure pondered for a moment, stating, That lad is not easily controlled, and I cannot allow anyone to jeopardize my plans. Tuoba Xingtian chuckled confidently, asserting, Rest assured, Those who emerge from my tutelage are always compliant. I grant you but a month. Within this time, you must have him accomplish a task. If he succeeds, I shall refrain from further complications. Otherwise, his demise is inevitable. You must understand the magnitude of the threat posed by the wielder of the dragon martial spirit. After a moment's contemplation, Tuoba Xingtian added, if during this period you harbor no intentions towards him, I shall accept your terms. However, what task do you require of him? The figure replied, what the task entails shall be revealed in due time. With that, he abruptly vanished. Tap, tap. Tuoba Xingtian's fingers drummed upon the table. A month. He mused with a smirk. That would suffice. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During this span, Reno awakened briefly, only to succumb to an overwhelming drowsiness within moments. On the night of the 4th day, however, he finally emerged from his slumber, the pervasive sense of lethargy having dissipated entirely. As he sat up, a sensation akin to being torn asunder enveloped him, as if his bones were disjointed. His gaze swept across the room, revealing that he was indeed in his own chamber. It was a distressing realization. Reno shook his head with a wry smile. Even now, his head throbbed painfully, and his muscles felt rigid and sore. In essence, his entire being languished in weakness, a consequence of excessively utilizing his burning talent. He retrieved a crimson fruit known as blood serum fruit, a remarkable entity capable of nurturing the soul and enhancing mental fortitude. A gift bestowed upon him for his substantial assistance to Hu Jingtian. With his palms positioned vertically, the blood serum fruit nestled between them, he invoked his cultivation technique, causing the fruit to transform into a visible stream of red energy. As he opened his mouth, this vibrant energy surged towards him, and upon entering, it unfolded into a sweet, refreshing taste, flowing directly into his dantian. Reno instantly sensed a significant revival of his spirit, prompting him to sit cross-legged, channeling the martial extremity demonic technique along with healing arts to restore his vitality. Time slipped away, and as dawn broke, Reno finally concluded his meditation, having regained his peak condition. Furthermore, following the numerous battles he had endured, the magical essence within his sea of energy had surged to 80%, indicating that it would not be long before he could once again transcend, reaching the 2nd tier of the soul transformation realm. Indeed, the battle of life and death is the most effective method for enhancing one's cultivation, Reno mused inwardly. Upon stepping out of his chamber, he was taken aback to find the surroundings teeming with people. What is the meaning of this? He inquired. The leader of the group responded with a respectful smile. Mr. Yun, we are from the Feixiong Bank. A few days ago, there was an attempt on your life, and the proprietor has sent us to ensure your safety. Reno replied with a smile. I see. I am grateful to all of you. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. If the summit had concluded, then Ouyang Qingshuang would certainly have come to retrieve him. It was implausible for her to leave him behind. Something was not right. The sense of unease grew stronger, prompting Reno to hasten towards Ouyang Qingshuang's quarters, only to find them deserted, devoid of any presence. He lingered in Ouyang Qingshuang's room, seated beside the table, lost in contemplation. Chapter 90, Alliances, Part 1. Reno sat in deep thought, with Tang Yuedong and Ouyang Qingshuang having vanished without a trace. He felt that Feixiong Bank played a significant role in the unfolding events. Just then, a figure entered, prompting Reno to glance over, discovering a woman clad in green, dressed as a maid. He recognized her as Yue, a trusted attendant of Ouyang Qingshuang. Ah, Mr. Yun, Yue exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. Yue? Reno responded with a smile. It is such a relief to see you awake, Mr. Yun, she said, exhaling a sigh of relief. What do you mean by that? Why are you here? Where is your mistress? Reno inquired. The moonlit night revealed the delicate exchange between Yue and Mr. Yun. You may not be aware, Mr. Yun, she began, but my lady has been expelled by Lord Tuoba. Startled, Rainer inquired about the circumstances. Yue sighed. It transpired thus. On the 3rd day of your unconsciousness, Lord Tuoba declared he had urgent matters to attend to atop Tian Hua Peak, forbidding anyone from lingering here. The others felt compelled to comply. Originally, my lady and Tang Wedong intended to escort you away, but Lord Tuoba insisted you remain. In truth, my lady understands his intentions. He seeks to win you over. Considering your unparalleled dragon martial soul. Rainer furrowed his brow, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. The two women had indeed been cast away. A troubling thought suddenly struck him. One that seemed all too plausible. Lord Tuoba Xingtian might confine him, coercing him into submission. At that moment, Yuer continued, Sir, my lady conveyed that Lord Tuoba Xingtian is exceedingly cunning and advises you to exercise caution. She also mentioned that if you wish to visit the Grand Preceptor's residence, it would bring her great delight. Yuer recounted the events with an almost mechanical precision. Upon hearing this, Lord Tuoba Xingtian erupted into laughter, exclaiming, This lad knows his place. It was worth my efforts to protect you from the demon sect. Truly, heaven favors my Feixiong Bank with the dragon martial soul. Our dominance over the world is within reach. Very well, you may take your leave tomorrow, he concluded. Rainer and Lord Tuoba Xingtian then took their seats. At that moment, two graceful young maidens approached, bearing tea. One of the young women, while serving Rainer, sent him flirtatious glances and coy gestures, as if yearning for his favor. Renaud merely smiled, casting a glance at Tuoba Xingtian. The latter chuckled, This lady is one I have meticulously selected, a truly exquisite gem. What do you think of her, my young friend? Renaud responded, Indeed, she is a marvelous celestial maiden, a rare beauty from the heavens. As the saying goes, a fine sword is gifted to a hero, and a lovely woman to a gentleman. Such a paragon of beauty should rightfully belong to a young hero like yourself. How about I bestow these two ladies upon you as wives and concubines? Renaud understood that Tuoba Xingtian sought to court his favor through allure. Yet he had encountered women far more enchanting in his past life, none of whom had captured his interest. He intended to convey that his singular focus on cultivation rendered him indifferent to romantic entanglements, thus preserving his millennial-old chastity and noble spirit. Consequently, he found himself unimpressed by the lady before him, especially as it pertained to controlling his own assets and bargaining chips. No, although this lady is indeed beautiful, I am devoted to my cultivation and prefer not to be troubled by matters of romance. Thus, I must regretfully decline your generous offer. My apologies. Renaud humbly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. Tuoba Xingtian paid little mind to this, waving his hand to signal the two maidens to withdraw, and smiled at Renaud. If my young friend is not interested, then so be it. Thank you, esteemed host. Chapter 91. Seeking Refuge. Upon hearing Renaud's lofty appraisal, Tuoba Xingtian felt a swell of pride and delight within him, remarking, Though your words may be somewhat exaggerated, the strength of our Feixiong Bank is indeed not inferior to that of those sections. He gazed at Tuoba Xingtian and spoke in a low voice, My young friend, let us speak plainly. You possess the dragon martial soul, brimming with limitless potential. However, with the support of Feixiong Bank, your future achievements would undoubtedly soar higher. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our esteemed institution. Feigning contemplation, Reno observed Tuoba Xingtian's eager expression and sensed the opportunity. Tuoba Xingtian hastily added, As long as you join Feixiong Bank, the cultivation resources at your disposal will be abundant. Reno pondered, What would be expected of me in service to the bank? Tuoba Xingtian replied, It is quite simple. We require you to expand our territory. Feixiong Bank possesses ample wealth, and once your strength matures, you will be capable of dominating the entire Northern Spirit domain. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained fervor, revealing the magnitude of his ambition. Yet, Reno's heart harbored a cold scoff. If he were not of royal lineage, perhaps he would have acquiesced. The entire realm belonged to his family. Could he betray his ancestors and sell the land? Was that even feasible? Naturally, he could not voice such thoughts, for he still needed the assistance of Feixiong Bank. With a smile, Reno remarked, So, the master harbors such grand aspirations. Indeed. A man must leave his mark, just as a wild goose leaves its call. One life is too precious to lack any accomplishments. Since you possess such noble ambitions, I shall follow you into the fray. Overjoyed, Tuoba Xingtian clapped the table, rising with a hearty laugh. With your support, I am confident our great endeavor will surely succeed. Reno nodded and added, To be candid, I currently require a batch of cultivation materials for my advancement and would appreciate your assistance in procuring them. He finally revealed his true intentions. Indeed, the reason he agreed to allow Tuoba Xingtian to join the Feixiong Bank was primarily to acquire abundant cultivation resources. Since Tuoba Xingtian was eager to serve him, why not extract some benefits from him? Ever since he obtained the Wujima Gong from the giant spirit ring, the path of cultivation had become exceedingly arduous. This difficulty did not stem from a lack of experience, but rather from the scarcity of supplementary materials required for his training. These materials were exceedingly precious, with some being exceptionally rare. Currently, Reno found himself isolated and lacking in resources, making the acquisition of a substantial quantity of cultivation materials a formidable challenge. However, with the support of the Feixiong Bank, these issues would naturally be alleviated. Tuoba Xingtian displayed remarkable generosity, boldly stating, "It's simple. Whatever you need, just let me know, and I will ensure it is prepared for you immediately." Reno's eyes sparkled with delight, and he quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." "Master, do you believe his words?" Tuoba Xingtian scoffed. "No. Then what are you prepared to do?" "Whatever needs to be done," Tuoba Xingtian declared with unwavering confidence. "A mere transformation soul realm cultivator thinks to escape my grasp? This is nothing short of delusion. I have an inkling that this fellow will be difficult to control. Be wary of falling into a trap, for playing with fire may lead to self-immolation." He took out paper and pen, swiftly inscribing a multitude of cultivation materials. Reno remarked, "Thank you for your efforts. Sir, you are too kind. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," the attendant respectfully stated. "It's nothing, you may leave." Renaud chuckled. As the visitor departed, Renaud closed the door and resumed his cultivation. It must be said that Tuoba Xingtian was indeed quite dedicated to Renaud's affairs. He procured the necessary materials within 2 hours, managing to gather them by evening. Truly, as one of the wealthiest factions in the world. The speed at which they assembled these materials was impressive. As Renaud's spiritual energy roamed within the spatial ring, he discovered that all the materials he required were present, which led him to marvel at the prowess of Feixiong Bank. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, meticulously inspecting each item to ensure Tuoba Xingtian had not tampered with them, thereby preventing any potential control over him. However, it seemed that Renaud's suspicions were unfounded. After thorough examination, all the cultivation materials proved to be flawless. Not overly concerned with this issue, he deemed it fortunate that everything was in order and immediately began utilizing some of the materials. Each possessed abundant energy, sufficient to elevate him to the second level of the soul transformation realm. At this juncture, he aimed to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. Feixiong Bank was a perilous place, fraught with danger, and he could not afford to linger. Yet, Renaud understood one crucial point. Escaping from the formidable Feixiong Bank would not be an easy feat. Thus, the higher his strength, the greater his chances of evading capture. In truth, Renaud was akin to playing with fire. A moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Taisher Mansion. What did you say? Yin Ting intends to remain at Feixiong Bank. Upon hearing the words of Yu'er, Ouyang Qingshuang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Reno would willingly remain at the Feixiong Bank. Was it possible that the benefits offered by Tuoba Xingtian were so enticing that they swayed him? The maid did not speak falsely. Mr. Yun indeed stated as such. Yu'er replied candidly. Did you convey everything I instructed you to him? I did, she affirmed. Ouyang Qingshuang furrowed her brows, murmuring, how peculiar. Does he truly not realize that the Feixiong Bank is a den of iniquity? I have made it abundantly clear. She could not fathom what scheme Reno was concocting. Chapter 92. A request for favors. At this moment, one could observe a vibrant, multicolored energy sphere emanating from Reno's body. Through the translucent energy orb, it was vaguely discernible that Reno sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, a swirl of black mist materializing around him. The atmosphere around him resembled a tempestuous sea, tumultuous waves crashing violently. He exuded an overwhelming aura, clearly having ascended to the second level of the soul transformation realm. Yet, even after achieving this breakthrough, Reno continued his cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess further. With the backing of the Feixiong Bank, his training would accelerate beyond previous rates. Bolstered by the memories of powerful beings from his past life, making comprehension of higher realms a manageable task. Thus, as long as he possessed sufficient energy, Reno's cultivation would rapidly progress. Time slipped by, minute by minute, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this time, Reno engaged minimally with others, dedicating most of his efforts to his training. In response to his relentless dedication to cultivation, Tuoba Xingtian felt immense joy and endeavored to fulfill the conditions proposed by Reno. With such diligence and an abundance of cultivation resources at his disposal, his skills flourished remarkably, allowing him to ascend 3 realms in just 1 month. Progressing from the first level of the transformation soul realm to the 4th level, such a rapid advancement is indeed rare in the world. One day, while engrossed in his training, Reno was unexpectedly summoned by Tuoba Xingtian. Upon entering an expansive and opulent hall, Reno immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. As his gaze swept around the room, he noticed 2 other individuals alongside Tuoba Xingtian. These 2 appeared to be of similar age, possessing striking features and an undeniable charm, resembling handsome young men. Moreover, their countenances bore a certain resemblance to Tuoba Xingtian, suggesting an undisclosed connection between them. As Reno stepped into the hall, all 3 turned their attention towards him. Tuoba Xingtian, rising abruptly from his seat with a radiant smile, exclaimed, "Young friend Yun, you have arrived." Reno clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and humbly replied, "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope the master will pardon my delay." "Not at all." Tuoba Xingtian waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, let me introduce you." He gestured towards the 2 young men, explaining, "These are my sons. This is my eldest son, Tuoba Hong," he said, indicating the young man in red. "And this is my youngest son, Tuoba Yunlu," he added, pointing to the young man in white. Realizing they were the esteemed sons of the master, Reno quickly extended his greetings, acknowledging their noble lineage with the utmost respect. The young man in red, Tuoba Hong, chuckled, saying, "I have heard that Mr. Yun triumphed at the summit, managing to defeat both Wang Qingchen and Lei Jin single-handedly. Particularly impressive was his audacity in slaying Lei Jin. His courage is indeed remarkable." Tuoba Yulu added, "Indeed, Mr. Yun now ranks among the top 10 on the Earth rankings, leaving us brothers feeling somewhat inadequate." Lei Nuo interjected with a smile, "You 2 young gentlemen are far too modest. With your prowess, I dare say the Earth rankings might struggle to accommodate 2 true dragons such as yourselves." His cultivation had seen considerable advancement, sharpening his perception. While he could not discern the specific levels of their cultivation, he sensed an elusive aura emanating from them. This aura, which he recognized well, surpassed the soul transformation realm, but had yet to reach the nirvana realm. Clearly, their true cultivation lay somewhere in between. Longshan Tower was not privy to all matters. Hence the warriors on the Earth rankings were not fully represented. Tuoba Hong and Tuoba Yulu served as prime examples. Their cultivation was sufficient to stand alongside Ouyang Qingshuang and Tang Yuedong, warranting a place on the Earth rankings. Yet, their names were conspicuously absent. It appeared that Feixiong Bank was indeed a hidden gem. Lei Nuo felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Tuoba Xingtian had nurtured his 2 sons to such excellence. After hearing Lei Nuo's words, Tuoba Hong and Tuoba Yunlu displayed humility, yet in their eyes, Lei Nuo still caught glimpses of pride and arrogance. Soon after, the 4 took their seats. Lei Nuo inquired, "May I ask, what brings the owner to summon me?" Chuckled softly, while spoke up, "The situation is as follows. Recently, we have discovered the lair of a Nirvana realm warrior, but upon entering, we encountered numerous perilous traps, leading to significant injuries among our ranks. Hearing of your remarkable medical skills, capable of countering even the infamous 1,000 feather crane poison that has confounded many, we humbly request your assistance in joining us. Of course, we shall do our utmost to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, realized, so that is the case. However, I must admit my curiosity regarding the cave you mentioned. It seems 2 esteemed gentlemen find themselves at a loss. Sighed. It is the domain of a warrior on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. I have visited this lair, but alas, it is heavily warded, allowing only those below the Nirvana realm to enter. I believe the master of this cave seeks a worthy successor to inherit and propagate his teachings. Inquired further, are there others privy to this knowledge? Indeed, replied. Aside from the 4 of us, only 3 others are aware. As you can understand, such secrets are best kept among a select few. Otherwise, the news could stir up considerable unrest. Nodded, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Gentlemen, to think that such a confidential matter has been disclosed speaks volumes of the sincerity of the Princess Zhuang and her companions. I am truly humbled. Very well. I shall accept this task. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Chapter 93. A time of turmoil. Renaud acquiesced and made an agreement with the father-son duo, Tuoba Xingtian and Tuoba Hong, to embark on a journey to Dolan Sea in 3 days. The abode of the fire flame venerable lay therein. After Renaud's departure, Tuoba Xingtian and his son remained alone in the hall. Father, is it truly wise to let him go? Tuoba Hong inquired. What are you implying? Tuoba Xingtian replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a piece of calligraphy. Father, the fire flame venerable's cave is replete with martial treasures. I fear that young man may harbor ulterior motives, Tuoba Hong expressed. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely. Should that young man betray us, all our efforts would be in vain. And we might even pay with our lives, Tuoba Yunlu added. He wouldn't dare. Tuoba Xingtian scoffed. Do you think I am so naive? You are unaware that I have already administered the heart loss poison to him. If he dares entertain any treachery, I can make him wish for death, yet find no escape. Father, you are truly astute. This indeed alleviates our greatest concern, Tuoba Yunlu chuckled. Tuoba Hong furrowed his brow and cautioned, Father, that Yunting is a divine physician. I fear the heart loss poison may prove ineffective against him. Tuoba Xingtian chuckled with satisfaction. My son is quite discerning. He then shot a glare at Tuoba Yunlu, admonishing, Yunlu, you ought to learn from your elder brother. It is essential to understand the importance of composure. If you fail to grasp this, you shall inevitably suffer grave losses in the future. Tuoba Yunlu replied impatiently, Very well, I understand. Tuoba Xingtian was aware of his younger son's mischievous nature and chose not to elaborate, preferring instead that he endure a few more tempests to mature further. With a sigh, he remarked, Do not worry, my son. The venom I have employed is of a particularly unique nature. That boy will undoubtedly remain oblivious to it. Not long after, Rainer opened his eyes, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you truly believe me to be a novice, Tuoba Xingtian? As it turned out, the incense burners and candles were laced with deadly poison that would disperse into the air upon ignition, allowing one to be poisoned without a trace. Each time these items were delivered, the sender would furtively observe Rainer, not to witness him consume his meal, but rather to ensure he did not tamper with the rare toxic candles and incense burners. Rainer had always harbored a sense of vigilance towards Tuoba Xingtian. Never letting his guard down, he meticulously inspected everything bestowed upon him. Thus, he became aware of the scheme. Subsequently, he made a remarkable discovery. Upon inhaling the heart-losing poison, his healing technique would automatically activate, transmuting the toxins into energy that would infuse his qi. Consequently, Rainer was not at all troubled. Instead, he regarded this as a fortuitous event, an uninvited gift of energy. Why would he refuse such a boon? Therefore, even upon noticing the watchers, Rainer remained indifferent. You think you can control me with heart-losing poison? Huh. Tuoba Xingtian, you truly overestimate your own significance. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he smirked. Then, with a deft hand gesture, he summoned the toxins from the air, which manifested as dark, swirling currents, converging towards him and lingering before his face. He opened his mouth. In an instant, a powerful suction filled his mouth, drawing all the toxins into his belly. In that fleeting moment, Renaud's entire visage transformed into a grim, ashen hue, ultimately resembling coal. In truth, this was an indication of the toxins corroding his internal organs. Suddenly, within him, A healing technique commenced its automatic operation. Every cell in his body released minute green particles, flowing through the meridians. Upon contact with the toxins, these particles swiftly assimilated them. Ultimately, they surged into the energy reservoir, transforming into magical essence. At this juncture, Renault's complexion was visibly regaining its normality at a remarkable pace. Thus, he could only acquiesce. I understand. The shadowy figure abruptly vanished without a trace. After his departure, she made her way into the inner chamber, where she beheld a spirit tablet prominently displayed. Inscribed with the words, "The spirit of my son, Lei Zhen." It became clear that this woman was none other than Lei Zhen's mother, the illustrious Empress Xiao, basking in her glory within the imperial palace. With delicate hands, she caressed the spirit tablet, her eyes brimming with tears. "Zhener, from your celestial abode, you must watch over me. Witness as I exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon that wretched spawn, reducing him to mere pulp for your sake." Dolan Sea lies at the westernmost edge of the Tianluo Empire, bordering the Tianhai Empire. The sea is vast, its depths teeming with a variety of monstrous sea creatures and abundant resources, making it a bustling hub of trade. This, of course, has led to a melting pot of diverse individuals, rendering it both the most lucrative yet chaotic locale, where the monarchies of both nations struggle to impose governance. Chapter 94. Renault's Strategy. What transpired? Tuoba Hongdao, somehow, the Lu family of Sanghaiqing has already learned about the Cave of the Flame Sovereign. What? Tuoba Xingtian abruptly rose from his seat, cursing under his breath. How could they possibly know about this? He then turned to Tuoba Hong, inquiring how he had come by this information. The Lu family just sent someone to inform me, stating that this is Sanghaiqing, and even if a cave exists, it rightfully belongs to the people of Sanghaiqing. There is no place for outsiders like us to meddle. Now, the treasures within that cave will be seized by them. This is outrageous. Tuoba Xingtian exclaimed in fury. I have paid a substantial price to obtain this information. Yet that Lu Yin intends to snatch it from my grasp without lifting a finger. He is dreaming. Reno, while appearing equally agitated, secretly reveled in the situation. For he knew that when two tigers fight, one will inevitably be injured, whether it be the Lu family or the Feixiong Bank. The competition for the cave would surely result in casualties. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Mr. Shun's astute observation. Tuoba Xingtian, affirming this, hastily asked, "Then what solution do you propose?" Xin Tao replied, "From my perspective, we might as well collaborate. Whoever can lay claim to the treasures within the cave will do so based on their own abilities." Tuoba Yunlu was taken aback and quickly objected. That simply cannot be. The cave's treasures rightfully belong to us. Why should we share them with him? Xin Tao shook his head, explaining, "The circumstances compel us. We have no other choice." Are we truly to engage in a direct confrontation? Second young master, you must understand that such an approach would only lead to our disadvantage. Moreover, one must not forget that young master Lu Tianshi of the Lu family is a prodigious disciple of the blood sect. While we do not fear the Lu family, the addition of the blood sect would indeed pose a formidable challenge. In that moment, Tuoba Yunlu found himself at a loss for words, and the others also deemed his statement to be quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Reno cast a discerning glance at Shintao, for the latter had provided a remarkably astute analysis, demonstrating an ability to devise the most rational response in urgent situations. It became evident that the talents recruited by Feixiong Bank were indeed formidable and should not be underestimated. It was revealed that the Lu family was, in fact, the family of Lu Tianshi. However, there was one matter that piqued his curiosity, as everyone turned their attention to Tuoba Xingtian, eagerly awaiting his command. After a lengthy pause, Tuoba Xingtian sighed and said, "Let us proceed as Mr. Shin suggests. Hunger, you shall take charge of this matter. I will visit tomorrow and personally discuss it with Lu Yin." Understood. Tuoba Xingtian sighed in resignation, his gaze sweeping the room until he inadvertently caught sight of Reno, who wore a smirk that astonished him. Turning to Reno, he inquired, "Why do you smile?" "My young friend?" Reno replied, "Forgive me, master of the manor, but I believe this approach is flawed." "Oh, What insights does Mr. Yin possess? Shen Tao's displeasure was palpable at Reno's dissent. Unfazed, Reno smiled lightly and said, Mr. Shun, do not take offense. While your plan is commendable, there is one crucial aspect you have overlooked. What aspect might that be? Have you considered that we are reluctant to share the inheritance of our cave with others? Thus, why would others willingly concede to us? I dare assert that your journey will yield no fruitful results. Moreover, even if the other party were to acquiesce, they would undoubtedly take the opportunity to demand exorbitant terms. Reno analyzed the situation further. The expressions of others changed subtly, yet they silently nodded in agreement with Renault's words. Shen Tao, also convinced, pressed further, in accordance with your suggestion, what should we do next? Renault replied, I lean towards the approach of the second young master. But it must not be reckless. The crowd was puzzled, questioning the meaning behind his words. Renault smiled. I suspect there are experts from the Liu family guarding the vicinity of the cave. If we can either eliminate these guardians or impede them, we could seize the opportunity to enter the cave ahead of schedule and acquire the inheritance first. At that point, what could the Liu family do? Would they dare to swallow the entire Feixiong Bank? Do they possess such an appetite? This indeed is a method, yet I doubt the Liu family is so foolish. They must have considered this possibility, someone remarked. Renault agreed. Precisely, thus this is a gamble. Reflect upon it. If we anticipate a sneak attack, so too might the Liu family. They may think we would refrain from such an action, and therein lies our opportunity. Of course, this is merely hypothetical. Should the reality be contrary, we would be at a loss. Another interjected, regardless of the scenario, the guards sent by the Liu family must surely be formidable individuals. Renault gazed at Tuoba Xingtian and said, the decision now rests with the master of the estate. According to the information you provided, the energy barrier will be weakest in 2 days, making entry relatively effortless. In this time frame, I trust the master can summon sufficient experts to arrive here. The crowd turned their attention to Tuoba Xingtian, their gazes laced with inquiry, as they awaited his pronouncement. Tuoba Xingtian fell into deep contemplation before rising to his feet and declaring, very well, let us engage in a grand wager. As per the suggestions of our esteemed friend Yin, Reno added, the host shall visit the Liu family for negotiations tomorrow. This will serve to lull them into a false sense of security, making them believe we hold their strength in high regard. In this regard, Reno secretly reveled in delight, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between forces and the Feixiong money house, as it would undoubtedly diminish their power. Meanwhile, Tuoba Xingtian's discussions with the Liu family yielded similar outcomes to what Reno had predicted, their refusal to acquiesce. On that day, Reno meandered through the vibrant streets of Shanghai City, where he learned from passers-by about an intriguing establishment known as the Blood Arena. What is the Blood Arena? One might wonder. It is a venue where humans engage in fierce combat against demonic beasts or slaves. The atmosphere is raw, brutal, and drenched in blood, where sheer strength reigns supreme. Reno resolved to witness this spectacle firsthand. Upon entering the grand hall and paying a sum of 10,000 gold coins, he stepped into the Blood Arena. The arena was vast, comparable in size to a football field, with rows of seating arranged in concentric circles, 16 in total, ascending in height from the inner circle to the outer. The lower the seat, the higher the price. Reno found himself seated in position 635, a relatively distant vantage point. As he entered the arena, he was immediately enveloped by an electrifying atmosphere. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers and ecstatic cries. A quick glance revealed a wide expanse where an individual wielding a spear was engaged in combat with a spirit leopard. This combatant bore iron chains on his limbs and a black flame tattoo adorning his left cheek, unmistakably marking him as a slave. The spirit leopard is a Tier 3 initial-level beast, equivalent to the spirit realm, while the slave is merely at the 9th level of the violent chi realm. When the two combatants engage, the outcome is overwhelmingly one-sided. The spirit leopard mercilessly tears chunks of flesh from the slave, ultimately sinking its massive jaws into the slave's neck, killing him in a brutal manner. The scene is ghastly, yet the audience erupts in applause and shouts, devoid of any trace of compassion. Reno observes this spectacle, letting out a sigh, feeling utterly powerless. In the next moment, the gate swings open, and a towering figure of a man, standing at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, strides forth. With each step he takes, the ground trembles beneath him. This brawny man appears to be in his early 20s, clad only in a pair of shorts fashioned from animal hide, his upper body bare. Around his neck hangs a string of skulls from various beasts, each representing a triumph over an adversary. Lydion! Lydion! The atmosphere in the arena escalates to a fever pitch upon his entrance, with many in the crowd shouting and cheering. This surprises Reno, who gazes at the scene with increasing astonishment, for the man possesses no visible cultivation. How could such an individual capture the attention of so many? Is there an extraordinary aspect to him? Reno extends his spiritual awareness towards the man, but discovers nothing remarkable. This piques his interest, and he chooses to observe patiently. Lytion's opponent is a mid-level Tier 4 Earth Fury Bear, equivalent to the 6th level of the Soul Transformation realm. Reno notes that Lyon exhibits no signs of fear. Instead, he remains composed, his eyes radiating immense confidence and fierce battle intent. It is evident that Lyon harbors no fear of the Earth Fury Bear. How daring it is for an unrefined individual to challenge a martial artist of the transformation realm. At that moment, Reno's curiosity intensified. The earth-shattering bear raised its 2 forelegs abruptly, thumping its chest in a frenzy while emitting a roar, its crimson eyes betraying its bloodthirsty nature. Thud, thud. The earth-shattering bear charged forward like a frenzied rhinoceros, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Yet, with a resounding shout, Lyon grounded himself, standing firm as the earth-shattering bear charged. He thrust his palms forward, and astonishingly, the bear, with all its might, could not breach Lytion's formidable defenses. It was as if he were an insurmountable mountain, an impregnable fortress, unshakable and resolute. Remarkable. Reno was taken aback. The bear's charge should have been sufficient to obliterate a peak 60 meters high. Yet Lyon stood his ground, unwavering. The feat of an unrefined individual accomplishing such a thing was beyond Reno's comprehension. Even in his past life, he had never witnessed anything like it. If it were not for his lack of cultivation, then the sheer strength of his physical form was indeed awe-inspiring. Astonished, Reno contemplated the fact that this remarkable power, if unenhanced by cultivation levels, surpassed even his own capabilities. He closed his eyes, focusing intently with his mental energy to perceive the changes within Lyon. However, due to his low cultivation, the information his mental energy could uncover was exceedingly limited, rendering him unable to penetrate the facade of the corporeal form. He discerned that Lytion's respiratory rate was extraordinarily high, his heartbeat racing at a pace 50 times that of an ordinary person. How terrifying! Such a rapid heartbeat should have led to his demise long ago. Yet, Lyon seemed unfazed, exuding a formidable vitality that amplified his strength to an astonishing degree. What manner of creature is this? At that moment, he regarded Lyon not as a mere human, but as a fantastical beast previously unseen. Just then, the earth-violent bear was launched into the air by a single kick from Lyon, a blow that bore a force exceeding 200,000 pounds. The creature was sent hurtling into the sky. With a sudden stomp, Lyon shook the ground beneath him, causing it to tremble and crack, the earth beneath his right foot sinking over a meter. In that instant, he propelled himself skyward, soaring above the earth-violent bear. He clasped his hands together, and it was then that Rayner's pupils constricted as he beheld the dark crimson energy coalescing around his fists. This enigmatic energy felt superior to any true chi, reminiscent of the demonic essence formed through the martial extremity demonic art. He could not help but associate it with the energy bodies cultivated by martial artists from other continents. For the martial extremity demonic art was not a martial discipline of the divine martial continent, but rather a legacy from his mother's family, originating from another realm. Chapter 96. A reunion with Liu Tianzi. Instantly, gasps and cries filled the air as Lyon landed upon the ground, gazing at the earth-violent bear. Now ensnared in a pit, a hint of triumphant satisfaction gracing his lips. At that moment, The earth-violent bear lay on the brink of death, its eyes glazed over, seemingly on the verge of losing its vitality. Such immense strength. Raynor observed keenly. After Lai Tian's devastating punch struck the bear's chest, the terrifying force surged through its flesh, shattering its internal organs with relentless might. The earth-shattering bear has met its demise, fallen at the hands of an utterly unrefined individual. A revelation so astounding that few would believe it. Frankly, had Raynor not witnessed the event with his own eyes, he too would have found it implausible. Just then, the arena erupted with gasps and applause, only to fall silent when an elderly gentleman made his entrance. With a smile, the elder proclaimed that Lai Tian had vanquished the earth-shattering bear, a feat sufficient to showcase its formidable might. The main event was yet to unfold, as customary. Any challenger who could defeat him would be rewarded with 5 million gold coins. Upon hearing this staggering sum, a palpable excitement coursed through the crowd, eyes gleaming with ambition. Yet, the sheer terror of Lai Tian's prowess quelled many a fervent spirit. Nevertheless, a few daring souls, enticed by the promise of wealth, stepped forth. Among them were individuals of considerable strength, the weakest boasting a 5th-tier cultivation, while the most formidable reached the 7th tier of the soul transformation realm. Their challenges ultimately culminated in either death or grievous injury, each encounter leaving Raynor awestruck by Lai Tian's overwhelming power. To possess such might without any martial arts, relying solely on brute strength, was nothing short of astonishing. Raynor pondered the potential amplification of that power should martial techniques be imparted. His aspirations ignited, akin to discovering an exceedingly rare and elusive gem. His ambition was to augment his strength in order to avenge the betrayal of his past life. However, he recognized that confronting the formidable organization known as Chilean would require allies. Solitary endeavors would not suffice. Today, he encountered Lai Tian, a talent both serendipitous and invaluable. With meticulous nurturing, this individual could become a tremendous asset in Raynor's quest for vengeance. Renaud has resolutely decided to bring the fierce Tian under his command. At that moment, a figure leapt from the spectator seats onto the combat arena, capturing the attention of all present, followed by a chorus of gasps. It was he. Renaud was taken aback to realize that this individual was Lu Tianxi, the prodigious disciple of the blood sect, who had always harbored animosity towards Renaud. What? It is young Master Tianxi. He dares to challenge Tian. Excitement surged among the crowd. Indeed, Lu Tianxi ranked among the top 10 experts in the Earth ranking, his formidable prowess making him a worthy adversary for Tian, promising an exhilarating battle ahead. The elderly man quickly interjected, "But Tian is notoriously ferocious. I fear he may disregard the rules and harm you. In such a case, I worry the master will be displeased." "Not to worry," Lu Tianxi waved his hand dismissively. "Young master." The elder sought to persuade him further, but was interrupted by Lu Tianxi's impatient gesture. "Enough. My mind is made up. Cease the unnecessary chatter and step aside." With a sigh of resignation, the elder complied, only to softly warn as he passed Tian, "You are only permitted to lose, not to win." "What?" Tian erupted with fury, his fists clenched and veins bulging, feeling utterly stifled by such an imposition. Yet, he dared not defy it, for the repercussions would be exceedingly severe. Such punishment would pierce to the very marrow, rendering one incapable of enduring it. Lu Tianxi made his move, a whirlwind of motion hurtling towards Tian, the sheer intensity of the scene eliciting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. As he closed in on Tian, a punch was thrown in his direction, accompanied by a resounding whoosh that grew increasingly ominous in Tian's ears, instantly igniting a sense of impending danger within him. A tremendous exertion. Lu Tianxi's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, and upon observing Lai Tian, a solemn expression graced his countenance. However, he was not foolish. He understood that brute force was not the answer, but rather employing combat techniques to wear down his opponent. Indeed, as Lu Tianxi utilized his combat skills, Lai Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, one particular aspect troubled him greatly. Lai Tian's physical resilience was exceedingly formidable, rendering his strikes ineffective. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with exhilaration, fervently chanting Lai Tian's name. At that moment, Lai Tian's prominence eclipsed Lu Tianqi entirely, inciting a deep sense of discontent within him. Damn that little beast! How dare he disregard my commands? The elderly man beside him glared with a look of resentment. Boom! With a powerful punch, Lai Tian sent Lu Tianqi hurtling through the air, his feet skidding rapidly along the ground. What a peculiar anomaly! In just 3 years, he had developed to such an extent, his strength nearly rivaling that of the Nirvana realm. Lu Tianqi was utterly astounded. As the current Lai Tian diverged significantly from his initial expectations. To preserve his dignity, he resolved to hold nothing back. He produced a long spear, giving it a vigorous shake that produced a crisp, resonant sound. With a swift motion, Lu Tianqi unleashed the spear. Its rotation leaving dark traces in the air as it pierced forward, aimed directly at Lai Tian's throat. The intense energy surged forth like a barrage of silver needles, causing Lai Tian to feel a stinging heat upon his face. Not daring to underestimate this attack, he swiftly mobilized his energy, crossing his arms. An astonishing scene unfolded as a dark red energy emerged once more, swiftly transforming into an inverted triangular shield. Clang! The spear struck against it. In an instant, a resounding clang echoed forth, and soon after, the blood-red shield began to fracture at a visibly rapid pace, revealing an array of fissures. With a thunderous crash, the sanguine shield ultimately shattered, scattering shards of light across the heavens.